Chapter 611. It was called dinner, but it was actually just some dried meat and dried fish, mixed together and boiled into soup. There were also some clean bowls in the kitchen, which looked like they had no zombie blood or dust, so they were simply rinsed with boiling water and used to scoop out the broth. Although there wasn't much water to drink, there was nothing that could be done about it. After all, it wasn't like I was at home, where I could just find a bowl to eat. The most important thing was that eating dried meat all the time didn't make me feel too hungry, and the broth could be drunk by more people and last longer. Everyone gathered in the small room. No one spoke, just quietly watching the fire in the iron basin in front of them. Soon everyone finished eating and prepared to boil water to wash their feet. After squatting in the gutter for a long time, everyone's shoes were very dirty, and some water was found in this hotel. In addition to some water, there was only half a bottle left. There was a small amount of unopened bottled water. Although it was expired, it was not wasted. I planned to boil it and let it cool before pouring it in. It should be drinkable. There were 5 bottles in total, and this was the total of all the rooms on the 3 floors. It should have been looted before, but it was not found cleanly. The harder it was to find water, the more Chin-Yu missed the well. Unfortunately, he had only encountered it once, but it was not suitable for long-term survival. In addition to the expired water, everyone also found bottled water, which had been opened and was obviously spoiled. There were 3 large barrels in total. Although they could not be drunk, they could be used for other things. Time passed slowly, and everyone got busy. In the camp in the villa area, it was getting dark in the evening. Lin Yi, who was sitting alone in front of the bedroom window, was a little sleepy, but he still tried to keep himself awake. She kept looking at the direction of the gate, and confirmed that she did not see a Lei, and she felt much more relieved. At this moment, the door was pushed open and Feng Yi walked in. "Are you relieved now?" As she spoke, Feng Yi came over with a thermos cup. Hearing this, Lin Yi turned her head and looked. Her haggard face began to smile, and then nodded gently. "I'm sorry to bother you these days. Is anyone at home feeling unwell recently? I go and see now." After saying this, Feng Yi smiled and said, "I was waiting for you to say this." This afternoon, Yangzi accidentally hit his hand while helping to build the sentry box. There was a little bruise, but the situation is not serious. Hearing this, Lin Yi took the thermos cup and asked in confusion, "Why is she doing it? Where are the men?" The others went to cut trees. You know, after all, it is in the wild, and someone needs to be on duty to watch the zombies. After the voice fell, Lin Yi stood up and walked to the closet to choose a coat to put on. He said anxiously, "You should have told me earlier. There is no need to hide it from your own people. Chin-Yu is very important to me, but the Dajwang brothers and sisters also saved us, and they can't be ignored either." After saying that, she quickly went downstairs and ran to the infirmary to get tools. Seeing this, Feng Yi smiled helplessly, then simply spread the messy quilt on the bed, and then left here. When she closed the yard door, and was about to turn around to go to the canteen, she happened to meet Chi Hao, who was walking over. Until this time, everyone in the camp also knew that Lei and Uncle Wa had left, and Feng Yi also told everyone the news when it was getting dark. When it got dark, everyone didn't see Lei coming back, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, no one wanted to hear that Chin-Yu was really dead. As the 3 people who made this mistake in the first place, they felt a little guilty. In addition to Uncle Wa, who had already left, Wu Rui was also ready to go out with Chi Hao to find someone, but was called back by Xiao Jiu. Chi Hao, who was carrying some burned charcoal, felt a little uncomfortable when he saw Feng Yi. Just when he was thinking about how to greet him, the person opposite spoke first. "Hello, your name is Chi Hao, right? Where are you going?" Feng Yi smiled and walked towards him. Hearing this, Chi Hao put down the box and said truthfully, "Well, Brother Xiao asked me to bring some charcoal over. It seems that he is going to make more gunpowder." "Oh yes, I heard that he seemed to have pried open the man's mouth. It is said that he can make bullets, but it's a pity that he is too bad. Well, Brother Xiao also told me that he will be sent to death in a few days." Now Chi Hao also understands that the woman in front of him is as capable as Chin-Yu and Xiao Jiu, so he did not hide it from her. "Okay, you continue. I go to the cafeteria to take a look." After experiencing many things, Feng Yi is no longer as cold as before, because she knows in her heart that once a crisis occurs, only people around will lend a hand to each other. To those enemies, she still had a cold face, but to her own people, her attitude was much better. Seeing Feng Yi preparing to leave, Chi Hao picked up the box and asked casually, "By the way, Sister Feng, I just saw Dr. Shaolin running anxiously, and she didn't pay much attention to me when I called her. What happened?" Hearing this, Feng Yi stopped, Her mind suddenly moved, and then turned around and smiled. Oh, Yangzi seems to be injured, quite seriously, so she rushed over in a hurry. After saying this, Chi Hao looked back at the direction where Lin Yi ran, and then quickly moved the box to Xiao Jiao's side. Haha, I can only do this much. Feng Yi smiled slightly, put her hands in her pockets, and turned to leave. Not far from the cafeteria, in the basement of a villa. At this time, Lu Wenjing had long lost his former cool appearance. He had a big iron chain on his feet, and even blood marks appeared. The same was true for his hands. There was a chain on his wrist. Although it was much smaller, it was also very difficult to move. There were two people in the dim room. Lu Wenjing was kneeling on the ground, with an oil lamp in front of him. He was holding a pencil and drawing something on paper. While drawing, he looked up at the bald man sitting in front of him, his eyes full of resentment. Although the other party had never tortured him, Lu Wenjing hated him very much. Is the drawing done? Xiao Jiao looked at the time and said impatiently. Why don't you come? Lu Wenjing snorted coldly, and simply sat on the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao looked at him with a smile on his face, then walked to the corner next to the basement, and stretched out his hand to push open the window. Hearing the noise, Wu Rui, who was sitting outside, hurried over and lifted the lid of the pot. At the same time, she took a fan and fanned it quickly towards the basement. A fragrant meaty aroma soon spread, and Xiao Jiao turned around and looked at the man on the ground happily. Soon the room was filled with fragrance, and Lu Wenjing became even more excited, wishing he could rush forward and bite the other person to death. Chapter 612. Your supplies are really unexpected, even spices are available. TSK, this braised pork is so tempting to me. Looking at him struggling desperately, Xiao Jiao touched his big bald head with a smile on his face. Lu Wenjing moved a few times, and felt his heart beating fast, so he had no choice but to stop. Originally, he thought he would be tortured. He had thought about it. At worst, he would die and would never give in. After all, those steps were engraved in his mind. If the other party wanted to make bullets for a long time, they would never dare to force themselves on him. Although he might lose his freedom, Lu Wenjing had already thought about it. At worst, it would be like this for the rest of his life. As long as he could survive, it would be fine. But what he didn't expect was that the other party actually came up with such a disgusting method, and brought him to the basement near the cafeteria. You know, this is not before the end of the world. In today's environment, basically everyone has been hungry. About half a year after the outbreak of the end of the world, once someone was extremely hungry, they would even want to eat their own people, not to mention that several months have passed. At first, Lu Wenjing was a little confused. When he opened the window and smelled the food, he knew it in his heart, and then he continued to play dead, as if he couldn't hear it. A few hours later, the man called a girl and started cooking outside the window. Anyway, it smelled as good as it could. At mealtime, there would be a line outside, many people holding bowls to scoop food, and all kinds of noise, which gradually broke Lu Wenjing's mind. If it were in the past, he would never give in no matter how delicious it was. But the key point is that it is different now. Food is scarce, and most people eat canned food and biscuits. And the braised pork at this time is extremely lethal. He had no choice but to pick up the strange-shaped pen. Unlike ordinary pencils, this pen has a piece of wood stuck horizontally at the end, about 10 centimeters. This is exactly what Xiao Jiao did, so that this person would not be desperate and swallow the pen to commit suicide, or cause himself to be injured so that he could go to the infirmary. Xiao Jiao also knew that Lin Yi was a doctor, and knew that if she was allowed to contact this person, accidents would inevitably occur. After all, in order to survive, the previous captives all pointed their spearheads at this former fourth brother. He killed people without blinking an eye, liked to peel off the skin, and was keen on all kinds of inhumane punishments. Just these points alone, he was already sentenced to death in Xiao Jiao's eyes. In fact, Xiao Jiao also planned to pull out this person's nails directly at the beginning, not afraid that he would not say anything, but in this way, the other party would probably bite to death and not say anything. So according to the plan mentioned by Qin Yu, first pretend to give this person a chance, and then cooperate with the sugar-coated bullet. What Xiao Jiao didn't expect was that it actually worked. After about 10 minutes, Lu Wenjing's legs were almost broken, and he finally finished drawing the blueprint. Then Xiao Jiao walked over and picked it up, then used the oil lamp to illuminate it and looked at it carefully. According to his understanding of firearms, it does look a bit similar, but Xiao Jiao has never made bullets, so he will not believe it rashly. He put the blueprint in his pocket and said expressionlessly, "Let's go, follow these steps to reproduce the bullet in front of me. If there is any mistake, I will lock you up with the zombies and starve you for 2 days. I don't believe you can hold on." After the voice fell, Lu Wenjing looked at him resentfully and stood up forcibly. Since Su Dali discovered the plan, he has been locked up. After so many days, he has become skinny. I have drawn the things. If you don't give me something to eat, how can I have the energy to make them next? Lu Wenjing stood by the wall, bending over, and asked in a low voice. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao touched his chin, and then shouted to the window, "Pick me a piece of meat, remember to be smaller and fatter." Hearing this, Lu Wenjing almost fell down without standing firmly, and his eyes were almost emitting fire. When he was in Su Dali's camp, he was always served with good food and drink, and when had he ever suffered such humiliation? It was precisely because the food he had eaten before was not bad, so he could not accept what he had experienced during this period of time. If Lu Wenjing had been starving from the beginning, Xiao Jiao would not have been able to make him compromise so quickly. A few seconds later, Wu Rui scooped up a piece of meat about half the size of a thumb with a spatula and passed it in through the gap in the window iron railings. Xiao Jiao took it directly with his hand and threw it to Lu Wenjing. The piece of meat hit him, and Lu Wenjing didn't catch it at the first time and fell on the spot, but he didn't care so much and quickly knelt on the ground to look for it. Picking up the piece of braised pork, he blew it with his mouth because he was so hungry, then quickly threw it into his mouth and chewed it voraciously. Looking at this man, Xiao Jiao constantly reminded himself that he must not be soft-hearted. He was Xiao Yu's enemy, and he must not be blinded by illusions. Logically speaking, neither Su Dali nor Lu Wenjing had anything to do with Xiao Jiao. So everything he did now was to help Qinyu. As for whether he would live or die, he would have to wait for him to come back and make a decision. Holding Lu Wenjing, Xiao Jiao led him to the exclusive room for making bullets. He didn't care along the way. After all, even if a few more people came, they would not be Xiao Jiao's opponents. But Lu Wenjing didn't think so. He had finally come out, and was always paying attention to the surrounding environment. Because the camp here is too big, but there are fewer people, it looks quite deserted. The two walked for a few minutes without meeting anyone. Thinking of this, Lu Wenjing couldn't help himself. When he came to the door of a house, Lu Wenjing remembered that the wall behind the house would be a little shorter. If he could run over there, he might be able to escape. Although he was captured, Lu Wenjing had never seen Xiao Jiao take action in front of him, so he naturally didn't think too much. Then he walked forward, deliberately not lifting his feet, and then hooked the stone next to him, and fell to the ground. Seeing the sound coming, Xiao Jiao turned his head and found that he had fallen, and then walked directly over. Xiao Jiao was still thinking about the contents of the drawings along the way, so he didn't think much and subconsciously pulled him. At this time, Lu Wenjing turned around with a stone in both hands, and smashed it hard on Xiao Jiao's forehead. Seeing that he was about to hit, he even laughed out loud, but the next second, he was stunned. Xiao Jiao lazily stretched out his hand, and easily grasped his wrist, then exerted a little force. Almost instantly, Lu Wenjing let go of the stone, his face flushed red, and his facial features were a little distorted. He didn't expect that the other party's easy action would make him feel like being clamped by an iron clamp. The force was simply too strong. Chapter 6:13. I didn't bother to look at you along the way, not because I let my guard down, but because you are almost a zero threat to me, Xiao Jiao said lightly. After he finished speaking, he pulled Lu Wenjing up, and then pushed him. Let's go, don't waste time. You, how come you are so strong? Lu Wenjing walked forward painfully, and asked with gritted teeth. Hee, it's okay, Xiao Jiao said casually. A few minutes later, the two came to a warehouse. Looking at the familiar facilities, Lu Wenjing felt very powerless. In the past, he not only made bullets here, but also killed many people. He had seen the eyes of many survivors before they died, begging, unwilling, and resentful. But he never thought that there would be such a day for himself. If nothing unexpected happened, perhaps in this life, he, Lu Wenjing, would never be able to leave here again. In the alley hotel, everyone had already chosen a room on the second floor. Except for Zhang Yin and Wang Tianhai, who chose a standard room, the rest were single rooms. Since the alleyway was blocked, there was no need to keep watch tonight. Qinyu chose the room on the second floor closest to the courtyard. If the cup fell on the ground, he would find it instantly. Soon everyone began to rest. Qinyu stood in front of the window, looked at it quietly for a few times, and then returned to bed. Qinyu fell asleep quickly because he was a little tired from traveling during the day. It was probably in the second half of the night, and there were some small noises around, and Qinyu opened his eyes almost instantly. He turned over and sat up from the bed, then took the socks that Zhang Rui gave him and put them on, and quickly put on his shoes, and then came to the window. When he went to bed, he had drawn the curtains in advance, so no one could see inside. As he got closer, Chen Yu listened more carefully. The sound was a little small and intermittent, and it sounded like the sound of fingernails tapping on the door. But strangely, there was no door on the first floor. There was only an iron door when entering the alley, but it had long been broken and could not be closed. Thinking of this, Chen Yu carefully lifted a corner of the curtain and looked down quietly. In less than 2 seconds, he quickly hid under the window, and his face became a little solemn. Because at this moment, there was something in the yard below. Chen Yu finally understood why there was such a sound. Although the small yard in the hotel is not big, there is a toilet in the corner, and there is also a door there. Before it got dark at night, he remembered that the old man had gone there to check and left after confirming that it was safe. He also saw the old man go to the toilet once later, and nothing happened. But at this moment, there were indeed something else in the yard. Chen Yu was very bold and basically didn't believe those things, but after a few glances just now, he felt that the person below looked like a person. Just then, the door of the room was pushed open, and a man walked in. There was a sudden noise, and Chen Yu was ready to throw the knife he found in the kitchen. "It's me!" the other party's low voice sounded. Hearing this, Chen Yu put down the knife and recognized that it was Zhang Yin. "Why did you come out? Can Xiao Rui do it alone?" Zhang Yin closed the door gently, then walked over carefully and whispered, "Don't worry, she's asleep." Coming to the window, he asked again, "Did you find what that thing is? Why is it always pulling the door?" "I don't know. It looks like a person, but it's strange that he suddenly appeared in the yard." Chen Yu shook his head and replied. Then he thought of something and asked, "Where are Lei and Uncle Hua?" They both woke up and rolled out from the side. "Where are the others?" Chen Yu asked again. They were sleeping soundly. Zhang Yin sighed and told the truth. Hearing this, Chen Yu thought quickly and said softly, "Don't worry about them for now. You stay here and watch them. I get closer to take a look. How about I go with you?" Zhang Yin was a little worried. "It's okay. If there's really a person down there, it's fine. I'm just worried that it's something else." Chen Yu waved his hand and rejected him. He then picked up the knife, opened the door, and walked out without making any sound. Looking at the other person's back, Zhang Yin felt a little touched. He knew very well that Xiao Yu didn't want him to leave his daughter, so he asked him to stay in the hotel. After going downstairs, Chen Yu went directly to the lounge on the first floor, then took the broom behind the door and removed the wooden stick. It was too dark outside, and there was not much light in the courtyard. Chen Yu would not rush over and planned to get a torch first. Fortunately, there was a small bed in the lounge. Although the bed frame had been burned before, the bed sheet was still there. Using a knife to stick it together, Chen Yu gently cut it in two. Then he wrapped the bed sheet around the stick and walked towards the courtyard by feeling the wall. Because it was too dark, he walked very slowly and arrived almost a minute later. Then Chen Yu stood in the yard. He quietly looked at the back of the figure at the door of the toilet, then took out a lighter and pressed it suddenly. With a click, which was particularly obvious in the early morning, the person also turned around quickly and growled a few times. The next second, a Lei and Uncle Hua also appeared on the walls on both sides, and they spoke almost at the same time. "I didn't see any other zombies on the left. The right side is also okay." After saying that, the two jumped into the yard. When the firelight shone on the face of the person, Chen Yu also recognized it instantly. It was still a zombie. But strangely, it was a little different from ordinary ones. Soon the zombie walked towards everyone and knocked over the chair. As the noise got louder, everyone else woke up. In fact, they were already very alert, but in front of Chen Yu and the others, they seemed a little careless. 10 seconds later, the sleepy people went downstairs. Fu Qian yawned and said, "It's late at night. Are you hungry?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the zombies in the yard, and instantly lost all his sleepiness. He said in surprise, "Damn, where did this come from? Didn't we check it before?" Because there were many things piled up in the yard, the zombie was unable to come over, and was even stuck. Chen Yu looked calm, looking forward, and asked in a deep voice, "Mr. Bai, when you checked the toilet before, you confirmed that there was nothing wrong inside, right?" Hearing this, the old man Bai was a little confused, and he nodded. "That's right. It's not big inside. There are only 2 toilets in total, and the door at the innermost is broken and can't be opened. I knocked on the door a few times, and there was no movement, so I came out." "You went to the toilet later, and you didn't see the door open?" Chen Yu asked again. Although he didn't know what happened, the old man Bai still said seriously, "No." Chapter 6:14. After the words fell, The zombie broke free from the chair at its feet and walked straight towards the few people. Chin-Yu held a torch in his left hand and a knife in his right hand. When it approached, he stabbed it towards the side of its head. Because the zombie was wearing extremely ill-fitting clothes, Chin-Yu couldn't recognize what it was at first on the second floor. Just as he killed it, a puzzled voice suddenly came from behind. Strange, why does it look familiar? Hearing this, everyone turned around to look. The one who spoke was Fu Qian, who touched his chin with one hand and muttered to himself thoughtfully. Come closer and take a look. Chin-Yu shouted. Oh, okay. Fu Qian squeezed over from beside Wang Tianhai, then he squatted on the ground and looked carefully. TSK, how come this zombie's mouth is smashed and its teeth are knocked out? Fu Qian muttered in a low voice. What kind of person would do this to a zombie? The old man felt a little uncomfortable. At this moment, Alei took away the chair blocking the alley and put down the water cup. Xiaoyu torch. Hearing the shout, Chin-Yu walked over, and the next second he frowned. If I'm not mistaken, is this a tooth mark? Then Uncle Wa also came over, he reached out and touched the chair, and then whispered, There is blood, it looks like it has been there for a long time. After this, everyone looked at the body on the ground. Some of them were confused. Wang Tianhai scratched his head and asked curiously, It seems that after this person turned into a zombie, someone deliberately smashed his teeth, so he left them here? Hearing this, Chin-Yu shook his head. But why is the area around the lips not rotten? Did the other party pry open the zombie's mouth and knock on its teeth? I don't need to say more about how dangerous zombies are, right? After hearing his words, everyone understood that even if they wanted to smash the zombie's teeth, they would definitely damage the mouth as well. After all, they had done this before. Suddenly, Alei, who had been staring at the chair, relaxed his brows and said in a concentrated voice, It was not knocked by someone else. After the words fell, Uncle Wa also spoke seriously. If I'm not mistaken, it should have used the chair leg to knock out its teeth. Hearing this, the others also understood a little, but they couldn't think of the motive. Zhang Yin also took Zhang Rui downstairs, and he whispered, If it was just to prevent itself from biting people, it could just find something to tie its mouth, such as iron sheets. Why did it use such a heavy hand? Chin-Yu couldn't figure this out either. He walked to the body and prepared to squat down to check it carefully. Seeing this, Fu Qian stood up and walked to Wang Tianhai, whispering, I always feel that this corpse looks familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere. Really? Wang Tianhai was a little unconvinced. Hearing this, Fu Qian hesitated and said, I am not sure, I don't think I have seen that face before. As the two whispered, Chin-Yu cut off the pants of the corpse with a knife, ready to verify his guess. At this time, Zhang Yin also squatted down with a knife. I help you. A few minutes later, the two of them had basically stripped off the clothes of the corpse, except for the chest area. Because Chin-Yu recognized that this was a female corpse. Although it had turned into a zombie, it looked like it had only been mutated for less than a week and was not very rotten, so Chin-Yu and Zhang Yin did not strip the body naked. Why is there no wound? Chin-Yu looked at the corpse in front of him, very confused. What wound? Fu Qian was stunned. Alei glanced at him and whispered, Xiaoyu is looking for the wounds of this zombie bite. As soon as he finished speaking, Chin-Yu looked up and took off the black scarf from the neck of the corpse. As the thing was taken out, a necklace on the neck was also exposed. At this moment, Fu Qian's voice suddenly increased a few degrees. Wait! Then he hurried over and squatted, pulled out the necklace and held it in his hand. His tone was still very excited. This. What is this? What's wrong? Chin-Yu frowned and looked at him. At this time, Fu Qian did not answer Chin-Yu's words for the first time, but quickly looked at the clothes of the corpse, and his eyes stayed on the shoes again. Gradually, the corpse matched the memory in his mind. Fu Qian collapsed on the ground, holding the necklace in his hand, muttering, You didn't survive this winter after all. At this point, Chin-Yu also understood. He asked softly, Is this the mother and daughter you mentioned? Yes. Fu Qian's eyes were red. He looked at the corpse on the ground and said sadly, In fact, I still concealed some information, because it is not important to you. I didn't tell it. I lived with them for half a month. Where did the child go? Chin-Yu was halfway through his words when Alei rushed into the bathroom. A dozen seconds later, he appeared holding a baby cradle. Chin-Yu turned his head and saw a child inside, who looked about 8 or 9 months old, with a big pacifier in his mouth. There were 3 empty bottles placed around the baby, so he could drink from them as long as he turned his head, but they were empty. She? Chin-Yu was a little afraid to ask. Alei nodded slightly and said, The breath is very weak, but still alive. Hearing this, Chinyu breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned his head to look at the female corpse on the ground, and then checked her shoulders again. Almost as soon as he opened the clothes, Chinyu's breathing stopped. A huge bite mark appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, Chinyu found that there was still a piece of paper stuck to the shoulder. Although it has become a zombie, the paper is still well protected. Chinyu took it in his hand, then illuminated the light with a torch, and read it softly. If you can see this, it means I have become one of them. Chinyu took a deep breath and continued to read. I hate this doomsday, and I hate those who watched my mother and I die. I originally thought that when my child starved to death, I would use my own flesh and blood to attract the zombies and die with them. But the appearance of a young man changed my mind. I didn't know him at all, but he gave me a lot of food, taught me how to catch fish, get water, and even left me the only dagger. But until we separated, I didn't know his name. After reading this, Chinyu looked up at Fu Qian. Then he continued reading, I am really tired. In order to survive, I must stay away from these monsters, but for my baby, I must enter the city. Fortunately, many people have looted all the food, but there is still a lot of milk powder left. When Chinyu saw this, he felt a little heavy, because the handwriting began to be distorted, as if the zombie virus was about to break out. Chapter 6:15. He looked down, and saw the brown stain on the paper. After careful identification, Chinyu recognized it. It should be blood. At this moment, Chinyu could even imagine how the mother wrote this long paragraph with blood flowing from her mouth. Then he quickly read the remaining words, and looked up at everyone. What's wrong? Zhang Yin asked curiously. It turns out that our appearance here is not a coincidence. Chinyu pondered for a while, and slowly spoke. It is written in detail on this paper. There are no survivors in this city, only zombies. She brought her child here, and found a lot of milk powder, but because it was surrounded by zombies, it was inconvenient to go in and get it, so she stayed and slowly explored inside. Taking this opportunity, she searched many places, and stored many supplies that could be used in the end of the world. She prepared to bring more milk powder, and planned to evacuate by car. Hearing this, Zhang Yin also understood the general idea. He whispered, later, she was bitten on the way to evacuate, right? No. Chinyu shook his head slightly. She was bitten during the last search for milk powder. After the words fell, Zhang Yin felt a little uncomfortable. As a parent, he could imagine what it felt like. If Zhang Rui was not yet 1 year old, even if those maternity and baby stores were surrounded by a large number of zombies, Zhang Yin would still go in alone. Even if going forward was a life-threatening situation, parents would not watch their children starve to death. It also says here that she set the street on fire from the moment she was bitten, and the fire burned nothing left there, ensuring that the people who followed would go to the left. Chinyu's voice rang out. At the same time, she broke the iron door so that people could find this place. Hearing this, the old man was stunned. But this is a hotel, we may not come in. There is a toilet inside. Alay said lightly. Oh, that's true. The old man suddenly realized, the environment is not good, few people will go to strange places to relieve themselves, and it is indeed more suitable here without zombies. Then what? Wang Tianhai continued to look at Chinyu and asked. When he said this, Chinyu felt depressed and whispered. Later, she prepared the milk powder for the child, put several bottles together, so that the baby could drink it by turning his head, and started to arrange the surroundings. Even though Chinyu had never met this person, he began to admire her in his heart. With maternal love alone, a weak woman who lived alone could do so many things. When Chinyu said this, his eyes continued to look at the body on the ground. It's a pity, if you didn't think about leaving. Yeah, it would be nice if she stayed here all the time. Fu Qian slumped on the ground, his eyes red, and said in a hoarse voice. She had to leave. Chinyu sighed and shook his head. It's written on the paper. There are more and more zombies gathering in the city. She dare not stay any longer. After the voice fell, Uncle Wall looked at the ground and whispered, the zombie tide we encountered during the day should have come from this city. At this time, he glanced at Chinyu and continued to ask, but I am a little confused. The shoulder was bitten, and the toxin would be infected quickly. How could this woman have time to do so many things? Hearing this, Chinyu reached out and lifted up the woman's left hand on the ground, and whispered, the fatal injury is the little finger. She was bitten on the hand first, and she chopped it off when she returned to the hotel, but she had killed zombies with a knife before, so she ignored this. Seeing this, everyone looked at it at the same time, and then they found that the little finger of the corpse's left hand was indeed broken. They had seen it before, but they didn't notice it because they were wearing gloves. Now it has been removed, which is really shocking. Then Chinyu continued, this is what happened. She was bitten on the hand. Although she cut it off in time when she came back, she found that it was still infected in the middle of the night, so she went out to light a fire, and then hid the child in the toilet, and then used this smell to cover up the smell of the baby. In this way, the zombies will not be able to find her child, but they will starve to death after a long time. However, she wants to protect her child after death, so she chooses to mutilate herself. This way, she has no teeth and cannot bite. Then put on gloves and hide in the dark passage. She will come out every night. Speaking of this, Chinyu stood up and walked to the direction opposite the toilet. He took a torch and shone it. He was surprised and said, "It turns out that it has been hiding here all the time." Hearing this, everyone looked in the direction of the torch light and found that it was not the shadow of the corner, but a black door curtain. When the others came here, it was almost dark. Chinyu also took a look at it and subconsciously thought it was a shadow, so he didn't look closely. At this moment, Chinyu suddenly couldn't figure it out, so he opened it and walked in. "Be careful," Zhang Yin reminded. "It's okay." Chinyu waved his hand. A few minutes later, he walked out and looked at the corpse on the ground, with a little more admiration in his eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Yin was surprised and said, "Is there something else inside?" Chinyu let out a sigh of relief and said in a deep voice, "This woman is really not easy. She can come up with such a series of methods after being bitten." After that, Chinyu turned half of his body, pointed at the secret passage and said, "There is a wild dog's hind leg hanging inside, and there is a stick stuck on the wall. When the zombie moves forward, it will touch the wooden stick on the right side of the wall, thus pushing the dog meat to move. After entering the inner area, it will touch the stick on the left side again, and the dog meat will rise, and then the zombie's leg will fall from the back, blocking it inside. So when we were moving chairs in the yard, the zombie didn't come out at all. One reason was that the secret passage was a bit deep, and the other was that it couldn't tell whether the noise was made by humans." After listening to what Chinyu said, everyone understood everything. This person must have thought of doing these things after he was sure that he couldn't survive, and finally got bitten in the shoulder. And because we came here before, even though the zombie didn't come out at that moment, it still found something wrong in the middle of the night, and came to the yard. As Chinyu continued to speak, Fu Qian gently untied the necklace from the corpse's neck, then knelt on the ground with a plop, and then began to kowtow twice. "What are you doing?" Chenyu was startled and a little confused. Hearing this, Fu Qian put his forehead to the ground and said in a very sad voice, "I just joined. I know I am not qualified to ask to take this child away, but I still want to try my best to fight for it." Chapter 616. If I can't take her with me, then I want to say goodbye. At this point, Fu Qian raised his head, looked at the sleeping baby in the cradle on the right, and said firmly, "Even if there are only zombies left in the world, I am alone. Even if I have to risk my life, I will definitely bring her up." Hearing this, Chinyu felt a little funny and said, "When did I say I would abandon her? Or when did I say that if you take her with you, I will abandon you? It's a bit confusing. Can a man be less active?" After he finished speaking, Wang Tianhai hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Fu Qian up, whispering, "You just joined? You are not familiar with it." Chinyu is very cruel to his enemies, but he is always easy to talk to his own people. Fu Qian was stunned, and then hurriedly said a little embarrassedly, "Sorry, I thought you would not care about her life or death." Hearing this, Chinyu waved his hand, "You have to take care of her. Have you thought about it? This is the end of the world, and the virus will not end in the future. It is not a matter of 1 or 2 years. I've thought about it." Fu Qian nodded again firmly. "In fact, her mother and I have a good impression of each other, but I felt that they were a burden and would drag me down, so we separated. Now that I think about it, instead of relying on those powerful people to survive, it's better for me to become stronger myself." After saying this, Zhang Yin patted his shoulder with relief. "It's best if you think this way. Let's go upstairs with the children first, and I teach you some precautions." As they went upstairs, the courtyard became much emptier. Chinyu looked at Alei and asked, "Is the child wearing earmuffs, so he can't hear the outside world?" "Yes." Alei said softly, "I checked it before." "Okay, go back to sleep." Chinyu turned and went upstairs. Nothing happened in the second half of the night, and everyone went downstairs one after another around 8 o'clock in the morning. Fu Qian basically didn't sleep afterwards, and kept thinking about how he could feed the child. When he returned to the hotel earlier, Zhang Yin found that there were diapers in the cradle, but he and Fu Qian were worried. Although Zhang Yin is also the father, he has no blood relationship with the child. And it just so happens that Zhang Rui has always wanted to have a brother or sister, but her mother died early, so there is no way. Now that there is a baby under 1 year old in the team, Zhang Rui is becoming more and more sensible and offers to help change diapers. Seeing this, Fu Qian quickly boiled some hot water and asked Zhang Rui to help change it. Later, after he calmed down, he also suggested that Zhang Yin should adopt the child, and he would be the child's godfather to avoid other people gossiping behind his back. At first, Zhang Yin didn't quite understand and was a little confused, but later, after being reminded by Old Man Bai, he realized that it was because of Fu Qian's age. Before the apocalypse, if a single man wanted to adopt a baby girl, both parties had to be over 40 years old. Now it is the apocalypse, there is no order and rules, and he doesn't need to abide by this, but Fu Qian doesn't want to do this, so he hopes Zhang Yin will agree. Because among all the people present, Zhang Yin is indeed the only one with a child. And Wang Tianhai only treats Yu Feng as his godson. Zhang Yin was actually a little reluctant about this. After all, it was not easy for him to protect his own daughter. If there was another child, he would not be able to help Qinyu. Hearing this, Qinyu waved his hand, indicating that it was a small problem, and everyone could help take care of it when they returned to the camp. Hearing this, Zhang Yin looked at his daughter holding the child sitting on the bed, and had no choice but to agree. In this way, the child who had just lost his mother not long ago could live steadily. The reason why Qinyu suggested Zhang Yin to agree was because he was also a little surprised, because the child didn't cry at all when changing diapers. He was still worried that zombies would be attracted in the middle of the night, which would affect the team and cause some trouble. He didn't expect that he didn't hear any crying at all. It seems that after staying in the apocalypse for a long time, even babies gradually understand that danger is everywhere. Watching everyone pack up their luggage, Qinyu glanced at the child in the cradle and continued softly. It's written on the paper that the things she hoarded are next to the milk powder. Let's go over and take a look. Maybe they can come in handy. Everyone agreed and said he could make the arrangements. He quickly put earmuffs on the baby and pulled down the lid of the cradle. Fu Qian was about to carry him, but after thinking for a while, he walked to Alei. Brother, you are good at fighting. Can you help take care of me? I am still a little too weak now. Alei looked at him expressionlessly, then reached out to take it. After everything was ready, everyone left the hotel and walked straight towards the direction of the drawing on the paper. As for the body in the yard, Alei also moved it to the secret passage, at least it was not exposed to the wind and sun. A day passed quickly, and several people were covered in zombie blood, and then, they returned to the hotel with several large boxes. Wang Tianhai was even more excited, because he had also thought about what was placed there, at most food and medicine. But what he didn't expect was that the woman actually found a prosthesis, and it was well preserved. The most important point was that there was a pair of silicone palm covers. The only drawback was that it was a bit big, and Wang Tianhai's arm was not tight, but he added some clothes and wrapped it a few times, and then it was just right. As long as the zipper is closed, his right hand looks the same as before, and he can move his fingers with his left hand. There are still papers in the alley, with words such as exchange for food, weapons, and tools written on them. Only then did Qinyu understand that the reason why the woman took the risk to stay in the city was that she wanted to take these things out, and then exchange them with other camps. Looking at the smile on Wang Tianhai's face, Qinyu sat on the sofa on the first floor of the hotel, and couldn't help but sigh, maybe this is fate. He had been trying hard to find a map to go to the hospital, but he just came across it by chance. It seems that it was also because of everyone's kindness. If Qinyu had not made a fire at the beginning, and had gone directly to kill the thing that was not sure whether it was a human or a zombie, there would not be these subsequent events. If they had not noticed the zombie's face, they would not have found that it was missing teeth. And because they suspected the cause of death, they gradually discovered that it was self-mutilation. It can be said that the reason why it was so easy to harvest is inseparable from everyone. Qinyu has also checked a pair of silicone palm covers, and 2 pairs of arm prosthesis, but unfortunately, there is only 1 leg prosthesis, and it is the left leg. Chapter 6:17. The moment he saw it, Qinyu's eyes dimmed, because he clearly remembered that Teacher Lily was missing her right leg. But there was no way. The paper she left behind reminded her that the woman only found these items, and the rest were gone. After thinking quickly, Qinyu decided to take everyone back to the hotel and find a chance to go home. The arm prosthesis could be used by Xiaohu and Huang Lulin, and as for the leg prosthesis, although it was reversed, it was at least better than a crutch, so Qinyu simply took it with him. Although he found these things, Qinyu could only hope that they would be useful, because the prosthetic limbs were custom-made by others, and might not be suitable for them. But then again, it was already good to find these now. As the apocalypse progresses, Most forces will have people with broken hands or legs. Some foresight people have already looked for these necessities in advance. This stuff is not like medicine or medical equipment, which can be found in every hospital. After packing the things, Chinyu also brought some milk powder. In addition to a few cans for the child, he also brought 2 cans back for Chinshi. Although he was not familiar with them, Chinyu also remembered that there was a baby at home, so he took some with him for convenience. After dark, everyone continued to rest in the hotel for one night, and prepared to leave on the 3rd day. Still using the old method, continue to make tools for oil extraction, but the hose is not easy to find. On the way, they encountered a lot of zombies, and it took more than an hour to avoid them. The next few people found a wire to poke the filter, and then put the hose into the oil tank, but it became more and more difficult to extract it. Alay and Uncle Wa were on guard around. Chinyu squatted beside the car, looking at the hose that refused to release oil. His brows gradually frowned. "What's the matter, Xiao Yu? You can't do this?" Zhang Yin also came over at this time. Hearing this, Chinyu shook his head and said, "It was successful every time before, mainly because there was enough oil, even with a plastic bottle, but it's not so good now. First, these cars are likely to have been patronized by others, and second, they are different from the previous cars." After saying this, Chinyu stood up and said, "The cars we encountered before didn't have filters, so we always thought the gasoline was easy to get. What should we do next?" Fu Qian asked worriedly while holding the cradle. Chinyu didn't say anything, but thought about the past seriously. Then he snapped his fingers and said, "I got it." After saying this, he collected the magazine ads on the ground together, and then took out a lighter to light them. When the fire got bigger, he put the wire in. Then Chinyu walked to the roadside shop, stretched out his hand to tear off the stickers, and tried them with his fingers. They were still a little sticky, so he returned to the fire with satisfaction. Looking around, he continued, "We need big plastic bottles. See if we can find 2. I go find them," the old man said quickly, and then walked towards the trash cans on the roadside. Soon he picked up 2, but they were a little dirty. Chinyu took them, tore off the paper on the plastic bottle, and then took the red-hot wire and carefully drilled a hole in the bottom. Control the size the same as the hose, and then bring the wire close to the bottle cap. After about 5 minutes, Chinyu had used stickers to block the bottom of the bottle to prevent air from entering. Although it was still very slow, at least some oil came out. But there was no suitable container to put it in. Fortunately, the car was not far away, so it was packed in a plastic bottle and brought over, so there would be no accidents. But there was only this much in total. If it was divided into 2 cars, it might not be possible to go back. Thinking of this, Chinyu took Alay to an abandoned car repair shop and found a shabby 7-seater van. Fortunately, the key was also found. Although there were a few zombies, they were easily dealt with. Everyone squeezed together and could sit down. Even Yufeng squatted in the back. After loading those things, even tying the roof with ropes and pouring oil in, Chinyu drove everyone back. On the deserted road, Chinyu held the steering wheel and chuckled. To be honest, whether it was before the end of the world or now, this van is really powerful. It can load and save fuel, and it also has car keys. Hearing this, Zhang Yin held his daughter on his lap and replied with a smile, "The only pity is that 2 windows are broken." After the voice fell, Wang Tianhai, who was curled up in the back seat, said quickly, "As long as I can find the right window and tools, I can help replace it." "Really?" Chinyu glanced at the zombie figure in the left rearview mirror and said, "That's the best. I think this car can be used for a long time. The 2 cars we came here before were a little bit bad because of the zombie tide, so it's just right to replace them." In this way, everyone chatted while driving home. Except for the abandoned cars stuck on the roadside occasionally, basically nothing else could be seen. However, every time the van passed by, a few zombies would always emerge from the woods, stretching out their long rotten hands, trying to catch people. Soon returning to the place where the battle took place before, Chinyu parked the car on the side of the road, and seeing that it was not dark yet, he turned his head and asked, "By the way, Alay, when you came here before, did you see the children in the mountains?" Hearing this, Fu Qian looked up at Chinyu, a little surprised that he had not forgotten those children. Unexpectedly, Alay shook his head. "Although I took this road, I did not go in, and it didn't look like there was anyone in there." "Uncle Wa, did you see it?" Chinyu looked at the co-pilot. "No." Hearing this, Chinyu pondered for a while and estimated the distance. If he walked into the mountain from here, it would only be about 1 kilometer. If he walked faster, he could return before dark. Then Chinyu said seriously, "It's getting dark now. and it's not suitable for us to travel at night. Those children should have been detained by the people before. If we leave like this, they may starve to death. Hide well, I'll be back soon." After the voice fell, he opened the car door and ran into the woods alone. The reason why Chinyu made such a decision was that he considered it would be inconvenient to drive next, and it would not affect the speed of the team returning home. Although he and those children only met once, Chinyu also knew that these children had become orphans in the end of the world. After almost a few minutes, when everyone had prepared a temporary camping site, Chinyu also came back. Fu Qian looked up, but was stunned for a moment, because there was no one around him. Chapter 6:18. Chinyu's breathing was a little rapid. He walked over and said in a deep voice, "Something is wrong." "What's wrong?" Fu Qian was stunned for a moment. "The house there was on fire." "Could it be a fire?" Zhang Yin asked softly. Hearing this, Chinyu shook his head and said earnestly, "It's unlikely. I went over to take a look and found that there was actually a well. This kind of thing is very important in today's environment. The most important thing is that there is a zombie inside." After hearing this, everyone understood. After all, water resources are very important, especially drinkable water. No one would be stupid enough to set up a camp near a water source polluted by zombies. If you accidentally touch it, it would basically be the same as burping. The fact that there was an extra zombie in the well was enough to prove that it must have been man-made. Then Uncle Wa covered the camp with a pile of leaves and whispered, "How long did you meet them?" "On the first day you showed up, I felt something was wrong." Although those children didn't talk, their clothes were a bit thin. Chinyu walked over to the crowd, sat cross-legged, and spoke. But then he added, "Because we didn't know each other, I didn't care. It's been 3 days, enough time for many things to happen in this doomsday full of dangers." Uncle Wa stood beside him, and spoke softly. Chinyu naturally understood this truth. He just felt a little regretful that he couldn't help those children. As an orphan, Chinyu knew how difficult it was to live one more day. Moreover, in the current environment, it is not easy for adults to live peacefully. He checked the time, then stood up to help Ari kill the zombies, and said something at the same time. "It may be a little cold tonight, so it is better to make a fire, and take turns to keep watch at night." Plop! Ari held a corpse in each hand, and threw them near the camp. He glanced at Chinyu, who was killing zombies next to him, hesitated, and said something. "No matter what the future of those children is, you have tried your best. After all, at least you thought about saving them." Hearing this, Chinyu calmly dragged the corpse in front of him and said softly, "I am now a little curious about what kind of person would come and take a group of children away, and even destroy the water source. How do you confirm that the zombies didn't walk in afterwards?" Seeing that the arrangement was almost done, Alay began to return and asked another question. "There are traces of being pressed around the well." Chinyu shook his head slightly. Just when the two were only a dozen meters away from the crowd, Chinyu suddenly reached out and grabbed Alay, and couldn't help asking, "When I was fighting with those people in the woods before, were you already observing me in secret?" Hearing this, Alay said expressionlessly, "What are you thinking? I am better than ordinary people, but I am not a Superman. How can I catch up with you so quickly?" "That's good. I always felt that there were eyes staring at me from behind. It seems that it was really an illusion." After getting the answer, Chinyu was relieved. Watching him walk over and chat with everyone, Alay stood by the tree, thinking about something thoughtfully. Fortunately, Xiaoyu was too tired recently, so he didn't think about it too much, and didn't think there was any flaw in what he said. Of course, Ari thought there was another reason, that is, the other party trusted him very much, so he would not go into details. In fact, just as he guessed, Chinyu believed that Ari would not lie to him, so he was too lazy to ask again. After all, there were still many things to do. A few days ago, Ari did arrive a little earlier, and he also considered cooperating with Chinyu to take action, so that he could get rid of those people as quickly as possible. But just when he was about to take action, he hesitated. Because Ari found that in the jungle in the early morning, Chinyu could get better training, especially when the enemy was not very smart. Alay was very satisfied with Chinyu's intelligence, as well as his ability to deal with danger and command, but his skills were indeed a shortcoming. Apart from anything else, if Chinyu had not learned about flower bombs with Xiao Jiu last time in the abandoned examination room, he would have been basically powerless to save the situation. In this way, he also wanted to see in secret whether Chinyu could use the bushes to confuse the enemy when he only had bows and knives as weapons. Alay also saw what happened at that time. If the full score was 10, Chinyu had already scored 8 points. If he had shot, the first arrow would never have killed the man. As long as the enemy loses his ability to move, one person will have to help him. At this time, it is equivalent to losing 2 combat forces. When REI was performing assassination missions in the past, if there were too many targets, his favorite trick was to surround the corpses and attack the reinforcements. For a top killer like him, using a sniper rifle is not difficult, and his level is not bad at all. REI's greatest strength is that he is proficient in various firearms, but it is a pity that in the Doomsday, guns are the most lacking. Thinking of this, Alay narrowed his eyes slightly, exuding a chill, staring at a certain direction. 3 days ago, when the woman escaped from him, she fell off the cliff over there. The reason why the other party survived was entirely because Alay's character did not expect that she would pull out a dagger and stab the person next to her while escaping with the man. That stab gave Sister Yuan 3 seconds for herself. Although Alay killed Shirtu instantly, his actions were still affected for a moment, and he was forced to watch the other party fall off the cliff. His mission this time was to find Qinyu, so after a quick thought, Alay did not chase him. Since they did not find any food in the city this time, they just had a simple meal at night, and they just finished it in the end. After dark, everyone kept watch and order. Originally, Qinyu did not plan to add Zhang Rui and Yufeng, but the two of them unanimously requested to be included, so they had no choice but to arrange them between him, Alay, Uncle Hua and Zhang Yin. Qinyu also specifically reminded that if there is any accident, you must first wake up the adults nearby. Even if the bush is suddenly moved, you must not go over to check alone. Seeing this, the 2 children nodded seriously and agreed. Then everyone lay on the ground to rest. Although the conditions were not good, it was more comfortable than sleeping on leaves. Zhang Yin was on the first shift. He looked at his daughter's sleeping face, smiled slightly, and then looked around vigilantly. It was indeed dangerous to spend the night in the jungle, but it was also a helpless move. After all, there was no room for everyone in the van. With the stench of the corpses around, the zombies basically couldn't get in, and the night passed like this. Chapter 6:19. The next day, after packing their luggage, everyone continued on their journey with empty stomachs. Just as their car started, several zombies walked out of the woods behind them. As the distance gradually shortened, everyone saw familiar plants and trees. Only Zhang Yin and his friends looked expectant. They walked until almost dark before they got home. When the van drove onto the bridge, Qinyu was excited and wanted to see the person he had been thinking about day and night. But he knew in his heart that he couldn't rest for the time being. After getting out of the car and hugging Dazhuang, Qinyu asked him to help arrange accommodation for Zhang Yin and others, and then hurried to Xiaojiu. Watching Qinyu's back as he left, Dazhuang walked over and hugged Zhang Yin tightly, then smiled and said, "Brother, long time no see. I miss you too." Zhang Yin was also very excited, and after letting go, he patted Dazhuang's shoulder. Then he turned around and called, "Rui Rui, come and call someone." "Hello, Brother Dazhuang. Hello, Sister Yongzi." Zhang Rui took a few steps forward and called out obediently. "Hee, Sister Shirui, long time no see." Dazhuang smiled and nodded. After the words fell, Dazhuang turned around and said, "Well, sister, take her there, and live in whichever house she likes." At this point, Dazhuang hesitated slightly and continued, "Xiaofeng, you can go with us." Yufeng was curiously looking at the big black dog on the sentry box, and forgot to reply for a moment. Seeing this, Wang Tianhai quickly poked him with his elbow. After being reminded, Yufeng reacted and quickly agreed, "Okay." After that, Yang Zi took Zhang Rui's hand and asked various questions while taking the 2 children away. "Who is this?" Because Qinyu left too quickly, Dazhuang didn't know Fu Qian, so he asked curiously. At this time, Dazhuang saw the baby in his arms again, and he was even more confused. Why did Xiaoyu go out and bring back a child? After hearing this series of words, Zhang Yin began to speak truthfully. However, when they were halfway through their conversation, the baby in Fu Qian's arms suddenly started crying. This made the grown men anxious. Usually, they could chop zombies and deal with enemies, but they couldn't coax a child at all. Uncle Hua and Alay left after returning to the camp, so only Zhang Yin, Dazhuang, Fu Qian and Wang Tianhai were left by the van. Except for Dazhuang, the 3 of them surrounded the child, but they couldn't coax him at all. Just when they were at their wits' end, a small female voice suddenly came from the side. "How about I give it a try?" Hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look, and Dazhuang also breathed a sigh of relief. "Please, you are the most experienced person in our camp." "It's okay." Qianxi shook his head slightly, stretched out his hand to take the baby from Zhang Yin's arms, then looked at it, put his nose close to smell it, and chuckled. "It's pooping, so it's crying. Didn't you smell it?" Qianxi patted the baby gently with her little hand and asked curiously. Hearing this, Fu Qian scratched his head awkwardly. I have been in the wild for too long, my body stinks, and I didn't react for a while. Do you have a replacement? Chen Shi continued to ask. Yes. Zhang Yin said, then walked to the back of the van, opened it, and took out the pile of things. Seeing the milk powder in the corner, Chen Shi was stunned. Although Zhang Yin had his back to her, he knew to say something good for Chen Yu. One of these is for another child. Xiao Yu said, there is also a baby in the camp. Thank you. Chen Shi's eyes were slightly red, and she whispered, don't be so formal. The Zhuang helped to lift the milk powder, turned his head and smiled at her. Those who could enter this door are our family. Let's go, change the child, so that he won't cry all the time. Hearing this, Chen Shi wiped the corners of her eyes with her fingers and whispered, let's go, my home. At this point, she stopped, and then started again. There is hot water where I live, just enough. As soon as the voice fell, several people began to go over there. Zhang Yin looked around along the way, and said with emotion, although the environment is unfamiliar, the people are still the same as before, and have not changed at all. Yes, it is not easy for us to reunite. De Zhuang walked beside him, and echoed. Suddenly, he turned his head, and looked behind him. Where is Li Yao? Why don't I see her? Hearing this, Zhang Yin sighed and began to speak. By the lake, Xiao Jiu took a pistol and began to test the bullets he made. To prevent accidents, he did not try it himself, nor did he let Lu Wenjing try it. Instead, he fixed the gun on a branch, tied it to the top of a wooden stick with a nail, and pulled the trigger from a few meters away. Bang! When the gun went off, Xiao Jiu almost instantly heard something different, but he didn't take it too seriously. As long as it didn't explode and could be fired, it was enough in today's environment. Walking to the pistol, Xiao Jiu took out the telescope and looked at the target in the distance. Although it was a little off from the expected target point, it was still okay. Hey, it's useful so soon? After asking around on the way, Chen Yu found Xiao Jiu's location. You're back. How was your trip? Seeing this, Chen Yu was slightly surprised. You seem to be very sure that I will come back. Hearing this, Xiao Jiu looked at him and smiled. I still have this confidence. When Haozi and Uncle Hua came back, I was indeed a little scared, but then I thought about it carefully, and I knew that you must be fine. Well, why? Chen Yu walked up to him and asked curiously. If it was just one man and one tiger surrounded by zombies, they would definitely not disperse so quickly. Xiao Jiu smiled and began to talk. Secondly, killing is easy, but how to deal with a body is difficult. Uncle Hua was a mercenary before, and usually performed long-distance sniping. Even after close combat, he basically did not deal with the aftermath. Not to mention Haozi, they have little experience in this area, so they often ignore details. If they were more careful, this mistake would have been solved by itself. Chen Yu nodded, not quite understanding. If it wasn't the end of the world, most people wouldn't be able to tell the difference, right? Your friend can do it. I guess it didn't take him much time to catch up, right? Hearing this, Chen Yu gave a thumbs up in admiration. To be honest, if the roles were reversed, I definitely wouldn't have found a Lei so quickly. He is really good, and it seems like you two are evenly matched. I can bring one person with me every time I go out in the future, that's great. Chapter 620. After speaking, Xiao Jiu took the pistol, quickly disassembled it, and then said with a smile, we are friends, not enemies. Why do we have to compete with each other? Hee, I'm just curious. Chen Yu took the barrel and looked at it, then blinked. You came at the right time. I have something to tell you. After Xiao Jiu confirmed that the bullets could be used normally, he told Chen Yu everything that happened in the past few days. About half an hour later, Chen Yu looked at the lake with a calm face and whispered, what do you think? Me. Xiao Jiu turned and looked at a villa, where Lu Wenjing was imprisoned. After pondering for a while, he said calmly, this person is a highly intelligent person. If he hadn't taken the wrong road, we would never have been able to catch him. Oh, why do you say that? Chen Yu looked at him. After hearing this, Xiao Jiu told a story. A few minutes later, Chen Yu shook his head helplessly. So that's it. I seem to have heard someone say last time that the group of people had a fight in the community. Uncle Hua found out about it, but he was too far away to know clearly. Now after interrogation, he found out that the one who caused trouble that day was this guy. Okay. Chen Yu nodded and continued to look at the lake. After a while, he turned his head and said, Brother Xiao, I'm asking you for help recently. Originally, these things had nothing to do with you, but Uncle Hua, Qi Hao, and even Xiao Yin have been helping with all their heart and soul. Xiao Jiu waved his hand and said disapprovingly, we are also friends who have lived together for a lifetime, So there is no need to say these things. I regret not coming back earlier, otherwise I could help you more. I heard that many people have not been found, right? At this point, Chinyu put his hands in his pockets and turned around, whispering, well, there is no hope to continue looking. After all, there is no communication function now, which is too weak. Yes, it is actually very dangerous to go out like you often. After all, the wild is not like the city, and you can use zombies for cover. Xiao Jiao said easily. Then he looked at Chinyu seriously and continued to add, I think we should reduce the number of times we go out. Teammates are important, but it is not worth it to sacrifice your own safety to find the whereabouts. After saying that, Xiao Jiao patted the dust off Chinyu's shoulders. I understand. Chinyu nodded. He also knew his ability. It was not easy for him to survive last time. If it happened again, or even more dangerous, Chinyu might never see Lin Yi again. After a while, Xiao Jiao turned and walked towards the villa, and asked, what are your plans next? Just as Chinyu was about to answer, he took the lead and said, I suggest you take a rest for a while, take care of the camp first, and then consider other things. We are all ordinary people. We don't have superpowers. We may be overwhelmed by too many things. If we are more open-minded, maybe the final result will be good. Hearing this, Chinyu paused and said softly, I think so too. At least let the camp achieve self-production and self-consumption, which will not only stabilize the food source, but also allow everyone to strive to eat 3 meals a day. After the voice fell, he smiled bitterly, reached out and touched his cheek, and continued, I feel that the end of the world is a perfect opportunity for everyone to lose weight. You can't get fat even if you want to. After that, they had a brief conversation and then separated. Xiao Jiao needed to divide the potassium nitrate and sulfur according to the proportion, and also refine more to make gunpowder. In this situation, he had the same plan as Chinyu. Even if the bullet was not loaded, it had to stay in the magazine at all times. Only in this way, no matter what threat they encountered in the future, they would have the confidence to save their lives. After all, in the current situation, guns were enough, and explosives were easy to attract zombies. In the end, whether it was a group of corpses or a tide of corpses, they could not solve it. A few minutes later, Chinyu stood at the door of the basement with a calm face. After hesitating for a moment, he pushed the door and walked in. Hearing the noise, Lu Wenjing shouted weakly, one more person means one more force. I just want to stay alive, even if you lock me up all day. Before he finished speaking, he saw another person coming in, and then said in a deep voice, why is it you? Chinyu ignored him, but looked around the surrounding environment. Then he looked at the plastic basin of feces and urine in the corner, and said expressionlessly, when you attacked other survivors, did you ever think that you would be stabbed one day? Hearing this, Lu Wenjing turned his head and spit on the ground, and said unconvincedly, so what, I touched your people? No. Then what right do you have? He asked 3 questions in a row, as if he wanted to vent the resentment in his heart. Those who died under your knife, did they have any connection with you? Chenyu asked back, his tone a little cold. We are stronger than them. Life or death is just a matter of words. If I hadn't been defeated, would I be locked up here now? Seeing his frustrated look, Chenyu suddenly laughed. Then he took out the key and threw it over. Untie it and follow me. After saying that, Chenyu stepped out of the basement. After watching him walk away, Lu Wenjing hesitated, hooked the key on the ground with his toes, and then opened the shackles. A few minutes later, Chenyu took him out from the back exit. As he walked, he was checking a certain pistol. Soon they were getting farther and farther away, until they stopped at the edge of a cliff. What are you doing? Lu Wenjing had been detained for a long time, and had not seen the sun. Now that he was exposed to the sun, he actually felt a little exhausted. It was only half an hour away, but he was breathing rapidly. Hearing this, Chenyu looked at his watch and said lightly, It's almost time. Hearing this, Lu Wenjing's face changed, and then he roared, Even if you get the blueprint, what? Aren't you afraid of problems in the future? Leave me here, I can help you, really. Fearing that Chenyu couldn't do it, Lu Wenjing knelt on the ground with a plop. In the face of death, dignity has long been forgotten. Hee, let's play a game. Chenyu took out the pistol, pulled the bolt, and then held it with one hand and aimed forward. You? Being pointed at by the black muzzle, Lu Wenjing stuttered. At this moment, Chenyu suddenly smiled and pulled the trigger on the spot. Bang! The gunshot. Then there was a sound of falling to the ground. At the same time, many water stains appeared on the ground. Chapter 621. After firing a shot, Chenyu still looked forward calmly, as if the shot was not fired by him. Lu Wenjing knelt on the ground, holding his head with both hands and shaking constantly, but strangely, he still felt pain. That feeling was very strange, and it seemed indescribable. Then he opened his eyes nervously, first saw that he was frightened and incontinent, and then continued to look at his ankles. Yes, that's right, it was still the pain from his feet. Then he opened his eyes and roared angrily, "You fired a blank gun to scare me? Do you know that I was almost scared to death? Isn't that good? It saves me from having to do anything." Chinyu smiled and shrugged. Hearing this, Lu Wenjing seemed to have his throat pinched, and his face flushed instantly. Yes, he is a prisoner, and his life or death depends on the choices of these people. "Look behind you," Chinyu said lightly. Hearing this, Lu Wenjing turned his head and found the dead zombie. Just when he wanted to speak, Chinyu continued calmly, "Let's play a game. As long as you make the right choice, I will let you live. I mean what I say." Hearing this, Lu Wenjing sneered, "Come and kill me, there's no need to tease me." After he finished speaking, Chinyu looked at him with a bit of amusement, staring down at the water stains on the ground, and asked, "You're talking so harshly. Where did the urine on the ground come from?" "You?" Lu Wenjing stood up excitedly, pointing his finger forward, but because the handcuffs were still there, his movements looked a bit funny. "Stop barking." Chinyu waved his hand impatiently and said in a deep voice, "The opportunity is right in front of you. Do you want it or not?" Lu Wenjing pondered for a while, looked at him with resentment, and then whispered, "How to play? What are the rules? You can't let me try it myself." After he finished speaking, Chinyu narrated with a blank expression, "Walk about 100 meters to your right. There is a tree with an S sign on it, with 2 ropes hanging on it. If you pull one of them, the corresponding one will fall down." "What's on it?" Lu Wenjing asked. "I don't know," Chinyu said softly. "Remember, this game determines your life or death." As this sentence ended, Chinyu turned around and threw the pistol off the cliff in front of Lu Wenjing. Seeing this, Lu Wenjing hesitated and looked to the right, then walked over there unwillingly. Chinyu still stared at his back calmly, and someone's figure flashed in his mind. Brother Xiao, I hope you can do this well, otherwise I will be in danger of death." A few days ago, Chinyu privately found Xiao Jiao and asked him to help with some things. One of them was to figure out the steps of making bullets. After walking for a while, Lu Wenjing turned around and looked back. Due to the dense jungle, he could not see the Chinyu people. After roughly estimating the distance, Lu Wenjing found the tree. When he got closer, he saw that there was indeed a letter S drawn on it. But Lu Wenjing was completely unsure because he didn't know whether this letter meant life or death. He didn't care about that. Anyway, Lu Wenjing had nothing at the moment and just wanted to survive. He looked up and saw that there were indeed 2 ropes, and there was indeed something corresponding to them. Lu Wenjing was a little nearsighted, so he couldn't see it clearly. He squinted his eyes slightly, stood on tiptoe and looked up, and then he could recognize it. First, there was a key hanging on the left, just an ordinary key. But Lu Wenjing didn't know why, he was sure that it was used to unlock his handcuffs. At the same time, there was another item hanging next to the key, which was 2 matches and fire paper. Seeing this, Lu Wenjing was already a little tempted, and he wanted to take it down and run away immediately. After all, the rules of the game determine your life and death, so if you take the key to unlock the handcuffs and run away with the matches, wouldn't you live? But the problem is, he hasn't seen what's on the right, and he's itching. After a psychological struggle, Lu Wenjing decided to take a look. No matter what it is, he will only choose the left one. Then he looked up, but his breathing became rapid. Hanging on the right is a pistol, and a bottle of something that looks like milk. At this time, Lu Wenjing desperately missed the taste of milk, and his eyes were a little fanatical. Then he thought quickly and said to himself, "I choose the one on the right first, and then I won't touch the pistol. After drinking the milk, I take the one on the left. Isn't that okay?" Because of being too hungry, Lu Wenjing's brain also had some problems. It was because he was hungry for too long that he was forced to pick up the pen even though he knew that he would die if he drew the blueprint. Because Lu Wenjing still had confidence, that is, not everyone can make bullets. Even if that group of people took the blueprint and copied it, what if there were problems later? Then wouldn't they still have to ask him, a professional? In Lu Wenjing's view, this group of people now is still the same as Su Dali before. No matter how big a mess he made, he would never die. Licking his cracked lips, Lu Wenjing gritted his teeth, stood on tiptoe, and grabbed the rope on the right. Seeing the milk getting closer and closer, Lu Wenjing was a little excited, but he also looked to the left. At this moment, Lu Wenjing panicked and wanted to jump up to grab the rope on the left. Unfortunately, the distance was not enough. Is that so? Lu Wenjing turned his head to look in the direction he came from, his eyes erratic. It seems that no matter what he chooses, he will lose something else. Seeing the key getting farther and farther away, while the milk was getting closer, Lu Wenjing couldn't help it, and simply made up his mind to continue pulling. When he got the glass bottle of milk in his hand, Lu Wenjing excitedly opened it, and then drank it. After drinking it quickly, Lu Wenjing wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and his eyes unconsciously moved down, and saw the pistol that fell to the ground. After hesitating for a while, he picked up the gun and untied the rope. Feeling the heavy object in his hand, Lu Wenjing narrowed his eyes slightly, and then took off the magazine. Then, he took a deep breath, and quickly reloaded it. The bullet is full. Lu Wenjing's heart beat very fast, and he couldn't believe it. But he was still skeptical, and then he carefully picked out a bullet, and held it in his hand to check it carefully. No problem? Lu Wenjing was very surprised. Based on his experience, he couldn't see any problem with the bullet, and it didn't look like it had been tampered with. At this moment, Lu Wenjing raised his pistol and aimed at the rope on the left, wanting to break it and get the key to escape. But just as he was about to pull the trigger, Lu Wenjing was unwilling to give up. He turned his head to look at Chen Yu's position, his eyes erratic. Chapter 622. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Wenjing clenched his pistol and turned back. When he saw Chen Yu, he felt his palms sweating. Lu Wenjing still couldn't figure out what the other party meant. In the current situation, he was obviously more advantageous. Hearing the footsteps, Chen Yu turned around and looked at him, smiling and said, "It seems that you have made your choice." After the voice fell, Lu Wenjing raised his pistol and aimed it forward, frowning and said, "What do you mean?" Hearing this, Chen Yu said calmly, "What do you think?" Lu Wenjing was a little confused, because he found that this man looked very confident and had no fear at all. Thinking of this, Lu Wenjing gritted his teeth and pulled the bolt with his left hand. But even though the bullet was loaded, Chen Yu still looked the same. Just then, zombies began to appear at the edge of the woods. Chen Yu laughed. It seems that they also heard the gunshots just now. The sun gradually set, and it was almost dark, and Lu Wenjing's face became more and more gloomy. Earlier, Chen Yu threw the pistol off the cliff, and Lu Wenjing saw it all. At this moment, Chen Yu put his hands in his pockets, not looking like he had a gun at all. Without caring about so much, Lu Wenjing simply said, "I don't care what you are up to. Anyway, the gun is in my hand now, and the gun is normal. I want to see how many shots you can take." After saying that, Lu Wenjing's eyes narrowed, and he pulled the trigger on the spot. In a flash, Chen Yu shook his head slightly, and his whole body quickly jumped to the side. The reason for dodging was not because he did not trust Xiaojiu, but mainly because this was the first time he had done this, and it would be bad if something unexpected happened. Gunshot. Chen Yu fell to the ground, but it was just to dodge. The next second, Lu Wenjing's face turned pale. He looked at his bloody right hand and trembled. How? How could it explode? Lu Wenjing's right hand was in great pain at this time. He couldn't figure it out. The bullet was normal, and the gun was fine, but it couldn't be fired. Then he raised his head and asked fiercely, "How did you do it?" After he finished speaking, Chen Yu patted the dirt off his body and climbed up from the ground, saying calmly, "I said, the choice you make determines your own life and death." After saying the last word, Chen Yu grinned, turned around, grabbed the rope at his feet, and resolutely jumped off the cliff. Watching Chen Yu's back disappear, Lu Wenjing rushed over with his bloody hand. Lu Wenjing's eyes were red, and he cursed in anger. At this moment, there was something else besides him on the cliff. Dense zombies began to walk out of the woods, and their target was him, a human being. Lu Wenjing felt a sweet taste in his throat, and suddenly spurted out blood. The next second, he rushed back to pick up the pistol on the ground, then quickly took it back to the edge of the cliff, and then took off the magazine. When the bullet was pulled out and placed in his hand, Lu Wenjing gave up on the spot. Then he collapsed on the grass and muttered to himself, so that's it. Now Lu Wenjing has understood what this game is. Soon, dozens of zombies came up and rushed straight towards him. A few seconds later, Lu Wenjing was lying on the ground, watching the zombies dig up his abdomen and stuff the bloody intestines into his mouth. He finally regretted it. If I had known that day, I would have hidden for a while longer. Chen Yu stood on a tree under the cliff, looking at the edge of the cliff with a calm expression. More than a minute later, he grabbed the rope and slid down again. After landing, Chen Yu patted the dust on his body, picked up the pistol he had thrown away before, and turned to leave. As for the rope, it was left here. If you come here again in the future, you can also use it to escape. Chinyu did not go back to pick up the gun on the cliff for the time being. After all, zombies would not use this thing. I went to Chinyu to ask briefly, and there are enough guns in the camp at present. Although most of them were taken away by Huyao, they were all hunting rifles. There are also quite a few pistols. Some guns in the community were hidden in the wild before. Alay took them back when he had time, except for a few whose whereabouts were unknown. There is no shortage of guns now, and bullets are the most important. When I returned to the camp, it was already dark. Chinyu just came in from the back entrance, and a voice came from the side. Why waste so much effort? Xiao Jiao pulled Chinyu. Hearing this, Chinyu looked at him and smiled. I don't want to kill people for no reason. But the facts prove that when those people have more choices, they tend to be more greedy. Xiao Jiao was silent for a few seconds and said softly. Chinyu patted his shoulder, and the two walked towards home. Human nature, we really can't afford to test it. What if he really took the key and ran away? Xiao Jiao asked again. Haha, in that case, the pistol on the right will also fall down, Chinyu said with a smile. If he still resists revenge in this situation, I will knock him out and take him to a far place to throw him away. After listening, Xiao Jiao smacked his lips. Unfortunately, he still couldn't resist in the end. Chinyu walked quietly and didn't answer again. For more than a year, every time he took action, it was either to keep himself alive or to keep the people around him alive. It's easy to let go of the enemy, but it's hard to prevent others from coming back to attack. This time, Chinyu was really reluctant to kill Lu Wenjing. If he kept him, he could exchange him for supplies with other camps later. After all, in the Doomsday, a person who knows how to make bullets is really important. But then again, Lu Wenjing has killed too many people, and there is no way he can stay with him for a long time. What's more, Chinyu is absolutely not confident in letting him make bullets. After thinking about it, Chinyu is still unwilling to gamble with such an enemy who enjoys killing people. Even if he can make missiles, it's useless. Maybe one day he will point the gun at his own people. At that time, Chinyu will only regret it. After parting with Xiao Jiao, Chinyu did not go home directly, but went to the parking lot first and found the van. Then he opened the door, searched in the corner of the back seat, and picked up a green bag. The things in it were what he planned to give to Lin Yi. A few minutes later, Chinyu dragged his tired body back to the door of the villa. Seeing the faint candlelight behind the first floor window, he felt much more relaxed. Entering the yard, Chinyu pushed open the door, took the slippers next to him, and put them on, and then walked to the living room. The next second, the beautiful figure on the sofa came into view. Lin Yi, with long hair draped over her shoulders, and wearing a cute pajamas, dozed off with one hand supporting her head. Chapter 623. Watching Lin Yi soaking her feet on the sofa, Chinyu's heart moved, and he walked over as quietly as possible. Then he put the bag of items on the table, squatted in front of the basin, rolled up his sleeves, and gently lifted her feet. It had been several days since the last time she took out the zombie's internal organs, and there were no wounds on Lin Yi's feet, so there would be no problem even if they touched. While gently pinching Lin Yi's very beautiful little feet, Chinyu looked at her tenderly. Then Chinyu lowered his head and scooped some water with his hands, and pressed Lin Yi's heels again. Suddenly, the foot on the knee retracted, and Chinyu raised his head, just in time to meet Lin Yi's eyes. The next second, he was about to speak, but Lin Yi suddenly rushed forward, threw the whole person into Chinyu's arms, and hugged tightly, and refused to let go. I'm sorry. Before she finished speaking, Lin Yi shook her head and said, Don't talk. Let me hold you for a while, I miss you. Hearing this, Chinyu smiled bitterly, gently reached out, and patted her back, and said gently, You can hold me as long as you want. After the words fell, Lin Yi blushed and replied, Yeah. After a while, Chinyu felt his legs were numb from squatting. He looked down and said helplessly, This girl, she refused to let go even when she fell asleep. Although Chinyu was also very tired, he still managed to hold on. This was also thanks to his constant exercise, and his body was getting better and better. Looking at the sofa next to him, Chinyu tried to sit on it. Just then, Lin Yi woke up, and she quickly let go, and the whole person was ready to stand up, but she forgot that she was still soaking her feet. As her feet slipped, Lin Yi screamed and fell backwards on the spot. At the same time, she subconsciously reached out and grabbed Chinyu, who had just stood up. Chinyu's legs were numb, and he didn't have time to react, so he just pressed over. Seeing Chinyu's strong body fall on her, Lin Yi's face was redder than ever before. She felt ashamed. How can such a scene in a TV series really happen? Seeing Lin Yi holding up with her hands, Chinyu was stunned for a moment, and then quickly stood up. Sorry. Hearing this, Lin Yi came back to her senses, looked at him, and quickly waved her hands. No, I don't dislike you, it's just that you smell a little bit. Lin Yi's voice was already very low when she spoke the last part. Hearing this, Jin Yu smiled bitterly and said, "It does smell a little bit. I boil some water to wash it later." "Is your face clean?" Suddenly, Lin Yi asked in a low voice with her head down. "What?" Jin Yu didn't hear it clearly. Seeing this, Lin Yi sat up and moved a little closer to him, and asked with a red face, "I say, is your face clean? There should be no zombie blood, right?" Jin Yu suddenly realized. He shook his head, looked at the bag on the table and said, "No, there was some mud on it last time. I washed it clean later." "Baji." Lin Yi leaned over and kissed him directly. "Seeing you come back safely, this is a reward for you." Lin Yi's voice was small, but she still looked at Jin Yu seriously. At this moment, her ears also turned red, and under the light of the candle, she looked particularly cute and moving. Jin Yu pursed his lips and asked with a smile, "Then you came back so many times before, can you make up for it?" After saying that, he moved forward a little. "Get lost," Lin Yi said angrily, holding her hands in front of her chest. "Don't push it, this is my first kiss." Hearing this, Jin Yu laughed. "Then what about the last time when I was seriously injured?" After the voice fell, Lin Yi's cheeks turned red again, and she lowered her head and said, "Oh yes, it was last time." Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more awkward, Lin Yi glanced at the bag on the table, pointed and asked, "What is this?" "It's a gift for you. The packaging bag takes up space, so I opened it in advance." Hearing this, Lin Yi quickly picked it up, put her feet into slippers, and ran upstairs. "Remember to pour the water." Looking at Lin Yi in her nightgown running in front of him, her legs even reflected some light, Jin Yu liked her more and more. Shaking his head slightly, putting aside the thoughts in his mind, Jin Yu stood up and walked towards the backyard with the basin. Second floor. Lin Yi sat on the bed in her bedroom, opened the bag, and took out the things inside. The next second, she looked at the little rabbit doll in her hand, covered her mouth and smiled, and then put it on the bedside. "Hey, let me introduce you. This big rabbit is your brother." After boiling some hot water, Jin Yu took a set of clothes, and then simply stood in the yard, wearing a large pair of shorts, picked up a towel and started to wipe. He was so sleepy now, that he really didn't want to waste time taking a shower. After simply washing his hair with clean water, and wiping it with a towel, Jin Yu put on his clothes, and went back to sleep. As soon as he touched the pillow, Jin Yu fell asleep soon. Later, when Lin Yi came in with dinner, she found that he was still sleeping soundly, so she didn't disturb him, but quietly closed the door and walked out. Jin Yu didn't wake up until 8 o'clock the next morning. After a night of rest, he felt refreshed. Sitting on the bed, Jin Yu was about to take the clothes next to him, but he saw a note on the bedside table. Picking it up, there were a few lines of small words on it, written very beautifully. Seeing this, Jin Yu muttered, "Isn't it said that doctors' handwriting is hard to recognize? How come you write so beautifully?" After talking to himself, Jin Yu looked at the note carefully. "There is a stewed Christian carp soup on the stove in the backyard. I'm going to the infirmary." In the lower right corner of the note, there were 2 numbers left, 11, and a small heart was drawn next to it. After reading it, Jin Yu smiled slightly, folded the note, and put it in his pocket, and stood up to get dressed. After drinking it quickly, Jin Yu washed the bowl and prepared to take a good look at this camp. When he came back last night, he was a little curious about how there was so much water to soak his feet. With Lin Yi's personality, she would never be willing to use drinking water to soak her feet. Although her life before the end of the world might have been more luxurious, it is completely different now. But despite his doubts, Jin Yu didn't plan to ask. After all, in his opinion, he wanted to give Lin Yi a better life. After walking around the wall for a few minutes, Jin Yu saw Xiao Kong carrying a bag of things, and then walked over and asked, "What are you doing?" Hearing the familiar voice, Xiao Kong turned his head in surprise, then put down the things on his shoulders, and ran over. "Brother Chen, you're back." After saying that, he opened his arms and wanted to hug. Seeing this, Jin Yu looked at the dust on Xiao Kong's body, shook his head and took a step back. "I just changed my clothes last night. Stay away from me." Chapter 624. Hearing this, Xiao Kong smiled and patted his body. "I was so busy that I forgot. Look, I'm carrying cement." "What are you doing with this?" Chen Yu asked curiously. "Well, Sister Feng said that there is a power outage now, and it is inconvenient for everyone to wash clothes. Last time, she asked Yu Dajiang if he knew how to make a washing table. This time, she plans to make one while there are cement and bricks." Just after he finished speaking, Xiao Kong hurriedly patted his leg. "Oh no, I have to go over quickly, you can go around by yourself first." After saying that, he ran away carrying the bag of cement. Although Shao Kahn was sweating profusely at this time, he still held the cement firmly on his shoulders. Seeing this, Jinyu smiled slightly. Although the 100 kilograms of cement was divided into two halves, it was still 50 kilograms. Being able to carry it means that the recent exercise is also good. Then Jinyu continued to check the camp wall, and he was a little emotional. The previous community still had a few places to be supplemented, but now it is perfect. The villa area where everyone is now is indeed much larger, and it has all the necessary areas. Although Jinyu is very envious, he does not approve of this approach. Relying on looting other survivors' camps, and enslaving those talents to build it will eventually shoot itself in the foot. It can be said that if the people who abandoned the examination room before had restrained themselves a little, and did not kidnap Wang Tianhai, perhaps they would still be alive and kicking now. Jinyu stood outside the greenhouse, reached out, and touched the film, and was about to leave when he saw Han Liyuan appear from the corner. Since she was facing away, she didn't notice Jinyu. Seeing this, Jinyu walked over and looked at Han Liu struggling to carry 2 buckets of feces, and then reached out to take them. However, this sudden hand scared Han Liyuan, and she moved to the side. Unfortunately, due to the slippery ground, her left foot missed and her body began to fall on the spot. Ouch! Han Liyuan covered her buttocks and turned her head angrily to complain. "Who is it? You are walking without making any sound, right?" After she finished speaking, she saw who it was and quickly stood up from the ground, her face slightly flushed, and she said, "I'm sorry. I thought it was someone else." Hearing this, Jinyu glanced at Han Liyuan. At this time, she had her hair tied up and was wearing an apron. She was indeed very different from before. Then Jinyu shook his head slightly and said lightly, "I'm used to walking more lightly. You are the one who was scared. You don't need to apologize." Hearing this, Han Liyuan still rubbed her left buttocks and glanced at Jinyu carefully. "Really? You don't even know how to help me." Of course, Han Liyuan didn't dare to say this out loud, and could only mutter in her heart, "What are you doing?" Jinyu frowned slightly, a little uncomfortable with this taste, and then stepped back a little. When it came to business, Han Liyuan's attitude also straightened up, and said seriously, "I'm a little uncomfortable here, it's too comfortable, I want to find something to do, so that I won't let myself think about it." After saying this, Jinyu's eyes dimmed a little, and he said softly, "It's a pity, it would be great if she could think like you." "What?" Han Liyuan blinked. "Who are you talking about?" "Nothing." Jinyu waved his hand and continued to ask, "Can you lift it? Do you need me to call someone to help you?" Hearing this, Han Liyuan lifted her hair on her forehead and said with a smile, "It's a small matter, you don't have to worry about me, it's just carrying a dung bucket. I have lain in a dung pit before, and those zombies at that time." "Okay, then you continue." Jinyu nodded, turned around and left. Han Liyuan was interrupted, stunned in place, then smiled bitterly, and said to herself, "I really envy Dr. Kobayashi." After taking a look at the filth in the bucket, Han Liyuan picked up the wood chips, then lifted the 2 buckets with a hook and walked towards the shed. About half an hour later, when she came out of the shed, and saw Jinyu holding a box and walking with Lin Yi, making the latter laugh, the envy in her eyes became even stronger. However, Han Liyuan knew very well that she could not compare with Dr. Xiaolin in terms of age or other aspects, and she would never do anything disgusting. Shaking her head slightly, Han Liyuan continued to work behind the toilet. A few hundred kilometers away, a luxurious manor seemed particularly deserted. It was a large place with many people, but unfortunately no one lived in the house. 2 girls wearing silk scarves were carrying a large iron bucket filled with black unknown substances. They looked very strenuous. At this time, Sister Yuan had cuts all over her body and several cuts on her hands. She walked with a limp. She came in through the gap and just jumped off the iron fence when an arrow suddenly flew over. With a swish, the arrow shot through her clothes instantly and then nailed her directly to the ground. A few seconds later, a woman in tights slid down from the tree in front and drew out the half-meter-long knife with a cold face. "I've said it before, anyone who enters the territory will be killed without mercy. You are so brave that you dare to sneak in here." As soon as the voice fell, the woman in black walked in front of Sister Yuan and raised the knife expressionlessly. At this moment, the window on the 2nd floor of the manor was pushed open, and then a middle-aged man with white hair stood there and said in a deep voice, "Bring her here first, I have something to ask her." But this person violated the rules. The woman in black turned her head and asked coldly, I said, bring him up. The white-haired man frowned slightly, already a little unhappy. You are like this. Before he finished speaking, the white-haired man suddenly threw out a flying knife and said in a deep voice, when is it your turn to restrict me when I do things? The flying knife was very fast, and the woman in black turned her head slightly, and a section of her hair in front of her forehead was cut off. Although she could dodge, she was not willing to dodge. Then the woman in black turned around with anger in her eyes, glared at Sister Yuan lying on the ground, stomped her feet, and walked in another direction. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more awkward, a short-haired young man ran out from the other side. He bowed to the second floor of the manor, then bowed his head and said, my sister is not feeling well recently, I will bring her up to you. After saying that, without waiting for the other party to reply, the short-haired young man turned his head, grabbed Sister Yuan's shoulders, and lifted her up directly. With a crash, because the arrow was not taken out, the clothes were instantly torn after the person stood up. The next second, many people around looked over, and the men licked their lips, wishing they could pounce on her. And at this time, Sister Yuan did not hide anything, and let them see openly. But soon there were voices, accompanied by the sound of slaps. You can't even feed your family, and you're still thinking about the ones outside? Chapter 625. Sister Yuan looked over at the sound, and her heart moved slightly, and she had a new plan. After a while, she was taken to the second floor hall. Just a glance, the back of the man in a white gown in front of her made Sister Yuan feel as if her breathing was blocked, and she could only lower her head and be forced to go over. Sister Yuan was about to speak, but she found that her right hand was suddenly grabbed by the short-haired young man and then pressed on the steps. What are you going to do? She was a little panicked and tried to struggle out, but it was like being pressed by a mountain and she couldn't move at all. A few seconds later, the white-haired man turned around. His eyes were very deep, and he looked like he had no aura, but Sister Yuan was extremely scared at this moment. Because a few days ago, a man in gray clothes had been chasing her, and Sister Yuan also felt this fear from the bottom of her heart. It was a feeling, like looking at a lion or tiger at close range, and your legs started to tremble involuntarily. After all, from any perspective, it is impossible for humans to not be afraid when facing such a large mammal alone without any safety measures. The most terrifying thing is that she felt a similar feeling in a man's eyes. It was as if she had become a dying person. This was indeed the case. If Eru had not been unable to leave, she would have only lived a few more minutes even if she jumped off the cliff. It was one thing to let Qin Yu get exercise, and it was another to see him in danger. Originally thought that she would never have this feeling in this life, but Sister Yuan did not expect that she would experience it again in this white-haired man. Obviously, the man opposite looked calm, but Sister Yuan understood that the more such people who did not threaten at first glance, the more ruthless they would be. Just as she was in a daze, the white-haired man stepped down the stairs and nodded slightly. Let's do it. What do you mean? Sister Yuan came back to her senses and asked in confusion. The next second, the short-haired young man next to her nodded, stretched out his hand and passed it across her ankle, and a dagger with a flat tip appeared in his hand in an instant. Sister Yuan saw this and understood everything, and said excitedly, I'm here to deliver information. There is a place with a lot of supplies, solar energy, and endless fish. Before she finished speaking, the short-haired young man resolutely chopped off her little finger with the dagger, instantly separating it. The sudden blow caused Sister Yuan to faint on the spot. It's just a broken finger, but you can still faint. The short-haired young man said with some contempt, took out a clean handkerchief to wipe the dagger, and then put it away. Take it away, let a Ling pick it up for her. The white-haired man remained calm, and said lightly. Understood. He was still familiar with this kind of thing, so the short-haired young man did not ask more questions, picked up the finger, got a cart from the corner, and put the fainted woman on it. Just as he was about to leave, a voice came from behind again. Xiao Jia, I hope you can persuade her more. Hearing this, the young man named Long Jia stopped walking. He looked at the woman in tattered clothes on the cart, his eyes were very calm, and he said softly, Okay, instructor, I will try my best. After the voice fell, he pushed the cart away. Looking at the other person's back, the white-haired man stood with his hands behind his back, and turned to look out the window. After a simple meal at noon, Qin Yu was about to go to the weapons warehouse to take a look, but was suddenly called away by Xiaoyin. Can you speak slower? Qin Yu looked at the girl next to him, who was chattering non-stop, and said helplessly, Oh, to put it simply, the tree just fell down, and we went over to see it, and then we found a well. Xiaoyin was very excited. She clearly understood what this thing represented in the doomsday. As long as it was not polluted by zombies, there would be endless fresh water to drink. After all, as long as it rained occasionally, the water in the well would not dry up. Then what? Chinyu asked as he walked with her. Then, there was a lot of garbage inside, and the water was extremely dirty. I came back to call for help, and the noise attracted a lot of zombies. Hearing the appearance of zombies, Chinyu immediately ran over there. Hey, wait for me. Xiaoyin hurriedly shouted. She just looked back, and then when she looked again, Chinyu had already run away. A few minutes later, Chinyu cooperated with everyone to kill all the zombies that appeared, and then continued to drag the corpses together. After all, this place is just outside the camp. Although the stench of corpses can drive away zombies, the stench they emit will also affect everyone's survival. The corpses were piled up together, almost as tall as a person. Hongwu clapped his hands. Although they had experienced many things together, he still looked gentle with a smile. Do you think we should burn them or dig a pit to bury them? Hongwu turned his head and asked. Hearing this, Chinyu looked at the others and said softly, burn them. You go back to the well and watch it first, so that no zombies fall in. Okay. Hongwu nodded, turned around and left without any hesitation. Looking at this burly man, although Chinyu didn't communicate much with him, he always had a good impression of him. He was the kind of person who would rather work quietly than show off. And such people often live longer than most survivors in the doomsday. After seeing him leave, Chinyu tore off a few pieces of zombie clothes and walked into the woods. Since the community was attacked, although Chinyu occasionally didn't carry a gun, he must have a dagger hanging on his body. He took out a knife and scratched a pine tree a few times, then he waited aside. After a few minutes, grease began to appear on the surface of the pine trunk. He smeared some of the clothes on the zombies, and then Chinyu took them back to the corpse. With the help of this thing, the fire burned very big in a short time. Since there were woods around, Chinyu stayed here and left only after confirming that the fire was burned out. Even at the end of the world, starting a forest fire is no joke. Back at the well, they had already fished out most of the impurities and garbage. The rest needed to be cleaned up inside. Lao Cheng patted the residue on his hair, then rolled up his trousers and prepared to go down. Don't go down rashly, the water is too muddy. Chinyu reminded. It's okay, it doesn't look like there are zombies or anything else. Lao Cheng smiled and grabbed the stone by the well, and was about to go down. Seeing this, Chinyu frowned slightly, and was about to continue speaking, but was suddenly pulled by Xiaoyin. Seeing this, he turned his head and looked, his face full of confusion. Then Xiaoyin blinked, and looked somewhere else. Chapter 626. Seeing this, Chinyu followed his gaze, and found Chun-Shi dragging firewood. The next second, he figured out the reason for the incident, then stepped forward, grabbed Lao Cheng's collar with one hand, and pulled him out. Hey, what are you doing? Lao Cheng was caught off guard, and was thrown to the ground by Chinyu. This scene made him a little dissatisfied. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a voice coming. Places like this are full of hidden dangers. I hope that every time you go down, you know clearly that you can handle it, instead of just showing off your courage for a moment. Chinyu looked at him, and said word by word. Do you think anyone will like you in this way? Lao Cheng blushed, and didn't know how to refute. He knew very well that Chinyu was worried that he would get into trouble, so he said something harsh. In this case, Lao Cheng couldn't refute the other party at all, and just whispered, I know. Because the movement was a bit loud, Chen-Shi in the distance naturally saw it. She certainly understood what Lao Cheng was going to do, but she always felt it was meaningless. Tomorrow in crisis, no one knows which will come first. Chen-Shi now has only one wish, to raise her sister's child, at least let him learn to protect himself first. Now, she will only focus on the child, even if Jiang Yuchen only occupies a small part. In this case, Chen-Shi has no energy to think about anything else. Live well first, this is her current philosophy. But considering the situation, Chen-Shi gritted her teeth, put down the wood, and walked over. Come with me, I have something to tell you. After saying this, Chen-Shi walked towards the wall. She didn't dare to go too far, in case zombies appeared. Chen-Shi could only deal with a few at the same time. Seeing the two figures, Xiaoyin rubbed her hands excitedly, with a look of anticipation. Seeing Xiaoyin's silly smile, Chinyu reached out and poked her head, saying helplessly, What are you laughing at, little guy? Xiaoyin did not dodge. She combed the hair on her shoulders with her hands, and said with a smile, Our camp is about to become a pair again. How great, after all, in many ways, we humans have always been social animals. Hee, how are you and brother Xiao doing now? Chinyu asked her with a smile. Hearing this, Xiaoyin's ears turned red, she turned her head and looked around, and whispered, "Brother Xiao thinks I am still young, so he doesn't allow me to live with him. Now I live with teacher Lily and Xiao Nan. After saying that, Xiaoyin looked down at herself, looked at her for a few times and muttered, "Obviously I am an adult." As soon as she finished speaking, she was hit on the head. Ouch! The next moment, she was about to get angry with her mouth pursed, and when she found out that it was Qinyu who hit her, she was like a deflated ball. "Forget it, you and Brother Xiao have both saved my life, so I won't argue with you. In the apocalypse, girls should be more careful. The situation is different now. Brother Xiao hopes to learn more skills, so that he can live well." Qinyu touched her head with his arm, and said softly. In Qinyu's opinion, he has long regarded Xiaoyin as his sister. Although they are not much older, their personalities are completely different. "I know." Xiaoyin looked at him and made a face, then prepared to eavesdrop on the conversation between Qinshi and Lao Cheng. At this moment, she suddenly thought of something, and trotted back to Qinyu, then stood on tiptoe, got closer and whispered, "Brother Qin, let me ask you something." "Go ahead." Qinyu nodded. Although Xiaoyin was a little close, Qinyu did not retreat. After all, this guy usually didn't pay much attention to these things. "Well, Brother Xiao told me to have less contact with Xiaoshu since I came." Speaking of this, Xiaoyin put her hand to her mouth and said seriously, "Do you know Xiaoshu?" Hearing this, Qinyu hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently. Seeing this, Xiaoyin continued with a smile. "After arriving here, the thin man disappeared. I asked Brother Xiao, and the answer was that he left quietly." At this point, Xiaoyin raised her eyebrows, stamped her feet, and said angrily, "This dead conscienceless man, I took care of him several times at the beginning, but he left without even saying hello. It's too much." As soon as the voice fell, she clenched her fist and waved it, pretending to be fierce and cute, and continued to say to Qinyu, "Brother Qin, if you meet him in the wild in the future, remember to help me beat him up." Just as she said this, Xiaoyin shook her head and continued to talk to herself. "Forget it, I see he is so thin, I guess he can't take a few punches from you. Why don't you just kick him?" "Oh, I don't think a kick from you will work, just hit him like you hit me just now, hee. You don't have to bring him back, after all, he was your enemy before, and I can't possibly like him." Looking at Xiaoyin's serious look, Qinyu felt a little depressed. Speaking of which, this girl really didn't know that Xiaoshu was dead, and still thought that he just ran away. After thinking for a while, Qinyu nodded with a smile. "I know." "Yeah, then let's put it this way, help me pay more attention to Xiaoshu's whereabouts. After all, he is also a person. It's pitiful to die inexplicably. Come on, let's high-five." Snap! After clapping hard, Xiaoyin left in a good mood. Looking at her jumping back, Qinyu's eyes were calm, but he was still a little depressed. But he quickly shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. "Hongwu, please keep an eye on it, and don't let anyone go down. I go back and get something." After hearing the instructions, Hongwu smiled and nodded. A few minutes later, Qinyu came back with a rope. Hongwu and Lao Cheng then came over to see what he was going to do. Then Qinyu took out a large magnet from his pocket and said while putting it on the rope, "There are a lot of supplies in the camp here. It would be a waste if we don't use it." After tying it, Qinyu threw it down directly. Not long after, the three heard a ding sound. Although it was very small, it was still captured. Then Qinyu glanced at Lao Cheng and said lightly, "If you don't change, you will die in the hands of a woman sooner or later." Fortunately, Qinshi is not a bad person, otherwise you would have died more than 10 times. Lao Cheng scratched his head and changed the subject. "What is below?" Hearing this, Hongwu also became unusually solemn. He first glanced at Qinyu, and then said in a deep voice, "It's the sound of iron." Qinyu did not answer, but pulled hard, but there was no response. Seeing this, Lao Cheng and Hongwu also hurried to help. Chapter 627. The three of them exerted their strength at the same time, and the rope was stretched straight, and soon the things on the water surface also floated out. With one go, Qinyu and his men pulled the thing out with all their strength. Then Lao Cheng stepped forward and took a look, and was instantly dumbfounded. Soon Hongwu also stood beside him, and then whispered, "You have to thank Qinyu very much, he saved your life again." As Qinyu went up, he also saw clearly what was dragged out. "I saw a round iron sheet with a large number of iron nails stuck on it, and most importantly, it was all rusty. Each iron nail was about 10 centimeters long, and there was a groove at the top." Seeing this, Qinyu whispered, "No wonder this well has not been used. It is probably waiting for today." After the voice fell, Lao Cheng kicked the iron sheet on the ground with his foot, a little speechless. It takes so much effort to make such a thing. At most, it will kill one person. What's the point? Hearing this, Chen Yu first glanced at him, then shook his head slightly. Am I wrong? At present, being infected by the iron nail is basically a sure death. Isn't it enough to delay the life of one person? Chen Yu said softly. Besides, as long as the psychology of the injured is used, the subsequent mutation into zombies can often cause greater disasters. What psychology? Lao Cheng scratched his head, a little confused. The next second, Chen Yu was about to explain, and suddenly thought of something, then turned his head and said, Hong Wu, you come and talk to him. Okay. Hong Wu nodded, looked at the iron nails on the ground and said, for example, if you were with someone you liked 3 minutes ago, or you finally came to this camp. You are about to have a good life, but suddenly you get injured, and it's not because of zombies. What will you choose? Of course I want to treat it. Before he could finish the 2 words good, Lao Cheng shut up. Now he understood how harmful this thing was. If Lao Cheng was really injured by the nail when he went down, and he happened to be closer to Qin Shi, he would definitely hide the injury first to avoid causing panic. The second thing is to think of various ways to treat it. If he asked Lin Yi for advice, according to the relationship between the latter and Chen Yu, it would probably be known in less than 10 minutes. After all, no one would think of waiting for death until the moment of death comes. After thinking it through, Lao Cheng smacked his lips. What should we do with this thing? Keep it in the well or bury it in a pit? After pondering for a while, Chen Yu had an idea in his mind. It's a weapon that comes to the door, so it's useless if we don't use it. Let's carry it back, and put it away first. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Wu went up and grabbed the edge and barely lifted it up a little. Be careful, this thing piercing the skin is not a joke, Chen Yu reminded. Seeing this, Lao Cheng hurried over to help, and the 2 of them carried the pile of nails into the camp. After they left, Chen Yu took the magnet tied with a rope and continued to fish for a while, and got some iron wires and the like. Without exception, they all had some barbs. Since there was also a well in the villa area, Chen Yu was not in a hurry to get it here. The main reason was that it was outside the wall, which was a bit dangerous. Secondly, without electricity, there was no way to get the well water into the camp. If it is carried by manpower, the distance of more than 100 meters is not difficult, but it is easy to be spotted. Chen Yu is more vigilant now. He basically found that the site is too good when he came here. In addition, they just cut down a tree, and they can see this place from a long distance. If someone comes to carry water for a long time, accidents are inevitable. But the wall is made of cement, and it is not realistic to tear it down and expand it. So after a simple thought, Chen Yu chose to ignore this place for the time being. Then he took out a dagger, cut some leaves from the side, and placed them on the top of the well before leaving. Back in the camp, Chen Yu looked at the well again, and found that it was not only covered tightly, but also surrounded by many wooden sticks. It seems that it was well protected before. Chen Yu walked over and said to himself. Only in this way would Chen Yu feel that the well was fine. After all, fresh water was too important. In the next few days, Chen Yu first held a meeting with everyone in the camp, focusing on arranging who would patrol, and the rest would mainly guard the food area and the well. Unlike before, Chen Yu asked Zhang De Zhuang, Hong Wu and Uncle What to select 2 or 3 people each to form a team. The 4 of them served as team leaders, and were allowed to carry pistols, but they could not shoot at will. As long as they were in the camp, once they drew their guns, it meant that the situation was hopeless. Originally, Chen Yu wanted them to draw lots, so that the distribution would be more even, and there would not be a situation where all the powerful people were in the same team. But everyone said that it would be better to get together with those who knew each other first. After all, being weak was only compared to the people around them. Even if it is Shao Kong now, if he encounters a few ordinary survivors in the wild, he can at least deal with them for a while. Soon the team was arranged, and Jiang Yuchen also took the initiative to sign up, hoping to be in the same team with Da Zhuang. Seeing this, Qing Yu and Xiao Jiu discussed it, and felt that although this person was just a chemistry teacher, he would be very useful in the future, and it would be okay to follow Da Zhuang to train first. Since there is no need for people to stand guard now, there are many empty hands. The big black dog was also trained very well by Xiao Jiu, and now seeing his own people, the tail was wagging. Then Qin Yu simply assigned tasks to several teams, and each team took turns to be responsible for the safety of the camp. As for going out to search for supplies, Qin Yu thought about it, and put it aside for now, planning to send people out in 2 months. The next step is to expand the planting area to ensure stable vegetable production, and make the animals as accustomed to living there as possible. Time passed quickly, and a month passed unknowingly. Under the leadership of Chen Yu, Xiaojiao and Feng Yi, the villa area became better and better, and even gradually stabilized. Everyone was sorted by number according to their residence. Starting every 10 days, people in houses with odd numbers can get vegetables once, followed by houses with even numbers. The same goes for milk, with each house getting one bottle every half a month. Although the quantity is not much, it is much better than before. What everyone is looking forward to now is to eat eggs as soon as possible. However, since the chickens are still young, it is estimated that it will take about 2 months. The power generation facilities in the villa area are also very complete, and there are batteries. Jinyu ran around for almost a whole day before checking the wiring conditions of each house. In the end, after a rough calculation, there was still a long section of wire missing. However, Jinyu thought about it, and felt that it was normal. After all, the electricity in the doomsday was not affordable for ordinary people. Chapter 628. According to Su Dali's character, he probably wouldn't let other subordinates use electricity. In this way, there is no need to collect too many wires. At this moment, Jinyu thought of the wires he had brought back to the community with great difficulty before he started using them, but they were attacked. Thinking of this, Jinyu became more determined to get more weapons, and the manpower also needed to be expanded. During this month, he was busy from morning to night every day. Only when he went home at night and saw Lin Yi wearing an apron and cooking in the backyard, Jinyu felt very comfortable. There was still some rice left in the villa area. Feng Yi originally suggested leaving it for the wounded, but Chen Yu raised an objection. His reason was that there was no need for everyone to sacrifice their current experience to leave it for people who might get hurt in the future. And Lin Yi also smiled and said something for Chen Yu at the time. She also felt that there was no need to save the rice. After all, not all the wounded could only drink porridge. Secondly, this was because as the doomsday progressed, people would live longer and longer, and would become more cautious. Similarly, the chance of getting hurt would become smaller and smaller. The most important thing was that since Chen Yu rarely went out, his relationship with Lin Yi had become better and better. However, Chen Yu still did not touch Lin Yi, as he had agreed before. But Lin Yi, that girl, also became a little bolder. Last time, she asked Chen Yu to massage her legs and waist after taking a bath. Of course, as expected, Chen Yu blushed and made an excuse to go out. After staying in the camp for a month, Chen Yu felt a little bored. It happened that Zhang Yin's team brought back a message when they went out. The county town more than 30 kilometers away seemed to have few zombies, and looked like an empty city. Chen Yu didn't have any ideas that day, but Feng Yi said that in the current environment, it would be better to find more books. She felt that knowledge would be more important in the future. In addition, Lin Yi also wanted Chen Yu to help her look for medical books, so that she could learn more about them. In the past, Zhang Yin helped with this kind of work. Since Chen Yu disappeared, Lin Yi preferred to ask him for help. So the next day, Chen Yu went to find Lei and Xiao Hu, and the three of them set off for the small county town. Driving a shabby car, Chen Yu continued to drive on the road, feeling a lot of emotions. It's only been a month since I went out, but it feels like several years have passed. Chen Yu held the steering wheel with both hands, looked forward, and spoke softly. Hearing this, Lei wiped the dagger with a cloth and whispered, "Do you have a gun?" Chen Yu said casually, "Of course I did, after all, it's outside. I didn't bring it." Hearing this, Chen Yu stepped on the stop button and turned his head to look at the passenger seat next to him. After a few seconds, he continued to start the car, and complained helplessly, "You guys, are you going to use the banner of training me again?" Then Lei stopped talking, leaned against the car window, and began to close his eyes to rest. Chen Yu blinked, looked at Xiaohu who was sitting seriously in the rearview mirror, and chuckled, "Are you used to the prosthesis?" After speaking, Xiaohu moved his left arm and said gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Chen, although it is a little bit not smooth, it is much better than before. Haha, in this case, if you encounter zombies next time, you will deal with them." "Yeah, no problem." Xiaohu quickly agreed. Since he has lived with everyone for so long, he has gradually become different. In Xiuyin's words, this brat is reborn. After discussion, people who go out to search for supplies in the future should start in small teams first, and gradually develop tacit understanding. Secondly, more people should stay at home. In addition to Chen Yu and his three companions, Hong Wu's team also set out on this trip, but they are going to find a few other tools, and their destinations are different. Since we have just arrived in the villa area not long ago, everyone just surveyed the surrounding terrain as much as possible. Last time, although Chen Yu looked at the area within a few kilometers, he did not go further. After all, as he went out again, he could also remember the places around him. The county town that the three of them were going to was in the southwest of the villa area. It took more than 10 minutes to drive, from a small road to the main road, and then to the highway. It was not until now that Chinyu realized that if he had not driven, it would be too difficult to meet people in the doomsday. So when the teams were assembled, Chinyu gave them another order. Under the condition of maintaining humanity, he allowed the survivors to be brought back, regardless of gender, age or young, and he would make his own arrangements. Even if an arm is missing, it is okay, as long as it is safe enough. There are not enough people, and Chinyu also feels a bit overwhelmed at the moment. Most of the time, except for Lin Yi, most people have multiple duties. But this is not okay, people's energy is limited, and it is the end of the world, so vigilance needs to be maintained all the time. After about half an hour, Chinyu and his companions got off the highway and slowly drove into the county town. There were still many cars parked on the road, many of the windows were smashed, and some were even burned to empty shells. When they reached a certain corner, Chinyu glanced at the alley next to him, and then whispered, "There is an iron gate there, let's hide the car inside." "Ah, the car is not open." Xiao, who was a little surprised, he looked at the two zombies a few dozen meters away from the window. What if those things come over later? Hearing this, Chinyu shook his head slightly, put the pistol in his pocket, and then pushed open the car door, and got out. Remember to carry the bag. Okay. Seeing that he didn't say anything more, Xiao didn't ask any more questions, and picked up the big backpack in the trunk. A moment later, Chinyu dragged a still struggling zombie out of the shop next door, took the axe from his waist, and cut off its thigh with a fierce blow. Then Alei came over and picked it up, and began to paint the wall outside the alley with it. When it was almost done, Chinyu grabbed the zombie and nodded to Alei. Because of many actions together, the two of them had become more and more tacit. But this made Xiao feel uncomfortable, because he really didn't understand what it meant. The two of them said one sentence, and the work was done. More than a minute later, Alei found a wooden stick about 2 meters long, and then Chinyu grabbed the zombie's hands and moved behind it. Then Alei stepped forward and pierced the zombie's neck with the stick. The two pushed it to the side, and used the gap in the wall to clamp the stick. Finally, in order to prevent the zombie from breaking free, Chinyu picked up a hanger from the ground and stuck it on the iron nail position on the wall. In this way, the zombie sat on the ground, but it was still barely alive. Its teeth had been knocked out by Chinyu a long time ago. This time, he brought another weapon, an axe. Chapter 629. After parking the car and closing the door, everyone left. The reason why they took the trouble to fix a zombie was to tell the survivors hiding in the dark that they were not afraid of this thing. After all, most people would choose to survive in the wild, but it was not absolute. So in order to cause unnecessary disputes, Chinyu did this. Passing through the alleys, the three of them searched while walking, and did not see any food. What was more surprising was that they found a lot of dog food. At first, I was worried about how to feed the dog. After all, it was impossible to feed it with leftovers. Chinyu was too lazy to bring up this point, because it was completely impossible. Nowadays, food is so precious that all kinds of animals can be considered as rations, and basically no one will feed them with food. I was a little worried about how to feed the dog, but now I have some dog food, which just solves the urgent problem. A month later, the big black dog has become thinner and unrecognizable. Before, it liked to bark when guarding the door, but now it lies there all day long. Only when Chinyu and others approach the gate, it will pretend to wag its tail. Thinking of this, Chinyu turned his head and said, "Write this down, Xiao, and take it with you when you leave later." Okay. Xiao, who had a piece of paper hanging in his left hand, and he was drawing a route on it with a pen in his right hand. This was also Chinyu's suggestion, asking him to write down the places he had been to, and make a simple map when he went out with each team in the future. After walking for more than an hour, the three of them found the library in this county town. The door was closed, and there were many handprints on it. Chinyu walked closer to take a look, then frowned and said, "It looks like someone put it there." After he finished speaking, he picked up the dirty clothes on the ground, wiped them, and then stuck them to the door and looked inside carefully. Bang! Suddenly, a zombie appeared from the side and slammed his hands directly on the door. Strangely, Chinyu seemed to have been mentally prepared for this, and was not scared at all. Instead, Xiao, who was standing behind, trembled all over and the paper in his hand fell down. Fortunately, Alei was standing next to him, quickly reached out to catch it, and then put it in Xiaohu's hand. "Thank you." Xiaohu quickly took the paper. After all, this was a drawn map, and each team would need to draw a copy in the future, which was quite important. Seeing this, Chinyu turned around and looked at him, saying lightly, The handprint I mentioned earlier was inside. Didn't you recognize it? After saying that, Chinyu turned around and pointed at the glass door. The zombie inside was still wearing an employee uniform, and it looked like a male. There was a bite mark on his hand, which seemed to be an infected place. The door was locked, and it was not realistic to break it in because the noise was too loud. Seeing this, Chinyu walked around and then stood in the corner and shouted, "Did you bring a wrench?" Hearing this, Xiaohu nodded and said, "It's in the trunk, I get it." "Forget it." Chinyu waved his hand, found a trash can to cushion it, then climbed up, grabbed the fan blades of the vent with both hands and began to shake. When the screws were a little loose, he quickly inserted the dagger into them, then pulled them out with force. After the power outage, most of the facilities were not used again, and they would be more likely to break down if left for a long time, so Chinyu tried to pull them a few times. After entering from here, Chinyu first landed on the bookshelf, and then looked around. A few seconds later, a withered hand stretched out from a fallen bookshelf. Soon the second one also appeared. In just a dozen seconds, more zombies appeared in the library. Chinyu roughly counted them, and found that there were about 10 of them. Then he simply formulated the attack sequence. Chinyu drew out his axe, and killed the one in front with one blow. Hearing the banging sound coming from inside, Xiaohu nervously pulled the corner of R's clothes, and asked hesitantly, "Do we need to help?" Hearing this, R looked at him, thought for a while, and said softly, "Not this time." Although he had not had much contact with this young man, Lei was deeply impressed by Xiaojiu. At first sight, he instantly determined that Xiaojiu was definitely not an ordinary person. At second sight, Lei was sure that he must have served in the army. In addition, they were all friends and teammates, so Lei also took more care of the people around Xiaojiu. Not treating him coldly was already good. Hearing Lei's reply, Xiaohu was stunned, and then he saw Chinyu appear behind the glass door. The zombie at the beginning also reacted at this time, turned his head and growled at him. Seeing this, Chinyu turned his wrist, swung the axe upwards, and instantly cut the zombie's head open. Then he squatted down and fumbled in his pocket for a long time. Then Chinyu picked up the key and opened the door, saying softly, "Come in." After the voice fell, Xiaohu stepped over the corpse at the door, looked at the environment in the library, and wondered, "This person has the key, why doesn't he run out?" Chinyu wiped the axe with the clothes on the corpse, then hung it around his waist, and said lightly, "Sometimes hiding here makes it easier to survive. But these people are still dead." Xiaohu walked forward a few steps, and when he saw the bodies lying all over the ground, he smacked his lips. "If we help too many people, we will only drag ourselves down in the end." Chinyu kicked away the torn food packaging bag on the ground and started to pack the books. Lei had already checked every corner of the library to make sure there were no zombies hiding. Remember, bring more knowledge books and magazines depending on the situation. Chinyu reminded while putting books into his backpack. "Okay." Xiaohu put the map away and started to get busy. There were not many books left in the library, and there were traces of fire everywhere. It seemed that there were still people living here in winter. But those people were smart. They didn't want to burn any useful books. Many novels were burned to half. Suddenly, Chinyu found a few test books and was about to throw them away. Suddenly, he thought of Zhang Rui and packed them together. After working for more than 10 minutes, the three of them were ready to leave. When leaving, Chinyu continued to lock the door, then looked around and threw the key into the trash can. After a while, the magazines and books inside will become more valuable. It was still early, so the three did not choose to go back, but searched as many places as possible. After crossing 2 streets, Chinyu saw a small clinic in front of him, and then whispered, "Go over there and take a look." There was only one medical book in the library, so he planned to look in other areas. If he could find some medicine, it would be good. But when he got closer, he saw glass shards everywhere on the ground. Then he went to the door, and saw that it was empty. Nothing was left. Chapter 630. However, Chinyu took a look and chose to go in. He used an axe to scrape the debris on the ground, but there was nothing useful, so he left. It was not easy to get out, so he was not in a hurry to go back. Chinyu planned to stay in this city for one more night. He basically traveled through various streets and alleys in a day, and only looked for a place to stay overnight near dark. After searching for a long time, he also found some food. Most of them were moldy, and the others were overdue for more than a month. Only one bag of noodles was left, which was still 5 kilograms. Without thinking, Chinyu put the noodles directly into his bag. Click! Lei still wore his mask, and in a few seconds he pried open a door, and the three of them walked in. Dust instantly hit his face, and Chinyu quickly closed the door. At the same time, he covered his mouth and nose with his arms and whispered, "Try to avoid inhaling these." After a while, the dust gradually settled, and Chinyu nodded, "Let's go." Standing in the living room, Chinyu opened the curtains and found that there was an anti-theft net installed. At this time, Alay also came out after looking at the bedroom, and he shook his head. Seeing this, Chinyu walked back and picked up the backpack on the dining table and whispered, "Let's go change a place to rest." Hearing this, Xiaohu rubbed his thigh with a bitter face, but did not say anything and continued to follow. At this time, a voice came from behind him. It is safer to spend the night with anti-theft windows, but it is also not easy to evacuate in the event of an accident. As soon as the voice fell, Xiaohu turned his head to look at Alay stunned and said in astonishment, "Can't you see it downstairs? You can only see the balcony." Alay closed the door and continued to walk up. The highest house they had chosen was only on the 3rd floor. Although there were fewer anti-theft windows, it was easy to get trapped. At the height of the 3rd floor, you can also leave quickly from the window using sheets or clothes. Even if the distance is not enough, you can jump from the car below. At about 7 o'clock in the evening, the three of them chose to stay in the house next door. But unfortunately, this is a rough house, and although there are furniture, it is very little. Seeing this, Alay was about to pry open the door opposite, but after finding that it was a smart lock, he gave up. Although he knew how to dismantle this kind of lock, it would take a lot of time, and there was no point, especially since there seemed to be movement in the corridor. Even though Alay was very confident in his skills, he would not take the initiative to invite danger. After closing the door, the three of them began to prepare for the night. There were no chairs, so Chinyu did not choose to make a fire. There was a table, which looked like it was made of wood, but it was a bit big. Although he brought an axe, chopping wood in such a place would attract many zombies. Just then, Xiaohu came out of the toilet holding a large cardboard box and said with a smile, "Haha, there's another one here. Package, guess what it is?" After he finished speaking, Alay did not speak, only Chinyu looked at him and whispered, "Curtains." After this, Xiaohu was dumbfounded, he widened his eyes, and said, "Can you see through?" Hearing this, Chinyu took out a water bottle and handed it to Alay, took out another bottle, and opened it to drink, and then spoke expressionlessly. "There is a torn express delivery slip on the water dispenser on your left." Hearing this, Xiaohu walked over and put down the carton, picked up the slip and took a look. It was indeed written about curtains. There were not many furniture in the house. It seemed that when the zombies just broke out, the sofa had no chance to cover the family, and they ran away. "Be careful, don't be too stubborn." Chinyu watched Xiaohu walking around busy, and warned him with some worry. "It's okay." Xiaohu cut the curtain with a knife, divided it into 3 parts, and spread it on the ground. When he heard the words, he said happily, "Brother Dazhuang taught me archery again a few days ago. I should be able to help everyone again in the future." Seeing this, Chinyu didn't say anything more. When he came out, he brought some grilled fish meat with him. After cooling it down, he wrapped it in a clean plastic bag, which could be used to fill his stomach. After eating a simple meal, Chinyu looked at the time, got up and took out the glass bottle he had picked up before from his bag, and put it on the door handle. As long as anyone came in, the bottle would fall directly to the ground. This level of movement would wake the 3 of them up instantly. "Okay, you've been busy all day, go to bed early." Chinyu took some books and handed them to the 2 of them to use as pillows, then put on his clothes and went to sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Chinyu seemed to hear some small noise. He opened his eyes, and found that Alay was no longer in his position. He turned his head and looked around, but he was still missing. Just when Chinyu sat up, the door was suddenly opened. Almost instantly, Chinyu squatted behind the sofa with an axe. He looked carefully, and found that it was Alay who came in. "What's going on?" Chinyu stood up and asked softly. Alay closed the door again, then put the glass bottle on the door handle, turned around and looked at Chinyu, nodded slightly and said, "You sleep far away from the window, and you are so alert, very good." After saying that, he glanced at the sleeping Xiaohu. "Where have you been? Is it a human or a zombie outside?" Chinyu continued to ask, and at the same time looked at his watch. It was only 3 o'clock in the morning, and it was still early before dawn. A group of survivors also entered the city. They stayed in the next community. The noise was caused by a wounded person. Alay said calmly. Due to the conversation between the 2 of them, Xiaohu also woke up at this time. He rubbed his confused eyes and asked in confusion, "Why don't you sleep?" "It's okay, just continue." Chinyu shook his head slightly, pouted at Alay, and the 2 walked to the balcony. "What are you doing?" Alay was a little puzzled, glanced at Xiao Hu, who continued to lie down, and whispered to Qinyu, "Don't let him touch these. He is young, so he should rest more. Anyway, if the sky falls, we tall ones will hold it up first." Qinyu thought for a while, and answered in a low voice, "Tell me what you saw when you went out just now." Qinyu changed the subject. "I was just about to tell you." Alei took off his mask and spoke softly. A few minutes later, Qinyu frowned and said after thinking for a while, "You mean, that person should have just had his finger bitten and then was left behind?" Alei nodded. "I saw him looking for something to bandage his finger, and it seemed that his finger was smashed, and many zombies were attracted, and that's how the noise came about." Hearing this, Qinyu walked to the balcony. Because there was no moon today, it was very dark outside, and it was basically pitch dark indoors. After thinking for a while, Qinyu turned his head and asked, "Did you see clearly whether the person was a man or a woman?" "No, it's too dark, and I'd be easily discovered if I get closer." Alei shook his head. Chapter 631. After listening to this, Qinyu thought for a moment, then asked softly, "What would you do if it were you?" "I have made my choice." Alei thought for a while and answered. Qinyu glanced at him, and had the answer in his mind. Yes, Alei could have concealed the person outside, and made up a reason, and Qinyu would not go out to check in the middle of the night. After thinking it through, Qinyu walked to Xiao Hu and squatted down to wake him up. "We are going out to do something. Do you want to follow us or continue to sleep?" Hearing this, Xiao Hu quickly got up from the ground, and his sleepiness disappeared instantly. "Let's go. I'm so scared staying here alone." After saying this, he took his dagger and bow and arrow, and stood beside with an expectant look. Although Xiao Hu didn't know what happened, he knew very well that it was definitely not normal for these two people to go out at 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Qinyu hid his backpack behind the sofa, and spread the curtains on the sofa, then whispered, "Be careful not to make any noise, and don't act rashly without my permission." After finishing speaking, Xiao Hu whispered in a low voice, "Okay." Then Qinyu patted Alei on the shoulder. "Let's go." On the dark and abandoned street, a man appeared by chance. His left hand was wrapped in an unwashed t-shirt, and blood was dripping from time to time. 2 fingers were smashed into pulp, but the man managed to hold back and didn't scream. However, the sweat on his head was enough to show that the pain was almost at its limit. After walking a few steps, the man fell to the ground again. As the moon appeared again, the light on the street was much better. As a result, Ari, who was hiding in the dark, also saw more details and whispered, "So that's it. Did you see it?" Qinyu squatted beside him, and asked in a low voice. Although it was dark around, Ari nodded habitually. "Well, this person also has only one leg left, and the prosthesis looks like it was made by himself, which is a bit not very good." As soon as he finished speaking, the man walked by the trash can and was hooked by the rope on the ground because he didn't see it clearly, and then fell down. Bang! The man hit his head on the trash can, and the noise was heard far away. A few seconds later, he hugged the trash can and shook it like crazy, and his voice was a little hysterical. "Why do you all bully me? Now even a broken bucket is going to trip me up. Why?" While roaring, the man also slapped the trash can with his right hand. Soon, zombies began to appear in the surrounding shops, densely appearing from all directions. After a while, the man seemed to be tired of scolding, and he supported himself with the trash can, then looked at the front of the street, and said in a gloomy voice, "I will die today, and you will not live until tomorrow." After he finished speaking, he rolled up his left sleeve, and took a look. His eyes dimmed instantly. The blood vessels had turned black, and were still slowly spreading upwards. When the man was left behind at the beginning, he desperately begged his former teammates to cut off his little finger with a knife, so that he could survive. But those people remained indifferent. Even the big brother he had called for a few months just looked at him with disdain, and was then kicked away by the other party. "You are already a cripple, and now your hand is injured. Where can you get so many anti-inflammatory drugs?" This was the last thing the man heard, and then his teammates walked forward without looking back. Later, the man didn't want to wait for death, but he didn't have a clean knife on him, so he could only pick up the bricks by the wall and smash them down when he felt like it. But it was very dark, and he smashed his ring finger as well. The 10 fingers are connected to the heart, and this kind of pain is simply unbearable for ordinary people. But in the face of survival, he didn't faint. Even after paying such a huge price, the man was still a step late. Seeing that he was infected, he pulled out the dagger, rolled up his sleeves, and quickly cut his arm twice, and blood immediately flowed. In this situation, there are more and more zombies around. Then the man put the knife in, picked up a stick from the ground, and slowly walked to the front of the street. After watching the scene, Chun Yu and Lei didn't react much, and Xiao, who actually wanted to rush out to save him. Fortunately, Chun Yu has been paying attention to the side, quickly pressed him down, and said in a somewhat unhappy tone, "What did you promise me before? But there is no danger in saving people." Xiao, who also realized that he was impulsive. He looked at the man cutting his arm, and turned his head away with some reluctance. Hearing this, Chun Yu shook his head and said, "Remember, no matter when you want to save people, you need to have enough ability, otherwise you will only drag down the people around you. Even if he successfully prevents the spread of the virus, without antibiotics, with the clothes he bandaged, he can only live one more day. By then, he may drag you to death." After speaking, Chun Yu looked behind him and whispered, "This is the first time in so long that we have encountered other survivors searching for supplies in the city." "Don't worry," observed secretly for a while. Maybe it was because the man looked too pitiful, but Xiaohu asked for the first time, "Should we kill those people?" After saying this, Chun Yu, who was leading the way, stopped slightly. At this moment, Lei spoke. "No matter what those people did, they have nothing to do with us, they are strangers, so there is no reason to attack them." "I know." Xiaohu's voice was very calm, and there was no fluctuation. The three followed the man from the side street, and did not lose him at all. About half an hour later, the man stopped in front of a building and sat on the ground. After walking so far, he was already exhausted. Fortunately, there was a woman in the team who loved to use perfume, so he could keep up. Due to the special nature of his previous job, the man was extremely sensitive to smells. With this advantage, he collected a lot of important supplies for the team. He even found the most antibiotics, but he didn't expect that since he only had one leg left, his brother began to dislike him. Although the man had been assuring himself that he would not be affected, he was still ignored. Until recently, he finally realized that he had followed the wrong person from the beginning. But few of those who have survived to this day are easy to mess with. The man sat on the ground with a gloomy face, then took off his prosthesis, unscrewed the pipe below, grabbed a wire with his fingers, and then pulled out the thing inside. Looking at the round object, Chun Yu and Lei began to look a little solemn. Chapter 632. "What is that?" Xiao, who didn't recognize it. Chun Yu glanced at Lei and said in a deep voice, "I hope it's not what we think." Just then, the door was suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man quietly slipped out of the abandoned house. Seeing someone appear, the lame man sitting on the side of the road quickly hid the things in his arms, then lowered his head, and pretended to cough. "Brother Chang'afu, how are you?" Hearing the familiar voice, Chang'afu raised his head, his expression eased a little, and whispered, "Old Jean, why are you here?" After he finished speaking, Jean Linfu looked behind him cautiously, and then said in a low voice, "You know, I can't help you too much." Halfway through, Chang'afu spoke with self-mockery. "If you continue to follow them, you will end up like this sooner or later." "Of course I know." Jean Linfu looked much more haggard. He looked behind him, bent his upper body and whispered, "Those things are closely guarded. I can't steal them. You eat this first. It's anti-inflammatory." As he spoke, Jean Linfu took out 2 white pills from his collar. Looking at the 2 white pills in front of him, Chang'afu felt that they were mocking him, and then he slapped them away in anger, gritting his teeth and saying, "Who are you pretending to be?" Seeing the pills fall to the ground, Jean Linfu quickly squatted down to search for them, then picked them up and blew away the dust, sighing and saying, "Among this group of people, we have a slightly better relationship. When I first came in, you were the one who took care of me. Now you say this, isn't it a bit too much?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jean Linfu's eyes showed a little anger. He risked being discovered and was very careful to steal 2 anti-inflammatory drugs, but the other party did not appreciate it at all, and even knocked the drugs to the ground. After Jean Xiaobao died, Jean Linfu decided to leave Su Dali and others and leave alone. Later, those people came out to look for him, but Jean Linfu was very cautious and hid for several days before crawling out of the grave. After that, Jean Linfu avoided people in various ways. His clothes were covered with zombies' flesh and blood, and he slowly walked a long way. After staying in the wild for a long time, Jean Linfu had no choice but to quietly follow a group of people and observe their style of doing things. When he found that those people would only search for supplies and not rob, Jean Linfu hesitated for a long time and still chose to find teammates. Mainly because it was too difficult for him to survive alone for a long time. He had to wake up more than 10 times every night for fear of being touched by zombies. Listening to what Jean Linfu said, Chang'afu's face looked a little better, then he shook his head slightly and whispered, "It's too late." "How could that be? I see you've dealt with it all." Jean Linfu looked at his left hand, and said subconsciously. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something, squatted down and pulled up Chong Afu's sleeves, and then Jean Linfu saw several large cuts. You? It's too late, the poison has reached the wrist. Chong Afu looked at the ground in front of him quietly. His tone was very calm. Listening to the movement coming from not far away, he raised his head and whispered, "You go, don't stay with them." Seeing that Jean Linfu didn't move, Chong Afu pushed him and roared, "I told you to leave, are you deaf?" The sudden roar was heard by the people in the building in front. Looking at the flashlight inside, Jean Linfu gritted his teeth, took a last look at the man on the ground, turned around and rushed into the darkness. After he left, Chong Afu wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, raised his head again, and his eyes were full of viciousness. Then he took out the explosives he had found before from his arms, hid 3 of them in his sleeves, and struggled to stand up. Then Chong Afu limped forward and stopped in front of the door. "Are you willing to take me with you?" His voice was calm, and he stood there with his head down. Seeing this scene, Alei felt something was wrong and whispered, "Retreat." As soon as the voice fell, the 3 of them ran back quickly. A few seconds later, Chong Afu did not get a response, but the people inside poured a basin of zombie blood, accompanied by laughter. "You are a cripple, and your hand is injured. What's the point of taking you with you?" "That's right, Brother Guang is right. Although there are zombies everywhere, aren't there people everywhere? Why bring a cripple with you?" A woman's voice came from inside the house, sounding very sarcastic. "Pa! Ouch! Why did you slap someone's butt? Come on, follow me into the house." There were all kinds of voices inside, but strangely, no one came out to help him in. After more than 10 seconds, the door was opened, and Chong Afu raised his head with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He put his right hand in his pocket and let go of the lighter. 2 children appeared, spitting at him, and then closed the door. Qin Yu, who had retreated far away, saw this scene and shook his head slightly, saying, "The last straw that broke the camel's back has appeared." Although he didn't hear what they said, the 2 children spitting in front of him was not a sign of good things. Sure enough, at the moment the door closed, Chong Afu, who was lowering his head, took out a lighter and ignited the explosives hidden in his sleeves. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded, and dust flew up instantly. Even after running so far, Qin Yu still felt the ground shaking. "No, the power is a bit too strong." Alei frowned and said, "Based on the shape of those pipes, how could there be such a big noise?" After saying this, Qin Yu quickly rushed into a small building next to him and ran upstairs. Fortunately, he had been here during the day, so he knew very well that there were no zombies inside, and he also knew how to get to the roof. Standing on the 4th floor, Qin Yu and the other 2 looked at the fire in the distance and felt something was wrong. The next second, the explosion sounded again, and the 3 of them quickly hid under the roof. "It's a car. There are a lot of abandoned cars over there." Qin Yu patted the dust off his body and said quickly. Then the 3 of them looked over and immediately found that the building began to tremble, and then slowly fell down. In just 4 hours, there were several explosions. Because it was very dark, those people did not notice that the other street was full of abandoned cars. Normally, those few sticks of dynamite would take away at most half of the people, but what a coincidence, this building is different. After dawn, looking at the changed city streets, Qin Yu sighed helplessly. Sure enough, the degree of destruction caused by zombies and humans is simply not of the same order of magnitude. Because the noise was so loud this time, almost all the zombies in the city were attracted here. Chapter 633. But they have no intelligence. Most of them are crowded in a narrow alley, resulting in more than a dozen zombies in the ruins. Seeing this, Qin Yu thought quickly and said, "Go and take a look, take away anything that is not damaged." After that, the 3 of them went downstairs quickly. As Xiu, who had witnessed several explosions with his own eyes, was already very excited, and he was also very curious about how such a big commotion could be made. After dawn, the light was much better. As the 3 approached, Alei looked at the plaque buried under the rubble, and pulled it out with force. Qin Yu picked up the garbage on the ground and cleaned up the dust. Looking at the words, he was shocked and said, "Damn, this is actually a warehouse for gas tanks?" Then he looked at the ruins in front of him, sighed and said, "Why not choose a good place to spend the night? Choosing here is really a waste of life. This is one wrong step, all wrong steps." Alei picked up a finger that was burned to charcoal and said softly, "Yes, but that person is really patient. He actually hid explosives in his prosthesis secretly. Isn't he afraid that it will be blown up one day?" Qin Yu collected 2 daggers and handed them to Xiaohu. "But how did he find this thing?" Xiaohu asked curiously while packing those things. As long as you want, you can always find it. Alay said lightly and continued to walk inside. You be careful, it's not safe here. Xinyu warned. Hearing this, Alay waved his hand with his back to him. About 10 minutes later, the three had collected a large bag of things. Based on the previous judgment of the remains, Alay roughly said that there were about a dozen people. Hearing this, Xiaohu smacked his lips, somewhat unbelievable. After staying here for a while, the zombies also squeezed over and began to slowly approach. Seeing this, Chenyu blew a whistle. Retreat! As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to leave with his things, and suddenly, a hand stretched out from the ruins in the corner. Save me. But Chenyu left there, as if he didn't hear it. It's useless to save people like this, not to mention that the three of them couldn't move the stone slabs together. If they stayed there, they would die together. But Xiaohu kept looking back, feeling a little entangled. Seeing this, Chenyu, holding his bag in both hands, said in a steady and deep voice, since they chose to leave their teammates to die, they should also be mentally prepared to face this moment. But just as they were about to evacuate, they found that zombies were everywhere, blocking the exit. At this moment, Alay picked up an iron plate to pry open the manhole cover, looked down and shouted, "This way." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped down first, ready to check if there were any zombies. The sewer had long been dry, and although there was no sewage, it was still smelly. It was very difficult for Xiu to walk. But Alay was like nothing happened, not affected at all, and he could even kill the zombies hiding in the wall. Chenyu was similar. When he first entered the sewer, he also held his breath most of the time. Now, he can move around in various environments. Because they didn't know how many zombies were blocking the sewer, the three of them walked in the sewer for a long time. During the process, they also encountered zombie rats, but REI put some zombie blood in a plastic bag and threw it directly at them. With the help of this thing, the zombie rats did not make a large-scale commotion. A few rushed up and were trampled to death by Chenyu one by one. About half an hour later, REI looked at the stairs on the wall in front of him, holding a torch made of zombie arms in his hand, and said softly, "Let's go up this way." Well, the air down there is not good, and people will get sick easily if they stay there for a long time. Chenyu glanced at the panting tiger behind him, and said. After opening the manhole cover, REI carefully pushed it open with both hands. The next second, a rotten arm stretched out, aiming straight for REI's throat. Unfortunately, it chose the wrong target. REI grabbed the stairs with one hand, twisted his whole body to the side, then pinched the zombie's arm, and rotated it quickly, then pushed it upward with force, breaking it on the spot. Without hesitation, REI stabbed his arm upward fiercely, and instantly passed through the zombie's jaw, and was killed just like that. After watching the scene, Xiu said admiringly at the bottom of the stairs, "Awesome." After quickly climbing out of the sewer, Alay looked around, then squatted down and took the bag. "Come up." After everyone went up, Chenyu moved the manhole cover and continued to cover it. Then he took out the map and looked at it, and the three of them returned to the previous community. By the way, he counted the useful supplies he picked up. Among them, there were 2 pairs of socks, and even a few pairs of batteries, as well as some scarves, clothes and the like. After a quick look, there was no food. Xiaohu said in frustration, "Why are they all useless? It's been a waste for so long." Putting the flashlight and batteries into another bag, and then zipping it up, Chenyu smiled and said, "Take it home and wash it, it should be wearable again. There's laundry detergent here." After packing up, the three of them prepared to leave. Back in the villa area, Chenyu unloaded the things, and was about to drive the car in and park it when he saw a car coming to the gate. Bang! The car didn't stop and crashed into the wall. The noise was so loud that most people in the camp heard it, and rushed over. Chenyu ran over, not even looking at the fallen wall, and reached out to pull the car door, but it was completely locked. Inside the car, Goli held his bleeding stomach, opened the door with difficulty, and then fell down. Seeing this, Chenyu quickly supported him and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Go save Hongwu and the others." After saying this, Goli, with pale lips, fainted. Then Chenyu handed him over to Chi Hao and Shao Kong, who came over, and quickly said, "You two take him to I go save Hongwu." "Okay." The two looked serious and carried him to the infirmary. Does anyone know where they went? Chenyu was about to get in the car when he remembered something and asked the person next to him. "I know." Chinger hesitated, but still raised her hand and said weakly. Although Goli looked seriously injured and fainted, she knew that she couldn't go over to take care of him now. For people went out, and only one came back. It was impossible to say that nothing happened. In this situation, Ching'er couldn't just stand by and watch. Chinyu looked at her and nodded. Get in the car. After saying that, Chinyu looked at the bullet holes on the car body and his heart sank. Then he turned around and shouted, Zhang, go to the warehouse and get a gun. Bring more bullets. Do you want me to go with you? Xiaojiu came over with a bag and asked. Chapter 634. No need. Chinyu shook his head and said seriously, you stay at home, so I can go out with peace of mind. After he finished speaking, a Lei appeared again. Chinyu was about to call him, but suddenly thought of something and frowned. Brother De Zhuang and the others are out too. I take Uncle Hua with me. Okay, I go call him. Xiaojiu put the bag in the back seat and continued, there are some explosives in it, and I also got the fuse. You should be able to use it. After speaking, he turned and walked towards the house, a little faster than before. Ali, Chinyu called out. Well, you sneak out from the back door. After a simple instruction, Ali looked up at him and nodded, be careful. Then Ali turned around and left to do what Chinyu told him to do. After standing by the car and waiting for a few minutes, Zhang Yin appeared with a bag of guns. Chinyu took a rough look and found only 2 rifles, and the rest were pistols. If you don't come back for 3 days, I bring people to find you. Xiaojiu said seriously. Hearing this, Chinyu thought about it and nodded. Okay. After he finished speaking, Uncle Hua came over and patted him on the shoulder, then sat in the back seat. Hello. Ching'er turned her head and greeted him nervously. Yeah. Uncle Hua nodded slightly. After Zhang Yin sat in the passenger seat, Chinyu looked at the time, then got into the driver's seat, turned around quickly on the spot, and the car immediately looked outside. Watching them leave, Feng Yi stood there with a worried look on his face, then called a few people and started repairing the broken wall. Outside the villa area, Chinyu drove the car with a damaged front end with a serious expression, and the speed was getting faster and faster. The members of the Han Wu team were Go Li, Han Liyuan, and Yu Feng. Chinyu had not planned to make such an arrangement, but Yu Feng said that he was not a child anymore and could follow the training. There was no way. Chinyu thought about it and agreed. Even Wang Tianhai volunteered to join the team, hoping to do more. The car was driving on a deserted road, and the speed was too fast, causing some bumps. Ching'er's face was pale, and she held the handrail beside her tightly, and she was very worried about Go Li's safety. Which way to go next? Chinyu asked in a deep voice. Recalling carefully what Go Li had said to her, Ching'er quickly pointed to a direction. Left. As soon as he finished speaking, Chinyu continued to change gears and stepped on the accelerator. At this time, Zhang Yin sat in the passenger seat without saying a word and quickly checked the gun. Disassemble, confirm, install, all in one go. No matter how bumpy the car was, it seemed to have no effect on him. Half a minute later, Zhang Yin handed a loaded pistol to the back seat. Uncle Hua took it and put it on his waist, nodding slightly. Can you give me one? Ching'er hesitated and then mustered up the courage to ask. I also want to carry a gun when I'm outside. Hearing this, Zhang Yin did not make a decision, but turned his head to look at Chinyu who was driving, wanting to see what he would choose. After pondering for a while, Chinyu looked forward and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Zhang Yin picked up a slightly smaller revolver, loaded the bullet and handed it to Ching'er and asked, Do you know how to aim? I will. Ching'er took it with both hands nervously, then pointed the gun out of the right window, and said quickly, Brother Li has taught me a lot about this. He told me to hold the gun with both hands and breathe easily. Well, remember that no matter what the situation, the gun can't be pointed at your own people. Zhang Yin reminded him, and continued to sit. Every time he arrived at a fork in the road, Chinyu would speed up after changing lanes according to Ching'er's reminder. The car was running low on gas, so he had to get there as soon as possible. About 3 hours later, the car stopped halfway up the mountain. Looking at the abandoned village in the mountains ahead, Chinyu turned his head and asked, Why did Hongwu and his friends come here? Hearing this, Ching'er was about to answer, but Zhang Yin spoke up. There may be no food in this place, but Feng Yi said that fertilizers and other crop seeds may be found, and there are also many hoes and tools. Hearing this, Chinyu looked at the smoke appearing in the village, and then tried to start the car again, but was forced to stop after just a few dozen meters. Seeing the fuel gauge reminder, Chinyu said, Get your weapons, and run over next. Did you bring water? After he finished speaking, Ching'er opened the trunk and saw that it was empty. Then she said worriedly, We walked too fast and were busy taking our weapons. Just then, Uncle Hua reached under the back seat and fumbled for a while, then took out 2 bottles of water and said, This is what Xiaoan asked me to arrange in advance. There are bottles in each car, and they are filled with boiled well water after cooling down. Hearing this, Qinyu felt a warm feeling in his heart. Then he took out the key, locked the car, picked up the bag of bullets, and started running. Although the car was a bit broken now, it couldn't be wasted casually. About 10 minutes later, the four had run to the mountain on the right side of the village and squatted behind a few trees to rest slightly. The three men didn't react. Zhang Yin and Uncle Hua just breathed a little faster, and their faces were even the same as before. On the contrary, Qinyu's state actually surprised them. He ran so far without blushing or beating his heart, and he was still seriously laying out his plan on the ground. In just a year and a few months, Qinyu's progress really amazed everyone. Qinger forget about it, she ran and fell while holding her chest, and even the last part of the journey was dragged by Uncle Hua. But even so, she did not complain at all. Although her legs were shaking, she always gritted her teeth and held on. After all, she was a girl, so the three men present did not let Qinger take anything, but there was no way, and she could not be left alone in the wild. Qinyu looked at the situation in the village with a telescope, lowered his head, and continued, "This is the general situation. The other side is estimated to be 30 people, and there are many guards and patrols. Uncle Hua is playing guerrilla warfare outside to attract their attention. Zhang Yin and I will get closer. What about me?" Qinger's breathing was still a little unsteady, but she didn't hear her own arrangement, so she asked again. Hearing this, Qinyu pondered for a while and said, "Did you forget to bring the bow and arrow?" The three shook their heads. But Qinger raised her hand again. "Brotherly taught me how to make a bow and arrow, and I also brought a rope with me." As soon as she finished speaking, she was about to reach out to take it out, but suddenly her face turned red, and she whispered, "Wait a minute." Then she turned around, squatted on the ground with her back to everyone, and fumbled in her clothes pocket with her right hand. A few seconds later, she held a thin rope that was still warm, and said with a flushed cheek, "Brotherly asked me to hide it a little secretly." Chapter 635. Seeing this, Qinyu nodded and continued, "You are dealing with zombies alone outside, is it okay?" Hearing this, Qinger wanted to say that she couldn't do it, but thinking that this was a special situation, she changed her words and said, "As long as there are not many of them at the same time, I can handle it." Since this is the case, Qinyu didn't say anything more, looked at his watch, and whispered, "Action in 3 minutes." Then he picked up another rifle, and handed it to Uncle Hua. "Be careful. You too." Uncle Hua held a gun in one hand, put some bullets in it, and then bent over to touch the other side. "Do you want to use the gun directly?" Qinger asked hesitantly after seeing this scene. Hearing this, Qinyu picked up 2 pistols and put them behind his back, saying in a deep voice, "Goli was seriously injured, and the other 3 people were missing. Now it's not a matter of using the gun." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yin picked up the rifle, pulled the bolt upwards, showed his big white teeth, and smiled. "It's our turn." Inside the villa area. After dark, Xiao Jiao wanted to ask Wang Tianhai something, so he went over and knocked on the door. But no one opened the door for a long time. At this moment, Fu Qian, holding a baby, appeared. He walked over and shouted, "Brother Wang seems to have gone out." "Huh?" Xiao Jiao was a little regretful. Where could he go? "I don't know." Fu Qian shook his head and was about to leave. Suddenly, he thought of something and continued, "Just now, someone came over and said something, and then Brother Wang hurried out. Is that person over 50 years old?" Xiao Jiao's heart moved and he asked. "Oh, it seems so." Fu Qian thought about it and blurted it out. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao felt something was wrong and said to himself, "This is bad." After the voice fell, Xiao Jiao, who was always steady, also started to run towards a house. A few minutes later, bang bang bang. Chi Hao was reading in the living room. Recently, he went to chat with Yang Zi, but he always had some difficulty in keeping up with the conversation, so he wanted to enrich his mind. Hearing someone coming, he stood up and asked curiously, "Who dares to disturb me?" When he said this, Xiao Jiao's forehead was black. "Haozi, open the door quickly, I have something to talk to you about." Hearing this, Chi Hao ran over with a book and opened the door with a smile. "Brother Xiao, why are you here?" Xiao Jiao took a look at the book in his hand and asked in confusion, "I was wondering what's wrong with you all of a sudden, you started reading novels." "Oh, Sister Yangzi said that she can't play with her phone now, and there is no network. She likes to read books. I want to have more common topics, so I read too." Before he finished speaking, Xiao Jiao waved his hand. "I have something to talk to you about. That kid Yu Feng seems to have had an accident. He is in the same team as Hong Wu." After Wang Tianhai found out, he must have sneaked out. Hearing that it was a serious matter, Chi Hao threw away the book in his hand on the spot and said in a serious tone, "Do you need me to go out? I'm talking to you for this." Xiao Jiu nodded. The other party has fired a gun. This matter may not end well. Go and watch Wang Tianhai quickly. Don't let him disrupt Xiao Yu's plan. Okay, I leave right away. Chi Hao returned to the living room, picked up his dagger, changed his shoes, and set off immediately. Remember to bring your gun. In the attic of a house in the village. At this time, Hongwu was stabbed on the shoulder, his right hand drooped to the side, lying in a pile of weeds, breathing very weakly. Han Liyuan was also squatting beside the stairs, covered in blood. She held a kitchen knife in her hand, and looked down with horror. An arrow hit her calf, causing blood to flow all over the floor. Hearing the various footsteps below, Han Liyuan dared not breathe, for fear of being discovered. At this moment, smoke began to come from the surroundings. Han Liyuan quickly covered her mouth, but she started coughing after a few minutes. "Brother, that girl is upstairs." As soon as the voice fell, the door below was kicked open, and fell to the ground with a bang. Then 5 or 6 men wearing animal skins ran in, looking at the attic with very fiery eyes. "Go up, be careful, that woman has a good appearance and figure, you can keep her for a long time," a man with mud on his face ordered in a deep voice. Then, the 2 men stepped onto the stairs and ran up quickly. Seeing the enemy appear, Han Liyuan held the knife with both hands and swung it towards the enemy's head. The man quickly turned to the side, then reached out and grabbed her wrist, grinning, with a lewd look on his face. Looking at the man's yellow teeth, Han Liyuan felt nauseous, but before she could pull back the knife, she was pulled down by someone. At this moment, Hongwu, who had recovered a little, rushed over from the side, grabbed the 2 men and rolled down the stairs. The moment he landed, Hongwu roared with red eyes, and smashed the man's eyes with his fist as big as a sandbag, breaking his eyeball on the spot. Then he picked up the broken wheel on the ground and stabbed it into another man's throat. Because it happened too quickly, the people in the house were killed by Hongwu before they could react, and they were all angry. Then 7 men with machetes rushed in and chopped directly at Hongwu's head. At the critical moment, Han Liyuan also jumped down from above and blocked Hongwu with her whole body. Seeing the sudden appearance of the person, the men were greedy for Han Liyuan's appearance, so they also reduced their strength, but despite this, the knife still slashed towards her back. Swish! Swish! Han Liyuan vomited blood and trembled all over. Hongwu suffered too many injuries, and he became even more crazy when he saw Han Liyuan fainted after taking 3 knives for him. He punched the ground hard, then dodged to the side, quickly picked up the knife that fell beside him, and then swung it upwards. Unfortunately, this time was different from the previous time. The other party was ready and chopped at him with a knife. Ding! When the blades touched, sparks flew. Hongwu felt a shock in his palm, and his wrist was numb. Then the knife in his hand slipped out. "Stop!" The man spoke at the beginning. Hearing this, everyone dispersed. The man walked forward, took a look at Han Liyuan who was covered in blood, and said with a gloomy face, "Damn, you don't know how to watch out. Such a beautiful woman is wasted." After the words fell, the man looked at Hongwu, who was also bleeding, and snorted coldly, "Cut off your hands and feet, and set fire to this place." After that, the man turned and left. The others took out lighters, and began to light the sundries hanging on the wall. Then one of them drew a knife, licked his lips, and chopped at Hongwu's shoulder. This knife made Hongwu, who was weak all over, look dark. "It seems that I will really die here today." Chapter 636. Just as the sword was about to swing down, a stone suddenly flew in from outside the door, and hit the man's back of the hand on the spot. The pain came, and the action was forced to stop. Then a child jumped out, holding an old hen in his left hand. "Stop, or I kill it." Yu Feng's heart was beating wildly, and he was covered in dust, but his eyes were very determined. "Humph, you're looking for death." The man with mud on his face roared, took out a pistol, and was ready to pull the trigger. Yu Feng glanced at the chicken next to him, gritted his teeth, threw it away, and ran away. Bang! The gun went off, and the bullet rubbed Yu Feng's ear directly, and he felt a burning pain. "Don't chase them yet." The mud-faced man waved his hand, and said again in a deep voice, "Send these 2 bastards on the road first. One of them ran away earlier. Let's fight quickly, and retreat to the mountains as soon as possible." "Yes." The rest of the people responded in unison. At this time, the fire around them gradually increased. Hongwu gently shook Han Liyuan, and found that she still had her eyes closed, but fortunately, she was just fainted. Seeing those people coming in with knives again, Hongwu spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and then hugged Han Liyuan in his arms. Although he had never crossed paths with this woman, he usually just exchanged glances. But he didn't expect that the two of them were actually in the same team, and they had desperately saved him several times today. In this way, Hongwu's heart, which had long been silent, gradually began to beat. Finally, the two men stepped forward and swung their knives at the two people on the ground. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots. 2 bodies fell to the ground. Hongwu, who had closed his eyes and waited for death, opened his eyes blankly, only to find chaos outside. Then he saw a familiar figure. Zhang Yin appeared on the roof, holding an automatic rifle and firing rapidly, killing 5 people instantly. Then Qin Yu jumped down from the side, took out his gun very quickly after landing, and in less than a second, he also killed 2 people instantly. Then, arrows flew quickly from all around, accompanied by various gunshots. Although Qin Yu and Zhang Yin had few opportunities to fight together, they still had a tacit understanding, and the situation soon began to be one-sided. With the cooperation of the two of them, the enemy quickly ran around, but after all, there was a difference in numbers, and Qin Yu had no way to rush into the house. At this moment, Uncle Wa climbed over a wall, shot down several people again with a burst of bullets, and then threw away the gun with an empty magazine, pulled out a dagger and rushed into the crowd. In just a few encounters, 3 more people were killed by Uncle Wa in an instant, and the fatal wound was also in the throat. Be careful. Qin Yu's eyes condensed, picked up a machete, and threw it over. Pa! An enemy by the wall looked at his abdomen in disbelief, and fell down unwillingly. With Uncle Wa's help, more than a dozen enemies in the courtyard were defeated almost instantly, and the rest also tried their best to retreat. Why are you here? Zhang Yin stabbed the head of the corpse on the ground with a knife, and shouted to Uncle Wa. The people outside have already retreated, and there is not much use for me to stay there. Uncle Wa rushed into the house where the fire was getting bigger and bigger, and helped Hongwu out. And Hongwu's breath was very weak, and he turned his head to look behind him. You retreat first, leave it to me. Zhang Yin rushed over, picked up the bed sheet hanging on the bamboo pole, quickly put it into the bucket next to him to wet it, and then put it on, and rushed into the house. The fire was very big, and the smoke was getting thicker and thicker. Zhang Yin didn't dare to rush in to save people, but it was impossible for him to watch Han Liyuan burn to death. Quickly found the person who fainted on the ground, Zhang Yin took the bed sheet to cover her, and the water stains and the wound on her back instantly came into contact. A few minutes later, the seriously injured Hongwu and the fainted Han Liyuan were rescued, and everyone hid outside by a wall and rested temporarily. Looking at the 2 people covered in blood, Qin Yu's expression was extremely cold. Uncle Wa helped them stop the bleeding. He said calmly, sounding as if there was no disturbance. This matter is not over yet. After saying this, Qin Yu turned around and chased in the direction where those people ran. Zhang Yin looked at him worriedly, and Uncle Wa said in a deep voice, I will take care of them, you go to help Xiu Yu, and Yu Feng is missing too. As soon as the voice fell, Qinger, who was hiding outside shooting arrows to kill zombies, suddenly saw the figures of several people, hesitated, and ran over directly. Suddenly there was a noise. Zhang Yin aimed his pistol, and found that it was his own people. He immediately put down the gun and said, You came at the right time. We need help here. After that, Zhang Yin patted Uncle Wa on the shoulder, and got up to chase in the direction Qin Yu ran. Come over and help. Cut the clothes on her back first. Uncle Wa took out the first aid kit from his inner pocket, and put it on the ground to stop the bleeding. It was too late. Although the surroundings were still very dangerous, they could not care so much. If they delayed for a few more minutes, not to mention Han Liyuan, Hongwu might be in danger of his life. Seeing the bloody wounds of the 2 of them, Qinger's eyes suddenly turned red, and she stood there in a daze. Hurry up! Uncle Wa didn't see anyone moving for a long time, so he looked up and continued to shout. Hearing this, Qinger wiped her tears and squatted down to help. Remember, don't cry in front of the enemy. Uncle Wa said in a deep voice, and his hands began to move in an orderly manner. Time passed by minute, and it was getting dark. There were 2 groups of people in the forest, and they were moving very fast. Looking carefully, the 2 people behind were chasing the dozen people in front. Qin Yu stared at the people in front, and suddenly he jumped to the side and dodged an arrow. Are you okay? Zhang Yin pulled him up and asked with concern. No problem. Qin Yu patted himself and frowned and said, There are only 2 of us, but there are more than a dozen of them running desperately. I think something is wrong. I was just going to say that. Zhang Yin said softly, as he watched those people disappear into the jungle. Well, I go around from the other side, and you follow these people a little bit, and be careful not to be ambushed. Qin Yu pondered for a while, and said quickly. The two looked at each other, and then acted separately. A night passed. Just as the sky was getting light, more than a dozen men lay exhausted on the ground, gasping for breath. I said that these people can't be touched, but you didn't believe it, Lao Chi. As soon as these words came out, the mud-faced man looked in a certain direction with gloomy eyes and whispered, I told you to kill him directly, and you had to torture that man, but he really ran away. What should we do next? Someone asked tremblingly. To be honest, we are no match for those three men. They chop people like cutting vegetables. Chapter 637. And the most important thing is that we have walked too far this time. We still have to cross 2 mountains to reach the camp. Someone said weakly. I am almost out of energy. Me too. Many people at the scene began to talk at once, with some fear in their eyes. Originally, because winter was over and the temperature rose, they also planned to go out and get more supplies. Since they stayed in the mountains for a long time, these people did not think too much, and their goal was to come to the previous village. At first, Han Liyuan and Yu Feng carried the rice they had searched and prepared to move it to the car. As a result, they ran into these 30 or so men head-on. With the attitude of less trouble is worse than more trouble, Han Liyuan asked Yu Feng to hide the rice. But what she didn't expect was that those people didn't care about those things at all, but kept staring at Han Liyuan. Having been in the doomsday for so long, Han Liyuan naturally knew what those people were thinking. Due to her experience, Han Liyuan looked at the knives and shotguns in the other party's hands, and even the pistols on her waist, and she had no other choice. Hong Wu and Go Li were still several hundred meters away, and there was no way to call them without communication tools. Thinking of this, Han Liyuan gritted her teeth, turned around and told Yu Feng to leave first, and then find an excuse to trick a man into the house, and find an opportunity to hold him hostage. There was a blade hidden in her thigh, which was very sharp, but Yu Feng was still a child. Although he didn't know what would happen next, it would definitely not work for Aunt Han to face so many strangers alone. So for a while, the situation was a bit stalemate. At this moment, those people didn't want to wait any longer and rushed up to catch Han Liyuan. Seeing this, the two ran desperately, while Han Liyuan aimed her gun at the back and pulled the trigger. But what she didn't expect was that the shot happened to hit one person's calf. Then the man fell to the side, and his head fell on the nail, and he died on the spot. Since then, the two sides started to exchange fire. Even if he didn't rest for a night, it didn't affect Qin Yu at all. He had long been accustomed to this intensity. What puzzled him was that Yu Feng didn't know where he went. Before Zhang Yin fired the gun, Qin Yu also saw the child, but he didn't have time to shout at that time, because he would be exposed if he opened his mouth. Just when Qin Yu was hiding in the tree and worried, he suddenly saw a few more people appearing in front of him. Looking carefully, Yu Feng was being dragged on the ground by them. His hands were trapped, and his mouth was blocked by something. Seventh brother, how do we deal with this little brat? Hearing this, the already righteous seventh brother glanced at him, reached out for the gun, and pulled the trigger. The speed was so fast that Qin Yu didn't expect him to attack directly, and it was too late to draw his gun. But then Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, because he didn't hear the familiar gunshot. Even so, Qin Yu didn't continue to hide in the tree, but quietly slid down and tried to get closer. The pistol was out of bullets, and the man called Lao Chi's face turned black, and he took the knife from the person next to him. Just as he was about to walk over, a gunshot suddenly came from a distance, and then a bullet pierced his wrist. Zhang Yin appeared with a gun and smiled. Why, you have no bullets now. A few seconds later, Qin Yu appeared from the other side with a knife in his hand, and looked at the dozen people quietly. The two sides looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and those people stood up again with knives. What are you holding? Qin Yu asked calmly. Hearing this, Lao Chi hesitated for a while, and whispered, We didn't recognize the real men, and we are defeated today. I am willing to use all these supplies to exchange for a chance for my brothers to survive. Then, as if he was worried that his sincerity was not enough, he lowered his head again and said, We don't know where your camp is, and we can't come back even in the future. You should understand this. What seeds? Qin Yu asked indifferently. Although a dozen people may not seem like a lot, he and Zhang Yin can win, but the key question is, how many people are behind them? Since Qin Yu can find them based on where Hong Wu and the others went, these people must have left maps in the camp. If we attract hidden enemies, like the last time we abandoned the examination room, we really can't afford it. Now Chen Yu just wants to live with everyone in peace, and he won't provoke them if he can. But when the other party is ready to kill, Chen Yu will never let anyone go. But the key problem is that it is useless even if we kill them. Originally, Chen Yu chased after them with the intention of killing them all, but he also thought a lot on the way. Either kill them all, or get the maximum benefit. I don't know, it will be clear after it grows out. Lao Chi shook his head. Who hurt our friend? Chen Yu was silent for a moment, then asked softly, the one who drove away earlier. Hearing this, the people on the opposite side all took a few steps back, looking at a bald man. No. Not. I saw you suggesting that the man slowly bleed to death. Someone suddenly shouted. The next second, Chen Yu quickly took out his gun and pulled the trigger without any hesitation. Bang! The gun went off, and a bloody hole appeared on the bald man's forehead. He widened his eyes and fell to the ground. Seeing Chen Yu take action without any warning, Lao Chi's eyes became fierce and whispered, Brother, what do you mean? Throw the seeds on the ground in front. Chen Yu put the gun away and continued. Hearing this, the people on the opposite side looked at each other, and then threw out a few bags of things. Check it out. Zhang Yin heard this, squatted down and took a look, and nodded. Well, it does look like seeds. After the words fell, Chen Yu motioned him to carry it over. What do you think? Seeing this, Zhang Yin looked at the trembling men opposite him, and began to think in his mind. When firearms meet cold weapons, the advantage is fully reflected at this moment. Even if there are only 2 of them, they still have absolute say. Goli should not be fatal. Hong Wu and the woman look serious, but they are still alive after all, and we have killed half of them. I think it's better to just let it go, Zhang Yin said in a low voice. He didn't care about the life and death of these people. He mainly felt that too much killing was meaningless. The revenge had been taken. Both sides didn't know where the camp was, so it was difficult to find it later. After all, there were too many forks in the road. If you don't know the exact address, you can't find it. Hong Wu and his men came here with a map. If we kill these people, more than 30 people will die instantly. It's okay if the other side doesn't have anyone. If there are still people, then we have to prevent people from blowing up the camp in the middle of the night. After a few seconds, Zhang Yin continued to add. Chapter 638. Okay, I got it. Chen Yu nodded slightly. Seeing this, Zhang Yin stood aside with the bag of seeds. Are you sure you won't come back to cause trouble? A few seconds later, Chen Yu suddenly asked. Hearing this, Lao Chi pressed his bloody right hand hard and whispered, Even if I want to go, I need a map. Everyone should understand this. After listening, Chen Yu glanced at them and said nothing. Just then, zombies began to walk out of the woods. There were not many, about a dozen. Chen Yu and Zhang Yin remained indifferent. Lao Chi gritted his teeth, turned his head and ordered, Go and clean up a few people. After the words fell, the 5 people took knives, and went over to quickly get rid of the zombies. Come here. Chen Yu looked at Lao Chi and whispered, Throw the gun over here too. No bullets. Lao Chi was a little reluctant. We have. Chen Yu laughed, with a little mockery in his tone. At this point, Lao Chi had no choice but to bend down to pick up the gun he had just thrown away and slowly walked over. When he approached, Chen Yu took a look and said expressionlessly, I know where your base camp is. I deliberately abandoned the half-helicopter there. Although his expression was very calm, he was a little nervous because it was just a trick. At first, Chen Yu didn't think too much when he met these men wearing animal skins, just thinking that they had no clothes to wear. But as the night passed, he gradually felt something was wrong. Because they had the opportunity to run to the main road before, but these people were still running in the mountains. Chen Yu was a little curious at the time, because he saw one of them holding the knife hanging on his left waist when he encountered the zombies. What kind of people would use separate knives to kill zombies? Chen Yu understood almost instantly that these people must be hunting frequently. Then he thought of the time when he and Xiao Jiao went to the abandoned military factory, and saw some traces on the trees around. But at that time, Chen Yu didn't know that there were people living in the mountains, and subconsciously thought it was caused by the previous plane crash. Now seeing these men wearing animal skins, Chen Yu suddenly decided to give it a try, because this place is likely to be close to that area. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, a trace of solemnity flashed in Lao Chi's eyes, and then quickly disappeared, pretending to be dumbfounded and said, What helicopter? It's the one you took away. After Chen Yu confirmed it in his heart, he spoke with a little more confidence. Hearing this, Lao Chi's expression was uncertain, and he simply kept silent. Okay, go ahead. Chen Yu shook his head, and motioned him to leave. Some words don't need to be said too much, and the listener can imagine a series of things in his mind. Hand over all the supplies you have, any fresh water or food. After saying this, those people looked at each other, and no one moved. Seeing this, John Ian slowly raised his gun and whispered, "Do you need me to remind you?" After the voice fell, those people reluctantly took out water bags, dried meat, lighters, etc. from their arms. They lined up in this way, and slowly put all the things in front of Chinyu. After a few minutes, a lot of water and food were placed on the open space. Of course, Chinyu didn't know how to use them. Then he roughly counted how many people there were, and slowly said, "Let's play a game to determine who wins, and who loses, and who lives and who dies." There are exactly 14 people, 7 groups. The game is called rock, paper, scissors. If both players have the same pieces, 2 people live. If anyone loses, they die. After he finished speaking, Chinyu changed his tone and continued, "If only one person wins, he can take away 1/3 of the supplies here. You take things that originally belonged to us, and then use them as rewards for us." "What kind of thing is this?" Someone was not happy and muttered. Chinyu had sharp ears, and heard the sentence on the spot. Then he smiled slightly, and said indifferently, "Why, you are not convinced. I want to see how long your so-called morality can last in the face of survival." At this time, Zhang Yin took out a pistol from his waist, and placed it next to the pile of supplies, and smiled, "I will personally sponsor an extra gun and 3 bullets. With food and guns, even if you are alone, it will not be a problem to survive in such a place." Seeing the guns in front of them, those people's eyes suddenly became hot. You know, after living in the mountains for so long, most people are not qualified to touch guns. When encountering zombies, the most commonly used weapons are bows and arrows, slingshots and the like. And many people choose to use spears. But the key problem is that where there are people, there are conflicts, even in the end of the world. In the camp, only the people like Lao Chi are qualified to use pistols, and even so, the ammunition is still pitifully small. This was seized when they secretly killed a lot of people with zombies before. At that time, they were worried about retaliation, so they retreated to the mountains, and tried not to go out unless necessary. Relying on the zombies in the jungle, basically no one would step into that area. After all, even if they were hunting, they would not choose a place with zombies. As for some old-fashioned hunting rifles, only those who have made great contributions are qualified to use them. But now, a modern pistol is placed in front of everyone, it is impossible not to be tempted. After all, most people could not get access to guns before the end of the world, and even if the end of the world comes, there is basically no channel. With a gun, you can do many things such as holding other survivors hostage, or you can threaten all kinds of women. 3 bullets may sound like a small number, but if used properly, it is equivalent to 3 chances to survive. What Zhang Yin didn't expect was that he was just interested in it, but it ended up causing these people to kill each other. In his opinion, these people with bows and machetes should not be able to use guns. "Are you serious?" After a moment of silence, a thin man in the crowd suddenly spoke. "Of course." Chinyu smiled slightly. Although he didn't plan to continue killing these people, letting them go was indeed a hidden danger. Even if he couldn't find Chinyu's camp, what if they met again in the future? At that time, both sides would definitely fight as soon as they met. So Chinyu thought about it, and decided to let the people on the opposite side fight among themselves, and it would be best to solve it by themselves. It can be said that if one of the Hongwu team died, Chinyu would definitely not care about it, and everyone in front of him would have to die. But the good thing is that there are no casualties at present. In addition, half of the people had been killed before, so Chinyu would not take anyone's life again. Seeing the young man nod, the thin man gritted his teeth, turned his head and shouted, "Cousin, let's go first. Remember, both of you use cloth." After the voice fell, the other person hesitated and nodded in agreement. Chapter 639. The thin man glanced at Chinyu and said seriously, "I hope you keep your word. I count to 3, and we do it at the same time. 3, 2, 1. The two of them faced each other, and quickly stretched out their right hands. But this scene made everyone present in an uproar. No, why did he use scissors? Old Seven understood instantly, but at the same time, he was a little confused. It's obvious that both of them can survive if they use cloth, but why? "Cousin, you?" The thin man was full of disbelief. He roared, "I have an incurable disease. I want you to live and get an extra gun, but you want me to die?" As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed up, rode on the man opposite, and hit his head with his fists. Somewhat unsatisfied, the thin man picked up the stone on the ground and continued to smash it. Haha, one of them wanted to take it all by himself with scissors, and the other just happened to play stone. Interesting. Chinyu said with a smile. Brother, I was wrong. The thin man held the stone high in both hands, preparing to make the last blow, but when he heard the faint begging sound coming from the ground, his heart softened. Pa! He threw away the stone, touched the blood on the back of his hand, and shouted, From now on, we will be friends forever. After the voice fell, the thin man stood up, and was about to beg Chinyu for mercy, but suddenly, a scream came from behind. The next second, he just turned his back to his cousin, and suddenly, he was hit by a stone on his calf. Then the thin man turned his head, and before he could speak, the dust in front of him flew instantly, and directly sank into his eyes. In this situation, his eyes were disturbed, which was almost equivalent to losing his fighting power. Sure enough, the thin man was thrown to the ground on the spot, and the next second, his cousin suddenly bit his throat. The surroundings were very quiet, and there was no sound. 10 seconds later, a man with a mouth full of blood stood up, breathing a little hurriedly and said, I won. Hearing this, Chinyu thought for a moment, then took out a pistol, shook his head slightly, and said, You ignored the rules of the game. Bang! There was another corpse on the ground. I said, It's just the winner of the game who lives, not the winner of the fight. Chinyu put away his gun and said lightly. Looking at this man who took people's lives at will, those people felt fear for the first time. They finally realized how big a disaster they had caused this time. Go on, you already know what to do. Bang! Plop! Time passed slowly, and the occasional gunshots also attracted the attention of many zombies. They came from all directions with the same goal. Zhang Yin watched the show while he took the knife and went forward to kill them, without any panic. In a few minutes, there were a few more bodies on the ground. Looking at the last 9 people left in front of him, Chinyu nodded slightly. Seeing this, Zhang Yin took out 3 pistols and threw them over as agreed. As long as one person survived, he could get the gun, and Chinyu did not regret it. But at this moment, Chinyu gently tapped the side of his thigh with his right hand. Very hidden, and basically not noticed, but one person was an exception. Zhang Yin caught it instantly. He glanced at the 3 men above with the corner of his eyes, and then nodded slightly. With the relationship between the two of them for so long, one look would be enough to understand. If it really doesn't work, then 2 looks. Except for those 3 people, the other 6 have turned around and left, including the old 7. Chinyu did not continue to chase, just watched them leave. Brother, are you done? Someone asked quietly, not paying any attention to the bodies on the ground. Even though they were teammates, these people didn't even look at them. Here they come. Zhang Yin took out 9 special bullets and handed them to several people with a smile. Take them, go quickly, your family has gone far away. At this moment, Zhang Yin was like a kind-hearted person, smiling. He was killing people in the village yesterday, but he suddenly became gentle today. The 3 of them held guns, looked at the bullets, and walked towards a certain direction in the woods in a good mood. Watching them walk away, Zhang Yin whispered, I know you won't really let them go, but why not just kill them? You know, although I don't think it's necessary to kill these people, I will still listen to you. In my opinion, these people really deserve to die. 3 sentences in a row, expressing Zhang Yin's confusion. Hearing this, Chinyu patted his shoulder and said seriously, Sometimes, even in the end of the world, killing people doesn't necessarily require dirtying your hands. You are very skilled, but you have to understand that this is far from enough. After saying this, Chinyu looked at his watch, touched his stomach, and smiled. Are you hungry? What do you think? Zhang Yin smiled bitterly. We were chasing all night yesterday, and your physical fitness has really improved a lot. It seems that the Doomsday can really train people. Let's go, find a way to get something to eat. Chinyu laughed and walked forward. Although there were still some supplies left on the ground, the 2 did not plan to eat them. Wait for an opportunity to boil it in boiling water, as safe as possible. Half an hour later, Chinyu and Zhang Yin squatted beside a cave, preparing to catch the pheasant in front, when they suddenly heard several gunshots. The 2 looked at each other, got up and ran over there. 10 minutes later, there were 8 bodies lying on a flat ground in the mountains. Most of them were shot, and then killed by stones. 3 of them should have been hit in the aorta, and there was a lot of blood on the ground. I messed with the bullet. Although it won't explode, the accuracy is much off. Zhang Yin squatted down and picked up the 3 bloody pistols, and wiped them with the corpse's clothes. At this moment, a hand rose up and tried to grab Zhang Yin's calf. The next second, Chinyu drew his knife and stabbed it into the head, killing the newly mutated zombie. Then he looked at the bloodstain somewhere and whispered, The zombies here are about to get up, go over and deal with the tail first. Chinyu's mood did not change. These people died here because of greed. Originally, he did intend to stop, but he didn't want to let them go. Following the bloodstains on the ground, Chinyu led Zhang-Yin to find Lao Qi lying next to the tree roots. At this time, he had long lost his previous prestige. The blood on his right hand could not be stopped, and he was shot in the leg again, and his face gradually turned pale. You really have bad intentions. Lao Qi looked at the two people in front of him with resentment, wishing he could bite them to death. Didn't you kill each other? Chinyu looked at his watch and asked casually. What are you looking at? Zhang-Yin asked curiously. As the voice fell, scattered footsteps came from behind. Chapter 640. Here they come. Chinyu said softly, then turned around and whistled again. Seeing the zombies approaching, the two began to retreat to the side. Old Seven also tried to stand up, but he was already exhausted, and was caught up by the zombies after walking a few steps. Screams rang out. Chinyu looked at all this expressionlessly, and said slowly, This is far from the camp. In order to prevent accidents, we need to clean up and avoid being discovered. How do we do it? Zhang-Yin rubbed his hands and said, as he looked at the zombies gathered together. Seeing this, Chinyu thought for a few seconds and whispered, Don't worry about those who have been eaten. Kill those who are still wearing animal skins, and find a place to bury them. At this temperature, they will rot into a human-like state in about half a month. After saying this, Chinyu rushed over with a dagger, and Zhang-Yin followed closely behind. Half an hour later, the two found a groove around, then dragged all the corpses in, and stripped off all their clothes and pants. Zhang-Yin also poured some more zombie blood to speed up the infection. The blood of the zombies that appeared earlier was mostly brown, which was indeed suitable for covering up the traces. After finishing all the work, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Although the two were hungry, they still carefully checked the surroundings. Zhang-Yin followed him with some soil wrapped in the clothes he collected. Chinyu followed his instructions, sweeping the footprints with leaves and sprinkling some soil on them. In this way, unless those people appeared here within 2 days, it would be basically impossible to tell that it was man-made. Although so many people had accidents at the same time, most of them knew what happened, but if they couldn't find evidence, they would have no place to seek revenge afterwards. After destroying so many enemies again, Chinyu seemed very calm, but he was still a little depressed. In his opinion, since the doomsday has happened, it is better to work together to survive. On the contrary, Zhang-Yin was like nothing happened, and his psychological quality was very strong. Hey, look over there. Zhang-Yin poked Chinyu with his elbow. Hearing this, he looked up, squinted slightly, and then pulled Yufeng, who was walking quietly beside him. Don't worry. At this moment, Chinyu also found that Yufeng seemed to be particularly quiet, and couldn't help but curiously asked, What's wrong with you? Why haven't you said a word since you were rescued? You didn't say a word when we were cleaning up the traces before. After the voice fell, Yufeng hesitated and said in a trembling voice, I killed someone. Hearing this, they both understood. Chinyu was about to continue, but Zhang-Yin patted him on the shoulder and whispered, You go catch that pheasant, I will guide you. Okay. Chinyu thought about it, and nodded in agreement. Then Zhang-Yin put a hand on Yufeng's shoulder, and called him to the side. Those people had a lot of bows before. Chinyu picked up some arrows and put them in. He checked the arrowheads. There was no bad smell, and they looked very clean. He took the bow, put the arrow on it, and tiptoed over. A big pheasant with bright feathers was standing by the stone in a daze. Chinyu aimed, and was about to shoot when he suddenly saw the grass next to him move. Then, without any hesitation, Chinyu changed the direction of the arrow and released his right hand. With a sizzle, the zombie was killed on the spot. Unfortunately, due to this episode, the pheasant also ran away. Chinyu spent a while, and searched for a long time before finding the second one. This thing is timid and alert, and it will run away at the slightest movement. According to the speed of zombies, it is basically impossible to catch them. Seeing this, Chinyu also planned to fence off the woods around the camp to see if he could raise some pheasants in it. At present, the threat of zombies is indeed much smaller, and generally only sneak attacks can succeed. A few minutes later, Chinyu returned with a pheasant and called Zhang-Yin and Yufeng, and the three of them walked to the foot of the mountain to see if they could find an open place to make a fire. As the smoke rose, they divided the work and soon began to roast the pheasant. However, since there was no seasoning, it tasted really ordinary. But they had been hungry for a long time, so they ate it all up in a short time. Finally, the fire was covered with mud and extinguished. Zhang-Yin found the mark he had left before and turned back to whistle. After all, it was in the jungle, and it was easy to get lost without a map. Zhang Yin was experienced, and knew how dangerous it was to be trapped in such a place, so he was more cautious from the beginning. It was not until the afternoon that several people returned to the vicinity of the village. As no one cared about the fire, after a day and a night, most of the houses here were burned down. Uncle Wa simply set up a camp near the car, and surrounded it with a large number of corpses to prevent zombies from gathering. However, he would have to deal with the wound later, so Wa used a wooden stick to insert into the body instead of dragging it with his hands. At this time, Qinger stood on the roof of the car with a bow and arrow in her hand, looking around. When she found the figures of Qinyu and the other two, she waved excitedly. Qinger did not ignore the details, and did not make a sound. Seeing the three people appear with slightly dirty clothes, Qinger jumped out of the car and asked nervously, "Are you done?" Hearing this, Qinyu nodded tiredly. "I guess so, we have to deal with this later. How are Hongwu and Han Liyuan?" Hearing this, Qinga turned her head to the right, where a shed was built with leaves. She said slowly, "Brother Hongwu is woken up, and Sister Han is still unconscious. The situation is very bad." Seeing this, Qinyu said, "Go and have a look." "You go, I will continue to stand guard." Qinger took the bow and arrow, and continued to climb onto the top of the car. The view from above is better, and it is convenient to observe the surroundings. For a girl like her, it is indeed easy to detect danger. A group of zombies appeared earlier, and Qinger notified Uncle Wa in time, and the latter also killed them in time. "Thank you for your hard work." Qinyu nodded slightly and walked away. Under the leaf tent, Uncle Wa, who also did not sleep all night, looked unchanged. He was holding a towel boiled in boiling water, and cleaning the wound on Hongwu's arm. "Uncle Wa, how is it?" Hearing the voice, Uncle Wa glanced at him and asked calmly, "Is it all solved?" "Yeah." Qinyu answered softly, walked over and squatted, and put his hand on Han Liyuan's forehead for a few seconds. Then he frowned slightly. "It's so hot, is this a fever?" As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Wa lifted a piece of clothing on Han Liyuan's back, and suddenly 3 huge wounds came into view. Zhang Yin's breathing stagnated, and he clenched his fists and said, "It's over. I didn't notice that the water was not clean when I rushed into the burning house to save her. The bed sheet only shortened the infection time. It's not your fault." Uncle Wa shook his head slightly. Chapter 641. "We have to find a way to treat them," Qinyu said seriously, and continued to ask, "Have you used up all the medicine?" Hearing this, Uncle Wa nodded, continued to cover Han Liyuan's back with clothes, and said, "They have too many injuries. We don't have much iodine. I can only apply some of the more serious areas. In addition, I am not a professional doctor, and there is not much I can do. If I bandage the wound, it's okay." After the voice fell, Qinyu looked around, stared at a bag of items on the ground, and asked, "What is that?" Hearing this, Uncle Wa turned his head and looked at Qinger standing on the roof of the car, and whispered, "Garlic was almost burned by the fire before, and the girl thought it was a pity to waste it, so she brought it out." After he finished speaking, Qinyu stood up and looked at the time, and whispered, "The car is out of gas. If we want to go back next, we can't just find gas. After all, there are a lot of people. The tire is also leaking." Uncle Wa also added, "There should be some glass shards on the roadside, and we probably didn't notice it at the time." "Yeah." Qinyu looked back at the road they had come from, and glimpsed a few zombies coming down the mountain, and said, "Let's make a stretcher and carry them away first. I help you." Yu Feng held Han Liyuan's hand with moist eyes, stood up and shouted, "Okay, let's go." Qinyu looked at him and nodded. Then Zhang Yin went to collect tree bark, while Chen Yu and Yu Feng chose suitable tree trunks. Finally, they chose 2 trees that were as thick as wrists and relatively straight. Yu Feng was silent for a long time along the way, and later spoke when he was helping to carry the trees. "Brother Qinyu, can you give our team an extra gun?" In fact, Qinyu could move these 2 tree trunks by himself, but he didn't refuse him. When he heard the question, he put down the tree trunk, pulled out the dagger and threw it, and the flying knife accurately hit a zombie 10 meters away. "Reason," Qinyu said softly, and just as he was about to draw his knife, Yu Feng ran over first. Half a minute later, he took the clean dagger, held it horizontally, and said with his head down, "If I had a gun instead of a slingshot before, they wouldn't have been so seriously injured." Hearing this, Qinyu put away the knife and said calmly, "You can't do it yet." After saying this, Yu Feng raised his head and asked seriously, "Why? Sister Zhang Rui can use a gun a long time ago, why can't I?" Qinyu picked up 2 vertical poles and carried them on his shoulders, looked at him, and said slowly, "Can you be the same as her?" "I knew them, father, and daughter not long after the zombies appeared. How about you?" Hearing this, Yufeng felt hopeless and whispered, "What you said makes sense." Qin Yu walked past him, stopped a few steps away, and then slowly said, "If you paint the stone with zombie blood, its lethality will not be less than that of a bullet." "But—" Yufeng hesitated, then he took out the slingshot in his pocket and said worriedly, "If it is painted with blood, what if I miss and accidentally hurt my brothers and sisters? Then I'm doomed. If you can't even control this, how dare I give you a gun?" Qin Yu asked back with his back to him, and walked out. Watching him leave, Yufeng stood there in a daze for a long time. Under the tent, several people made stretchers neatly. Originally, Qin Yu was going to make another one, but Hongwu said that his legs were not injured and he could walk, so he only needed a crutch, and he should mainly take care of Han Liyuan. In response, Zhang Yin smiled and said, "Don't worry, as long as they are our own people, Xiao Yu will take it seriously." Since Han Liyuan had been unconscious and had a back injury, she could only be placed face down on the stretcher to avoid touching the wound. As for the arrow wound on the leg, there was no sign of infection by the zombie virus, so it was not very serious. Zhang Yin and Uncle Hua carried Han Liyuan, Hongwu walked beside them, and the few people began to retreat. Since there were still some supplies and weapons in the car, Qin Yu and Yufeng took some and began to lead the way. There were still some explosives that had not been used, and Qin Yu was reluctant to throw them away. After all, although this thing made a lot of noise and easily attracted zombies, it was still powerful. Keep it, maybe it can be used as a trump card. Not long after the few people walked out, they suddenly met two familiar people. But it's a pity that these two people didn't drive either. Watching the two people coming out from the side of the road, Qin Yu was stunned, then looked at Yufeng, who ran over excitedly, and instantly understood. Qi Hao patted the dirt on his body, walked over and chuckled. "Fortunately, nothing happened to you. Wang Tianhai didn't drive a car. I drove one out later, but that car seemed to have some problems. The tire broke not far away. Plus there was no oil, so I just threw it on the side of the road." Hearing this, Qin Yu sighed. "I got some tires back last time, but unfortunately I didn't have time to change them. Wang Tianhai lost a hand, which is inconvenient after all." Qi Hao, who was still chatting, suddenly saw Hongwu on crutches, and then moved a few steps to the side, and then saw Zhang Yin and Uncle Hua carrying a stretcher. Then his face straightened and whispered, "Injured?" Qin Yu nodded. Seeing this, Qi Hao clapped his hands and turned back to shout, "Well, I can't save you in vain, come out and see." As soon as the voice fell, a man walked out of the woods. To be precise, it was a middle-aged man he had seen before. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and did not speak. He recognized on the spot that this was the man he had seen in the abandoned county town before. However, since none of Su Dali's men were here, Qin Yu had no idea of his identity. As for Jin Linfu, because of his daughter's tragic death, he particularly resented those people before, and would not take the initiative to bring up that experience. "What is this?" Qin Yu did not say anything, but asked. Hearing this, Qi Hao said truthfully, "We drove here before, and happened to meet this person at the bend of a certain road. His car was stuck on the edge of the cliff. I didn't intend to care, but I saw him bandaging his wound. Well, I just lent a hand, and when I asked later, it turned out to be a doctor. The wound is infected, right?" Jin Linfu stood on the side of the road, looked up at the stretcher, and whispered. The two people who were talking stopped immediately after hearing this. "How do you know?" Qi Hao turned his head and glanced at him. "During the recovery period of the wound, it needs to breathe. You covered her with clothes, which will only make it easier for bacteria to get infected." Before he finished speaking, Uncle Hua replied expressionlessly, "I know this, the wound is already infected, there are too many corpses around, and the air is not good. If it is not covered, the situation will be more serious." Chapter 642. Hearing this, Jin Linfu was stunned, and then he said to himself, "You are right, now is the end of the world, and we really need to avoid being infected by the zombie virus. Compared to that thing, infection is really nothing." Qi Hao glanced at the time and whispered, "What do you think, should we keep this person or not?" Hearing this, Qin Yu thought about the scene he saw in the city before. This person was kind enough to remind the man who wanted to commit suicide with explosives. At least, he had a good heart. But Qin Yu was very curious about one thing, that is, how could a wandering doctor suddenly appear in the wild? And it seemed that he was not a veterinarian like the old man Bai. "Let's see if he can help," Qin Yu answered softly. After the voice fell, Qi Hao waved his hand, "Come and take a look." Seeing this, Uncle Hua and Zhang Yin put the stretcher on the ground. Jin Linfu walked forward. He first looked at Hongwu, who was leaning on a cane, and then nodded slightly. Then he squatted down next to the stretcher, and Uncle Wall lifted his clothes. The wound looked a little worse than before. Jean Linfu didn't touch it directly. He observed it for a few seconds, then stood up and said, "It's okay. Keep covering it. It's better to cover it. It seems that you are out of medicine." He looked at Qinyu and said seriously, "Do you have any?" Chi Hao asked. Jean Linfu shook his head. After standing there and thinking for a few seconds, he looked around at the people present, then walked in front of Qinyu and whispered, "I'm going to a place. You need to find a car for me next. In return, I will do my best to help you treat these two people, but I can't guarantee that they will survive." "Where are you going?" Qinyu looked into his eyes and asked calmly. "I'm sorry, I can't tell you," Jean Linfu said, neither servilely nor arrogantly. Hearing this, Qinyu thought about it. Anyway, they had to find a car next, so they could get one more car at that time, so he simply agreed. Just then, there was a noise around, and everyone turned their heads to see that several zombies appeared. Chi Hao laughed, drew his knife, and went to kill them. "Let's go, find a place to spend the night." Qinyu picked up the supplies on the ground and walked away. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, several people came to a breeding farm built in the wild. However, it had been abandoned for a long time, and the door was even open. After walking for a long time, they finally encountered this area with buildings. Due to the increase in the number of people and the wounded, it was not realistic to spend the night in the wild, so they were forced to enter the breeding farm. Just as Qinyu put down his luggage and prepared to go in for inspection, Chi Hao patted his shoulder with a smile. "Take a break. Let me do it." After he finished speaking, he turned his head and shouted, "Hey, you come with me." Following Chi Hao's gaze, Wang Tianhai was stunned for a moment and nodded. "Okay." But just as he took a step, Chi Hao shook his head. "It's not you, it's your godson." Hearing this, Wang Tianhai opened his mouth to say something, but when he saw Qinyu's gaze, he still didn't speak. Then he patted Yufeng on the shoulder and told him, "Don't panic when you encounter danger, and don't hurt your big brother Chi Hao." "Okay, I know." Yufeng was indeed calmer than the other children. He was not afraid when he heard that he was going to enter this unfamiliar area, and responded calmly. Watching them enter with knives, Qinyu turned around and said, "Let the wounded surround the middle, and the others watch 3 directions to prevent the zombies from gathering." After he finished speaking, everyone started to get busy. Qinger was still carrying the bag of garlic. Seeing this, Jean Linfu wanted to go over to help, but was rejected by her. Seeing this, Jean Linfu was not annoyed. He had no intention of having too much contact with these people. He just planned to change a bike, and return to Su Dali's camp to see if he could steal some medicine. Not for his own use, but after wandering in the wild for a while, Jean Linfu felt that medicine was much more important than food. He planned to use the medicine to exchange for a bicycle, ride farther, and try not to stay in the northern area. Although there are many zombies in the south, at least there will be fewer survivors. In the abandoned farm, Chi Hao picked up a sneaker, tied it to a stick and lit it, making it into a torch, holding it to check each room. At first, he went up to kill the zombies, but soon, Yufeng also began to help. He held the machete, which was almost as tall as himself, in both hands, and raised it with effort to chop the zombie's leg. When the zombie fell to the ground, Yufeng nervously drew out the knife and continued to hit the head. Although the process looked very chaotic, the zombies could hardly touch him. So Chi Hao was a little worried at first, but soon he didn't care about him anymore. He just reminded him to remember to shout when there were too many zombies, otherwise it would be a waste of death. Chi Hao didn't pay much attention to this child, who was younger than Xiaohu, but he was impressed by the little girl Zhang Rui. In the previous month, everyone stayed in the camp and didn't go out. Zhang Yin often taught his daughter how to use a dagger. At that time, Chi Hao had nothing to do but took a few glances and found that Zhang Yin's moves and postures were extremely standard, so he paid more attention. Later, when he heard that Zhang Yin had served in the army and was a scout, he became even more excited. At first, Chi Hao was a military fan and wanted to join the army, but for some reasons, he did not enter the army for training, so he admired soldiers very much. When he first met Xiao Jiao, after hearing about his identity, he decided to lend a hand on the spot and help those old people. Afterwards, Xiao Jiao also told Chi Hao privately not to have a professional filter, especially in this doomsday. In the end times, you can only know a person's face but not his heart, and no one can predict what will happen in the next second. So since then, Chi Hao has changed a lot. But later, when he met Qinyu again, he unconsciously discovered that there was also a soldier beside him, and then he became more excited. Mainly because he knew Qinyu's character, and there would not be those villains around him. Secondly, Zhang Yin has always been very low-key and never advertised what he can do. At that time, only Qingyu and Lin Yi knew that he had been a soldier, but he never told anyone else. Every time he was asked, Chen Yu casually said he didn't know. As for Xiao Jiao, although he recognized the unique aura of a soldier when they first met, he also wouldn't expose it. In this way, Qi Hao didn't discover this until a few days ago. When he saw that Zhang Rui would rather cry while running than give up, Qi Hao actually went over to run with her. After understanding, I realized that Zhang Yin didn't want his daughter to be so tired at all. However, Zhang Rui said very seriously that she wanted to become stronger as soon as possible so that she could help her father share a lot of the burden. Chapter 643. Zhang Yin, a grown man, had red eyes after hearing those words, so he just let her do what she wanted. The reason why Qi Hao targeted Yufeng was because the two kids were close to each other. In his opinion, if Yufeng grew up a little, there would be more people to help keep an eye on Zhang Rui when she was in danger. After all, most enemies would not focus on the two kids. And most importantly, Qi Hao didn't want something like this to happen again. Running out of the camp without permission is extremely irresponsible for any leader. If someone accidentally brings the virus back and infects others, who will bear the consequences? Qin Yu, Xiao Jiao, and Feng Yi also understand that Wang Tianhai made a mistake because he missed Yufeng, but Qi Hao doesn't think so. So after all these things, after thinking about it, he called Yufeng to check together outside. Time passed slowly, and the breeding areas under the 3 greenhouses were all checked, but there were more zombies in the 2 innermost areas. Qi Hao got some sticks to block the door, then cut off the zombies' hands before returning. He patted the dust off his hands, walked up to Yufeng and said, "Boy, go call everyone in, I continue to reinforce this place. Do you need my help?" Yufeng glanced at the zombies in the pigpen, and said with some anticipation. Hearing this, Qi Hao laughed, flicked the dust off his shoulders with his fingers, and said casually, "Do you really think I asked you to come together because I need your help?" After the words fell, Yufeng blushed and said with his head down, "I know." Then he ran towards the gate area. "Haha, this kid." Qi Hao looked at him, and shook his head helplessly. "It's a pity, it would be better if it was a little bigger." After that, Qi Hao whistled and walked towards the zombies, saying lazily, "Scream, scream, 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 I smash your mouths." However, the zombies didn't understand what he was saying, and still tried to rush out of the iron gate. At the gate, Qinyu saw Yufeng running over and nodded slightly. "What's going on?" Seeing their figures, Yufeng held his knees with both hands, panting and said, "But you can go in." Hearing this, Qinyu waved his hand. Seeing this, Uncle Hua and Zhang Yin, who were sitting on the ground to rest, continued to lift the stretcher. Inside, Jin Linfu was about to say something but stopped. Chen Yu didn't even look at him, walked straight in, and said calmly, "With the current situation, where can we find a suitable environment for overnight stay?" "Just stay here." At this time, Hongwu had a good physical foundation, so even if he was seriously injured, it was not serious. At least he could walk and speak a few more words than before. He limped to Jin Linfu, who was standing there, and patted him on the shoulder. Then, Hongwu grinned and whispered, "As long as it is safe enough to prevent zombies from attacking, that's enough." However, because he was very weak, this smile was not very good-looking. Jin Linfu glanced at him and whispered, "You should be more careful. This used to be a pig farm. It's very dirty." After that, he followed the others. After everyone entered, Qinyu locked the door again, and found a broomstick to block it. The 2 doors were large, and because they were not locked at the beginning, many zombies entered after the doomsday outbreak. As they walked in, everyone saw Qi Hao standing under a big tree, looking up at something. Qinyu looked at the pig pens, turned his head and said, "It looks like it has been abandoned for a long time. There is a broom next to it, just clean it up." As soon as the voice fell, Qinger put down the bow and arrow and trotted forward. I do it, you have worked hard all the way, just leave this little thing to me." Seeing this, everyone did not argue with her, and Wang Tianhai went to collect dry wood around. "Uncle Wang, be careful. There are many zombies in the shed over there." Yufeng ran to Wang Tianhai and said with some concern, "Forget it, I picked them up with you." Although Wang Tianhai treated him as his godson, Yufeng never changed his mind. In this regard, everyone in the camp was not surprised and had no other reaction. The people over there were busy cleaning. Qinyu walked and pounded his shoulders, and walked towards Qi Hao. "What are you standing under the tree looking at? There are no fruits here." Hearing the familiar voice, Qi Hao turned his head and hugged Qinyu's shoulders, pointing his finger to the top of his head, and said excitedly, Why do I feel that the black mass on it looks like a beehive? Hearing this, Chinyu was stunned and subconsciously said, is it true? Then he asked again, mentioned before that it is very important to encounter honey in the wild. This thing can supplement nutrition, and can also resist bacteria and sterilize. Last time Wu Rui went to dig out the beehive to save Li Yao, told me this seriously afterwards. After saying that, Chinyu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked up, even tiptoeing a little. Haha, Shaolin is really your lucky star. Chi Hao put his hand on his shoulder and said with a smile, Brother Xiao taught you skills, and you have so many capable friends around you. Plus you have a doctor sister who often reminds you to pay attention to this and that. I think, as the doomsday time progresses, it will be difficult for you to die. After the voice fell, Chinyu poked him with his elbow and said speechlessly, look at what you said, can't I just live well? Then he turned around and shouted, Uncle Hua, come and take a look. Hearing the shout, Uncle Hua walked over, Jin Linfu hesitated and followed. When the two approached, Chinyu looked up and said, you have good eyesight, help me see if it looks like a beehive. If it is, we will dig it out. After that, he and Chi Hao looked at each other and laughed. After all, food is scarce nowadays, and honey is something that can only be encountered by chance. If you come across it, there is no reason to miss it. Uncle Hua looked up, and was about to speak when a voice suddenly came from the side. It's a beehive. Seeing this, everyone looked at Jin Linfu, who was the one who spoke. You didn't even look at it, how did you know? Chi Hao asked curiously. Hearing this, Jin Linfu pointed to his nose and whispered, I can smell something different. Secondly, there are bees flying over there. He pointed to the gate area. Hearing this, Chi Hao slapped his thigh. Damn, I forgot this detail before. Finally, Jin Linfu thought for a moment and said, with honey and garlic, those two people should be able to save their lives. Chapter 644. Garlic can also heal wounds? Chen Yu frowned slightly. Jin Linfu glanced at him, hesitated, nodded and said, Garlicin can have a strong bactericidal effect and can prevent infection. I see. Chen Yu said softly. This is the first time he heard that garlic can have this effect, but Chen Yu knew that Lin Yi must know this too, but she just didn't have time to say it. You two go back, we find a way to get this thing down. Chi Hao took off his coat and said expectantly. Uncle Hua didn't say much. It was just a beehive. It didn't take too many people. He might as well go back and sit down and rest. Even if he was as strong as he was, he couldn't stand it after not eating for a day. Chen Yu naturally saw it. The honey could be used to replenish energy for everyone, and the rest could be used to apply on the wound. Be careful. Don't let it get dusty, otherwise you can only eat it. Jin Linfu said this and turned around to leave with Uncle Hua. Oh, this guy really takes himself seriously. Chi Hao looked at his back and curled his lips. Hearing this, Chen Yu said disapprovingly, as long as he has real skills, these are nothing. After the voice fell, Chi Hao smiled and said, I go get some leaves from the side. Don't tell me, there are quite a few trees in this pig farm. After saying that, he put his clothes on Chen Yu's shoulders and ran away. Watching Chi Hao climb up the tree, Chen Yu also went back to make some tools. After emptying the backpack containing the supplies, Chen Yu looked inside and then walked towards the tree. Chi Hao also brought a few bundles of leaves and tied them together with a plastic bag on the ground, then smiled and said, You go up or me? Chen Yu was about to speak, but he said something else. Forget it, I climb it. You are so delicate, if you fall, Brother Xiao will be anxious with me again. As soon as he finished speaking, Chi Hao took the coat from Chen Yu's shoulders, put the pile of leaves on his back, and then tied it with clothes. Then he walked around the tree, found a suitable place, and began to climb up. Since he had been in the apocalypse for a long time, Chi Hao became more and more adept at climbing such places. Sometimes, in order to rob bird nests, he could climb up even trees as thick as his arms. Halfway up, Chi Hao lowered his head and shouted, Hey, throw up the lighter. Hearing this, Chen Yu took out his lighter and threw it upward. Catching it with one hand, Chi Hao smiled and continued to approach the beehive. The wall next to the pigpen. Chinger was cleaning, while holding her breath. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore. She ran out to take a breath, and saw Chen Yu standing under the tree. Seeing this, she wiped the sweat off her forehead with the back of her hand, and asked curiously, What is Brother Chen doing? Are you going to dig out a bird's nest? Hearing this, Uncle Hua said softly, There is a beehive. Ah? Chinger smacked her lips, then returned to the pigpen, and said with some fear, Then I have to hide a little, I am most afraid of being stung by this kind of thing. 10 minutes later. Chi Hao's left eye was swollen, he washed his hand with water, and smiled and took a piece of raw honey, and started to eat it, looking heartless. Xinyu picked out the cleanest pieces and put them aside, then handed the rest to Qing'er. You've worked hard for so long, pick one. Qing'er was a little surprised when she heard this. She looked at Qihao's hands full of honey, hesitated and whispered, you guys take it, I be the last one. As soon as he finished speaking, Jean Linfu came up. Xinyu looked at him with a slanted eye. The next second, Jean Linfu smiled awkwardly and said awkwardly, I haven't eaten this thing for a long time since the outbreak of the apocalypse, and I'm a little greedy. Oh! Xinyu replied calmly. Seeing this, Jean Linfu stepped back and said to the side, Miss Qing'er, you first. Seeing that everyone was waiting for her to take it, Qing'er bit her lip, blushed and stepped forward, washed her hands with water, and prepared to take the smallest piece. Seeing this, Xinyu moved his bag to the side and said helplessly, take a bigger piece. There was no way, Qing'er couldn't resist him, so she had to take a palm-sized honey block. Uncle Hua. Xinyu walked to the stretcher, and the latter didn't say anything polite. After all, he was really hungry. Uncle Hua picked a piece slightly bigger than Qing'er and started eating it. Then came Zhang Yin, then Hong Wu, and Yu Feng. Finally, Xinyu looked at Jean Linfu, who was staring at him eagerly. He had already swallowed a lot of saliva. Xinyu didn't want to share anything with someone he just met, let alone honey. Although the amount was quite large, there were still many people left in the camp. If everyone shared a little, it would seem too little. Thinking of this, Xinyu planned to spend more time thinking about it next time. It would be great if he could get more honey to take back. And he also heard that Wu Rui planned to raise bees in the camp, so he could help her then. After thinking for a while, Xinyu walked up to Jean Linfu and said solemnly, I don't ask you to cure her after eating, but if the injury worsens, I promise that you will spit out the same thing you ate. After speaking, Qihao sucked his fingers and said with a smile, and I will help you hold him down when the time comes. Then Jean Linfu turned his head, and found that the dark-faced middle-aged man was also looking at him expressionlessly. Then he gritted his teeth and said, how about I help you save her first? After that, Jean Linfu was about to get the garlic that he had peeled in advance. But just as he was about to bend down, his shoulder was pulled by someone. Then he heard a voice coming, and it seemed that the attitude was a little better than before. Whether you really think so or not, if you didn't say this, I would really let you eat it later. The next second, Jean Linfu saw something more in his sight. A block of honey about half the size of his palm came into view. Thank you. Jean Linfu wiped his hands on his body, and took it excitedly. In the past, this kind of food would not make everyone excited. But the key point is that it is not the past now. Then Xinyu walked to a stone and sat down, and looked in his backpack. There were still several pieces left. Since it was padded with a plastic bag, it did not leak out. Xinyu did not like to eat this kind of sweet food very much, let alone wild honey. After thinking about it, Xinyu picked a piece of the size of a thumb and ate it, and then put the rest away, ready to take it back for Lin Yi, Dazhuang Xujiu and others to taste. After all, the hard life in the doomsday has been too long, and it really needs a little sweetness. But fortunately, with the joint efforts of everyone, the current villa area is becoming more and more perfect, and basically can provide food independently. And the lake is also well protected. As long as the zombies cannot pollute it, it is basically equivalent to having endless fish. Chapter 645. Just as Xinyu put the honey cubes away, Qing'er followed suit. She only ate a small portion, about 1/5. Then she took out a relatively clean plastic bag from her backpack, carefully put it on, and planned to take it back for Li Gu to eat. Watching their actions, Qihao was stunned. Then he picked up the dagger, and walked towards the other direction of the farm without saying a word. Where is he going? Zhang Yin also left a little for his daughter, and when he saw Qihao leaving, he asked curiously. Hearing this, Xinyu thought for a moment, then chuckled and said, looking for love. What? Zhang Yin was a little confused. Qing'er is the only woman in the wilderness. Where can he find love? Hearing her name, Qing'er raised her head. Hey, who called me? It's okay. Don't worry about it. Xinyu waved his hand and turned his head and said, what's your name? After he finished speaking, Jean Linfu licked the honey off his fingers and said his name truthfully. Jean Linfu. Okay, it's your turn next. Xinyu nodded slightly. Jean Linfu stood up and said seriously, no problem, but you need to boil some hot water and a clean knife. It's best to boil it in boiling water. After hearing this, Xinyu pondered for a while and stood up. I arrange it. Then everyone started to get busy, preparing to treat the injuries of Hongwu and Han Liyuan. Hongwu was fine. He didn't seem to die, but the important thing was Han Liyuan. She had been unconscious for a long time and had no signs of waking up. Qin Yu had no stance towards this woman. He just didn't intend to watch her die because she joined the camp. It was also because everyone had taken great pains to save her today that one day in the future, Han Liyuan saved everyone in the camp on her own. At this time, Han Liyuan had no idea that a man had been asking about her whereabouts. 10 minutes later, a fire started outside the pigpen wall. Although the inside had been cleaned, it still smelled a bit. The crowd still didn't choose to go in first, and planned to ventilate for a while. Jean Linfu took the mashed garlic, and used clean wood chips to add the appropriate honey. This was also peeled by Uncle Hua. Although it was the end of the world, Jean Linfu didn't look like a good person on weekdays, but when he rescued people, he was serious. For example, using wood chips instead of hands to apply medicine was also his suggestion. At this time, Han Liyuan was lying on the stretcher, with all her clothes on her back cut open. There were 3 wounds that had already festering, which made Qing'er and Yifeng feel nauseous. First clean the wound, then rinse it with slightly cooler boiled water, and then start applying medicine. Since there are too many places that need water, the water that everyone can drink is basically used up. The water used now is also brought out from the camp by Wang Tianhai and Qi Hao. But since it is to save people, it is okay to use it up, and others will not say anything. Anyway, if a person does not drink water, his life will be in danger for about 3 days. And if Han Liyuan's wound is not treated, she may not survive tonight. Qin Yu stood quietly beside Jean Linfu, as he carefully applied the lotion to her. Han Liyuan was indeed very beautiful, and had a good figure, but Qin Yu had no idea at all, and just kept staring at the string at the back of her neck. If you remember correctly, when he first met Han Liyuan, Qin Yu saw that she was always wearing this. Qin Yu asked about it at that time, but unfortunately Han Liyuan refused to reveal anything. There was no way, as he was busy with many things at that time, so he forgot about it over time. Now Han Liyuan fainted, and the object hanging on the thin rope was also revealed. It was a bullet. And Qin Yu's intuition told him that the bullet would definitely fire normally. The more he thought about it, the more strange it felt. Qin Yu waved to Uncle Hua. "What's going on?" Uncle Hua was busy making the bed with leaves. When he saw Qin Yu's action, he walked over. "Look, what kind of gun does that bullet look like?" Hearing this, Uncle Hua turned his head and frowned. "It looks a bit like a sniper rifle." "No, it looks a little shorter." Qin Yu suddenly whispered, "Could it be a pistol bullet?" Hearing this, Uncle Hua shook his head. "No, it's a little too long for a pistol." After looking at it for a few times, even the knowledgeable Uncle Hua didn't recognize it, and finally walked away. In fact, it's not his fault. This bullet was obtained by chance when Han Liyuan was abroad. It was also given by someone who was very important to her. In addition, this bullet has never been circulated on the market, so basically no one knows it. Seeing that there were no clues, Qin Yu muttered to himself, "Strange, using a bullet as a pendant is indeed rare, and it is specially placed in a card slot." However, Qin Yu did not continue to investigate. After all, it was just a bullet. Even if it was filled with explosives, it would not have much killing power. For him now, bullets are not a big deal. At most, he can ask Han Liyuan when he has time. Time passed by, and Jean Linfu finished applying the medicine to her, and then gave her some water to drink. In return for the honey block, Jean Linfu took out 2 small white pills with some dust on them. Jean Linfu looked at everyone and explained that it was an anti-inflammatory drug and was not poisonous. If he was worried, he could take it on the spot. But Qin Yu refused. After finishing all the work, it was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. Just when everyone was about to rest, Qi Hao appeared in a t-shirt, but unlike before, he had a lot of dust on him. Seeing him holding the coat in both hands, Wang Tianhai was surprised and said, "Brother Qi Hao, what have you been doing?" "I won't tell you." Qi Hao shook his head and walked to Qin Yu's side. As it was dark, no one noticed anything was wrong. When Qi Hao approached, Qin Yu looked at his swollen eyelids and back of his hands, and couldn't help but admire him. "Brother, you can do it." Without saying much, Qin Yu took his coat and stuffed it into another bag, then zipped it up and patted Qi Hao on the shoulder. Hiss! Qi Hao was about to sit down when he suddenly felt pain in his shoulder. He took a breath and said, "Gently, gently." "Ha ha, okay." Qin Yu smiled and sat down cross-legged. Everyone had entered the fence inside the pigsty, and 2 people each chose an area. The iron gate was closed, and zombies couldn't get in. And the fence was not low, and iron bars were added on it. Unless the zombies evolved to be able to climb, they could only stand outside and stare blankly. Just when everyone lay down to rest, a weak voice suddenly came. "Water." Is there any water? Chapter 646. When he heard the sound, Chinyu opened his eyes first, and then everyone woke up one by one. It was very dark around. Although there was a moon outside, it was blocked by the roof. Chinyu picked up the torch he had prepared earlier and lit it with a lighter. With a glimmer of light, Uncle Wa also took out the last bit of drinking water and walked over to feed her. Han Liyuan was very thirsty and drank it all in a short time. She felt like she had slept for a long time, and her eyelids were particularly heavy. It took a lot of effort to open them. After drinking the water, Han Liyuan fell asleep again immediately. It seems that we need to get some water as soon as possible. Zhang Yin looked at the empty water bottle and smiled bitterly. It's okay, let's rest first. Chinyu lay down, propped his head with his hands and whispered, Anyway, there are still a lot of things to get. Let's talk about it after we wake up. Since both sides were locked, and the zombies knew their positions, there was no guard tonight. A night passed, and nothing happened. It was still dark, and everyone was still resting. Bang! Just then, a noise came from a distance. Almost instantly, except for Han Liyuan, Qing'er, and Yufeng, everyone else woke up. Even Hongwu, who was still injured, opened his eyes quickly, but due to his injuries, he was unable to stand up. What's going on? Chenyu frowned slightly. The next second, he looked at Chi Hao, and the two looked at each other and ran into the farm at the same time. Chenyu was faster. He just ran around the corner and then saw that the iron gate more than 10 meters away began to loosen. Looking down, there was indeed a door on the ground, but the zombies rushed out at the same time and got stuck there. Seeing this, Chenyu was about to rush over to block it again, but the other door also fell down directly. Instantly, Chenyu pulled out his axe, turned around and shouted to the back, You guys hurry up and retreat, we can only delay for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, Chi Hao picked up a wooden stick on the ground, pressed it hard with both hands, making the bottom close to the concrete floor, and then pushed it hard, with chips appeared on the ground, and Chi Hao also made a sharp point on the wooden stick. Then he rushed towards the group of corpses with a serious face, and began to help Chenyu share the pressure. The sudden movement woke up the rest of the people. Even Han Liyuan woke up. She looked confused and asked weakly, Zhang Yin, why are you here too? Quick, pick up your things and leave. Zhang Yin climbed up the pigpen wall, and saw a large number of zombies rushing out. He immediately jumped down and shouted. At this moment, Uncle Wa looked at Han Liyuan and asked in a deep voice, Can you walk? Hearing this, Hongwu stepped forward, stretched out his hand to support her, and quickly said, It's okay, I take her with me. Seeing this, Uncle Wa nodded immediately and said to the side, Zhang Yin, you lead them to retreat, I will cover you. After the voice fell, Uncle Wa picked up the bag of explosives and started running. As several people carried large and small bags of supplies, everyone quickly ran to the door. Plop! Chinyu looked serious, holding the axe in one hand, chopped off the head of the zombie in front of him with force, and then kicked the corpse down. There were already many zombies lying on the ground, but Chinyu still couldn't see the end at a glance. With a backhanded axe, Chinyu suddenly chopped off 2 zombies, turned his head and shouted, No, there are too many of these things. We can't kill them all. Just then, a very steady voice came from behind. Shall you? Hearing this, Chinyu turned his head and saw Uncle Wa throwing the bag in his hand on the spot, then quickly pulled out a dagger and rushed directly towards the group of zombies. Seeing the familiar color of the bag, Chinyu's eyes lit up. He clearly remembered that there were a lot of explosives in it, which were given by Xiaojiu at the time. The next second, Chinyu reached out to catch the bag, and at the same time heard footsteps on the right, and then swung the axe in his hand and killed it instantly. Then a foul smell came, and he looked at the zombie blood on his shoulder and frowned slightly. After inserting the axe, Chinyu took out a lump of explosives and turned his head and shouted, Rat! Hurry up, I want to blow up these bastards. At this time, Chi Hao was covered in zombie blood, and the whole person was like a killer crazy, and shouted at Chinyu. The two quickly lit the fuse, and then rushed towards the zombies at the same time. Uncle Wa, run! Chinyu shouted and kicked the nearest zombie back. The sound of the burning fuse attracted the attention of the zombies, and they began to gather together, which also gave the 3 a chance to breathe. Not long after they ran out, there was a sudden explosion behind them. Chi Hao stood by the wall, wiped the zombie blood off his hands, looked at the pieces of meat being blown everywhere, and said happily, Do you two think this explosion is also very beautiful, just like fireworks? Hearing this, Chinyu took a look at his appearance and whispered, A bit like. Uncle Wa was not interested in staying to talk about this. He just looked back and continued to run out. Let's go, We only killed a few dozen of them. I guess there are still some in there. It's hard to imagine that we actually spent the night here last night. Hearing this, Chi-Hao blushed and whispered, "Next time I will check how many zombies there are." Chin-Yu shook his head. "It's okay. No one would have thought that this small abandoned farm would hide so many zombies." After he finished speaking, he walked outside. "Actually, I should have thought of this at the beginning. There are few zombies in the wild around here. It is indeed very wrong. Only by experiencing these can you grow faster." After listening, Chi-Hao was stunned, and a trace of admiration appeared in his eyes. At first, he also felt that Chin-Yu was very weak, but Chi-Hao also thought that this person had certain potential. So when Brother Xiao proposed to train the three of them, Chi-Hao did not have any dissatisfaction. He even thought that he would have more powerful teammates if he could defeat Lan Shan in the future. It was also because of his personality that Chi-Hao worked tirelessly with Uncle Hua to search for supplies outside, so that they could replenish their physical strength and nutrition after high-intensity training. The most important thing is that Chin-Yu has one thing that makes everyone admire him. That is, he never complains when encountering problems. Even many times, he would take some responsibility on himself. But whether it was Uncle Hua, Chi-Hao, or Zhang Yin, they didn't think that this zombie crisis was the responsibility of one person. And it's better to say that Chin-Yu didn't confirm it in advance than that no one noticed it. Standing outside the gate, watching the zombies gradually chase out, Zhang Yin waited for the three of them to come out, and then quickly closed the door. Just as everyone was about to leave, Chin-Yu pondered for a while, took out an axe, and began to carve on the wall next to him. Chapter 647. After watching him leave a long string of words, everyone chose to leave together. After Chin-Yu confirmed that the door was locked by Chi-Hao, he turned around and left. At this time, the sky was completely bright, and he didn't have time to eat. He planned to get some water first. He walked back along the road, but unfortunately, he didn't find any water. Most of the time, he could encounter many zombies. And it was only 9 o'clock in the morning, and the sun was already hanging overhead, which was quite hot. Chin-Yu estimated that it was about 20 degrees. Since there was no water to drink, and they were constantly exposed to the sun, everyone was already thirsty, and their pace gradually slowed down. After Han Liyuan woke up, although she was still very weak, she could barely walk with Hong Wu's support. At this time, Han Liyuan felt Hong Wu's strong arms, and her cheeks flushed slightly. But she didn't mean anything else, and was just grateful to Hong Wu. Zhang Yin had taken off his coat, and occasionally looked at the sun above his head, muttering, "It's only March, and the temperature doesn't seem to be high. Why is it so hot in the sun?" Hearing this, Chin-Yu reached out, and pulled off leaves on the roadside, wiping the blood off his body to prevent it from drying up. Then he threw away the leaves and whispered, "Perhaps because of the doomsday, various industries around the world have stopped, causing this series of reactions." Then Chi-Hao rolled up his sleeves, spit on the roadside, and then said depressedly, "I wanted to say this in winter, he almost froze to death on the road." Zhang Yin looked behind. At this time Qinger was holding Yufeng. She was already a little depressed because she hadn't drunk water for a long time, hadn't eaten in the morning, and had walked such a long way. Seeing this, Zhang Yin glanced at Chin-Yu again and whispered, "I go ahead and take a look." After he finished speaking, he began to run forward, leaving everyone behind. Time passed by minute, and it was almost noon. Everyone hid under the shade of a tree, no one spoke, and it seemed dead. Just then, there was a movement in the woods, and a zombie appeared on the side of the road. "I go." Before Chen-Yu stood up, Uncle Hua had already come over with a knife. Seeing this, Chen-Yu continued to stand up and whispered, "You wait here for Zhang Yin, I go look in the woods." "I go to the other side." Although Chi-Hao was also thirsty, he could still bear it. Hearing this, Chen-Yu turned his head to look at Uncle Hua, nodded slightly, and then left. After seeing Chen-Yu's instructions, Uncle Hua walked to an open space and sat down, staring at Jean Linfu quietly. A few minutes later, Chen-Yu walked out of the woods on the left. Everyone looked up, with some expectation in their eyes, but when they saw him shaking his head, they quickly lost their breath. After more than 10 seconds, Chi-Hao also came back, and he shrugged helplessly. "I didn't even hear the sound of water. Even if there is a river, we dare not drink it." Qinger made a wreath of leaves and wore it on her head, fanning her hands beside her. "If it were July, I would be crazy from the heat. In this environment without air conditioning, I really don't know how to sleep at night." Just as everyone was about to continue on their way, Zhang Yin also appeared from the intersection in front of him, holding 2 bottles of mineral water in his hands. Seeing this moment, everyone's eyes lit up on the spot, and even Chen-Yu subconsciously pursed his lips. When they met, before anyone spoke, Zhang Yin said with a heavy face. This water has been expired for a long time. I don't know if it can be drunk. I found it in the back seat of an abandoned car. Hearing this, Qin Yu took the water, raised it and looked at the sun, then saw Yu Feng's eager expression, and said, "Let's not leave yet. Find a place to rest for a while, and find a car by the way." Hearing that he had to find a car, Jin Linfu frowned slightly, and he didn't want to go to Su Dali's camp anymore. Because of this morning, he had a better impression of Qin Yu and the others. For no other reason, although they brought a lot of drinking water to clean the wounds of Hong Wu and Han Liyuan, no one said anything. Even when they were so thirsty, those people did not complain to each other. This kind of atmosphere of getting along really surprised Jin Linfu. In the past, the temperature was also very high, and there was only one small bottle of water for more than a dozen people, and everyone could only drink one bottle cap. During the period, one person drank one more portion, and several people quarreled and finally fought. Because he had encountered such a thing before, Jin Linfu hesitated whether to leave. He knew that with his official identity as a doctor, he would not be abused in any camp in the end times, provided there was only one doctor. When there was no alternative, he would become more important. So when Jin Linfu secretly observed before, he would confirm whether the other party had a doctor. If there was, he would quietly leave. If not, he would find an opportunity to join in. And Jin Linfu was very smart. He would not specifically jump out and say that he was a doctor, but wait until someone was injured and whisper a few words beside him. It was also because something almost happened before that I was exposed in front of Chi Hao. While thinking about these things, Jin Linfu followed them forward. Under the bridge, Uncle Wa killed several zombies and prepared to drag them to the side, and Zhang Yin also went to help. At this point, Han Liyuan also knew that it was indirectly because of her that everyone was so hard. Thinking of this, she gently broke free and shook her head slightly at Hong Wu. Then she limped to the side. Since others were busy making fire and setting up the pot, no one noticed her actions. Plop! Han Liyuan knelt down with tears in her eyes, trying to hold back the pain in her calf, sobbing and saying, "If you still can't find water to drink next, you can drink my blood to survive. With my injuries, it's a question whether I can return to the camp alive, so why not help everyone?" After the voice fell, she stood up and walked to the side to sit down. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, some didn't know what to say, and turned to look at Qin Yu. Chi Hao walked to Qin Yu with a few pieces of wood in his hand, squatted down, and whispered. She couldn't have a fever that burned her brain. How could she say such things? Qin Yu shook his head slightly and whispered. At least her original intention was good. Keep busy. Be careful not to let the ash fall into the water. After that, he stood up and walked towards Han Liyuan. Before he got close, Qin Yu saw her raise her head and said seriously, "Thank you, you saved me again." Due to the serious injuries and lack of water, Han Liyuan's condition was very bad, and her eyes were even bloodshot. Qin Yu stood quietly in front of her, thought for a moment, and then squatted down. "For what you said just now, we will carry you back even if we have to." Chapter 648. Before she could react, Qin Yu got up and left. During the boiling process, 2 more zombies appeared around. However, unlike before, both zombies were missing a hand. After Qin Yu went over to kill them, he suddenly became curious. He squatted down and took a closer look at the broken arm. The bones were clearly visible, and the color was a little gray. However, it can be confirmed that the cross-section of the wound looked like it was torn apart. The 2 zombies were also similar. Qin Yu squatted beside the corpses, and roughly estimated that they should have been trapped somewhere before. At that time, because their hands were restrained, they couldn't move. They probably broke free recently. Anyway, as long as it wasn't man-made, Qin Yu felt relieved. Although he planned to accept more survivors, he had to divide them. He would never look at people who enjoyed killing zombies. Back under the bridge, the water had almost become a little cold. Everyone took pots and spoons and started to scoop water to drink. In order to make survival in the wild more convenient, a clean small pot and a much shorter spoon were placed in the trunk of each car. After all, in many cases, you may not be able to find food that can be eaten directly outside. And in most cases, it is safer to cook or boil before eating. The 2 bottles of water evaporated a little after boiling, so the amount was much less. Everyone did not finish drinking, just barely quenched their thirst, and the rest was still put in the kettle. As for the 2 bottles, they were kept as early warning devices. Throw them on the ground. As long as there are enough, the zombies will make a sound when they step on them. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the group was still walking. Jin Linfu also took the time to check Han Liyuan's injuries, and confirmed that they had not worsened, which made him feel relieved. Apparently, honey and garlic also played a role, but in order to avoid being misunderstood as a quack, Jin Linfu secretly added some medicine powder to the water that Han Wu and Han Liyuan drank. This was the method he used to hide the medicine. Although it was easy to get damp, it was convenient to conceal it. Every time someone asked Jin Linfu what it was, he said it was putty powder hanging on the wall, and he planned to use it as a mark. Only he knew that the one in his left pocket was anti-inflammatory, and the one in his right pocket was antibiotics. Although Han Wu drank the water, and it tasted a bit strange, he was injured and thought it was the water's problem, so he didn't think much about it. The few people walked on the side of the road, under the scorching sun, and their speed gradually slowed down. Qing'er's face flushed as she walked, and she even wanted to walk barefoot. Qingyu looked at her and explained softly, "According to the map, we are not that far north, so the climate warming up is more obvious. But our current location should be farther than the previous community, right?" Zhang Yin asked in confusion after hearing this. "But we are not walking in a straight line either." Qingyu shook his head slightly. At this moment, Uncle Hua, who was walking in front, stopped and found something. He looked for a while, and then a hoarse voice came out. "There seems to be a camp ahead." Hearing this, Qingyu walked forward, took out the kettle, and handed it to Uncle Hua. "Moisten your throat." Uncle Hua did not refuse, took it, poured a little with a lid, and took a sip. Qingyu pondered for a while, turned his head and whispered, "Zhang Yin, when we came here before, we should not have taken this road, right?" The next second, Qing'er answered first, "Yes, because I remember you said that there were no abandoned cars on the way here, so we went in a different direction when we went back. After all, this is probably the road on the left." "Yes, I know that." Qingyu nodded slightly. "About 1 kilometer ahead, there is a house, and a car is parked. To be precise, it seems to be a motorhome." After so long since the apocalypse, this was the first time Qingyu encountered such a vehicle. It would be a lie to say that he was not excited. One vehicle could accommodate all the people now, and there was a bed, and they could go to the toilet in the car. Although the men could just dig a hole in the wild, it was more inconvenient for the girls. Sometimes, in order to find a suitable place, they often had to walk a long way together. But there were zombies everywhere, and it was not safe to walk far. In the wild, although no one mentioned how to go to the toilet, they actually knew it very well. Qingyu thought for a moment and said softly, "Do you think it's better to go around or go over and try to contact it?" Hearing this, Yu Feng suddenly said, "If the big car can be driven, should we try to grab it?" As soon as he said this, he was hit on the head again. Wang Tianhai stared and shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? It's also a survivor. It's someone else's thing. How can you grab it?" Hearing this, Yu Feng did not refute, muttering, "I just think that this car is indeed okay." Although he was still young, the internet was well developed before the end of the world, and he often used his mobile phone to surf the internet, so he knew it was a motorhome. Looking at the smoke coming out of the house, Qingyu slowly said, "It doesn't matter, let's go over and take a look. If we happen to have the supplies they need, note the location and bring something to exchange in a few days." Hearing this, except for Zhang Yin and Uncle Hua, everyone was a little surprised. They originally thought that Qingyu would say that he would drive the car away first, and come back to return the things in a few days. Unexpectedly, Qingyu did not intend to take the car. Or in other words, Qingyu did not touch the car when the owner was there. Since the decision was made, everyone started to continue on their way. With a goal, they walked much faster, and Qing'er did not even feel tired. She was not afraid of bad people in the house, because there were many people around her anyway. Qing'er even had some expectations, if those people targeted her and Han Liyuan, and then the two sides fought. At that time, the RV could be legitimately changed. But Qing'er didn't dare to say this, she only dared to imagine it in her heart. About 10 minutes later, everyone came to the house. Everyone looked at each other, and no one came forward to knock on the door. At this moment, Qingyu put down his bag and pressed his right hand on the gun without leaving a trace. He had never thought of shooting when he encountered the zombies before, but now he has to contact people, and guns are undoubtedly more deterrent than knives. Dong dong dong. Qingyu stood in front of the door and knocked gently. "Who is it?" A somewhat old voice came from inside the door. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Even Qing'er was a little disappointed. If it was an old man, it would be difficult to drive the car away. Although she expected the two groups to fight, she would not advocate robbing others' things, even in the end of the world. Chapter 649. Accompanied by the sound of a chair moving, the sound of a cane falling to the ground was heard again in the house. Clang. It was like something fell to the ground. The next second, the door inside was opened, and the upper part of the curtain was lifted up. Strangely, the first thing Chun Yu saw was not a person, but an old-fashioned hunting rifle. "Who are you looking for?" Although the old man's voice was a little old, it revealed a sense of vigilance. Hearing this, Chun Yu put his hands in front of the door and said with a smile, "Old man, we passed by here and haven't seen anyone for a long time, so we came from that side." After saying that, Chun Yu pointed to the left. Seeing this, Chinger was startled. She clearly remembered that everyone came from the right. Sure enough, the old man in the house was about to pull the trigger when he heard it. The next second, Chun Yu quickly dodged to the side and said in a deep voice, "There is no need to use guns as soon as you come up. We have no ill intentions." After saying this, the old man hesitated and said coldly, "You lied to me. The road on the left has been blocked for a long time. No car can get in. The right. The right." When he said this, a violent cough was heard from inside the house. Then Chun Yu looked at John-in and nodded slightly. Seeing this, John-in made an okay gesture and quietly moved to the side. Although he didn't attack the people in the house, and didn't intend to rob the supplies, it was not a good thing to be pointed at by a gun all the time. So Chun Yu planned to let John-in find a way to sneak in, and see if he could remove the gun, and then talk slowly. At this moment, there were suddenly a few barking sounds from the backyard. "Woof woof woof. Quan Quan, don't scream, it's not a monster." A voice came from inside the house. The sudden movement made Chun Yu a little solemn. But at this moment, the door opened and the gun was put away. "Come in, I know you are not bad people." After saying this, Chun Yu looked at the people outside, waved to them to sit down, and then walked in. "Old man, what do you mean by this?" There were not many furnitures in the house, and they were placed in a mess. The windows were basically nailed shut with wooden boards. Fortunately, it was daytime, so the light was barely okay. Chun Yu looked around and found a pot near the wall with firewood burning underneath. "Aren't you afraid of being exposed?" He looked at the old man in front of him, sat down with some difficulty, and then gently stirred the food in the pot. "It's been half a year, and you are the first group to appear." The old man's voice seemed to be older because of the cough just now. Then Chun Yu looked at him a few times in the light. He felt that he should be in his 70s, but he looked very tired, and his white hair was particularly eye-catching. Seeing this, Chun Yu was curious about many things. He couldn't figure out how such an old man could live alone until now. The next second, the old man reached out to take the chopped firewood next to him, but the distance was a bit short and he couldn't reach it. Seeing this, Chun Yu stepped over to help pass some. At the same time, the old man also saw the pistol on his waist. "Young man, how many people have you killed with this gun?" Hearing this sudden sentence, Chun Yu stepped back vigilantly. He didn't think this old man was a good person. Turning his head to look at the people basking in the sun outside, Chun Yu continued to ask, "What did you mean by what you said just now?" "Because..." Cough cough. At this point, the old man coughed again. A few seconds later, he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and said slowly, "In the current living environment, you can carry 2 wounded people on the road, and there are children in the team. At least it shows that you are not a bad person." After the voice fell, he turned his head and stared directly at Chun Yu. The instantaneous eye contact made Chun Yu's heart sink, because there were 3 huge wounds on the left eye of the old man. Looking closely, there should be 5, and the left and right sides are a little smaller. Although he is recovered, he still looks very scary because his eye sockets are empty. "Come in, it's a bit hot outside." After saying this, the old man turned around again and continued to prepare food. Hearing this, Chun Yu pondered for a while, walked to the door and whispered, "It's okay." After this, everyone felt relieved, and Chinger ran in first, not caring about so much, and sat down on the sofa directly. The small house seemed crowded because of the crowd. "You don't get any food," the old man said in a low voice while stirring the pot. Hearing this, Uncle Wal looked around the wooden board on the window, turned around and said lightly, "Can you still protect the supplies?" "No." The old man scooped a little food with a spoon, and the sticky liquid had a strange smell. He tasted it a little, and then said, "You haven't smelled it before? This is dog food, it will look like this after it is cooked." At this point, the old man started coughing again. Seeing this, Chun Yu walked over and stood next to Jean Linfu, who was looking around, and whispered, "Go and take a look. If this old man has an infectious disease, it will be in trouble." Hearing this, although Jean Linfu was a little reluctant, he had no choice but to walk over. "Old man, let him take a look at you. It's not good for you to keep coughing like this. It's easy to attract zombies whether you say it or not." Unexpectedly, the old man waved his hand, shook his head and said, "A few days ago, A piece of wood hit his leg, the wound has been infected, there is no cure. Then he turned his head to look at Hong Wu and Han Liyuan, and continued, if you still have medicine, they won't be so weak. After saying this, Chinger suddenly remembered that there were 2 injured people, and quickly stood up and asked the 2 to sit down. Thank you. Although Hong Wu was also very tired, he still smiled gratefully. Take a break first. I see if I can find water for you. After saying this, Chinger prepared to go outside the house to look for a well or something like that. You should take a rest, girl. I have destroyed the well. The old man's voice sounded. What's your name? Chen Yu first signaled Jean Linfu not to move, then looked at him and asked. It's like this, is there any point in asking for your name, young man? The old man's voice was very calm. Hearing this, Chen Yu shook his head. Of course it does make sense, at least you should know the name of the person you saved, right? After the voice fell, the old man turned his head, and continued to look at him. At the same time, the empty eye sockets appeared in front of everyone again. The next second, the old man took the eye mask from the table next to him and put it on, then said, my last name is G. Okay, Mr. G, if we have medicine to cure your injury, what can you offer as a deal? Hearing that his injury seemed to be healed, Mr. G was also moved. Chapter 650. Although he lived for more than 70 years, if he could live one more day, it would be worth fighting for. But soon, old man G waved his hand, and took the bowl on the table to scoop the food from the pot. I say, old man, is this dog food so delicious? You don't even want to say a word? Zhang Yin couldn't help it and asked. It's not delicious. Old man G took a sip and ate it expressionlessly, but this is the last meal. After swallowing, he looked at the shotgun in the corner and said in a somewhat lonely tone, there is only the last bullet in it, which is left for me. Hearing this, everyone smacked their lips and stopped talking. Qin Yu pointed to the RV outside with his left hand and said softly, we can heal your injuries and take you with us. We just need to exchange it for this car. After the voice fell, I thought the old man would be very excited, but what Qin Yu didn't expect was that he just looked outside lazily and continued to eat. Whatever, as long as you can clean it and start it at the same time, I have no objection. After saying this, Qin Yu nodded to Jean Linfu and then walked out. Judging from the brief contact, this man should have lived here alone for a long time. Of course, Qin Yu would not directly trust every word he said, and the specific situation had to be slowly screened. And when he came here, Qin Yu also found something wrong, that is, there were traces of zombies on the road and in the fields, but the strange thing was that the bodies were gone. He didn't believe that this old man in his 70s could do so many things. And Qin Yu also observed that Hong Wu's body had reached its limit at this time. He was already injured, and it was not easy for him to walk so far. As for Han Liyuan, she was just too weak to speak. Taking advantage of this time, Qin Yu simply let everyone take a break, and he came to check who this RV was. Zhang Yin also wanted to help, but Qin Yu shook his head at him, and then walked a little closer and whispered, what this old man said is true and false. I'm worried that Chi Hao and Uncle Hua can't keep an eye on it. You should pay more attention to other directions. Hearing this, Zhang Yin was ready to say a few more words, but after thinking carefully, Xiao Yu was right, so he didn't refute it, nodded in agreement, and then pretended to stroll to the side. Soon, Qin Yu was the only one left outside the house. He looked up at the sun, then pulled out his axe with a serious expression. As soon as he approached the RV, Qin Yu frowned slightly. A foul smell filled the air. It smelled a bit like feces, but it seemed to be mixed with a little corpse odor. Without rushing to the door, Qin Yu held the axe in one hand and checked around the RV, and found that the right rear tire was deflated. Because of the padding of several bricks, the body of the car did not tilt. Seeing this, Qin Yu was more certain that the old man in the house was hiding something, because he saw a few cigarette butts on the ground, but it looked like they had been there for a long time. Very dirty, and stuck in the mud on the road. Squatting down, Qin Yu gently picked up a cigarette butt with the axe blade, and looking at the bite marks on it, he was clear in his mind. He remembered that when he made eye contact with the old man just now, Qin Yu saw that the other party had few teeth left, and he didn't look like he smoked often. But there was indeed no trace of other people around, and even along the way, he didn't see even a footprint. After a quick observation, Qin Yu stood up and walked to the door, and then saw several iron chains locking the door. Qin Yu estimated that this RV should be 7 to 8 meters long, but he had never seen it before, and he didn't know what it was called. But it looked quite big, and it shouldn't be a problem to accommodate 9 people. Even if he brought the guy named G, it should be more than enough. The only pity was that this car looked like it hadn't been used for a long time. It was covered with dust, and even one of the rearview mirrors was broken. Just as Chinyu was observing the car window carefully, a hand suddenly slapped up. "Pa!" Chinyu quickly stepped back, and the next second he recognized that it was a zombie. The skin was festering, the eyeballs were gray, and there were even many black marks on the face. Fearing that the zombie would smash the car window, Chinyu looked around, picked up a dirty piece of clothing from the ground, and covered the glass with a snap. He then walked a little further away, and when he heard the noise in the car gradually subsided, Chinyu breathed a sigh of relief. Back in the house, Old Man G looked at the strange sticky substance smeared on his legs and wondered, "To be honest, if I hadn't been prepared to die, I would definitely not let you toss." "Hey!" In the end, Old Man G stopped Jean Linfu from doing it, and his tone was a little excited. With the experience of living for so many years, he always felt that this thing was not a medicine. Hearing this, Chinyu did not respond, but asked in a deep voice, "Why is there a zombie in the RV?" Old Man G paused slightly and whispered, "That's my son." "Huh?" Not only Chinyu was puzzled, even Uncle Hua became curious. Wang Tianhai picked up the hammer on the wall and asked, "Logically speaking, in this environment, your son is younger than you. How could he be infected before you? Could it be that you killed him?" After saying this, Chinyu glanced at him and shook his head slightly. Seeing this, Wang Tianhai scratched his head and continued, "Well, that's not what I meant." "Hee, it doesn't matter." Old Man G supported the table with his hands, stood up and said, "Birth, aging, illness and death are normal. Can you really cure me?" Although he didn't want to ask, he was still a little moved in the face of life and death. Chinyu also felt that this person was a little strange, but if he wanted to get this car, it was indeed the best way now. Through the transaction, without using violence, being able to drive away the RV is already the best of both worlds. Having met all kinds of people, Chinyu will not fight with others easily unless necessary. And there is still a lot of honey and garlic anyway, and they won't be kept for long. Jean Linfu also said that this thing can only prevent infection, and it will not have much effect on treating wounds later. It is best to sew the wound as soon as possible, otherwise once it worsens again, even gods can't save it. Because of these, Chinyu urgently needs this RV at this moment. Because if we follow what Old Man G said, this road will be blocked, and we will definitely not find any more cars that can be driven. If nothing unexpected happens, it is very likely that this car with zombies inside is the only car that the few people can encounter. Next, Chinyu patiently communicated with Old Man G again and learned more information. Outside the house. Half an hour later, Chinyu turned his head and whispered to Zhang Yin, "Although this old man is old, he has many thoughts." Chapter 651. What should we do next? Zhang Yin looked back at the room. The old man was lying on a chair with his eyes closed, as if he was not afraid of strangers like them. This kind of doomsday environment is rare. Most of the time, when two groups meet, they rob each other of supplies. Nowadays, once they meet, it is basically a fight to the death. After all, not everyone is lucky enough to meet Chinyu and Lin Yi like Zhang Yin. After thinking for a while, Chinyu looked ahead and said softly, "If we want to go back, this car is indeed the most suitable choice. With our number, 2 cars might be enough, but in this environment, it's hard to find one. After all, there's not even a town in sight. Next, listen to my arrangements." Chinyu moved closer and gave instructions in a low voice. More than a minute later, Zhang Yin touched his chin and nodded slightly. "Okay, leave it to me." After that, Zhang Yin left the house alone and walked straight to the woods. The reason why Chinyu came up with this idea was also helpless. Uncle Hua was powerful, Chi Hao was also good, but there were too many people who needed protection, so it was a bit difficult to split the body. Hongwu currently has little combat power, and Qing'er and Yufeng are similar. Although the kid looks okay, Chinyu is very clear that he is a little too soft-hearted. In the end times, being kind to the enemy is a taboo. Chinyu looked at the time on his watch, estimated it, and then began to clean up the RV. At first, Chinyu thought there was only one zombie inside, and was a little confused. Why were so many outside cleaned up, but the ones inside were still unkillable, and it was locked up with iron chains? When he opened the door and entered, the stench became stronger. Since the zombie was trapped in the driver's seat, Chinyu ignored it for the time being. He didn't see it because the car window was covered with dust before. Entering the RV, Chinyu covered his nose. There was a lot of dried feces on the ground, and even the smell of urine was everywhere. At this time, near the area inside the RV, there was movement again. The next second, a female zombie in home clothes appeared in front of him. Her hair was like dry grass sticking to her body, her teeth were exposed outside her lips, and her index finger was almost a skeleton. Seeing this, Chinyu was not panicked at all, and his expression was very calm. He was not afraid of a zombie even if it was in a small space. He held the axe in his hand, waited for it to approach, and suddenly swung it down. Bang, bang, bang. Half of the zombie's head was chopped off and fell on the floor and rolled. This place was very dirty, so blood was scattered everywhere. After dragging the corpse outside, Chinyu was about to close the door to deal with the one in the cab when he suddenly heard another noise. Seeing this, he went back to the RV. He listened carefully and found that the sound came from the toilet. Worried about an accident inside, Chinyu changed to holding the axe in his left hand and took out the gun with his right hand. He tried to pull the toilet door, but it was very tight and there was no response at all. And as he touched the door handle, the movement inside became louder and louder. After thinking about it, Chinyu moved his upper body closer and put his ears close. Sure enough, when he heard the familiar roar, Chinyu knew that there was also a zombie inside. Then he stepped back a few steps, picked up the axe, and was about to chop the door, but suddenly he felt a little reluctant. If the door is broken, it will be difficult to repair it later. After all, this is not the end of the world. After thinking for a while, Chinyu left the RV, returned to the house and walked towards Old Man G. I say, old man, what's going on in your RV? Why are there 3 zombies trapped inside? Hearing that there are 3, Chi Hao, who was lying on the ground to rest, sat up and said in surprise, "What the hell, you can't handle even this little thing." After he finished speaking, he stood up and laughed. "In that case, I will help you solve it." "Not this." Chinyu waved his hand and continued to look at Old Man G and said, "The female zombie in home clothes has no obvious wounds on her body, and her clothes are not torn, but her lips seem to be smashed by something. What's going on?" Asking again also means that Chinyu has no patience to continue beating around the bush with him. After hesitating for a moment, Old Man G felt that his leg injury was indeed not so painful, and then he slowly spoke. "My son, his wife, and their children are in the driver's seat. We bought this big car because we liked self-driving tours. After my grandson graduated from college, his family decided to take a big trip, but I'm too old to live alone for a long time, so they took me with them." After saying this, Old Man G's eyes were a little sad, but his tone was calm, and he just continued to cough from time to time. "Then how did you survive alone now?" Chinyu suddenly asked. Hearing this, Old Man G raised his old hands and whispered, "We were forced to do this." Then, he slowly told the series of things that happened. It turned out that this place was not their residence, but they were forced to stop here because their car ran out of gas while escaping. Fortunately, there was no one in the house, so the 4 of them stayed there. Later, they even encountered 2 stray dogs. At that time, there was enough food, so they simply fed them and used them as warnings. I don't know if it was their good luck, but there was a section of road along the mountain on the way here. Due to the heavy rain and mudslide, the road was blocked. Finally, a groove was formed, which attracted many zombies. As time went on, more and more zombies gathered there. To prevent accidents in the future, the son of Old Man G brought a bucket of gasoline and prepared to burn them. But he overlooked an important information: burning zombies will produce black smoke. This kind of smoke can be seen clearly from several kilometers away. Although many zombies were burned to death, they also attracted a group of survivors. After a brief contact, the 2 sides fought fiercely, and Old Man G's eyes were injured at that time. Because he had been a forest ranger when he was young, Old Man G always used a hunting rifle, and there happened to be one in the basement of the house where they lived. With the gun, the situation was reversed in an instant, and the 3 men and 2 women immediately fled, leaving many things behind. Originally, he wanted to stop there, but Old Man G's son felt uneasy because those people knew where his family was. The environment here was good, with water, food, and vegetables. Moreover, the road on the left was gone, and the road on the right was basically a bad road. Normally, no survivors would come here. If it weren't for the black smoke, they wouldn't have been discovered. Thinking of this, Old Man G's son chased after them with a gun, intending to leave no one alive. Chapter 652. After a lot of effort, although those people were dealt with, his son was also injured. It was late at night, and the forest was full of zombies. When Ji Lao, his son, returned, his hand accidentally pressed on a tree and was scratched. And that place happened to be touched by the zombies. When he returned home, he took a bath directly with water, and there was still half a bucket of water left, which was not used up. In the current environment, water resources are precious, and you can only take a bath with well water, but you can't waste it easily. Because the hand was holding a towel, and touched the water in the bucket, the virus was indirectly transmitted. In the end, Ji Lao's son and his wife used the water to wash the clothes of the 4 people in the family. Because of the barbs on their hands, they were also infected. The house is not big, and there is only 1 bed inside, so usually only Ji Lao lives alone, and everyone else rests in the RV. The RV only has 2 beds, one above and one below, and they are separated by curtains at night. Late at night, Ji Lao's son felt that his palms were itchy, but he scratched them no matter how hard he tried, and the key was that he didn't feel any pain. There was no other way, so he got up and went outside the car. He looked at himself in the moonlight, and his face turned pale. Later, they all died in the car. Old man Ji stood in front of the window in the corner, holding a photo frame in his hand. But didn't your son go outside the car? How come he is in the driver's seat again? Chi Hao suddenly asked. After hearing this, Old man Ji thought for a moment and said, my son must have found out that he was infected and didn't want to die like this. So he took a saw and prepared to separate his arm. But it's too late. He should have seen it when he rolled up his sleeves, and then he planned to lock himself in the car. At least, he wouldn't go out to harm us. When he said this, Old man Ji felt a pain in his heart, and muttered with his eyes closed, but Zhang Qin has also been infected. After the voice fell, everyone else was a little confused. Seeing this, Qin Yu explained, there is indeed a female zombie in the car, and I didn't see any obvious wounds, but her fingers were seriously ulcerated. Then Qin Yu stepped forward and said in a serious tone, he died in the cockpit, so didn't this trap the car? Won't you be unable to use it later? That's different. Old man Ji turned around and said, the diesel in that car has long been gone, and the parts are also damaged. It can't be driven anymore. Young man, the reason why I opened the door and let you in is not only because I think you are good people, but also because I feel powerless before death. But now your people can heal my wounds, maybe the car can be repaired. If that's the case, I don't want to die. After hearing these words, everyone was quiet. Although the old man was old, what he said at the end was true. He had eaten all the food, was alone, and his wounds were infected. He could not live for a few days. Rather than being bitten to death by zombies, it was better to solve it himself, so he was ready to commit suicide. But now the situation has turned around, and Old Man Ji still hopes to continue to live. Qin Yu didn't say anything, but the others looked at Wang Tianhai, a little surprised that such a coincidence could happen. Yu Feng got into trouble, which led to Wang Tianhai coming here privately. Xiao Jiao was worried, and said Chi Hao again. As luck would have it, just as they were approaching their destination, the car broke down. Qin Yu and the others had no oil in their car, and there were many bullet holes, so they had to abandon it. After a brief thought, Qin Yu looked at Wang Tianhai and nodded slightly. Be careful. Okay. Wang Tianhai was a little excited, patted Yu Feng, and turned to walk out. Xiao Feng, come here, I will teach you how to check the status of the vehicle yourself. Watching the two walk out of the house, Chi Hao snapped his fingers and asked curiously, no, old man, you don't have diesel, and the car is still broken. It stands to reason that this cannot be used as a bargaining chip for you. After this, Qin Yu did not refute, but looked at him quietly. Old man Ji sat on the bed, saying nothing. He knew very well that what the young man, with a crew cut, said, was indeed reasonable. If he were alone, he would not be able to repair the car no matter how long it took. In other words, the RV was just a pile of scrap metal in the hands of Old Man Ji. But it happened that there was someone in this group who knew how to repair cars. It's true, but it's true that I took advantage of it. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yu shook his head. Forget it, don't worry about it, but you must find a way to tell us the whereabouts of the diesel. I don't believe that you have lived here for so long without thinking about searching. After the voice fell, Qin Yu exuded a cold aura and stared at the front with narrowed eyes. The car was broken and the fuel tank was empty, but the old man's injuries were actually treated. If Qin Yu's philosophy of action was not different, other survivors would probably turn against each other at this moment. After pondering for a while, Old Man Ji slowly said, young man, you are different from them. You are not a person with strong limbs and simple brains. Chi Hao turned his head to look at Uncle Hua and Hongwu. Did you hear that? I'm talking about you too. Uncle Hua didn't say anything and continued to sit on the ground to rest. As for Hongwu, he just smiled and nodded. Only smart people can live long in this environment. Old Man Ji pointed to his head. He then waved to Qin Yu and walked into the small house inside. What? Are you afraid that an old man like me will eat you? Hearing this, Qin Yu smiled and took out a pistol, loaded it in front of him, and nodded, you are right. Watching his actions, Old Man Ji glared angrily and walked into the room. Then Chin Yu was not afraid of him and walked over. A few minutes later, the two came out one after the other. Well, I have provided the information. Once it succeeds, you must take me with you. Do you understand? At the end, Old Man G was no longer confident. All his trump cards were exposed at this moment. Although he pretended to be fearless, Old Man G was actually a little nervous. At the age of over 70, facing a group of strangers in the doomsday, all of them were men in their 20s and 30s. It was impossible to say that he was not afraid. He didn't care about it before because he didn't want to live anymore. Later, he found that he could still live, and Old Man G's momentum was much weaker than before. I have my own arrangements. Chin Yu nodded expressionlessly, then turned around and ordered, Chi Hao, you stay here with Hong Wu and Han Liyuan. Uncle Hua, come with me. If he makes any rash moves, just break his hands and feet and leave him in the wild, understand? Okay. Chi Hao smiled and rubbed his hands. After the voice fell, Chin Yu turned around and walked out of the house, then picked up the shotgun, took out the 2 large bullets, and put them in his pocket. Chapter 653. Since he often deals with guns, Chin Yu is becoming more and more familiar with them. He can understand the structure and principle of some guns even if he takes a look at them. This is also thanks to the fact that there are many weapons in the villa area. Before, everyone stayed indoors for a month, so Chin Yu often went to dismantle the guns and reassemble them. After a while, he also learned a lot. When he came outside, Chin Yu looked at his watch. It was still a few hours before dark, so he had enough time. Just as he finished looking, the numbers on the watch suddenly flashed a few times, and then disappeared. Seeing this, Chin Yu smiled bitterly and said, this electronic watch has been used for more than a year, and I didn't expect it to be out of power. I still have some. Uncle Hua raised his hand, put it in front of him and whispered, a mechanical watch can be used for more than 10 years. Hearing this, Chin Yu laughed and walked to the right. If they were facing the house, they would be heading to the road on the left. According to Old Man G's description, a car accident had occurred under the cliff about 2 kilometers away. More than 90 meters below, there was a large truck lying. At that time, the family took a look and roughly judged that it was also burning diesel. However, due to the steep terrain and the protruding rocks everywhere, there was no way to get down. Although the truck made a path when it fell, people could not stand on it. And the key problem was that it attracted many zombies. When the son of Old Man G found it, there were already dozens of zombies there. Now that a few months have passed, the number may have increased by dozens of times. But there is no way. If you want to drive the RV away, you must have fuel. And Chen Yu has a promise to fulfill, and he also urgently needs this RV. Although he would not steal other people's things, Chen Yu would definitely exchange them openly. Because there was a distance, the two behind started running forward. About 10 minutes later, Chen Yu and Uncle Hua arrived at that area. The reason why they found it so quickly was mainly because they heard a very loud noise. It was a sound that only zombies would make when they gathered together, and there were a lot of them. Sure enough, when they stood on the edge of the cliff, looking at the tens of thousands of zombies in the pit below, they were simply numb. Unless there is a nuclear bomb down there, there is no reason to go down there. Uncle Hua looked very serious at this moment, and said something very weighty. Looking carefully, Chen Yu pointed at a pile of tall zombies, and said, "Then down there should be the location of the truck, right? Do you really want to go in?" Uncle Hua glanced at him, and said solemnly, "I advise you to think it through. This is a natural pit. There are so many zombies trapped inside that they can't get out at all, even after a few years." Hearing this, Chen Yu frowned slightly, a look of determination appeared on his face, and he said softly, "Having a motorhome is like running a temporary camp. No matter what danger you encounter, you will have more confidence. And Uncle Hua, I believe you also understand that this thing has another benefit." Hearing this, Uncle Hua hesitated with a resolute look, and then nodded. He knew in his heart that in the current doomsday, most people would choose to drive gasoline-powered cars. Even if they occasionally drive that kind of truck, they will not use it for a long time. It is very likely that you will never use it again after using it once, because the noise is too loud and can be heard from a long distance. Many times, the road is full of abandoned cars, and it is not easy for large trucks to pass through. But RVs are different. They are not so noisy and have better passability. Secondly, you can go to the toilet in the camp and cook by yourself, provided that there is enough oil. By using oil to convert into electricity, the living experience in the interior space of the RV will also be better. So this time, Chen Yu is basically determined to get this car. Seeing his serious expression of thinking about a solution, Uncle Hua suddenly whispered, "You are indeed much better, and I mean more than just your skills. Hearing this, Chinyu whispered, "People will always grow up." After saying this, he looked at the two zombies walking out of the woods next to him, and the dirty plastic sheet on the ground, and smiled slightly. "Here, the solution is delivered to your door." A few minutes later, two zombies with their abdomens cut open were lying on the ground. They had just had their brains destroyed a few seconds ago, and now they have completely lost their ability to move. Chinyu and Uncle Wa took off their coats, and then used a knife to cut the plastic sheet into two pieces. As soon as they opened it, a foul smell came from underneath, which made people feel sick. Without caring about so much, they grabbed the weeds on the ground and wiped them, and then put the clean side against their skin as much as possible. As the number of times they did this increased, the town also summed up experience. That is, there is no need to dig with your hands every time. Get two thin branches and clamp the intestines of the zombies, which will cause a lot of blood to come out. Finally, wipe the plastic sheet a few times, and there will be blood everywhere. In this way, the hands can continue to stay clean. After the work, the two have changed their clothes. In the eyes of humans, they are full of flaws, and are living people pretending to be zombies. But the good thing is that the target is a group of zombies, and they have no IQ. Although there are a large number of zombies in the pit below, they are scattered in various areas, and only the truck is more. Chinyu has to go down first to confirm that the diesel inside is not contaminated, and then think of a way to take it out. Because even if they were anxious, it was useless. They were so far away from home. If they had to walk back alone, Hongwu and Han Liyuan would have died on the way. Abandoning teammates has never been Chinyu's style. And every time he dealt with these things, it was a kind of growth for him. Only when more and more things were solved, Chinyu would have more confidence to lead the people around him to survive in this doomsday. When he became strong enough, he could accompany Lin Yi to the end. Because the way down from the cliff was very difficult to walk, the two of them got a stick as a handrail. In order to avoid being noticed by the zombies, they even rolled around in the corpse's belly. For this reason, Chinyu reminded them seriously that they must be careful. If their hands were broken or had barbs, they would have to wait for death. As they walked down, Chinyu picked up stones and threw them far away, trying to attract the attention of the zombies below. As they moved, many gravels also rolled down. However, since a large number of zombies gathered together to form a zombie tide, the noise was extremely loud. In comparison, the noise they made was not worth mentioning. Although it was only 90 meters away, since they were walking down from the cliff, the two were very careful all the way, and it took about 5 minutes to get down. As soon as Chinyu stood firm, a zombie pounced on him. Chapter 654. Although there were zombies attacking, Chinyu was not panicked at all. He held the dagger with his right hand and waited for it to come closer. Seeing the distance shorten to within 1 meter, Chinyu's eyes focused. Now is the time. He raised his hand and approached the zombie, attracting it to open its mouth and bite, and then retracted it a little. Then he quickly grabbed the zombie's scalp and pressed it down. Chinyu's upper body was forward, holding the dagger with his right hand, and stabbed it hard from the jaw. After finishing, Chinyu's heart was also a little fluctuating. Killing zombies at such a close distance, without revealing too many flaws, was really extremely dangerous. If there was any accident, these tens of thousands of zombies would chase them at the same time, and they would be trampled to death. Fortunately, there was no other situation. The remaining zombies just walked back and forth, with their heads down, and did not pay attention to this side. Chinyu nodded to Uncle Wa, and continued to lead the way. If it was half a year ago, Chinyu could only follow Uncle Wa. But now, he can arrange the plan in detail and then execute it step by step. Along the way, various zombies were very close, and the two could only breathe very slowly, and they were always careful about where to step. After half an hour of hardship, Chinyu finally saw the big truck that looked like a hill. Because there were some zombies standing on it, it was very obvious. Just as they were gradually moving towards that side, a sound suddenly came from the sky. Boom! Hearing this, the two of them changed their faces slightly, and looked at each other. The thunder made Uncle Wa, who was usually steady, a little flustered, and even fear appeared in his eyes. Not only him, Chinyu even had cold sweat on his palms. In an area surrounded by tens of thousands of zombies, even if the two of them were only on the periphery, it was still quite dangerous. But at this moment, thunder was heard in the sky. It took almost an hour for Chinyu and Uncle Wa to get close to the truck. If it rained, the rain would wash away the zombie flesh and blood on their bodies, and their lives would be in danger in an instant. Just as Chinyu was hesitating whether to move forward or retreat directly, the second thunder sounded in the sky. Boom! What was even more terrifying was that the light began to dim, and the wind blew at the same time. Seeing this, Chinyu narrowed his eyes slightly, then looked at Uncle Hua, and his right hand moved imperceptibly. The next second, he stepped forward, not even bothering to imitate the walking trajectory of the zombies. The low roars around him sounded all the time, and there were all kinds of rotten meat smells coming, which affected people's minds all the time, but Chinyu's eyes were full of determination. The reason why he chose to take the risk to get close to the truck was that there was nothing he could do. It took the two of them about an hour to get here from the cliff, but at this time, thunder sounded in the sky, and the light began to dim. Judging from his experience of being here for so long, Chinyu was sure that it would rain in 5 minutes. In such a short time, let alone walking out of the zombie circle, he couldn't even walk 200 meters. Chinyu's heart was pounding as he walked. He calculated all the reasons that would lead to failure, even the falling of rocks. But the only thing he didn't pay attention to was that the weather would change instantly. What's more, it was sunny all day today, and the temperature was very high. It didn't look like it would rain suddenly. Moreover, there is no electricity, and no internet now, so there is no way to check the weather forecast. Chinyu never cares about when it will rain or when it will be sunny. Under this factor, he basically ignored this point, so he used the plan of pretending to be a zombie to sneak in. At this time, Chinyu has no time to think about the diesel. He needs to send Uncle Hua up there safely. Even if he is alone here, Chinyu will not be nervous at all. At most, he can kill a few zombies on the spot, then fall to the ground and cover himself with the corpses. But there was still someone. Uncle Hua trusted him, so he followed him unconditionally into the zombie tide. In this case, Chinyu would never let him be threatened. When there were only a dozen meters left from the truck, a drop of water suddenly appeared on Chinyu's face. The next second, more drops of rain appeared in the sky, and at the same time, his face became solemn in an instant. In the woods, Zhang Yin followed Chinyu's instructions, and turned around in the woods, attracting a large number of zombies. Most of them were missing limbs, but despite this, they still didn't feel tired and followed far behind. Zhang Yin walked to the encirclement that had been set up with sticks in advance, then clapped his hands and started shouting loudly. A few minutes later, more than 20 zombies were led in by him, and then Zhang Yin stepped back and rolled down, leaving there quickly. Then he picked up speed and took advantage of the zombies' inability to turn around quickly to close the entrance. Then he confirmed that it was firm, and then slowly left the woods. With Zhang Yin's skills, he would not be touched by zombies unless he was in a dead end. But despite this, he was still very cautious in doing things, and did not relax his vigilance at all. Not long after he walked, thunder was heard in the sky. Zhang Yin looked up and muttered, "Strange, the sun was so bright last second. Is it going to rain again now?" Although he said so, he walked a little faster. He encountered a few zombies on the road, and Zhang Yin also killed them with a knife. A few minutes later, raindrops began to fall. As it was getting darker, the light in the forest was even worse, so Zhang Yin simply focused on getting on with his journey and ignored the zombies beside him. Anyway, they would be thrown off after a distance. Just as he passed a big tree, a zombie suddenly fell from the tree, just 1 meter away from him. Pa! The zombie in front of him was left with only the upper body, but the legs were completely gone. Zhang Yin took a few steps back, wiped his wet face with the back of his hand, and looked up. I saw a rope hanging on the tree trunk, and there was a pair of rotten legs next to it, which looked quite disgusting. After thinking for a while, Zhang Yin guessed that this person must have been chased by zombies before, and chose to spend the night on the tree. Worried about falling, he tied himself up with a rope, but for some reason, he never untied the rope. Seeing this, the lightning and thunder became louder and louder. Zhang Yin thought about it, and decided to take it down. After all, in the current situation, it would be good to have one more rope, just in case it comes in handy. Little did he know that it was Zhang Yin's choice at this moment that saved Chenyu and Uncle Hua at a critical moment a few hours later. He then took out a dagger and stepped forward to kill the half-remaining zombie. Chapter 655. Just as Zhang Yin pulled out the dagger, his eyes fixed, and he saw 2 small wounds on the neck of the corpse. Wow, was he bitten by a poisonous snake while sleeping? As the rain kept falling, Zhang Yin had to be more cautious. Although the rain made the tree trunk slippery, it was basically not a difficult task for Zhang Yin, who had been a scout. After more than a minute, he climbed up the big tree and saw a nest in the crack of the tree, and there were some snake skins next to it. And after coming up, Zhang Yin saw that there was a small tree next to the big tree. However, because the bark color was similar, it was really invisible unless it was daytime. After confirming that there were no poisonous snakes inside, Zhang Yin also began to sit on the tree trunk with a diameter of about 30 centimeters. He continued to wipe the rain off his face, grabbed the branch next to him with his right hand, then bent down, pulled out the half leg and threw it away. Then he unbuckled, quickly took out the rope, and quickly slid down from the tree. Because the rope strangled a zombie, it became dirty and smelly. Jean-Yin simply made it into a loop, and then hung it on his body. The rain was getting heavier, and he hurried to the house. Dong dong. Jean-Yin, who was soaked all over, knocked on the door and said with a smile, "Xiao Yu, look, I found a bundle of ropes." After the voice fell, he looked at Qinger, who opened the door, and was stunned. "Hey, why do you look so anxious?" Before he heard the answer, Jean-Yin was pulled in. Bang! Qinger closed the door, and said anxiously, "You are finally back. Brother Chen Yu and senior uncle Hua have not come back." Huh? Jean-Yin didn't know what happened yet, and was a little confused. "Let me tell you." Wang Tianhai stepped forward and told him what happened in the house. When he heard that Chen Yu took Uncle Hua to find Diesel, he turned his head to look at Old Man Ji sitting on the bed and frowned and asked, "Where is the address?" "It can be seen 2 kilometers away." Old Man Ji listened to the sound of rain outside and realized that the situation was a little different, so he quickly said it. "I'm not good at fighting, so it's useless even if I go over there. Chi Hao has to protect us and can't leave, so I can only wait for you to come back." Wang Tianhai gritted his teeth and said with some guilt, "It's okay." Jean-Yin waved his hand and continued, "You guys stay here, I'll be back soon." "Ah, can you do it alone?" Qinger nervously pulled his sleeve and asked hurriedly. Hearing this, although Jean-Yin was very worried about the safety of Chen Yu and Uncle Hua, he didn't take it too seriously. In his opinion, the 2 people should be trapped by the heavy rain, so they couldn't leave. Jean-Yin smiled slightly and said seriously, "Don't worry, I can go alone." After that, he opened the door, and a lot of rain flew in. Then Jean-Yin turned his head to look inside the house and shouted, "I'm leaving." As soon as the voice fell, he rushed out in the wind and rain. Qinger stood at the door, pinching her clothes with her little hands, her eyes full of worry. During the time in the camp, she often trained with Zhang Rui, so she became more familiar with Jean-Yin. Because the house where she and Goli lived was next to Jean-Yin and his daughter. This villa area was so big that almost everyone lived in the house, and even Old Man Bai didn't need to live in the shed anymore. Even so, there were still many empty villas left. At that time, whenever he was free, Jean-Yin would come over to teach Goli, so Qinger always remembered his kindness. Chi Hao walked over with a serious face and closed the door. Then he patted Qinger on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, Jean-Yin can handle it alone." Hearing this, Qinger bit her lip and said worriedly, "It's raining so hard outside. I just heard that old man say that there are still zombies gathering there. I don't know how many there are now." Then she grabbed Chi Hao again and said seriously, "Brother Chi, give me the gun, I will just watch this old man, you go to help Jean-Yin, you must be very powerful." Before she finished speaking, Chi Hao put her hand down with a wry smile and said softly, "Jean-Yin, he is much more powerful than me." Ah! Not only Qinger was stunned, but Wang Tianhai and Hongwu were also stunned. "I see that he has never taken action in front of us." Hongwu rested for an afternoon and was in better condition. He also spoke. At this time, Wang Tianhai put his hand on Yufeng's shoulder and said excitedly, "Really? In fact, I have discovered it a long time ago. When I was captured a few months ago, Jean-Yin was the last one to leave. Yufeng and I set fire to attract zombies, and he killed those men in the woods by himself. The key point is that Jean-Yin also went to support Chen Yu in time, and even saved Lei at the critical moment." After hearing these words, Hongwu lay on the sofa and asked softly, "Is Jean-Yin injured?" "Nothing hurt." Wang Tianhai shook his head. After the voice fell, Hongwu smacked his lips. "This guy, he is a little too low-key, right? You don't understand." Chi Hao stood in front of the window, looking outside through the gap in the wooden board, and said word by word, "He has to protect his daughter's growth, so it's right to be low-key. Only if he looks non-threatening, no one will notice him. Now think about it, you have always ignored a strong teammate." Chi Hao finished speaking, and walked to the chair, and continued to sit down. "I guess he must have suffered a very fatal time in the past, and then indirectly changed some things, so he rarely shows up now." The people in the room looked at each other and stopped talking. When Feng Yi and Hongwu were chatting in the camp before, she also mentioned that she thought the most powerful men at present should be Lei and Xiaojiu. As for the middle-aged man with a dark face, he usually spoke too little, so Feng Yi didn't have much contact with him. At that time, she felt strange that Jean-Yin was quite unusual. No matter who he took out to search for supplies, he would always come back safely. But Feng Yi didn't think much about it. After all, they were her own people. She hoped that everyone would be more powerful than each other, so that Lei could stay at home more often. But even if Lei was with Feng Yi, he would not say anything for a long time. She would just talk all day long. Despite this, Feng Yi never disliked Lei, but took better care of him. Because although this kid was very capable, his life experience was completely negative. It was even more outrageous in the doomsday. When Feng Yi was still in the community, she saw Lei eating biscuits for half a month and drinking water when he was thirsty. Feng Yi was very angry when she found out. Chapter 656. So she gradually asked Lei to eat together. Although she couldn't afford rice and vegetables at that time, she could eat canned food and broth frequently. As for Hongwu, he was also quiet, but mainly because he had only muscles but no fighting skills. However, relying on his strength advantage, Hongwu had defeated 2 survivors since the zombie outbreak, and later joined the community. The heavy rain mixed with the strong wind mercilessly hit the iron sheet of the truck, and the sound was like a bolt from the blue, hitting Qinyu's heart again and again. At this time, he and Uncle Hua hid under the carriage, one in front of the other, and there were even corpses lying on both sides. Thanks to some zombies squeezed here and unable to move, Qinyu and Uncle Hua rushed in before the rain got heavier. Because of the corpses, they were not discovered by the zombies, and the heavy rain also greatly affected their perception of survivors. Fortunately, when approaching this place earlier, Qinyu saw a gap under the carriage. After a closer look, the truck was not overturned. As the rain began to fall, the ground gradually became wet. Coupled with the uneven terrain, rainwater began to gather. Soaking in the muddy water, Qinyu's face was very close to the bottom of the truck, and he could even smell the dust. Thinking quickly, based on the speed of water accumulation around him, Qinyu estimated that the bottom of the car would be completely submerged in 10 minutes at most. Poking Uncle Hua's shoes, and when he turned his head to look down, Qinyu tapped the water under him with his thumb, then pointed to the bottom of the truck, and then raised 2 fingers. Uncle Hua didn't quite understand, but he also knew that he couldn't stay under the truck next, so he quickly figured out what he wanted to say. Seeing Uncle Hua nod, Qinyu took a few deep breaths, took out a dagger with his left hand, held an axe with his right hand, and slowly moved out with his back to the ground. Due to the gravel, Qinyu did not dare to move too fast. He had to make sure his clothes would not be cut. In this environment, if the clothes were rotten, the skin would be exposed, which was too dangerous. It took Qinyu almost 3 minutes to move out of the distance of just a few meters. At this time, the accumulated water was almost enough to flood Uncle Hua's waist. Qinyu stood up quickly, while the zombies were numbed by the rain. Just then, a zombie leaned over again. The zombie that appeared instantly startled Qinyu, but within a second, Qinyu quickly turned the dagger with his left hand and stabbed it upwards. With a hiss, the zombie that was just aggressive suddenly became quiet. Qinyu dragged the corpse, and then carefully put it down. Looking behind him, Qinyu suddenly squatted on the ground and used an axe to dig a gap in the puddle, trying to let the water flow to the side. Uncle Hua was lying under the carriage, watching this scene, and his heart was slightly touched. The next second, his eyes condensed, he drew out his knife, then looked at the legs of the zombie next to him, and rolled out at the right time. He also killed the zombie cleanly and neatly, and Uncle Hua made an okay gesture to Qinyu. Seeing this, Qinyu nodded slightly and began to approach the stone next to the rear of the carriage. After the truck fell, the front and carriage were severely damaged, with potholes everywhere, but fortunately it was still strong and not damaged. But the door of the carriage was blocked by a stone, and it looked quite large. That's why Qinyu hadn't thought of entering the carriage before. After being drenched for only a dozen seconds, the zombie blood on his body disappeared. At this moment, another zombie approached. Qinyu quickly killed it, and then hooked his arm around the corpse's neck, tightly pressing it against the chest area. Using the principle of leverage, Qinyu picked up a small tree that was broken on the ground and stuck it directly under the big stone. This series of actions made Qinyu look nothing like a zombie. Not long after, he had stuck the stone under the tree trunk, and before he started to pry it, 3 more zombies came towards him. Seeing this, Qinyu gritted his teeth and ignored the zombies behind him, continuing his actions. Within 3 minutes, if the 2 of them did not enter the carriage, they would basically die today. Just as the zombies were getting closer and closer, Uncle Hua also took action. In the last second, he was still very close to the zombies, and suddenly rushed over. In an instant, 3 zombies were killed by Uncle Hua, but others were attracted. The situation became more and more tense. Qinyu dropped the corpse he had been holding, quickly grasped the tree trunk with both hands, and pressed down hard. "Uncle Hua, come to help!" Chinyu turned his head and shouted without caring about anything else. Hearing this, Uncle Wa also knew the seriousness of the situation and quickly killed the two closest to him and then rushed back to help. With the two people exerting force at the same time, the big rock was gradually pried open. A few seconds later, Chinyu grabbed the car and pushed it down hard, opening the door directly. "Hurry, get in first." Uncle Wa was pushed into the car by Chinyu, and then he quickly climbed in. The next second, a zombie grabbed the plastic sheet on Chinyu's body, slowing his movements. Uncle Wa saw this, quickly cut it off with a knife, then kicked it, and quickly closed the door. After these thrilling minutes, the two finally got a breath. Since the zombies had no judgment ability, and were completely unable to open the car door, they just blocked the door tightly. However, to prevent any accidents, Chinyu pulled off the plastic sheet, rolled it into long strips, and then tied it from the inside. At this moment, Chinyu's shoulder was tapped. "What's wrong?" He turned his head and looked to the side. The next second, Uncle Wa also showed a stunned expression. "Look, what are those?" Hearing this, Chinyu turned around and frowned. "It's pitch black, I can't see clearly." Then Uncle Wa waved his hand and spoke again. "I'm wrong, smell it carefully." Just after he finished speaking, Chinyu did find something wrong. "I use a lighter to see." As the light appeared, the two of them saw the goods in the corner of the car. To be precise, it should be a lot of express delivery. However, since the accident happened a while ago and it rained occasionally, the inside of the truck was very humid. The outside of the car was often touched by zombies, so it was very dirty, and because of the rolling, the words were very blurred. In addition, there were too many zombies around, it was raining heavily, and the light was dim, so Chinyu and Uncle Wa had no time to take a closer look at the truck. Now with the lighter, the two found that there were many useful supplies in the car. Chinyu excitedly stepped forward a few steps, staring at the mineral water everywhere. Chapter 657. Picked up a bottle and handed it to Uncle Wa. Chinyu opened it and drank it. After drinking, the two continued to use lighters to light up, found some food and started to fill their stomachs. In the past, if the food was expired, Chinyu would never eat it. After all, if he was sick, he would basically die. But now, as long as it is not spoiled or moldy, Chinyu will eat it directly. There is no way, as Qin Shi and Xiao Jiao and others said before, if you eat it, you may die, and if you don't eat it, you will definitely starve to death. A few minutes later, the two of them were full. There were a lot of small pieces of dried meat in the express delivery, which had a long shelf life and could still be eaten. Because they had killed zombies before, their hands were a little dirty, so they pinched the food through the packaging bag when eating, without touching it directly. Chinyu walked to the end of the carriage, listened to the constant clapping outside, turned around and walked inside, and said softly, "This is a bit difficult." "Yeah." Uncle Wa looked at the things in this half of the carriage and whispered, "There are so many supplies, including food and other tools. It would be good if I didn't find them. Now they are in front of me. I really don't want to waste them. No hurry, at worst we just be neighbors with the zombies outside." The rain outside still sounded loud. Chinyu unpacked some of the express, put some cartons on the ground, and waved. "Come here, Uncle Wa, take a break first. I don't think the rain will stop for a while." Hearing this, Uncle Wa nodded, walked over and leaned against the iron sheet of the carriage. Although this is not a completely enclosed space, if the lighter is kept on, the oxygen will become less and less. When the carriage fell into darkness again, listening to the occasional thunder outside, the two began to close their eyes and rest. Unless a mudslide comes, Chinyu really doesn't want to move. On the cliff, Zhang Yin was soaked, with the rope still hanging on his shoulder. He stood on the edge of the cliff and looked down carefully. When he found the countless zombies, Zhang Yin was dumbfounded. "Why are there so many?" Muttering to himself, Zhang Yin put down the rope, and suddenly saw clothes not far away. Walking over, he saw two coats hanging on the small tree next to him, being blown everywhere by the wind. After recognizing that these were Chinyu and Uncle Wa's clothes, Zhang Yin took them down, folded them, and pressed them down with stones. Then he turned his head, and happened to see a mark carved on the tree. It looked like an arrow, carved diagonally, pointing to the big pit under the cliff. This was also to leave a message. Chinyu reserved it in advance. After all, it was not like before that he could use a mobile phone to contact. Although there are walkie-talkies in the camp, the number is too small to be reasonably distributed. Because each team must be equipped with at least two, this is enough for 2 teams at most, which is completely unacceptable. So unless it is an important situation, the walkie-talkie is generally not taken out of the camp, but used inside, and one is left at the door. Because although the dog can guard the door, After a while, everyone found something wrong. That is, this guy just lies there and sleeps most of the time. Chin-Yu once went to find a zombie to test it. He walked within more than 10 meters, but the big black dog didn't move. Then Chin-Yu threw a can in front of the zombie, and after making a noise, the dog started barking non-stop. Chin-Yu was in tears at the scene. In the end, they adopted the method of people and dogs to guard, and it was also convenient to open the gate below. However, the guard time was shortened a lot. The big black dog was still used during the day, and people were used at night. Since such a work and rest schedule would reverse the day and night, Feng Yi also proposed to add nutritious meals to the people who stood guard at night, so as not to be exhausted due to poor physical fitness. It was called nutritious meals, but in fact there was nothing good, but at least it was edible food. After seeing the mark, Zhang Yin also understood that the two of them must have gone down. But the key point is that Zhang Yin did not see a way to go. After looking around, he found two small trees cut down again. It was obvious that they were cut down by an axe, and it was not long ago. Seeing this, Zhang Yin continued to think of a way in the rain. After all, it was still thundering at this time, and it was not safe to hide under the tree. Because of the rain, it would definitely not work to pretend to be a zombie. And it looked like there were so many zombies, it didn't look like there was any place to hide. The only possible place should be the place where the train fell. Zhang Yin's watch still had power. He checked and saw that it was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. If they were not brought out now, once it got dark and it rained, the rescue would be even more difficult. Looking at the endless zombie army below, Zhang Yin felt a little helpless. Even if he wanted to make a fire, it would not work. At this moment, Zhang Yin walked a few meters to the left and unexpectedly found a lot of stones piled there. It's just that it's a little far from the edge of the cliff, so there's no way to move over. After a few minutes, Zhang Yin still felt it was difficult to deal with these zombies. But soon, Zhang Yin saw the rope and suddenly had an idea. Although it was about 100 meters away from the pit under the cliff, Zhang Yin didn't need such a long rope. There was a small raised platform below the left cliff. The slope there was just vertical downwards, and then looking to the left, there was also a pit there. Although it was not as big as the one on the truck side, it could accommodate many zombies. According to Zhang Yin's visual estimation, there are at least 20,000 zombies here. This number is quite terrifying, and gives people a strong sense of oppression. However, they are not all close together. They are divided into hundreds of zombie groups, blocked by the pile of stones. It is precisely for this reason that Chin-Yu dared to go down in his physical body. If there are really tens of thousands of zombies in one pile, he would not dare to go deeper even if he had 10 lives. Zombies are also attracted to each other. If one shows abnormality, the other will soon find it, and then there will be more and more. Let alone how hard it is to kill them. Even if they just surround them, they can still kill people alive. Zhang Yin also confirmed the corpse pit on the left, which was not full yet. As long as he used ropes to hang some living things, he could lead some zombies away, and as long as they stayed for a few seconds, they would attract more attention. He did it right away, holding a dagger, and rushed into the woods. But it was raining at this time, and animals basically would not come out. Zhang Yin could hardly find any targets in the rain, let alone birds and pheasants. The most common thing Zhang Yin encountered in the woods was zombies. After taking off his clothes and wringing out the water, Zhang Yin put them on again, when he suddenly saw a few frogs lying by a small pond. They looked pretty big. Then he laughed, rolled up his sleeves, and tiptoed over. Chapter 658. When he went out to search for supplies before, there was nothing to eat, so Zhang Yin also caught frogs, and they were quite delicious when roasted. But now, catching frogs can be very useful. After more than 10 minutes, Zhang Yin returned to the edge of the cliff with 7 frogs. Even with his physique, he began to feel uncomfortable after being rained for so long. But he couldn't rest now. Zhang Yin tied the legs of the 3 frogs with ropes, and then slid down to the platform carefully. The rubble rolled down, gradually attracting the attention of the zombies below. After standing firm, Zhang Yin grabbed the rope, held a part of it with his right hand, and began to swing it. Then he threw it forward, landing right next to a few zombies. Soon, the frogs seemed to have sensed the danger and began to jump around. After a few seconds, some zombies slowly approached the frogs. At this time, the rain finally subsided a little, but the water in the pit was getting more and more. Zhang Yin frowned slightly, and cautiously led the zombies away. Try not to make any mistakes. After almost an hour, the number of zombies visibly decreased. After repeating this for dozens of times, the 3 frogs became bloody and blurred due to too many frictions with the ground. There was no other way. Zhang climbed up the cliff again and tied up the remaining 4 frogs. When there were fewer zombies around the truck, Zhang picked up a stone, aimed at the car, and threw it out. Pop! The sudden knocking sound made the 2 people in the car open their eyes instantly. Then Chinyu smiled slightly. It should be him. Who? Uncle Wa stood up and asked. Before he could answer, another sound came. The next second, the slapping sound of zombies came. At this moment, Uncle Wa was surprised. It sounds like there are fewer zombies outside. Chinyu walked to the back of the car, leaned over and put his ear to it, and then nodded inside. Seeing this, Uncle Wa walked a little deeper into the car, and then slapped the iron sheet next to him. After the noise, several zombies at the door of the carriage were led away. Chinyu felt that it was almost time, so he untied the plastic sheets, took a deep breath, and gently pushed out. As soon as there was a little gap, a zombie's hand reached in and waved desperately. Seeing that there were only 2 zombies, Chinyu was slightly happy and pushed the door open directly. Then he jumped out, killed him quickly with a knife, and closed the door again after Uncle Wa came out. Then, the 2 took advantage of the zombies before they moved in a large area and ran away. This way. Zhang stood on the edge of the cliff, waving his right hand vigorously and shouting loudly. The next second, he picked up the ropes and threw them down directly. The distance was a little short, but not much. Chinyu quickly climbed up the slope, and just as he grabbed the rope and prepared to move up, he suddenly turned back and stretched out his hand. Quick! Seeing this, Uncle Wa was distracted for only a second before he put his hand up. As Chinyu pulled hard, he pushed Uncle Wa's shoulder again and shouted, "Pull!" On the cliff, Zhang held the rope tightly with both hands, tensed his muscles, and pulled hard. About a minute later, Chinyu and Zhang lay on the ground in a big letter shape, letting the rain wash their faces, and laughed at the same time. Xiao Yu and Uncle Wa, you 2 are really brave, you dare to go down to such a place. Hearing this, Chinyu sat up, wiped his wet hair with the back of his hand, and said with some emotion, "There is no way, I drove you out. It is impossible for everyone to walk back, not to mention that the 2 injured can't delay for a few days." Uncle Wa stood under a nearby tree. It was no longer thundering. He took off his clothes and started to wring his bare chest. Then he said, "You know what? It was a good idea to go down today." Huh? Zhang stood up from the ground, walked to the side, and picked up their wet coats, wondering, could that car be a truck? How could it be so good? Chinyu took the coat and put it on directly, regardless of whether it was wet or not. He said casually, come on, you must be very uncomfortable after being in the rain for so long. Let's go back and warm ourselves by the fire." Hearing this, Zhang felt warm in his heart and nodded, saying, "Okay, wait for me for a few minutes, and I collect your life-saving rope first." Although he came out empty-handed this time, Chinyu was very excited. First of all, the truck's fuel tank was not damaged, which meant that the diesel was still inside. As long as we find a container and tools to open it, we can get a lot of diesel at that time. Of course, the premise is that the amount of fuel was sufficient before the accident. Secondly, the express delivery in most of the carriages is basically treasures. Except for some that were damp and moldy, there were still a lot left. Back at Old Man G's house, everyone immediately asked anxiously, "Are you 2 okay? Why did you take so long? Where's Zhang Yinren?" Chinyu had no time to answer. He walked to the fire in the corner and squatted down, rubbing his hands, and said, "Zhang Yin soaked the rope in water. He said it was stained with zombie blood and needs to be washed more." Uncle Wa also went over to warm himself by the fire. His clothes were not dry, and it was really uncomfortable to keep them sticking to him. Besides, he must not catch a cold in the wild now, otherwise it will be more difficult for everyone to go home. After all, one more person means more strength. Just as Chinyu finished speaking, Zhang Yin pushed the door open and sneezed. "Can you tell me now? Come and warm yourself by the fire. Don't get cold." Chinyu waved his hand. The 3 of them squatted by the fire, and Wang Tianhai came over to add some firewood. After such a long time of contact, everyone has become very comfortable here. Old Man G has also changed his previous state, and now he is like a kind grandfather. He hooked a stick under the bed and pulled out a box. "Wow, old man, are you hiding something?" Hearing this, Chinyu glanced at him and shook his head slightly. Seeing this, Chi Hao laughed and continued, "Okay, I won't call him that in the future." Chinyu, who originally had some grudges against Old Man G, ignored his previous concealment after discovering the truck of supplies. Although it was Chinyu and others who came to knock on the door, but then again, if they didn't come, Old Man G might have shot himself after eating the cooked dog food. So to be precise, Chin Yu and his friends and Old Man Ji were just helping each other. One needed medicine for his illness, and the other needed a car. Both sides got what they needed. And the key problem was that Old Man Ji didn't know how to drive a motorhome. This thing was useless to him. It was just a pile of scrap metal. Old Man Ji opened the box, took out 3 blankets, and whispered, "This is my sincerity." Chapter 659. The next second, Chin Yu looked up, but his eyes were on the box. He knew that Old Man Ji was talking about more than just the blankets. He saw that there were several drawings under the box, and there were also drawings on them. Chin Yu was a little curious, walked over, squatted down, picked up and looked at them, and said in surprise, "How to cultivate seeds, and how to use animal carcasses as fertilizer. How do you know this?" he asked while holding the papers. Hearing this, Old Man Ji stuffed the blanket into Chin Yu's arms, then walked to the bed and sat down, whispering, "I met a few people like this when I was escaping before. Someone in their car was sick and urgently needed medicine to save his life. And my son just went to a remote pharmacy to search and happened to have the medicine." Hearing this, Chin Yu nodded and continued, "So, they exchanged these things with you?" "Yes." Old Man Ji was old and a little tired of sitting. He leaned on the head of the bed, his eyebrows and eyes were full of loneliness. "At that time, my son, my grandson, and I did not agree to the exchange, because even if we knew the method, we still needed to get the seeds. At that time, it was my daughter-in-law who kept asking, saying that if it was not needed today, it would be available sooner or later, so she agreed to the exchange. But I didn't expect that before I tried the method above, all 3 of them were gone." After saying that, Old Man Ji coughed twice again. Then he said to himself, "Don't be afraid, I don't have a cold, it's not contagious, it's an old problem." Just then, Zhang Yinkao's pants were steaming, he clapped his hands and said, "Xiao Yu, do you think we have been in the doomsday for so long, and we haven't found a seed store?" After saying this, Chin Yu also nodded solemnly. "I have thought about this problem before. Although the store says it sells seeds, it's like a rough house after entering, there is nothing. I guess some people must be very hungry and eat the seeds." After saying this, Chi Hao smacked his lips, not quite understanding. There is a difference between eating one meal and eating every meal, right? This makes most people hungry in the early stage. There is no way. Chin Yu took a blanket and shared it with Uncle Hua and Zhang Yin, then covered himself and continued to sit by the fire, saying softly, "After all, some people don't think they will live that long. And the key problem is that many people only have experience living in the city, and don't have the ability to plant at all." Jean Linfu squatted in the corner, and said lightly. He had taken his daughter to plunder seed shops before. He was so hungry that he didn't care about so many things. He either took them away or destroyed them. After all, if more people died of starvation, there would be fewer people searching for supplies at the same time. Although it was cruel to do so, but then again, who would live longer in the doomsday did not depend on kindness and goodness. Chin Yu carefully looked at the detailed steps drawn on the paper. Although he knew every word, he was a little confused when they were put together. In particular, it says that the meat tissue of animal carcasses can be removed, hair can be screened out, and then fermented and used to irrigate plants. Seeing this, Chin Yu was overwhelmed. In his knowledge of living in the city, he had never heard of animal carcasses being used in this way. However, since it was marked, it must be useful. Chin Yu planned to take it back, and let Feng Yi take a closer look. She likes to study these things, and they will come in handy. "Grandpa Ji, I want these drawings. You set a condition. I will agree to it within my ability." Chin Yu held the papers in his hands, and nodded slightly. "If you don't find these seeds, it's useless to have them." Old Man Ji waved his hand, and said disapprovingly. But strangely, there was no answer. Then he raised his head, and everyone looked a little amused. The next second, Chi Hao pointed to the luggage in the area behind the door. "Look, there are a lot of them over there, but I don't recognize some of them." Hearing this, Old Man Ji stood up on the bed, walked over and squatted, picked up a handful with his hands, and said excitedly, "Yes, yes, these should be green vegetables. I don't know why they are mixed together." Then he opened another bag, looked at the rice and corn inside, and smiled even more. But soon, Old Man Ji looked sad again, muttering to himself, what a pity that you are all gone." Watching him talking to himself, Zhang Yin took a small stool and leaned closer to Chin Yu, whispering, "This old man is also quite pitiful. The oldest of the family is the only one left alive, alas." Hearing this, Chin Yu stared at the fire and whispered, "There are indeed many things in life that are not satisfactory." Next, Old Man Ji said firmly that he would give these to Chin Yu as long as he was given a place to live and food to eat every day. In fact, old man G knew very well that at his age of over 70, he could easily get hurt if he moved a little, not to mention his physical strength. Without a gun in his hand, his threat was not even as great as the heavy rain outside. Although he said so, if Chinyu and others insisted on taking it away, old man G could only watch and finally starve to death in his house. Chinyu pondered for a while, raised his head and smiled. We also have an old man over there. Although he is younger than you two should get along well. Okay, then you continue. I will take a rest first. As I get older, I can't stand the tossing and turning more and more. Old man G smiled happily and limped back to the bed to lie down. Seeing this, Jean Linfu stood up and reminded expressionlessly, "Be careful not to let the quill drop the honey." Although there is one more person in the team, still an old man with a nearly negative combat value, everyone is in a much better mood. Because there are new supplies found there, and secondly, we have gained knowledge about planting here, which is a big profit, not to mention there is a motorhome waiting outside. Next, Chinyu called Wang Tianhai, asked him to sit next to him, and then asked about the situation of the car. The battery is low first, and then the water equipment and gas equipment cannot be used. Wang Tianhai told the story seriously, but was interrupted by Chinyu halfway through. Don't worry about the use of the motorhome for now. The main thing now is whether it can be driven away. Hearing this, Wang Tianhai nodded and said, "It can be driven, but the engine compartment is a little broken and needs a lot of parts, which are also easy to obtain. As long as there is another vehicle, I can dismantle it from it." Chapter 660. It's just my hand. His face darkened, and he whispered, "Although I have a prosthesis, I may not be able to complete some actions." Hearing this, Yufeng turned his head and looked at him, and said seriously, "Uncle Wang, don't worry, I'm here." "Yeah." Wang Tianhai smiled and said, "I know." Chinyu pondered for a moment, then looked up at everyone and said, "It's been raining today, everyone should rest early, we may need to stay here for a few days." After that, everyone chose a suitable place to sit down. There were 3 zombies in the RV, and the remaining one was in the toilet in the cockpit. Since they couldn't get out, no one cared about them for the time being. As time passed, the rain gradually became smaller, at least it didn't sound so scary. Everyone ate something casually at night. There was still some food left from what Chinyu and Zhang Yin had brought back. It was edible after boiling, and when it rained before, Chinger boiled some rainwater without thinking of filtering it. Now I have filled 2 large buckets and put them in the house, waiting for them to settle for a while. Chinyu saw a notebook and a pen on the shelf, so he went over to pick them up and took a look. He then moved the small table back to the fire, sat down and began to record what he was going to do next. The first thing was to make sure the RV could start, but there were no abandoned cars on the road. Some were too broken, and I didn't know if the parts inside could still be used. When he remembered this, Chinyu suddenly thought of the big truck in the pit, but it was a pity that the zombies were really a bit outrageous. In that environment, a living person simply cannot stay for more than 5 seconds. If too many zombies are attracted, there is a high probability that a butterfly effect will occur. When all the zombies move, the problem will be serious. When he and Uncle Wa were desperately running away, many zombies began to chase them, but because of the heavy rain, those farther away did not notice them, which was a blessing in disguise. And at this time, Chinyu also realized that it was not so easy to take out the express supplies in the truck. No wonder it could lie there for so long. It is estimated that the old man G's family or other survivors who passed by had seen the car before. In the apocalypse, a truck carrying express delivery overturned, and basically no one would not be curious. But at that time, there were still many fewer zombies, and no one dared to take the risk to move them, which shows that the difficulty was not ordinary. But after Chinyu found out, he did not want to give up easily. He also wanted to try to see if he and his teammates could work together to get those things out. After writing in the notebook for a while, Chinyu also felt a little sleepy. He stood up and walked to Uncle Wa, who was sitting at the door, and whispered, "Just call me when the time comes." "Yes." Uncle Wa nodded while wiping the bow and arrow. Since Old Man G and Jean Linfu were both new acquaintances and might not be reliable, they still adopted the method of having their own people guard the night. Almost everyone was used to this. As long as there were strangers in the team who spent the night together, everyone would spontaneously take turns on duty. Even Yufeng was no exception. A few hours later, he nervously held a glass jar and stared at Old Man G on the bed and Jean Linfu sleeping against the wall. If the two of them made any rash moves, he would smash the bottle. About half an hour later, Yufeng blinked tiredly and continued to look inside the house. He knew very well that what he could do was to do as much as possible for everyone, so that Uncle Wang could rest more. When Yufeng was almost chopped off by the bad guys before, it was also because of Wang Tianhai's help that he survived. The death of the strange ant at that time made him very sad. Now that he has the opportunity to exercise, Yufeng wishes he could work hard for 20 hours a day. Time passed slowly, and the rain stopped almost at midnight. Nothing happened overnight. In the morning, while eating, Xinyu talked to everyone about the next plan. There were not many people, but there were many things to do. In order to go back as soon as possible, Old Man Ji also said that he could climb onto the roof of the RV to help everyone watch the surroundings to prevent zombies from coming. But Xinyu took a look at his legs, which were wrapped in a towel boiled in boiling water, and then shook his head and refused. Just sit outside and watch the zombies. If someone comes, throw bottles. After breakfast, everyone began to listen to today's arrangements. Xinyu and Uncle Hua went to cut some trees, which were about as thick as an arm, and sharpen the lower end with an axe. Then wait for the sky to clear and pretend to be a zombie, then smear blood on a stick and carry it into the pit. Taking advantage of this, Xinyu planned to use something to block the area with the most zombies and the truck. Although they will detect when they see a living person and smell a smell, as long as these 2 points are done well and the movement is small, it should not attract the attention of the zombies. The reason for using this method is that when Xinyu and Uncle Hua went to the cliff yesterday, they found a large billboard not far away, and the advertising paper on it had fallen off. It should be some distance from the ground. If the thing can be pulled down, it can be used to block the sight of the zombies. Pour a few buckets of blood, and everything will be stable. But even so, there were probably hundreds of zombies gathered on the road leading to the truck, and this was when Zhang Yin led some of them away with a rope. And according to Zhang Yin, the small pit next to it could not squeeze in any more zombies. But Xinyu also thought of a new way, and indicated that he didn't need to worry about it. Hong Wu and Han Liyuan were unable to move, so they still stayed in the cabin. Wang Tianhai, Yufeng and Old Man Ji also continued to check the RVs. Before leaving, Xinyu opened the cockpit and led the zombie out and killed it. Old Man Ji even felt grief when he looked at the corpse, but he also understood that it was not his son, and he was not even a human being. As for the one in the toilet, since the door lock could not be opened, he did not care for it for the time being, and he could not get out anyway. The remaining Zhang Yin and Qinger would also follow Xinyu, and the others this time. Their main task was to hold bows and arrows, and stare at some zombies with strange movements. Anyone who noticed Xinyu and Uncle Hua would be shot and killed. Doing this kind of thing requires extremely high concentration, so it was left to Zhang Yin to do it, and Qinger had other arrangements. After hearing this, everyone took up their weapons and started to move. Several people continued to walk towards the cliff on the left, but Shi Hao walked to the right. He needed to find some tools to open the oil barrel and extract the diesel, which was also a big project. But Shi Hao said that he was very good at this, and could do it alone. Chapter 661. Hearing this, Xinyu did not think much about it. After all, he had been with Xiao Jiao for so long, so he would definitely not be idle all day. And Uncle Hua also mentioned that although Haozi looked frivolous, he was actually very thoughtful. It was just that he felt that everyone was too bored all day in the doomsday, which was not good. So he was careless most of the time. As for Xiaoyin, he also thought so the two of them quickly became familiar with each other. Whistling all the way, holding his head with both hands, Shi Hao just closed his eyes and walked slowly along the road. There were few zombies around, and even fewer people, so he was too lazy to stare at the surroundings. After all, the scenery in the doomsday was only corruption and stench. After walking for a few minutes, Shi Hao turned into the woods and began to walk to other places. As he walked, he took out a dagger and carved a mark on the tree next to him to avoid getting lost. For figures appeared on the edge of the cliff. Although Xinyu no longer had a watch, he still subconsciously looked at his wrist. At this moment, Qinger took off her mechanical watch and handed it to him, expectantly saying, "Brother Chun, you can use this one. Brotherly found it for me a while ago. It should be enough for a long time." Hearing this, Xinyu glanced at her, smiled and shook his head, and then changed the subject. "By the way, Zhang Yin, how are you after being in the rain for so long yesterday?" Although Xinyu was younger than him, he was still used to calling him by his name. Zhang Yin never minded this. He chuckled and replied, "It's a small problem. When I was in the army, I trained directly in the water." After that, Zhang Yin punched his chest muscles with his fist. "Gaga, it's hard. Okay, then I leave the tree cutting to you and Uncle Hua. I go over there to get the advertising paper." After saying this, Xinyu smiled and turned away. After staying together for a while, the two of them were not so reserved when talking. After all, people are easily depressed in the doomsday. Jiang picked up the axe and put it on his shoulder and promised, "No problem." Seeing Qin Yu was about to leave, Qing hurried over and asked, "What about me? They both have something to do. What should I do?" "Keep an eye on the zombies for them." After saying that, Qin Yu touched the rope on his body and started to walk over there. A few minutes later, he stood under a huge billboard and looked up. The iron frames were rusty and looked like they had been there for many years. The advertising paper also began to fall off. Qin Yu guessed that they might have been prepared to replace it before the end of the world, but they didn't have time to do it later. Qin Yu looked around and saw that it was quite open. The billboard was built on the plain next to it, and the height was about 10 meters. Because the paper fell, it was only about 4 or 5 meters away from him. After looking around, Qin Yu put the rope on the ground, picked up a stone, and walked towards a small tree. He stuck the knife under the fork of the branch, and then hit it with a stone a few times, and it was easily cut off. Then he picked it a little bit, lifted it up and looked at it. When he felt it was almost done, he returned to the bottom of the billboard. He moved a stone and put it down. Qin Yu stood on it, tiptoed, and held the branch, but it was still a little short. His height of 1.82 meters did not play any role at this moment. But fortunately, Qin Yu was used to making backup plans. He was about to pick up wood to make a fire, but heard the sound of zombies coming from the left. Turning his head, he saw a dirty zombie emerging from the bushes, staggering towards him. Seeing this, Qin Yu continued to draw out his dagger, closed his left eye, squinted his right eye slightly, aimed, waited for it to get closer, and then threw it hard. But at this moment, the zombie suddenly slipped, the whole body tilted, and the flying knife missed. "Hey, the little thing can move." Qin Yu sighed, picked up a stick that was handy, walked over and stabbed it into the zombie's eye socket. Plop! The body fell to the ground. Qin Yu walked to the bushes, picked up the dagger, and then went back to make a fire. Although it rained in the middle of the night, the wood on the ground was not very dry, but fortunately there was plastic garbage everywhere. It was not difficult to make a fire by piling these below. When the fire got a little bigger, he put down the quiver from his back, took out an arrow, and roasted it on the fire. When the arrowhead turned slightly red, Qin Yu tied it with a rope at the position of the arrow feather. The front rope was a little thinner, so it could be tied. The reason why Qin Yu burned the arrow red was to shoot through the advertising paper in one shot. He had never touched this thing up close, and didn't know what it was made of. He had never touched it before, and was worried that the arrow made of a can would not be sharp enough, so he thought of this method. After setting up the bow and aiming, Qin Yu held his breath, aimed at a corner of the advertising paper a few dozen centimeters above, and let go. The arrow flew out of his hand in an instant, and the rope flew into the sky at a very fast speed. Seeing that he shot through without any resistance, Qin Yu smiled. He ran over quickly, grabbed the rope and pulled hard, and immediately pulled off a large piece. I don't know if it was because of the wind and sun, Qin Yu thought it would be very difficult, but it was pulled down easily. But because the other corner was still fixed, Qin Yu couldn't use his strength, so he used the bow and arrow to cut it again. After it was red, he took the bow and arrow and walked a little to the side of the billboard to make his angle level, and then began to aim. A few minutes later, Qin Yu had already started to try for the third time, but there was no way. His archery skills were not very accurate. It would be nice if Dojwan was here too. He muttered softly, and then started the fourth time. Seeing that he missed again, Qin Yu felt helpless. The arrow fell on the grass behind him the first time. Fortunately, it was a little wet, otherwise he would have worried that it would cause a fire. Just as he was about to run over to pick up the arrow, the roar of the zombie came from behind again. Although it was not loud, the resolution was too high. Basically everyone knew it was a zombie as soon as they heard it. Looking back, the zombie was still wearing a shoulder bag. Qin Yu was slightly startled, took the knife, and went over to kill him, then opened the bag and checked it. There were not many things: a mobile phone, a power bank, and an ID card. There were only 3 things in total, which were useless in the end of the world, so he just threw them away. Taking them back would also take up space. At this moment, he saw the keychain hanging on the zipper and stopped. It looked the size of a peanut, a little rabbit. But Qin Yu couldn't remember it, but he was very sure that he must have seen it before. Thinking of this, he walked back and removed the keychain, and casually put it in his pocket. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Yu continued to pick up the ID card, which had EXX written on it. He didn't recognize the photo, so he threw it on the ground and prepared to take down the advertising paper first. After burning the arrows several times, until there was no garbage around, Qin Yu succeeded. Chapter 662. Time passed slowly. Chinyu folded the advertisement paper, packed up his things, and prepared to leave. There were several tree trunks on the ground near the cliff, and they were probably as thick as an adult man's arm. The sound of chopping trees was very loud. Occasionally, zombies came over, and Chinger went to kill them, and then hurried back to continue standing guard. She liked to stay with these people. Every time the men looked at her, she didn't have that bad feeling, and the girls didn't look down on others, let alone snatch food from each other. Although the days before were nightmares for Chinger, she survived with Goli later, and both sides were very sensible. Although Chinger hinted to Goli many times that she didn't mind them sleeping in the same bed, he always refused. In the past, when it was very cold in winter, and it was inconvenient to make a fire, the two would hug each other to spend the night, so as not to freeze to death. The more sufferings Chinger experienced, the more she realized how difficult the current living environment was. She also secretly vowed to do more so that she could stay in the camp in the villa area. Soon, 6 tree trunks were chopped down, and Chinyu came back at this time. He held the stack of advertising papers and said, "Now the zombies are a little far away from each other, so we can proceed to the next step." After saying this, Chinyu put down his things, his bow and arrows, and his quiver, and then picked up the rope, looked down, and whispered, "I find a tree to tie the rope to, so that when I move things up, I can use it to climb the slope." Hearing this, Zhang Yin dragged a few corpses over, and then asked curiously, "If there is nothing to carry or a bag, what can we use to carry them?" "It doesn't matter." Chinyu took off his coat, rolled up his sleeves, and shook his head. "There are some in the courier truck, so it's not a big problem." After a few simple exchanges, there was still some plastic bag left on the ground, which was enough to smear the zombie meat. Nowadays, unless it is necessary, people will not easily let this stuff get on their clothes. After all, it is not safe to wash, and gloves are needed. Secondly, if there is nothing to wear, they have to go back to the city to search. Although most stores still have a lot of clothes that no one has taken away and are left to collect dust, the key problem is that zombies are also there to collect dust. Since they only go down to tie the rope, Chinyu is enough, and the remaining 3 sit on the rocks and rest on the spot. A few minutes later, Chinyu, covered in blood, walked towards the cliff. The rope was tied to a tree behind him. As he walked, he held the rope with his right hand and slowly loosened it. The second time he went down, he had experience and tried not to let the gravel slide, so that the zombies still had no reaction. Soon he reached the lower area, and the zombies around were about 2 or 3 meters away, standing there swaying. The rope was hung on his left hand in circles, and Chinyu gently pressed his right hand on his waist. As long as there was any movement, he would draw out the dagger. There were too many zombies below, so it was not convenient to kill them with an axe. It was better to use a knife. Just aim at the zombie's head and stab it. After walking a little distance to the right, Chinyu tied the rope around the tree, about 1.5 meters above the ground. His movements were very slow, because he couldn't be discovered by the zombies, so it took a while to get it right. Then Chinyu gently pulled the rope, and Uncle Wa above saw it shaking, then picked up the stack of advertising paper and walked down. Although it was also more than 10 pounds, it was not a big pressure for him. After entering the abandoned pit below, the two went up again and carried the 6 tree trunks down. Fortunately, they were only 2 meters long and not heavy at all, so they were not discovered by the zombies at all. On the cliff, Zhang Yin watched them slowly walk towards a certain direction, then took the bow and arrow and began to help guard. More than an hour later, the 6 tree trunks stood up. There were also 8 more corpses on the ground, all with arrows stuck in their heads. Walking slowly to Uncle Wa's side, Chinyu said in a low voice, "Take a break, I send the arrows back." Since arrows can be reused, they are basically not made too many. Now that the arrows above are used up, Chinyu needs to collect the previous ones. Staying close to these zombies for so long is also a test for Chinyu's character. It is no exaggeration to say that he has no reaction when he sees zombies now. As long as they move their steps and turn their bodies, Chinyu can find them instantly. In this way, this trip has gained a little more. After picking up the arrows, Chinyu walked back carefully. In the following time, the two repeated these steps many times, and finally succeeded in pulling open and tying the advertising paper. Soon it was noon. Chinyu and Uncle Wa returned to the cliff, took down the plastic sheet, washed their hands with the water in the pit next to them, and prepared to eat. In fact, there was not much food, most of it was dried meat, but those people's supplies also had something to eat, that is, the steamed buns made, but the color didn't look very good. But it was barely edible, and after simply filling their stomachs, Chihao also came back at this time. He was carrying a white plastic bucket he had picked up from somewhere, and a shower head. After walking over and putting the things down, Chi-Hao took the dried meat handed to him by Chinger and started to eat it directly. We walked so far before we found a house. There are also some villages over there, but each household is a little far apart. After swallowing the lean dried meat, Chi-Hao turned around and pointed in a direction. Is the road easy to walk on? Chin-Yu asked softly. Hearing this, Chi-Hao waved his hand. Don't mention it. Look at my pants. They are almost torn. After he finished speaking, several people followed his gaze and looked down, and indeed there were several holes. That's fine. Chin-Yu nodded, stood up and said, take a rest, and when you need to pump diesel later, let her help you attract the zombies' attention. Chinger was stunned, pointed at herself and said, what if the noise is too loud? Chin-Yu had also said before, let her stand on the small platform on the left to attract the zombies below. Now it's not raining, and it's sunny. If she appears, the zombies will find her quickly, and there is no need to catch frogs anymore. It's okay, don't talk, just squat there, the zombies will come over by themselves. After saying that, Chin-Yu picked up the plastic sheet and continued to put it on himself, and Uncle Wa also started to get busy. Soon, the two of them continued to go down, and Zhang Yin also took the bow and arrow and stood on the edge of the cliff, and began to help them continue to watch the zombies. There was no way, there were not enough people this time, so all the things below could only be carried by manpower. Fortunately, there were a lot of food in the express delivery, and when the time came, I could immediately replenish my physical strength, otherwise Chin-Yu would not do such a loss-making business. Even if those things were important, but when the physical strength was used up, I could only wait to die. Chapter 663. Chin-Yu and Uncle Wa hid in the carriage and opened the door a little, so that there would be some light. At least it was not so dark inside. Listening to the sounds of the zombies outside, the two of them had no reaction now, and used the bags in the express delivery to continue to pack a lot of things, and then Uncle Wa took them and walked up. However, because they stayed down there for too long, the hundreds of zombies soon found something wrong, and seemed to be ready to move. Seeing this, Chin-Yu suggested that one person could deliver the things, and the other stayed in the carriage to pack them, so that they would be less conspicuous when walking. Uncle Wa nodded in agreement, indicating that he would just stay outside. Time passed by minute, and there seemed to be nothing else around except the noise of zombies. After Chi-Hao had rested for a while, he found a black coat from the pile of express deliveries, tried it on, and found it fit, and then began to smear the zombie flesh and blood on his old coat. Anyway, he could just change it later, that's what he thought. A few minutes later, Chi-Hao nodded to Chinger, then took the head and the hose of the shower and started to walk down. Chinger walked to the left cliff, grabbed the stone, and moved down carefully. Then she stood on the platform and sat directly on the ground. After more than 10 seconds, a zombie noticed her and then walked over slowly. The zombie just stood below, waving his hands upwards. After a while, there was a second one, and a third one. After more than 10 minutes, almost half of the zombies gathered at the position below. Although Chinger estimated that it was about 100 meters from the cliff to the location of the truck, the area where she was standing at this time was estimated to be about 10 meters vertically downward. At this height, if she didn't stand firmly and accidentally fell down, she would either die or get injured. Biting her lips tightly, Chinger's legs fell under the stone, and she grabbed the side with both hands. The more she looked down, the more scared she became. But if she closed her eyes, she was always worried that there would be zombies climbing up. Chi-Hao stood in the distance, watching the girl's arms trembling with fear, and then he slightly increased his speed. At this time, there were probably less than 100 zombies left around the truck, but they still looked very scary. Not afraid of zombies, and not afraid of zombie groups are two completely different concepts. Walking to the truck, Chi-Hao put down his things first, then dragged several corpses on the ground over and carefully stacked them around him. Just then, two zombies found him, made strange noises, and walked towards him. The next second, an arrow shot at him quickly, instantly killing two zombies that were very close to each other at the same time. Seeing this, Chi-Hao hurried over to hold the corpse to prevent it from making too much noise when it fell, and then he stretched out his hand and gave Zhang Yin a thumbs up. Then Chi-Hao went back to open the fuel tank cap and plug the hose in. Squatting on the ground, he took a few deep breaths and then began to suck hard. Every 2 seconds, he quickly put the other end of the tube into the plastic bucket. After several attempts, he still failed to successfully suck out the diesel. There was no other way. Chi-Hao put the hose on the fuel tank, thought about it briefly, picked up a wooden stick on the ground, and began to dig hard in the area where the bucket was placed. As more and more zombies gathered on Chingyu's side, the number of zombies around the truck gradually decreased. At the back, Chinyu also began to move things up with Uncle Hua. After digging a small hole, Chi Hao continued to put the plastic bucket in. This way, it would be a little lower, and it should be successful. Sure enough, after he continued to try a few times, a light yellow liquid slowly flowed out of the hose. Before, every time he took a sip, Chi Hao had to spit several times, which was very uncomfortable. Time passed by, no one spoke, and everyone was busy with their own things. Inside the villa area, Feng Yi sorted out the wires, and then he and Xiao Jiao distributed batteries and solar panels to everyone. Knock, knock, knock. In the living room, Lenny leaned on the sofa with bare feet, sewing clothes for Chinyu with needle and thread. While sewing, she put her bleeding index finger into her mouth. No one could have imagined that the eldest lady before the end of the world, the top beauty surgeon, would actually start sewing clothes at this time. After all, many things are missing in the end of the world. Hearing the knock on the door, Lenny pinched her sore shoulders, raised her head and said casually, "Who is it?" "Me." Feng Yi answered while holding the battery. "We are here to deliver electricity to you." Hearing the sound, Lenny happily put down her clothes, put on her slippers, and ran over. "It's done so quickly. I thought it would take a while before I could use electricity." She opened the door, happily took the battery, and greeted Xiao Jiao, who was carrying a solar panel outside the door. "Hi." Xiao Jiao smiled slightly, as a response. Hearing this, Feng Yi laughed and said, "The man in your family has asked me to put this matter at the top of the priority list. He said that you are so beautiful, and writing on paper under the candlelight every day is not good for your eyes." After saying that, she turned around and pointed at Xiao Jiao. "Look, I install it for you first after I finish it right away." Feng Yi then saw the clothes on the sofa, and the blood drop on Lin Yi's left index finger, feeling a little distressed. "If you want to sew clothes, just ask Han Liyuan and Xiao Ning to help. They are used to doing this now." Feng Yi helped Lin Yi adjust her collar inside. "If it doesn't work, I can help you." Hearing this, Lin Yi waved her hand indifferently, with dimples on her face, and smiled. "I don't want you to disturb our world of two people. Then I leave it to you, brother Xiao." Like Xinyu, Lin Yi also changed the name of this man. After all, he taught Xinyu a lot, and he was a good person with great skills, so Lin Yi naturally respected him. "It's okay, you come and see how to install it, and you can maintain the solar panels yourself in the future." Xiao Jiao nodded again, took the things and walked to the lawn in the yard. "Okay." Lin Yi changed his shoes and followed him. Then Feng Yi closed the door, walked out of the yard and said, "Then I go to the next house to deliver the battery." "Okay." Xiao Jiao turned his head and agreed. After the words fell, Feng Yi continued to lift the cart with both hands and left. There were batteries in the camp, and some wires were brought back from the recent search for supplies, so Feng Yi and Xiao Jiao prepared to connect lights to each house first. After all, as long as there is sunshine and the solar panels are well maintained, electricity can be generated continuously, but candles will eventually run out. If it rains continuously, everyone will not have to go out in the dark every night. Lin Yi is very smart and has a good memory. She can remember the steps that Xiao Jiao has done at a glance. After Xiao Jiao disassembled the parts, she could continue to assemble them. Chapter 664. A few minutes later, the wire was successfully connected to the solar panel. Xiao Jiao held another coil of wire and said, "After the battery is fully charged, use this wire to connect it, add the switch and the bulb base, and it will be ready for use. The remaining parts will be delivered in 2 days, and then you can use the lamp indoors." "Thank you." Lin Yi took the wire and smiled. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao shook his head and replied, "It's no big deal. I also did the wiring in the basement before. This one is a little simpler. You continue to work, I go to the next one." After saying that, he turned and left. Lin Yi looked at the solar panel for a while, then looked up at the sky under the glaring sunlight, and then quickly returned to the house. It is not easy to find sunscreen nowadays, and she does not want to stay indoors all the time. Although everyone's skin condition will deteriorate as the doomsday progresses, Lin Yi thinks it is better to try to slow down. After changing shoes and leaning on the sofa, Lin Yi picked up the needle and thread and clothes and continued to mend clothes for Chinyu. "Really, you don't even want to tell me when it's worn out, and you keep washing it. Now you don't have to buy clothes for free." Although Lin Yi said this, she did not stop her hands and continued to patiently fill the gap. Just as Chinyu said a long time ago, there are many things he can't do, but he can learn. Lin Yi felt that she could do the same. Half an hour later, she looked at the 2 t-shirts and pants and nodded with satisfaction. Then she looked at the time, and it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, so she stood up and stretched, then walked to the backyard to prepare a fire and heat up the food. If it were Lin Yi 2 years ago, she would never have thought that she would have a day to cook with firewood. On the edge of the cliff. It took almost a whole day for Chinyu and Uncle Hua to finish all the express deliveries. They were exhausted. The things were not heavy, but they were very nervous and needed to be on guard against zombies. Climbing the slope was not easy either. Although there was a rope to help him, Chinyu still felt as if his legs were not his own, and he was shaking when he walked. You know, he has been training all the time, but the continuous and repeated climbing was still too much for Chinyu. Sitting on the ground, looking at the 3 piles of supplies in front of him, which were like a small mountain, Chinyu smiled happily. He reached out and picked up 2 bottles of facial cleanser and face towel, looked at the expiration date, and then quietly put them in his trouser pocket, ready to take them back to Lin Yi. This pile of supplies has everything, only a few food items are expired. Chinyu even found 2 razors, but they are rechargeable ones. Haha, if you have anything you want, you can pick it first. Chinyu suddenly said. Hearing this, Chinger, who had been waiting for a long time, hurried forward and picked up a pair of gloves and put them in her arms. They were the kind that exposed the fingers. Zhang Yin didn't like anything, so he chose a small doll, a bear, and planned to take it back to Ruerue. Although the outer wrapping paper was torn off, the inside was still there, and it was still vacuum-packed. As for Uncle Hua and Chi Hao, they didn't want anything, so they just took some food. Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of choosing these items, 2 zombies walked out of the surrounding forest, accompanied by a corpse dog. Seeing this, Chi Hao chuckled, picked up the axe on the ground and said, "My hands are itching." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed up directly. After a fight, 2 corpses soon appeared on the ground, and the only one left was the corpse dog, which was more difficult to deal with. But for them now, the corpse dogs are basically no threat, and they are mainly afraid of those zombie bugs. But I don't know if it's because the zombies are wandering around. The number of corpse bugs has also decreased recently, and Chinyu doesn't know where they are hiding. Half a minute later, the corpse dog was also killed by Chi Hao, and both legs were broken. It was going to be dark soon, so Chinyu said, "One person stays here, and the other 3 people carry it. It should be easier to carry it on your back by using ropes to pass through the bags." Hearing this, everyone started to get busy. Chinyu took the axe from Chi Hao and continued to go to the forest to cut 2 tree trunks. Using vines to pass back and forth, Chinyu made a simple stretcher and then carried the express delivery up. A few minutes later, Chinyu and Uncle Hua each carried a bag of things, then lifted the stretcher of express delivery and started walking towards the RV. Chi Hao and Chinger followed, and although she was a girl, she also said that she could carry it. To prevent the zombies from coming and contaminating, Zhang Yin stayed here to watch. In this way, after walking back and forth several times, the 5 people finally moved all the things back. The result was that they were all too tired to walk. Chinyu even felt that today was the most tiring day in the past year of the apocalypse. Fortunately, there was enough water and food, so they could be replenished quickly. 3 days passed in a flash, and everyone had been out for several days, and they were all eager to get on the RV and go home. The next day, Chinyu took Wang Tianhai for a long way, basically going over to every car they saw, and then opening the hood to check if the parts were still usable. Even the parts on the truck were opened by Uncle Hua, but unfortunately very few of them could be used. Finally, on the 5th day, the RV successfully roared. Everyone was very surprised, and Chinyu was relieved. He didn't mind how long he would stay in the wild, he just didn't want to meet survivors again. Although Chinyu wanted to bring more people to the camp, he didn't want to meet bad ones. If they didn't agree, the 2 sides would fight again. Chinyu felt really tired of this. After the car was successfully ignited, the next step was to repair the tire. Unfortunately, Wang Tianhai said that it was basically difficult to do without tools. At this time, Old Man Ji stood at the door and said, "Next to the toilet in the inner room, there's a tire that has been repaired long ago. You just need to install it." After the words fell, Wang Tianhai turned his head and looked at him, surprised. "Why didn't you say it earlier? I have been worried about this these days." After that, he took Yufeng to walk over there. A few minutes later, Wang Tianhai did appear with a tire that was the same as the other tires of the RV. Seeing this, Old Man Ji lowered his head and said softly, "My son repaired it before. He said that when the food is finished and there are more zombies, he will drive us to another place." Hearing this, Wang Tianhai opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know where to start. Then he patted Old Man Ji on the shoulder and said seriously, "Don't worry, You don't have to change places anymore in the future. Then Wang Tianhai walked over and handed the tire to Qinyu. It was successfully installed soon, and Uncle Wa also appeared at the door with a screwdriver. Chapter 665. After the RV was repaired, the next step was to clean up the zombie in the toilet. Chunyu followed him in with a dagger. Uncle Wa also squatted at the door of the toilet and started to dismantle it with a screwdriver. As they approached, the movement inside gradually became louder. A few minutes later, Uncle Wa blocked the toilet door with force, put down the locks, and then looked up at Qinyu. Nodding slightly, Qinyu picked up the knife and stared at the door. Seeing this, Uncle Wa stepped back a little and loosened his strength. As soon as there was a gap, the zombie tried its best to squeeze out and stretched out its hand at the same time. Seeing this, Qinyu quickly grabbed its arm, then aimed the dagger in his right hand at its forehead and ran over it directly. In an instant, the zombies in the toilet became quiet. Then he and Uncle Wa carried the corpses out and threw them on the open space next to them. Old Man Ji stood beside the 3 corpses in a daze for a long time, and only came back to his senses when Qinyu called him. "Let's go, Old Man Ji. Get in the car quickly. We will take your 2 dogs with us." As they stayed for a few more days, they became familiar with the 2 yellow oxen in the backyard, but they were also skinny. Hearing this, Old Man Ji took a last look at his son, daughter-in-law, and grandson, then turned around and got into the car. All the supplies were moved in advance, and some were even tied with ropes on the top. Uncle Wa drove the RV full of supplies forward a little, turned around, and then started to go back. Hongwu and Han Liyuan were not in good condition because they had no suitable medicine to use next, so they basically rested every day. But fortunately, Jean Linfu looked like a very professional doctor. After each examination, he would say, "You won't die yet." Although it was speechless to hear this, Qinyu also understood that it was not easy to save his life in the limited outdoor environment. The RV was driving on the open road, with a speed of about 60 miles per hour. Others couldn't find anything to do, so they simply closed their eyes and rested. Qinyu sat in the co-pilot seat, helping Uncle Wa to watch the road, and Qing'er also sat in the back seat, staring at the front of the car window. After about an hour of driving, the RV was suddenly blocked by a tree when it passed an uphill slope. Seeing this, Uncle Wa quickly stepped on the brakes, and everyone in the car almost fell down. What happened? After Zhang Yin stabilized his body, he went directly to the driving area and asked. There was a baffle here before, but it was later removed by Qinyu, so now he can communicate with the driver from inside the RV. Hearing this, Qinyu looked forward and frowned slightly. 2 trees fell over there. The next second, Wang Tianhai also came over and said, "Could it be caused by the heavy rain before? After all, there are not many people alive now who would cut down trees to block the road for no reason." Hearing this, Qinyu unbuckled his seatbelt, picked up his gun and stood up, saying in a deep voice, "Be on guard against others, you watch in the car, and remember to take out your guns. This is the only way to get back to the villa area. No matter what the situation is outside, Qinyu has to confirm it clearly." Just as he opened the car door and stood in front of the car to check the tree, 3 survivors suddenly ran out from the side. All of them were extremely dirty. Qinyu thought those people were going to rob him, so he immediately picked up his gun, but he was soon stunned. Because the man knelt down, pushed his thinly dressed child forward a few steps, and begged, "Brother, big brother, please take her away." Before he finished speaking, the woman next to him started screaming. Seeing this, Qinyu instantly understood that the woman must have been stimulated in the brain. When he moved his eyes to the child, his breathing suddenly stagnated and his mood became a little depressed. Because that little girl is a zombie. It was just wearing a helmet, so Qinyu didn't recognize it at first. But just now, when he was a little closer, Qinyu saw the black blood vessels on the other party's neck. And when he looked closely, he saw that there were ropes tied around her body. Then, before Qinyu had time to speak, the man stood up again, dragged the woman and the zombie into the woods. Okay, let's go, I take you away." This scene made everyone stunned. Zhang Yin pressed the window of the co-pilot, leaned out and said, "Xiao Yu, why do I feel a little weird?" Hearing this, Qinyu looked at the man's disappearing back, pondered for a while, and said softly, "This is just a miserable person in the doomsday." It was a small episode, and Qinyu didn't take it to heart. The man didn't look normal, with long hair and a beard all over his face. To put it bluntly, bringing such a person back to the camp in the doomsday is likely to bring danger to everyone. So even though it looks pitiful, Qinyu has no other thoughts, and as for the others, it doesn't matter. More than a minute later, Qinyu walked back to the front of the car and said to everyone, From the broken part, it should be blown down by the wind. The tree behind seems to be split. Except for the injured, everyone else gets off the car, and we move the tree away. Hearing this, everyone got off the car and stood by the road. Since there was only one axe, Chi-Hao was given the job of chopping branches. Then several people passed the tree trunk with a rope and dragged it to the roadside. After about 10 minutes, the road was successfully cleared. At this time, a large number of zombies suddenly appeared in the woods on both sides. Seeing this, Chin Yu quickly shouted, "Hurry up and get in the car, let's go!" Zhang Yin, who was pulling out a dagger, heard this and hurried back to the car. As soon as the car door was closed, the zombies immediately lay on top, and more than a dozen hands slapped the car body at the same time. Although zombies can't run, they still approach very quickly. The main reason is that they don't care whether there is a road or not. They just go in a straight line. Uncle Hua started the car, shifted the gear, and then stepped on the accelerator. The RV rushed out before being surrounded by the zombies. Hong Wu was lying in the inner area. He turned his head and looked at the dense zombies behind him, and smiled bitterly. Fortunately, we walked fast. Then Chen Yu walked over, put a blanket on him and Han Liuan, and whispered, "Talk less, we are still some distance away from home. It's not far from here, and it will take about 8 hours to drive back." Finally, before dark, the RV saw the wall of the villa area. After driving in, everyone's excitement reappeared. No matter how many times they go out, everyone is happy every time they come home. After all, no matter how many people go out, it's not certain when they come back. When the others saw that there was an extra RV in the camp, they all gathered around. Chin Yu got out of the car, said hello to everyone, and then walked towards his house. Chapter 666. After being out for several days, Chin Yu missed his family. As soon as he approached, he saw Lin Yi sitting in the yard writing something, with 2 chickens squatting at her feet. They had grown a lot. "Hey, you're back." Hearing someone push open the gate, Lin Yi looked back and stood up in surprise. Hearing this, Chin Yu looked at her and smiled. "Sorry, I'm a little late." It's okay to be back." Lin Yi walked over and pulled him to the back room, then pressed Chin Yu on the chair next to the shoe cabinet, and said with a smile, "Change your shoes first. I go boil water for you to take a bath. Now we don't lack water." After she finished speaking, she turned and walked towards the backyard. After being together for so long, even though Chin Yu often said that she didn't need to take care of him, Lin Yi always pretended not to hear it. After so many times, Chin Yu had no choice but to accept it and treat her better at the same time. Chin Yu changed his shoes and walked to the living room, took out the 2 bottles of facial cleanser in his pocket, and gently placed them on the coffee table. Looking at the bundle of wires and light bulbs placed next to him, Chin Yu looked around the house. When he entered the yard earlier, he also saw the solar panel placed in the corner. At this time, there were 2 batteries placed next to the sofa in the room. Chin Yu also understood that it should be possible to use electricity. Thinking of this, he began to get busy. Because he had been preparing for a long time, he basically had all the tools he needed this time. Even things like wire clips were arranged. In the past, you could find a lot of them on the walls of some old residential houses. Using pliers and claw hammers, you can knock down a lot of them. Not only Chin Yu has been wanting to restore power supply, but basically everyone wants to. After all, after living in the city for a long time, many people are not used to suddenly losing all conveniences in the doomsday. It would be fine if there was no internet, because every day I had to figure out how to survive, and I didn't have time to worry about these things. But life would be inconvenient without electricity. Hearing the banging sound coming from inside the house, Lin Yila opened the door and took a look, then a little warmth came to her heart, and she went back to the stove to light the fire. She also put these nails and wires on the table waiting for Chin Yu to come back, and time passed unknowingly with anticipation in her heart. There were a lot of wires, and Chin Yu first removed the switch on the wall, connected the wires, and then nailed them all the way along the wall with nails. It was too high, so he had to move a ladder to reach the ceiling. However, Chin Yu did not bother about it. He put a chair on the coffee table and hung the wire on the lamp in the living room. Fortunately, with his height and the help of the coffee table and chair, he could just touch it and then install the light bulb. Since the bedrooms of the 2 are now upstairs, the bathroom also needs a light. A battery is used for lighting, which is barely enough. There will be more when the time comes. After charging, it can also be connected to a socket. In this way, Lin Yi will not have to wait for the sun to come out when washing her hair in the future. Chin Yu also took the time to bring people to get water from the well outside the camp. He used the old method of tying a bucket with a rope and scooping slowly. Then he brought water from home and carefully cleaned the well. But despite this, Lin Yi didn't mind everyone drinking it directly. It probably wouldn't work if you boiled it, but it should be enough for other things. Everyone had no objection to this. Anyway, there was a well in the villa area, and it was well protected and had enough water resources. During the month when they were closed in the camp, everyone was not idle. They even cut down many trees and blocked the road from home to the well outside the wall with tree trunks. This can also prevent zombies from entering by mistake. It can be said that nowadays, no one needs to worry about water, and they can take a bath every 3 days. Of course, the men in the camp unanimously decided that they could take a bath every 4 days. It is precisely because everyone is working hard that life is getting better and better now. At night, every house has lights on, and the light coming out is different due to different bulbs. On the second floor balcony, Chin-Yu has finished taking a bath, and his hair is still a little wet. He leans on the railing with both hands, looking at the houses in the distance and the smoke from cooking, feeling a lot of emotion in his heart. At this moment, footsteps were heard behind him. Lenny came over in pajamas with a charged razor. "All this is as you wish." A gentle voice came. Chin-Yu turned around and looked at the beautiful figure in front of him, and his heart moved, and he walked over to hug her. "Hey you." Lenny thought he was going to get the razor, but found his hand around her waist, and was immediately startled. But she did not refuse, but looked at him with a red face. Then the two walked to the balcony. Chin-Yu looked forward and whispered, "Sometimes I think, if I wake up one night, it would be great if these were all dreams." Hearing this, Lenny slapped his hand around her waist, and moved aside pretending to be angry. "If that's the case, you and I are not in this relationship anymore." The sudden movement made Chin-Yu a little amused. He leaned his left hand on the railing, turned his head, and looked at Lin Yi, who was pouting, and laughed. "I'm just talking casually, don't take it seriously." After the voice fell, Chin-Yu walked over, gently took Lin Yi's hand, leaned his head close and whispered, "If it weren't for the end of the world, we would definitely not have met, so no matter what I say, I still have to thank it." Looking at Lin Yi's red cheeks and ears, the more he looked at her, the cuter she seemed. At this moment, Lin Yi turned around and looked at him, holding a razor in his hand, and said, "Well, it's charged, you can shave." Chin-Yu touched the area around his mouth and smiled, "Okay." Pushing the switch, he was stunned by the mechanical sound that he hadn't heard for a long time. For more than a year, since the zombies appeared, the world has been experiencing power outages, and Chin-Yu has never heard such a sound again. Although Xiaojiu's basement had electricity before, it was a diesel generator, and the environment was dark, so lighting was the first choice, and Chin-Yu didn't want to find a razor to use. When his beard grows long, he usually trims it with small scissors, and occasionally uses a foam razor. Most of the time, you can find these things in places where some people have lived, and you can just wash them and use them. But Chin-Yu is not used to using that kind of blade after all, and he often hurts himself. Now that he uses an electric razor again, to be honest, it would be a lie if he is not excited. So far, Chin-Yu has also strengthened his belief that he must make the infrastructure in the camp better and better. A few minutes later, he finished shaving, and Lin Yi was still standing on the balcony looking at the camp. "Ee, what do you think about us moving those solar streetlights back?" Chapter 667. "Aw?" Lin Yi turned her head and looked at him, a little surprised. "Isn't that thing fixed on the cement pier? How to remove it?" The next second, Chin-Yu held her left hand and whispered, "I know where to get cement. Wait a few days, and go out again, and bring it all back at once." Hearing that she was going out again, Lin Yi bit her lip, and after a moment of silence, she whispered, "Well, you can arrange it, anyway, I will follow you." Chin-Yu pinched Lin Yi's thumb and said seriously, "I promise you, when I come back this time, I will live a good life with you." After the words fell, Lin Yi's face turned red again, and she rolled her eyes at him. She said with a very cute expression on her face, "Who wants to live with you?" Before she finished speaking, she felt herself being pulled and then hugged into Chin-Yu's arms. Feeling the increasingly strong chest, Lin Yi also hooked her hands around Chin-Yu's back from behind. After hesitating for a few seconds, she took 2 steps back, then looked at Chin-Yu and closed her eyes. After waiting for a while, there was no response. Lin Yi opened her eyes and said angrily, "Do you want to kiss me or not?" The next second, she stood on tiptoe, hugged Chin-Yu's neck, and kissed him. On the 3rd floor of the villa more than 100 meters away, several people exclaimed, "Wow, Sister Xiaolin is so brave." Yang Zi put down the telescope and said with a red face, "I thought it was Chin-Yu who took the initiative all the time." Xiao Ning squatted beside her, also moved the telescope, covered her mouth and laughed. Don't think that Brother Qinyu usually says what he means. He is very well behaved in front of Sister Xiaolin. De Zhuang lay on the bed, glanced at the two peepers, felt a little helpless, turned around and went downstairs. Brother, where are you going? Yang Zi heard the voice, and turned around to shout. Washing clothes for your sister-in-law. Hearing this, Xiao Ning blushed and whispered, he doesn't let me touch cold water. Yang Zi laughed and said, it's okay, let's ignore him and continue watching. After that, the two girls looked at each other and continued to pick up the telescope. After about 10 minutes, Lin let go of Qinyu with a red face, and her eyes were a little blurred. If I hadn't seen you brushing your teeth, I wouldn't want to kiss you. Hearing this, Qinyu touched his lips, his heartbeat was thumping, his face was a little red, and he said, you scared me. After the voice fell, Lin touched her hair, lowered her head and muttered, stupid. What? Qinyu didn't hear it clearly, and asked, I won't tell you. Lin stuck out her tongue, then turned and walked into the house, and then threw down a sentence. By the way, I forgot to tell you that there seems to be something wrong with my bedroom door, and it's a bit difficult to lock. After saying that, Lin went back to the bedroom with her hands behind her back. Looking at her back, Qinyu scratched his head, not quite understanding what she meant. It seems that I still need to learn how to repair doors. At midnight, Lin was waiting until dark circles appeared under her eyes, but she didn't wait for anyone to enter the room, and then she fell asleep angrily. The next morning, after Qinyu got up, he went to see Goli. Since Jin Linfu was also a doctor, Qinyu didn't inform Lin after returning to the camp yesterday. He just asked Zhang Yin to take him to the infirmary. If the other party can really cure diseases and save lives, then Lin will be much more relaxed in the future. Of course, the premise is that this person is trustworthy enough. 9 o'clock in the morning, in the medical room. Jin Linfu was sitting at the table, reading a notebook, when suddenly the door was pushed open. Lin looked at the stranger who suddenly appeared, frowned slightly and said, why are you touching my things? The next second, Zhang Yin explained, Xiao Yu asked me to bring it. Then he walked to Lin Yi's side and whispered again, this person is also a doctor, but I don't know his level, so Qinyu asked me to bring him here last night to treat the wounds of Hong Wu and Han Liyuan. Is that so? Lin Yi nodded, and his eyes also saw the two people lying on the bed. The infirmary here is very large, and there are more beds, so even if 3 people lie at the same time, it is enough. Seeing Lin Yi appear, Jin Linfu quickly put down the notebook, stood up and said nervously, are you the doctor here? Although he is older than Lin Yi, his attitude is a bit humble. Because in the eyes of outsiders, some of the things written in Lin Yi's notebook are just how to use medicine, how to judge injuries, etc. But in the eyes of doctors, like Jin Linfu, it is a very valuable experience. Before the end of the world, he was just a doctor in a certain town. Now, Jin Linfu feels more and more that he is really incapable of dealing with external injuries. Yeah. Lin walked over, put the notebook in the drawer, changed clothes, put on a mask, and began to check the other two. This bandage can't be wrapped like this. And here, the way the wound is tied at the end is also wrong. Every time she checked a wound, Lin felt helpless, but she still spoke out patiently. Jin Linfu stood by, a man in his 40s, listening very seriously like a student. Did you rarely deal with external injuries before? After talking for a while, Lin suddenly turned around and looked at him. Hearing this, Jin Linfu glanced at the people in the room with some embarrassment, and whispered, yes, since the zombies appeared, in order to survive, I can only pretend to be experienced. Hearing this, Lin covered Han Liyuan with a blanket, walked to the window and waved. At this moment, Zhang Yin also walked over and looked at him calmly. I advise you to tell the truth. Zhang Yin's attitude towards Jin Linfu was quite good, but since Lin appeared, he also felt that something was wrong. If this man is really a quack, even if he helped treat Hong Wu and Han Liyuan's injuries, he can't stay in the infirmary. At that time, he could only stay in the camp as an ordinary survivor. After entering here last night, Jin Linfu knew that these people should be the ones who killed Su Dali. He looked at the familiar plants and trees, but had to pretend that he didn't know them. In order not to show any flaws, he followed the team all the time yesterday. When he came to the infirmary, he also pretended to be a newcomer. I used to work in the town hospital. Although I am also a doctor, it is different from your big city. In the next few minutes, Jin Linfu told the truth about what happened after the zombie outbreak. Because he clearly felt that these people were completely different from Su Dali and others. If he could continue to stay here, it might be good. But at this moment, Jin Linfu suddenly missed his daughter Jin Xiaobao. How great it would be if she was still alive. Chapter 668. So you just survive slowly like this? Lenny said thoughtfully after listening. Jean Linfu nodded. Yes, I am not good at treating external injuries, but I have no problem treating diseases. At least I know how to use some medicines. Hearing this, Lenny suddenly raised his head, glanced at him, and whispered, I guess, in the current environment, you should often kill people? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became cold. Hongwu looked at the three of them with a surprised face. Girl, what do you mean by that? Jean Linfu's eyelids twitched, but he tried to keep his expression calm. Lin Yi shook his head slightly, looked at the bed and said, honey and garlic can indeed be used to treat wounds, but it depends on the specific situation. Some deep wounds cannot be treated with them. And this method is a folk remedy, which can only be used for emergency treatment, but the strange thing is that with the injuries they suffered at the time, if so much honey was used, it should have aggravated the injuries. Hearing this, Jean Linfu instantly understood that the girl in front of him was definitely a serious surgeon, and her skills were not low. Although he didn't know why she was so young, Jean Linfu knew that there was no shortage of geniuses in this world. After hesitating for a moment, he whispered, I had anti-inflammatory drugs and antibiotics on me at the time, so I secretly fed them some. After the voice fell, Zhang Yin frowned and looked at him. So that's it. Lin Yi suddenly realized and continued, this makes sense. The next second, the door of the infirmary was pushed open, and several people who looked anxious walked in. Sister Xiaolin, this man seems to have a fever. The one who spoke was Wu Rui, and Chi Hao appeared with the pale old man Ji. Help him over here. Seeing that something was happening, Lin Yi also started to get busy, and quickly went over to check. At this time, Zhang Yin also looked at Jean Linfu with a somewhat unhappy expression, and said coldly, you guy, you hide deep enough. Seeing this scene, Jean Linfu was a little flustered, and said nervously, there is no way, my medicine has been used up for your people, there is really not much left. In the current environment, without medicine, it is difficult to treat. After a busy period, fortunately there were enough medicines in the infirmary, and the condition of old man Ji was stabilized. Lin Yi was not sure about the old man of such age, but fortunately it was just caused by wound infection and malnutrition. After a while, he hung up the bottle, and went back to the window. Then Jean Linfu spoke again. At the beginning, when some people were injured or needed to separate their arms, I would try my best to help stop the bleeding. But after all, I was not very skilled at the beginning, and the success rate was very low in many cases. At this time I would. Hearing this, Lin Yi said with a somewhat indifferent expression, you used the zombie virus to make the cause of death of those people look normal, right? Hearing this, Jean Linfu hesitated for a while, then nodded. I will wait until I check the injuries of those people later, and then touch the zombies with my fingernails first. Then look for opportunities to directly touch the wounds of those who look serious. No one usually doubts. After listening, Lin Yi nodded slightly to Zhang Yin. Seeing this, Jean Linfu also understood that it would be a bit difficult for him at this moment, and then followed him to leave. Go Li is still recovering, but the situation has improved a lot, and he can return to his house to recuperate in the afternoon. Walking in the villa area, Qinyu did find that it was quite suitable to install street lights at present, and he only needed to find some suitable screws. For this, he only needed to go to various hardware stores. As long as he avoided contact with the zombies, there would be no danger. In the morning, Qinyu went to see the little rabbits and the dairy cows. The camp had chickens, so it was barely enough. Since he mastered the method of making bullets, Xiao Jiao would go to the warehouse whenever he had time. After more than a month, the ammunition became stable. Later, there were too few empty shells, and the sulfur was used up, so he couldn't continue to make black powder, so he stopped. But Qinyu checked it and felt that it was enough, so he didn't rush to continue. Hundreds of bullets, at least ordinary forces didn't dare to come and provoke. After lunch, Qinyu sat in the living room and chatted with Lin Yi. Do you still want to train? After understanding, Qinyu asked slowly. Yes. Lin Yi sat on his left and said seriously, whether I use my hands to save people or kill people, there is no conflict in itself. What I need is a certain ability to protect myself. Qinyu pondered for a while and said softly, have you thought about it? After the voice fell, Lin Yi looked at the coffee table and said seriously, I have thought about it. I also want to become a little stronger, even if it's just a little bit. After saying that, she also gestured with her hands. After so many days, Qinyu's thoughts have actually changed a lot. Even if Lin Yi learns to use a gun, it will be easier to survive. Thinking of this, he smiled and nodded. Okay, then I let a lay or brother shall take the time to teach you. Before he finished speaking, Lin Yi grabbed Qin Yu's arm, rolled his eyes, and smiled. No, I want you to teach me. Hearing this, Qin Yu was stunned, then chuckled and said, Actually, I wanted to say this too. In that case, I teach you how to get familiar with firearms first. Then Qin Yu stood up and prepared to go to the bedroom to get the gun. After he left, Lin Yi sat on the sofa, crossed her legs, and looked around. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly saw a small object next to the cup on the coffee table. The next second, she stood up in shock. Her eyes were also very surprised. Chun Yu. He was called just as he was about to go up the stairs. Turning to look at the living room, Qin Yu smiled and asked, What's wrong? Then, in her sight, Lin Yi kept staring at the coffee table. Seeing this, Qin Yu walked over and gently asked again, Are you okay? Hearing this, Lin Yi quickly shook her head, then took a step forward, picked up the bunny pendant, and asked anxiously, Where did you get this? This scene made Qin Yu a little confused. Before he could speak, he saw Lin Yi put down the bunny and ran upstairs. More than a minute later, Lin Yi returned to the living room panting, and then spread his palm. After seeing what it was, Qin Yu's eyes widened. In Lin Yi's hand was an identical bunny pendant, but the color was pink. The one Qin Yu picked up was blue. When we first met, I had this hanging on my backpack. Chapter 669. No wonder, I was wondering why it looked familiar. Qin Yu picked it up and looked at it, frowning. Where did you find it? Lin Yi pulled his arm and asked excitedly, These are 2 little rabbit pendants I made many years ago. I gave the other one to my brother. Hearing this, Qin Yu's heart sank and whispered, I tell you, you have to be mentally prepared. As soon as these words came out, Lin Yi's eyes dimmed instantly. She took 2 steps back, then sat on the sofa and murmured, You can tell me. Hearing this, Qin Yu told her about his discovery of the zombie. Sure enough, Lin Yi's eyes turned red the next second. Qin Yu couldn't bear it, so he sat next to her and whispered, I've also seen the ID card. It's E, not your brother. After all, it should be Lin. But the bag must be mine. My brother loves me the most, so he must not be willing to throw it away. Lin Yi held the 2 little rabbits in her hands, looking a little dazed. Seeing this, Qin Yu stood up and walked to Lin Yi, then squatted down, holding her shoulders with both hands, and said seriously, What's your brother's name? Lin Yi lowered her head and murmured, You have the same surname as me, and your given name is Hao. When things get stable here, I will go with you to find your family. Really? Lin Yi raised her head, with a hint of happiness in her eyes, but soon she shook her head. Forget it, we are finally stable now. With electricity and water, eggs and fish to eat, why should I take you out to take risks? Hearing this, Qin Yu said patiently, I am an orphan, your family is my family. Even if it is the end of the world, we should all have some thoughts, and it happens that we have a motorhome, so it is convenient to go on the road. But before she finished her words, Lin Yi stood up and whispered, No, I don't want to go through so much trouble to find my family members turned into zombies. It's good to be like this now. I go upstairs first. I'm a little tired. After saying this, she went to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. The agreed firearms learning was also forgotten in an instant. Qin Yu looked at Lin Yi's somewhat lonely back, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. Although the relationship between the two has become closer and closer, Qin Yu understands that Lin Yi always keeps his word. No matter how much I persuade her, it is difficult to change her decision. Even if Xiao Shou coughed and coughed up blood, Lin Yi never looked at him, because he attacked the community. Thinking of this, Qin Yu felt helpless. He himself had no objection. Even if the world was over, he could be with his beloved, even if he stayed in the wild. And with Qin Yu's current ability in mind, with him blocking the way, there was basically no danger that could hurt Lin Yi. But if Lin Yi was unwilling to go out to find her family and her brother, no matter how much she said, it would be useless. Just as he was sitting on the sofa worrying, someone knocked on the door. Seeing this, Qin Yu walked over and opened the door. Fu Qian stood outside the door and whispered a few words. Are there any survivors outside? Qin Yu frowned slightly. Yes, about a dozen people, both men and women. Fu Qian said truthfully. Brother Dazhuang doesn't know whether to open the door, let me ask you. Where are Feng Yi and Brother Xiao? Qin Yu was still preparing to continue persuading Lin Yi at this time, so he didn't want to care. After all, it has been decided to take in more survivors in the future and expand the manpower, and these things can be decided by them. However, Fu Qian shook his head. That alay, he took Sister Feng Yi out, and Brother Xiao also went out to train the 2 dogs, which you brought back last night. Hearing this, Qin Yu remembered that there were indeed 2 more dogs in the camp. Hearing this, he pondered for a while and said, Well, you go back and tell them not to open the door yet. Let Brother Dajwang keep an eye on it, and if there are zombies, open it, and I will come right over. Okay. Fu Qian nodded and turned to run to the door. Qinyu closed the door and returned to the second floor. He stood at the door of Lin Yi's bedroom and was about to knock, but he pushed it open and walked in. At this time, Lin Yi was lying on the bed with her back to him, still holding the two little rabbit pendants in her hands. Walking to the bed, Qinyu sat down and whispered, "No matter what you want to do, I will accompany you, even if you wander around from now on. I won't look for you anymore." Lin Yi wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, sniffed and said, "My brother is very powerful. His IQ is not lower than mine. Maybe he is not dead at all, or maybe the bag was just stolen." Qinyu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know how to persuade. At this moment, Lin Yi sat up, hugged him directly, and rubbed his shoulders hard, and said with a smile, "Go and get busy, I just heard the knock on the door." Hearing this, Qinyu glanced at the snot on his clothes, scraped her nose helplessly, and said gently, "Then you sleep for a while. I come back to make you delicious food in the evening. You can get some meat from the warehouse today, and I teach you how to use a gun tomorrow." Got it. Although she was still sad a few minutes ago, Lin Yi recovered instantly. She pushed Qinyu to get up and said, Go, I'm sleepy." After that, she stretched and yawned. Because she took off her coat, her perfect figure was directly exposed at this time. Seeing this, Qinyu looked away on the spot and his face turned red again. "Then I leave." Watching him flee in panic, Lin Yi smiled helplessly again. "This guy, I'm not afraid of him, but you're still shy." After that, she laid down to sleep. This was not an excuse. Lin Yi was really tired recently. In the Pawnee Bay camp, in a slightly luxurious house, a sneeze was heard. Lin Hao touched his nose and muttered, "This guy, the weather has cooled down again." As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up, took off his coat, and walked to the bathroom. The strong muscles were clearly revealed at this moment, and the cheeks of the two maids in the room were flushed. Just as he was about to push the door in, he suddenly thought of something and turned back to shout to his men standing at the door, "Come here." Hearing this, the madman wearing sunglasses walked over quickly and whispered, "Brother Hao, how is the thing I asked you to do last time?" Hearing this, the madman took out 2 photos from his arms and handed them out with both hands. After Lin Hao took them, he continued to speak. His tone seemed to be without any emotion. "It has been found out that the 2 people who stole your bag are Yi Chunggong on the left and Yi Jiguan on the right. They escaped more than 2 months ago. The other brothers chased them for a long distance, but only caught one of them." "Oh, where is the person?" Lin Hao looked at him and asked with a frown. Chapter 670. He has been locked in the sewer for half a month. Lin Hao looked at the person in the photo and said expressionlessly, "Where is my bag? Have you found it?" Hearing this, the madman shook his head. Seeing this, Lin Hao tore up the photo and threw it into the trash can next to him, saying coldly, "In that case, send him to death." After the voice fell, he walked into the bathroom. "Okay." The madman pushed his glasses and turned to leave. After hearing that one person's life or death was determined in an instant, the other 2 maids dared not speak. But fortunately, Lin Hao never touches them, he only acts as a nanny. In a way, the 2 of them have changed their fate here with Lin Hao. Moreover, the environment here is indeed better developed. As long as you are a high-level person, you basically have enough electricity. Even if you are a servant, you can use electricity. Things like solar water heaters were not very rare before the end of the world, but in today's environment, they are quite precious. In the sewer, as the manhole cover was lifted, the madman went in expressionlessly. Then, there was a very creepy scream. 10 seconds later, the madman crawled out, wiped the blood off his face with a handkerchief, and ordered the 2 men next to him, drag the body out, and throw it into the zombie group after it turns into a corpse. Okay. The 2 men nodded and entered the sewer. Then the 2 carried the bruised body, dripping with extremely foul-smelling water, and walked directly to an exit. As soon as they approached, they heard a lot of zombies. Roughly estimated, there are probably more than 5,000. The 2 men did not leave, but waited patiently in the pipe, as if the stench did not affect them. A few minutes later, the corpse made a sound and even began to struggle. Then they threw the corpse down, and the area several meters high was densely packed with zombies moving hands. A basement about the size of a football field actually hid so many zombies. At the entrance of the villa area, De Zhuang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Qinyu appear. It's okay to let him do other things at ordinary times, but it's really too difficult to accept survivors. Qinyu took out the pistol and loaded it, and then put it on his waist, put his right hand on it, and nodded slightly to the front. Seeing this, Xiao Kong took down the 2 iron bars, and then he and Huang Lulin opened the door. Then, Qin Yi walked out alone. Of course, Da Zhuang continued to stand in the guard post, holding an automatic rifle in his hand. Looking at the dozen people sitting on the ground in front of him, Qin Yi whispered, "Who is in charge?" Hearing this, those people stood up nervously, looked at each other, and no one spoke. A few seconds later, a dirty little girl took 2 steps forward and said timidly, "No one cares about us, we all stick together." Before she finished speaking, a muscular man wearing a headscarf and carrying a bow and arrow on his shoulder stepped forward. "If you have something, you can tell me." Chen Yu looked over. The man in front of him had long hair and a dirty face. "Can you make the decision?" The muscular man turned sideways, glanced at the people next to him, and said seriously, "I have good physical strength and the best ability to kill zombies. Everyone will listen to me on weekdays." Hearing this, Qin Yu nodded slightly and whispered, "Where did you come from?" In the next few minutes, the muscular man told the truth about what happened after the doomsday. Of course, many things were concealed. "How many people have you killed?" After a moment of silence, Chen Yu suddenly asked a question. As soon as the voice fell, the dozen people in front of him suddenly became nervous. "You, what do you mean?" A woman who was about 50 years old looked at him and said, "In the current situation, do we have to bear the consequences of killing people?" After saying this, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and said softly, "What do you think?" The woman wanted to continue to argue, but the muscular man turned his head and glared at her. Seeing this, the man also quieted down. "My name is Song Chung, you can call me Ah Chung." The muscular man began to introduce himself, but was interrupted by Qin Yu waving his hand. "Just answer me. Even if the door is opened, it doesn't mean you can come in. If you don't believe me, you can try." As he finished speaking, a few more guns appeared on the sentry box inside the door. Seeing this, Song Chung was not angry, but nodded and said, I understand all this." Then he stood there and thought for a while, raised his head and said, "A total of 7 people." "Why?" Qin Yu looked at him and asked. Hearing this, Song Chung hesitated for a moment and whispered, "Can I go to the side and talk to you?" Qin Yu looked at him, nodded slightly, and then walked to the right. Although the man in front of him looked good and strong, Qin Yu was also very different from before. Moreover, his right hand was always on the gun. If the other party made a move, Qin Yu was confident that he could shoot him within 2 seconds. After walking a few meters, Song Chung said, "Okay, let's stay here." Then he was about to walk closer to Qin Yu, but was stopped unexpectedly. "Just stand 2 meters away from me." Qin Yu didn't want to take risks, so he frowned and said, "Okay." Song Chung looked really steady. Although he had a good attitude, he was still neither humble nor arrogant. After making sure that his teammates behind him couldn't hear him, he started talking. "I used to travel with many people on the way to escape, but after the food was finished, the 2 sides started arguing. Not long after that, those people knew that now there was no order and no law, so some people began to reveal their ambitions." Qin Yu just listened quietly, his face showing no emotion. "Because those people robbed several female students of their supplies and bullied them, you killed them. Is that what you mean?" Hearing this, Song Chung whispered, "Well, the other teammates didn't know. I killed those 4 first, and then deliberately injured myself." "What was your reason for taking action?" Qin Yu asked lightly. Hearing this, Song Chung was stunned for a moment. After struggling for a few seconds, he asked in confusion, "Does it need a reason to see injustice?" Qin Yu did not reply, but continued to look at him expressionlessly. Seeing this, Song Chung pondered for a while, and said word by word, "I didn't expect that I couldn't deceive you. Yes, one of the 4 people was my brother-in-law. He liked to drink a lot, even to the point of alcoholism. Every time he got drunk, he would slap my sister in the face. But when he sobered up the next day, he would coax my sister to forgive him in various ways. The doomsday broke out, so I drove to save my sister and took him with me." Chapter 671. "But I didn't expect that my parents were bitten to death by zombies in the house because I went out." Speaking of this, Song Chung clenched his fists, and his expression was also a little angry. If his brother-in-law hadn't been moving that box of wine, how could he have delayed for a few minutes? It was precisely because of a step slower that when Song Chung rushed home, he saw only blood all over the floor and zombies all over the house. From then on, Song Chung hated his brother-in-law very much, but because his sister was caught in the middle, he had to endure it. Later, he took his girlfriend, sister and brother-in-law, and the 4 of them found a place to hide and barely survived. At first, he didn't plan to go to other camps, and he just wanted to survive with his family. But it was too difficult. Staying in the wild for a long time, there was no way to take a shower, and people would become more and more uncomfortable. And as time went by, they would meet other survivors along the way. Song Chung believed that strength comes from numbers, so he accepted everyone who came. But what I didn't expect was that some people looked like decent people, but they were actually wolves who would eat people without leaving any bones. At that time, the zombie outbreak had just begun, and Song Chung had to take people out to search for supplies almost every day. And his brother-in-law would flirt with the women in the camp, with a few ruffians all day long. Because Song Chung was strong and good at fighting, no one dared to flirt with his girlfriend. But soon, these people were very restrained at the beginning, but as Song Chung went out frequently, they finally caused a death. A newly married young woman, after getting lost from her husband, came to Song Cheng's camp and helped with laundry and cleaning. One night, she was tricked by Song Cheng's brother-in-law to the rooftop. She didn't want to be defiled by those people, so she jumped from the 7th floor on impulse. As luck would have it, she actually killed Song Cheng's sister. A day later, Song Chung brought a large bag of supplies home, and then he heard the news of the death. Because the bodies were not beyond recognition by zombies, he didn't think much about it at the time, and sadly dug a pit to bury the two. After a while, things became much calmer. Until Song Chung heard from an old lady that his sister did not die from zombies. From then on, he began to plan how to take revenge without leaving any trace. At that time, those female students were also pretended by some survivors he met outside. They were not decent women before the end of the world, so they were easily persuaded by Song Chung. For a box of instant noodles, those women took the initiative to seduce Song Cheng's brother-in-law, plus 3 others. This is why I took action. More than half a year had passed, and Song Chung had let it go, so he told the truth. After listening for a few minutes, Chin Yu understood the reason. If the environment here was not so good, Song Chung was very tempted, and could not walk, he would not have told the other party this. But Song Chung knew very well in his heart that these survivors, since they could stand firm in such a cannibalistic environment, were definitely not easy to mess with. Once a lie was told, it was likely that countless lies would be needed to cover it up. Instead of worrying about his crime being exposed, he decided to just go for it. At worst, he could just keep wandering and find a suitable campsite. What about the other 3? After hearing this, Chin Yu didn't react much. It was just as Song Chung said before, in the apocalypse, there was no need for a reason to act. At that time, Chin Yu was just bluffing him, betting that the other party would not choose to lie in order to join in. The rest, they wanted to steal our food, so the two sides started fighting. Song Chung gritted his teeth and told the truth. After he finished speaking, Chin Yu looked at him for a few times and said softly, "You look good, but your eyes are not fierce, and you don't have that kind of strength." After saying this, Song Chung touched the knife on his waist with his left hand and whispered, "Killing is not difficult. The difficult part is how to deal with the corpse. But in the doomsday, zombies can solve it." After a simple half-hour contact, Chin Yu barely understood it. The group of people in front of him basically came from all directions, and then gathered together on the road. Of course, Chin Yu was not confident that these people would join directly, so he thought of a way. 3 kilometers southeast of here, there is a town that has been abandoned for a long time. There is a small hospital there. As long as you can bring back some of the supplies inside, you can join us. Hearing this, Song Chung immediately agreed. "I can go alone, let them go in first, okay? There is a baby in our team, it is very dangerous in the wild." Before he finished speaking, Chin Yu waved his hand to interrupt. "It has nothing to do with me. I won't care even if he dies in front of me. If you want to join, you need to prove that you can create value, otherwise those 2 old men alone will be enough to make you get out." After saying this, Chin Yu turned and walked towards the gate, and then had someone close the door. After he left, Song Cheng's teammates all gathered around and began to ask questions. "Ah Chung, why are they closing the door again?" "Yes, you said that these people were looking for survivors outside, so you asked us to move in. How come it's completely different from what you said? Also, we are running out of food, what should we do next?" Hearing these voices, Song Chung yelled in annoyance, "Shut up." After the words fell, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Then Song Chung turned his head to look in the direction of the villa area. Only the man standing at the door was still holding the gun in his hand. It was as if the bullets would not have eyes if they forced their way in. After Chin Yu's words just now, Song Chung realized that the team was already a little weak with only 2 old people, not to mention that there were 5 children, including a baby. There were only 19 people in the team, and the old and weak accounted for nearly half of them. No matter what kind of camp it was, they would not open the door easily. There were 12 people left, and there were only 4 men. It can be said that most of the time, Song Chung was the only one standing in front. He turned his head and pulled his woman, whispering, "Xiao Qin, you take our baby, as well as Grandma Xing and Grandpa Wu, and set up the tent at the door." Halfway through, his wife shook her head. "No, the baby, and I will follow you all the time." Hearing this, Song Chang's eyes showed a trace of tenderness, and he said patiently again, "In the doomsday, we can't ask others to lend a helping hand, and I think he is right. Only if we can prove our value can we live in peace. The baby is still too young, and you are not well now, you are very weak. I can't let you run back and forth again." Chapter 672. Seeing her husband's tough attitude, Su Xiaoqin had no choice but to hold the baby and nodded. "Then you must come back safely." Hearing this, Song Chung wanted to touch his child's cheek, but was worried that his hands were too dirty, so he held back. Then he leaned forward a little, put his head on Su Xiaoqin's forehead, and whispered, "Don't worry, I'm here." After that, Song Chung raised the bow and arrow on his back and shouted in a deep voice, "Others, get ready," and set off in 20 minutes. After the words fell, except for the ones he mentioned before, the rest began to go back to get the luggage. Seeing this, Song Chung suddenly said, "Just take the weapons, don't take the things, leave them here, this means we can definitely come back." Then he looked at the sun. It was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the light was very sufficient. Nowadays, without props such as maps and compasses, it is basically a fool's dream to find the place the man mentioned. But fortunately, Qin Yu left 2 useful information at that time, southeast direction, and about 3 kilometers. Although it sounds not far, if you really want to find it, it will take at least several days. Qin Yu did not set a time limit for his return, but Song Chung knew that it must be before dark. Thinking of this, he also understood that the other party must want to see his ability. The next second, Song Chung turned around and looked in the direction of the gate, grinned at Qin Yu on the sentry box, and then turned and walked towards the woods. Why did he leave alone? De Zhuang didn't understand and asked curiously. Hearing this, Qin Yu pondered for a while, then his brows relaxed. "I know, it's the shadow in method that Lei and Brother Xiao taught us last time." De Zhuang was stunned and said in surprise, "The one who uses shadows to identify directions? TSK, I didn't expect that it has only been a short time and I can actually see someone using it." Hearing this, Qin Yu said solemnly, "This person can live in the wild with the elderly and children for so long. He is definitely not an ordinary survivor. We just need to watch him. It's a good opportunity to consolidate our memory." Although he learned a lot of skills to identify directions in the wild last time, Qin Yu never used them, mainly because he basically would not be trapped in unfamiliar areas. First of all, it was dangerous. Secondly, he was used to going to new places, so he wrote it down on paper. About half a minute later, Song Chung walked out of the woods with a chopped stick, which was about 1 meter long and as thick as a thumb. He walked to the side of the road, cleared some weeds with a knife, and even stepped on them. Then he picked up the stick and stuck it into the ground, and then put a stone at the first shadow point. Then he walked to the shade of the tree and sat with his teammates. The sentry box can block the sun, so Qin Yu and De Zhuang did not leave, just watching him quietly. Every once in a while, Song Chung would look at the watch on Su Xiaoqin's hand and calculate the time. After looking at it for the 4th time, he began to stand up and return to the wooden stick. At this time, De Zhuang also looked at his watch and whispered, "Almost 17 minutes. "Yeah." Qin Yu nodded slightly. "It's noon now, the sun is bright." Song Chung looked at the area of the second wooden stick shadow and put another small stone on it. Then he took out an arrow from his back and placed it next to 2 stones. At this time, Xiao Kong also climbed up. He took a look and asked in confusion, "Doesn't that person feel the sun?" Hearing this, Qin Yu smiled slightly and said, "Xiao Kong, let me ask you, judging from the facilities that person has placed, do you know where the west is?" Hearing this, Xiao Kong blinked, pointed to the right and said, "Isn't that it?" As soon as he finished speaking, Da Zhuang rolled his eyes, hugged his arms, and said speechlessly, "The sun rises from the east and sets in the west, but the shadows are completely opposite." "Ah?" Xiao Kong didn't quite understand and looked puzzled, "But it will fall from the west anyway." Qin Yu laughed and said softly, "The place marked by the first shadow is the west." As they talked here, Song Chung had finished his work over there. He took the second arrow and placed it vertically in the middle of the first arrow. The direction pointed by the second arrow is the north. Qin Yu suddenly said, "Of course, This sentence was only said to Shao Kong. Then Song Chung quickly memorized the direction, turned around and looked at a certain place, and then said, "Let's go." After that, except for Su Shaoqin, the baby, the elderly, and the children, the rest of the group followed him and left. De Zhuang saw all this and nodded slightly. Not bad, he has brains, ability, and can also shout movingly. He is indeed a good leader. What? Did you see that? Shao Kong didn't think much of it, so he whispered. You are still young, so you naturally don't understand. Qin Yu patted his shoulder and turned to walk downstairs. Seeing him leaving, De Zhuang turned his head and asked, Where are you going, Xiao Yu? I'm going to check the lake. Hearing this, De Zhuang looked at the people walking towards the wall, ran over and grabbed Qin Yu's arm, whispering, What should we do with these people downstairs? When the sun comes over, it will be very unbearable. Hee, there are shade trees everywhere outside. Why do you have to be here? Qin Yu looked at him and asked with a smile. Oh, it must be because our area is safe. De Zhuang said helplessly. The child is still young. If you ask me, should we really not open the door? Hearing this, Qin Yu was about to go down the stairs, then he raised his head and said seriously, Brother De Zhuang, you are also a veteran of the camp. Even if you open the door to accept them, I won't say a word. But what I want to say is that although kindness is never wrong in the doomsday, at some point, it will become your weakness. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu climbed down. Watching Qin Yu put his hands in his pockets and walked lazily towards the side of the villa, De Zhuang hesitated. To be honest, if the sun was smaller and the person outside was not a baby, he would definitely not be soft-hearted. But for some reason, De Zhuang just couldn't bear to see these poor people suffering in front of him, even though he knew very well that they were strangers. And it was the end of the world, life and death had nothing to do with him. After thinking for a few seconds, De Zhuang walked to Shao Kong and handed him the rifle. If there is an accident later, just shoot. After saying that, he turned around and left the sentry box. Where are you going? Shao Kong held the rifle and shouted back. Taking a nap. De Zhuang replied depressedly. He knew very well that he couldn't do this, but he couldn't watch those people die, so he just walked away. After all, the strong prey on the weak, which is indeed normal in the doomsday. Chapter 673. At this moment, Fu Qian suddenly whispered, Brother Qin, you just told me that if zombies come later, open the door and let the old people and children in to hide. As soon as this was said, De Zhuang smiled happily and muttered, This guy always says he is cruel, but he is just saying it for outsiders to see. De Zhuang has always understood that Qin Yu always keeps his word when dealing with those evil people, and he will never say anything nonsense when he can take action. But when facing some unarmed survivors, he will still retain a trace of kindness. It was precisely because of this that Da Zhuang was willing to follow Qin Yu. Because he knew very well that if he or Yang Zi were in danger one day in the future, the one who would rush to the front, besides him as the elder brother, would definitely be Qin Yu. On the road in the middle of the forest, a group of people walked lazily. Song Chung looked at the two zombies rushing out from the side, took out an arrow, and shot them quickly, then looked back at the 10 people beside and behind him. Most of them looked weak and even haggard. Seeing this, he walked to the corpse, pulled out the 2 arrows, frowned and said, Look at you like this, which camp dares to accept you? Hearing this, the woman who had spoken before put her hand on the shoulder of the person next to her and said helplessly, Aching, we are all a bit old, and it is no problem to light a fire and cook on weekdays, but those zombies. What Sister Fong said actually makes sense, Aching, people like us can only drag you down. Every time this point is mentioned, these people start to act pitiful, and Song Chung is also very annoyed. It's not that he didn't think about leaving these people behind, but it's hard for him to take care of his wife and baby by himself. At the very least, whenever zombies appear, these people are more afraid than each other. In a way, at least Song Chung doesn't have to worry about his wife and children being attacked by zombies. Keeping these people can also serve as a guard. After all, they are not good at doing things, but they are good at being afraid of death. So Song Chung didn't show any displeasure, but now that he finally found a good camp, these people started to be lazy again, which made him feel angry. If you don't want to die, follow me. After he finished speaking, he put down his arrow and started running towards the southeast, ignoring the people behind him. But as Song Chung ran, 3 of them followed him. The remaining 7 looked at each other and had to start running. After all, in the current environment, if they left Song Chung, they would definitely die once it got dark. After walking and running for about half an hour, Song Chung, sweating profusely, stopped. In the field of vision, there was indeed a small town a few hundred meters ahead, and there were also several abandoned cars blocking the road. Occasionally, zombies could be seen walking back and forth. A few minutes later, people began to appear beside him, but their faces were red, and they were out of breath. Song Chung walked over, patted the man on the back, and whispered, "Are you okay, Sunhwa?" Hearing this, the boy named Sunhwa waved his hand, raised his head, and smiled. "Fortunately, Brother Chung, I can hold on." Hearing this, Song Chung also smiled, and then whispered, "When you go into the hospital later, remember to take your sister and hide well. Be careful not to be sold by those uncles and aunts." After saying this, Sunhwa suppressed the discomfort after running and nodded seriously. "Yes, I remember it." After the voice fell, another young girl with short hair also climbed up the slope, then sat on the ground and spit frequently. The girl was about 27 or 28 years old, with a pretty face and fair skin. She always wore a baseball cap on her head, but she seemed to be afraid of the sun. Seeing the girl sitting down, Song Chung walked over to help her up, and said at the same time, "Sunhan, you can't sit down after running. You have to stand up for half an hour." Hearing this, Sunhan helped Song Chung stand up. Then she extended her thumb with her right hand, counted out twice, and then smiled. Song Chung shook his head. "You're welcome, remember to hide well, just like before. I come and take you away after I'm done." If Chinyu saw the scene at this time, he would definitely be more moved. In Song Cheng's team, there were not only the elderly and the weak, but also the deaf. You know, this is not the world before the end of the world. Soon, other people also appeared intermittently, but they were all very tired. Although 3 kilometers is not far, part of the way here is uphill, which is very tiring for some people. After counting the number of people, Song Chung nodded and said, "As before, 3 people will be on guard, 3 people will attract the attention of zombies, and the other 4 will follow me to search for supplies." After that, he turned and walked towards the town. "Sister, are you okay?" Sunhwa supported her sister, and asked with a worried look on her face. Sunhan shook her head, and stroked her chest with her left hand. Then she pointed at her brother, then gestured with both hands, and pointed to Song Cheng's back and front. Seeing this, Sunhwa said, "Do you want me to work harder so that I can help him in the future?" After saying this, Sunhan waved his hand again and changed his gesture. "Not in the future, but now?" Then Sunhan nodded. "I know, don't worry, I have planned it all. After entering the camp this time, I will pester Brother Song to teach me archery and hunting. Then, I will make you stewed meat soup every day." Although Sunhwa was only 20 years old, he also understood the responsibilities on his shoulders. He said with a smile while helping his sister walk. Song Chung listened to the conversation behind him, and his heart was filled with warmth. Although some people in the team were lazy, there were also hard-working people, such as Sun Han and his sister. They soon arrived at the town. Since there were not many zombies, Song Chung had only one goal, which was to go to the hospital to get supplies, and then retreat. After running through the streets for about 10 minutes, everyone finally saw the destination. Sister Fong took a few deep breaths and said, "Fortunately, there are not many zombies." I don't know if it was because of this sentence, but as soon as she finished speaking, the next second, the glass on both sides of the street broke. Seeing the dozens or hundreds of zombies, Sister Fong immediately shut up and retreated behind the team. Seeing this, Song Chung turned his head and looked at Sun Hua, then rushed to the iron gate in front of the right with a knife. Sun Hua quickly patted her sister's arm and said hurriedly, "Sister, hide well, don't run away. There are so many zombies that it is definitely not possible to kill them. Song Chung plans to lead them to the market next door." Others did not dare to rest, picked up the glass bottles on the ground and threw them over there, trying to attract them with sound. A few minutes later, dozens of zombies were all let in, and Sun Hua quickly blocked the door with a broom. Chapter 674. After waiting for a while, Song Chung finally climbed out from another wall. "Let's go to the hospital." He dusted himself off and shouted to the others. When they reached the door and saw the zombies in the hall, Song Chung suddenly turned around and said, "This place is not big. The 6 of you should stick together. It's safer." After that, Sun Han and her brother walked out, along with 4 other people. Just as Song Chung was about to enter, he suddenly turned around, looked at someone and said, "Sister Fong, I hope you understand that teammates live and die together, not for you to sell. I won't pursue what happened last time, but I hope you won't do it again this time, understand?" Hearing this, Sister Fong, who was obviously about 50 years old, still flirted with Song Chung and said coquettishly, "Oh Ah Chung, I have told you hundreds of times that it was really an accident last time. Why would I deliberately close the door?" Song Chung looked at her expressionlessly and said in a deep voice, "If this happens again, I will never forgive you." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the door, called 4 people, rushed into the hospital together, and started killing those zombies. Soon there were only 6 people left on the roadside. Sunhua supported her sister and carefully moved 2 steps to the side, saying, "Sister Fang, please stay away from us, or I will be rude to you." "Little bastard, why don't you show me how to be rude?" After Song Chung left, Sister Fang regained her fierce momentum, stood 2 steps forward with her hands on her hips. Sun Han was so angry that he wanted to argue with her, but after a few gestures, he only got a casual remark, "I don't understand." "Sister, let's not talk to her." Sunhua stood in front of her sister and whispered. He was introverted and not good at communicating with outsiders. He always backed down. Seeing her brother's cowardly appearance, Sun Han's neck turned red with anger, but she couldn't say anything. "Humph, a coward and a mute, I think you two should just die early." Sister Fang rolled her eyes and turned to walk towards the staircase. "You?" Sunhua looked at her, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say, and finally closed her mouth helplessly. Sometimes he was sad about his character. In the apocalypse, he didn't even dare to fight, let alone kill people. Although Sunhua was 1.75 meters tall, he was still bullied by Fang Jie, who was half a head shorter than him. Soon the zombies in the town hospital lobby were dealt with, and Song Chung led the 4 people to go upstairs. There were only 6 of them left on the street below. Although they said they were trying to attract the attention of the zombies, there were no zombies around because of the previous batch. Looking at the desolate street, Sunhua picked up a box of beer on the ground, then turned it over and put it on the ground, ready to let his sister sit for a while. Then he squatted down and whispered, "Sister, I just realized that you can't run. I should have followed you just now." Hearing this, Sun Han shook his head, clenched his right hand, and then crossed his index finger and middle finger to show that he was fine. Except for the 2 siblings, the rest were quite old. Those around 30 years old also followed Song Chung into the hospital. Now, in addition to Niu Fang, who was in her 50s, there were also 47-year-old Li Mei, and Hu Ping and Qin Min, who were both about 42 years old. The other 2 were not bad and worked hard, but they were afraid of zombies, and could not help kill them on weekdays. But maybe it was because of her personality. Li Mei also liked to be close to Niu Fang, and the 2 women liked to yell at people all day long. Just when they were doing nothing downstairs, Qin Min suddenly pointed to a store more than 10 meters away and said, "There seems to be a small store there." Hearing this, everyone turned their heads and saw a closed shutter door. Coincidentally, Niu Fang and Li Mei's stomachs growled at this time. They looked at each other, stood up at the same time and said, "Let's go and take a look." Song Ge said that we should just stay here and not walk around. Sunhua saw that they refused to stop, so he shouted. But the 2 of them didn't listen at all, and walked directly to the door of the store, as if they didn't respond. The shutter door was closed tightly, and the surroundings looked clean, without any signs of zombies. Just then, Li Mei was about to reach out to knock on the shutter door, but was stopped by Niu Fang, who whispered, "What are you going to do? Try to see if there are any zombies. If there are, we can just run away." Li Mei put down her hand and answered in confusion. Hearing this, Niu Fang looked back and found that the 4 people were also staring at this side, and then whispered, "You are stupid. If there are no zombies inside, wouldn't they come to grab food? But we are all teammates. Do you want to eat alone?" Li Mei hesitated. "Besides, even if there is food inside, we can't take it all away." "I don't care." Niu Fang walked in front of her, shook his head and said, "Food is very scarce now, and some of it must be expired. How about we try the delicious food first?" Their ideas were simply ridiculous in the eyes of others. Sunhua knew what it meant to enter the unknown area in the doomsday, but he was too lazy to remind her. He just took his sister into the security booth next to him. Because of their actions, Hu Ping and Qin Min looked at them and stepped back a little. After a few minutes, Niu Fang found that the rolling door was not locked, but just closed. She was about to reach out and pull it open, but suddenly thought of something and turned her head to wink. Seeing this, Li Mei also walked up. The 2 held hands and carefully opened a small gap, then nervously stepped back a few steps. "Haha, I'm just teasing you." Niu Fang looked back at her teammates and said casually. If there were zombies inside, she would be very scared, but she didn't want to share food with others. Since Niu Fang came to this group of people a month ago, she soon found that in addition to being easier to deal with zombies, it was really better for her to survive alone. But there was no other way. They were out in the wild all day, and couldn't sleep well. They stood outside the store and waited for a while, but there was no movement. At this moment, Sun Han's pupil shrank and her face turned pale. She quickly patted her brother and pointed at the street ahead. The next second, a door in front suddenly opened, and then a dense crowd of zombies appeared. Seeing this, Niu Fang and Li Mei were shocked and went straight into the rolling door. But before a few seconds had passed, Niu Fang crawled out of the door again. Her face was even more miserable than before, and there were actually a few zombies inside. Chapter 675. When preparing to hide inside, Li Mei was one step ahead of her, but she was slow to come out now. Moreover, the zombies in the distance did not come directly to this side after they came out, so Li Mei did not dare to pull the shutter door. At this time, she had to lie down to climb out of the gap. Just when Niu Fang finally ran out, Li Mei's upper body just came out. She saw the knife stuck in the door lock next to her. At this moment, Li Mei understood. No wonder Niu Fang could not open this door by himself before. It turned out that it was stuck inside, but in fact, she was wronged here. Niu Fang simply didn't want to use her own strength. Li Mei finally managed to escape from the shutter door before the zombies in the house broke free. But what she didn't expect was that Niu Fang actually ran away. Just as she was about to run away, two hands suddenly stretched out from under the door and tightly grabbed Li Mei's ankles. Caught off guard, she fell directly to the ground. The strength of the zombies should not be underestimated. "Save me!" Li Mei screamed in fear and kicked the zombie's hand with her other foot. But Niu Fang just looked back and didn't stop at all. This scene was also seen by Li Mei. Then, the third zombie appeared and grabbed Li Mei's knee again and even scratched her leg. Because the weather has been getting hot recently, Li Mei took off her trousers and changed to shorts. But it was because of this action that she was injured at this time. The dense zombies on the street in the distance also began to come over, and Li Mei was completely chilled. Sun Hua couldn't bear it anymore. He was about to open the door and rush over to save people, but when he saw Niu Fang running closer, he stopped again. "Open the door, you little bastard." Niu Fang pressed the door handle anxiously, but because it was locked, she couldn't open it at all, and she didn't dare to kick it hard. At this moment, there was a crackling sound behind her. Several people turned their heads and saw that Li Mei's legs were covered in blood, and she was hitting the rolling door hard. "I want you to die together." After shouting this, she was dragged in by the zombies, accompanied by deafening screams. The sudden movement also made Song Chung on the third floor notice it instantly. He ran to the window and saw the scene downstairs, and his scalp tingled immediately. He couldn't imagine that this was just a town. How could there be so many zombies? But the next second, there was a noise from upstairs. In the villa area, Chen Yu and Uncle Hua stood by the lake, quietly looking southeast. A few minutes later, he whispered, "Do you think we are doing this right or wrong?" Hearing this, Uncle Hua pinched a few earthworms into small pieces and threw them into the lake, whispering, "Many people may be wolves in sheep's clothing. For everyone's safety, we must first screen them out." That's right, that town was indeed created by Chen Yu and Uncle Hua to test the survivors. Like Ding Tao in the past, and those people who turned against him at a critical moment made Chen Yu extremely disgusted. But for the camp to develop, it is not enough to rely on these people alone, and when the door is opened, if everyone sees the scene inside, they will probably choose to lie. Chen Yu didn't dare to gamble. He felt that human nature could not stand the test, and he couldn't just talk about it. So after thinking it over, Chen Yu hid it from everyone and only told Uncle Hua privately that he planned to create an area full of zombies. This is also due to Uncle Hua's character. He would never say more than one sentence on weekdays. And after hearing this, Uncle Hua also said that he had wanted to do this for a long time. The two hit it off and chose the town 3 kilometers away as their destination. The place had been visited several times by the campers, and no useful supplies were found. As for the hospital, it had been plundered by Su Dolly's men before. There were only some beds left. But in order to implement it smoothly, Chen Yu also took some medicines from home and put them there. They were all rarely used, and were sorted by Lin Yi at the time. After all, except for professionals, ordinary survivors don't care what those drugs are for. Since it was used to test outsiders, Chen Yu only went there when he had time, and ran as a way to exercise. Uncle Hua often went out, so no one suspected him. In just one day, they set up the mechanism of the rolling door and connected it to another door. For the rest, they just needed to lead the zombies in occasionally. This was also to test whether those people were greedy. After all, the task Chen Yu gave them was just to bring back the supplies in the hospital. But Chen Yu had another purpose, which was to eliminate those with weak abilities first. so that they would not be dragged down when following the camp in the future. It is better to prepare for a rainy day than to mend the fold after the sheep have been lost. Abandoned town streets. In the hospital, Song Chung desperately used a knife to kill the zombies, but he could not kill them all, and even the noise downstairs was getting louder and louder. Seeing that Sun Han and his brother did not open the door, and the zombies were getting closer and closer, Niu Fang gritted her teeth and was ready to fight to the death. Okay, you two are going to play like this, right? After saying that, she picked up the bricks at her feet and smashed them at the glass. Crack! The sound of shattering sounded, and Sun Hua quickly blocked in front of her sister, but the fragments still scratched Sun Han's arm. Blood immediately flowed. Because Sun Han has always been very weak, and because he had forced himself to run before, he had not rested well at this moment. Once he was injured, he immediately began to pant. Seeing this, Sun Hua's eyes were red. He stared directly at Niu Fang outside, gritted his teeth, and said word by word, "Hack you." At this moment, Sun Hua, who had always been kind to people before and after the apocalypse, was finally overwhelmed by anger. Although he was introverted, he had always had the habit of fitness, otherwise he would not have lived so long with his sick sister in an environment full of zombies. Niu Fang spit on the ground and said viciously, "I see how you continue to protect her." After that, she ran away. Although Sun Han was born beautiful, she was weak and fainted at the sight of blood. This was why Sun Hua, as her younger brother, never fought with others in front of her. The wound was quite deep, and Sun Han fainted. Seeing the zombies getting closer, Sun Hua opened the door and quickly picked up his sister, but the next second, his heart sank. Why is my sister thinner than before? He didn't care about that. He picked up Sun Han with both hands and ran straight to the street next to him. At this time, Hu Ping and Qin Min also hid in another security booth, but due to the small space, at most one person could hide. "Come in." Qin Min was about to open the door when she was stopped by Hu Ping. "What are you doing?" Hu Ping was about 1.7 meters tall, with short hair, and looked a little excited at this time. Chapter 676. After being yelled at, Qin Min shut up immediately. In order not to embarrass her, Sun Hua shook his head and said, "Sister Qin, just hide yourself. I have rich experience in dealing with zombies." After saying that, he hugged his sister and continued to run out. 10 seconds later, the zombies also surrounded the zombies, blocking the security booth. At this time, Hu Ping had curled up under the table, not daring to move at all. At this time, the helpless Qin Min noticed something wrong. She saw a crack in the glass. Hu Ping, on the other hand, was still hiding under it and didn't see it at all. Gritting her teeth, Qin Min suddenly ran to the door and started shouting loudly, because she found that only the glass here was the strongest. Sure enough, as she moved, the zombies on the glass next to her also came over, and most of them gathered outside the door. At this moment, there were only 3 zombies left on the left glass. Although Qin Min was 42 years old, she was very calm. She knew very well that the zombies would crush the glass in at most 1 minute, and because the windowsills here were not high, the zombies would definitely be squeezed in from behind, and then they would be dead for sure. Thinking of this, Qin Min took out a dagger and cut her skirt, quickly wrapped her hands, and in order to avoid accidents, she even took off her socks and continued to wrap them outside. Then she took a few deep breaths and hit the glass hard. "Are you crazy?" Hu Ping was shocked and roared again. But after all, they were just gathered together. Qin Min took the dagger and killed the 3 zombies cleanly and neatly, pushed the corpses away, then looked at the man hiding under the table and crawled out directly. Because of the many glass fragments, she was cut all over. The next second, a zombie grabbed Qin Min's shoulder. At this moment, an arrow flew from the second floor of the hospital, piercing the zombie's arm quickly and accurately, helping her break free. Qin Min looked at Song Chung with gratitude and ran quickly in another direction. "Have you got the medicine?" Song Chung was about to continue shooting arrows, but found that the arrows were used up, and then frowned and shouted, "It's all here." The person next to him answered. Hearing this, Song Chung picked up some dirty surgical gowns and quickly led people upstairs. At this time, there were zombies everywhere below, and it was basically impossible to return the same way. When they reached the top of the building, he and the other 2 ran to the edge of the rooftop, pulled out the wires with force, and then cut them with a knife, preparing to use them as ropes. After running across the street, Sun Hua looked at the zombies behind him, and Niu Fang's dodging figure, and suddenly he had a plan in mind. At this time, his sister Sun Han also woke up and patted his chest. Sun Hua looked down, watching his sister's face turn even paler, and became even more angry. Just then, an empty trash can appeared in front of him. A few seconds later, Sun Hua ran over, put his sister down, and pushed her into the trash can. After closing the lid and approaching the corner, Sun Hua stood up and shouted at the zombies behind him. While shouting, he waved his hands. Fortunately, the zombies had no brains and didn't notice that there was a person hiding in the trash can, so they just walked past it. Sun Hua, who was walking and retreating, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. For so many years, he had never thought of fighting with anyone, even at the end of the world. But just a few minutes ago, Sun Hua felt for the first time that if he continued to be so cowardly, he would probably watch his sister die in his arms in the end. His parents were dead, and he only had this relative left. Sun Hua looked at the back of the woman in the distance, and recalled a few words in his mind. As my father said before he died, many times, retreating blindly will only make the other party more unscrupulous. Although it was an unfamiliar area, Sun Hua had survived for so long, so he ran to other alleys very calmly, but at a slow speed, because he wanted to lead the zombies away first. In a long-abandoned water store, Niu Fang climbed in through the window, quickly closed it, and then hid in a corner. Just like many times before when she encountered zombies, she was not very panicked, because she was used to hiding anyway. The zombies would disperse in a few hours at most. Just as Niu Fang curled up in the dark, there was a sound at the door, and about 7 or 8 zombies surrounded her and banged on the door desperately. Although she ran fast, she ignored the fact that the zombies would stay for a while because of the smell after losing their target. That's why Sun Hua shouted loudly before, trying to distract the zombies. Seeing that the door was blocked, Niu Fang didn't bother to care and simply slept against the wall. She didn't even worry that Sun Hua would come over. I don't know how long it took. Niu Fang was drowsy at this time, and the sound of zombies knocking on the door kept ringing in her ears. At this moment, half a brick suddenly flew over from the opposite side of the street. With a snap, the glass shattered on the spot, and Niu Fang was also awakened instantly. The next second, the zombies began to climb in through the window. The one who broke the window was Sun Hua across the street. This time, he didn't want to let this person go. He provoked himself and his sister again and again, and in the environment of the doomsday where there would be no consequences. So, at this time, Sun Hua wanted to make some changes. He looked at the zombies that squeezed into the window, and started running towards the back door of the water store. After he found the place where Niu Fang was hiding, he didn't rush over. Although Niu Fang was also over 50 years old, she had no pressure in killing zombies. A few ordinary zombies could not do anything to her. Moreover, those zombies did not come at the same time. As soon as he ran to the back door area, Sun Hua saw the door handle moving. Then he hid behind the wall, holding the dagger in his right hand, staring at the door. After a few seconds, the door was opened, and Niu Fang's figure appeared in front of him instantly. Sun Hua's eyes lit up, and he was ready to stab with the knife in his right hand. But at this moment, his hand was suddenly grabbed by someone. Looking back, Song Chung appeared behind him with 4 people. His face was still a little solemn. "You can't kill her." The sudden scene scared Niu Fang to the ground. When she saw who was going to attack her, she was even more angry and started to curse. "You've grown wings, right? You dare to attack me?" As soon as she finished speaking, she was ready to rush over and kick Sun Hua. But the next second, Song Chung looked at him with a gloomy face and kicked out with his right foot. With a muffled groan, Niu Fang was kicked back several steps, and at the same time, she knelt on the ground with her face full of pain, holding her stomach. Then Song Chung let go of Sun Hua's hand, pulled out the bloody machete on his back, and said in a deep voice, "Having someone like you follow us will indeed only make us more dangerous." Chapter 677. "Now I finally understand why that man asked us to come here," Song Chung said, as he walked towards Niu Fang with a knife in hand. What are you going to do?" Niu Fang was not afraid of Sun Hua, but she was very afraid of Song Chung. In the past month, no matter what crisis they encountered, Song Chung was able to lead everyone to escape. In addition to his calm mind, he also had more ruthless means than ordinary people. Although their team had killed 7 survivors since the apocalypse, to be precise, all of them were done by Song Chung alone. And the most important thing is that Song Chung, like Hong Wu, has not received any combat training, but he can still stand firm in the apocalypse and survive. Last time, I was soft-hearted and thought you were just afraid, so you did that. But today I understand that people like you don't care about anyone's life at all. After saying that, Song Cheng's expression was cold and expressionless. A line of blood sprayed out. Plop! Niu Fang fell to the ground with his eyes open. "Brother Song, you?" Sun Hua was shocked, Not only him, but the other four were also shocked. At this moment, the injured Qin Nin supported Sun Han, and the two appeared in front of everyone. Hearing this, Song Chung turned around, looked at them, and said word by word, if it weren't for her and Li Mei, there wouldn't be so many zombies. Although Hu Ping is timid, he is honest and responsible. There is nothing wrong with being afraid at the critical moment of life and death. But he paid his life in vain today because of the mistakes of these two people. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Chung pointed the tip of his knife at the corpse on the ground. Let's go back. After saying this, Song Chung picked up the bag of medicine and a pile of surgical gowns and turned to leave. Sun Hua ran over to support his sister, looking at her arm with heartache. Although she was wrapped in clothes, the blood still did not stop. Seeing this, Sun Hua quickly took out a thin rope from his pocket and tied it tightly around her elbow. Because the apocalypse is very dangerous, he often carries some of this rope with him to use as a tourniquet for emergency. There were 11 people when they came, but only 8 people were left when they left. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Xiaoqin sat under the tent and saw the figure of her husband. Then she held the baby in one hand, supported the wall and stood up, with a smile on her face. Seeing these people appear, Fu Qian hurriedly climbed down the stairs and called Chen Yu over. A few minutes later, Song Chung and his group returned to the door, and Chen Yu opened the door directly. Good ability. Although Chen Yu knew what was going on, he still praised him. He took the medicine and threw it to Fu Qian beside him without even looking at it. Song Chung also saw this scene. He stepped forward and whispered, "So, from the beginning you wanted to eliminate some people from my team?" Hearing this, Chen Yu shook his head slightly and said slowly, "I originally just wanted to see what would happen to the 2 women. Now it seems that they should have died in that town." "How did you know?" Song Chung took the baby from his wife's arms and asked. Hearing this, Chen Yu reached out to help the baby in his arms move the hat, and said, "It was noon before, the sun was very strong, and your wife was holding the child, but squeezed in the edge area. Those 2 women even deliberately tried to squeeze your wife out of the shadow, but it was a pity that you didn't notice it." After the voice fell, a trace of anger flashed in Song Cheng's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. "Thank you." After saying that, he was ready to leave with the child in his arms. "You're not coming in." Chen Yu was slightly startled. "No." Song Chung returned the child to Su Xiaoqin and began to help them dismantle the tent, whispering, "Since this is a test for you, and we've lost 3 people in the past." Hearing this, Chen Yu crossed his arms and laughed. "You can survive in the wild, but what about your wife and children? She fainted once before, and it was my people who saved her." Lin Yi was also sitting in the room under the sentry box at this time. When she heard this, her face suddenly turned red, and then she looked at him. Sure enough, as Chen Yu finished speaking, Song Chung also saw the needle holes on his wife Su Xiaoqin's hands. Then Lin Yi walked to the door very sensibly and said softly, "After she gave birth, she didn't get enough nutrition, and she was always on the road, plus she was always holding the child. I'm not going to say anything bad. I guess if she can hold on for a few more days, she'd be blown away by a gust of wind." After Lin Yi finished speaking, Song Chung hugged his wife and child in his arms with a distressed look on his face, and said with red eyes, "I'm sorry." And Su Xiaoqin just patted her husband's back gently, shook her head and said, "It's okay, I don't blame you. Hey, if you don't come in, it will be dark soon." Chen Yu shouted and walked into the camp. Song Chung let go of Su Xiaoqin, looked at the people around him, nodded and said, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, a little girl came over to help Su Xiaoqin, and the other 3 started to carry the luggage. Chen Yu stood under the sentry box and watched those people enter quietly. After everyone came in, Chen Yu asked someone to close the door. "Hey, Song Chung, right? Come here." The villa area was very clean, and there was no garbage on the road. The 16 people looked around and were completely stunned. Since they didn't know where to go, they had to stand together awkwardly. Just then, Song Chung heard someone calling him. Then he turned and walked towards Chen Yu. "You say?" Chen Yu took him to the side and asked, "I think you must have investigated the camp yourself before bringing people to our camp?" Hearing this, Song Chung was surprised in his heart, but his face remained calm, and he even frowned deliberately. "What do you mean?" Hearing this, Chen Yu looked at the mother and daughter in the distance and whispered, "How could you do such a thing if you can live with so many people until now?" "What?" The next second, Chen Yu lowered his voice and whispered a few words. "For example, in the doomsday, take your closest people to a strange camp." Song Chung glanced behind him, hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, "I did observe you, especially when I found that there was also a baby in your camp. In my opinion, children certainly need protection, but babies are the hope in the end of the world. Just then, Zhang-Yin appeared with a baby in his arms. And by coincidence, Chen Shi was also sitting in the chair with the baby to bask in the sun. Then the two nodded to Chen Yu. Seeing that there were two babies in swaddling clothes in the camp, Song Cheng's eyes widened. Chapter 678. Haha, come on, you can control your people yourself. As for you, I still have a lot to ask you later. Patting him on the shoulder, Chen Yu turned and left. There were still some dead fish in the lake, and he planned to find a way to get them out. According to the content on the drawing of Old Man Ji, they should be able to be made into fertilizer. Then Zhang-Yin carried the child over and said, "You bring your people with me, and I will find a place for you to live." Hearing this, Song Chung was a little bit unconvinced and asked in confusion, "We just came in, can we also get a house?" Hearing this, Zhang-Yin gently patted the child in his arms with his right hand and said casually, "Since the door is open, it means that you have been trusted, and there are too many empty houses here, it's a piece of cake." After that, he turned and walked towards other houses in the camp. Seeing this, Song Chung hurried back and took his teammates to follow. A few minutes later, in front of a two-story building, Zhang-Yin stood at the door and said, "There is no yard here, can you accept it?" "Of course." Song Chung looked at the grass around him and the beautiful house, nodded and said, "Compared with the bridge hole and the cave, this is already pretty good." "Well, that's good." Zhang-Yin glanced at them and continued, "2 houses, 2 floors in total, there are about 10 rooms, all of you should be able to stay. At present, water is not available to every household, so you need to go to the reservoir to collect it." Before he finished speaking, Qin Min, who was lowering his head in the crowd, asked in a low voice, "Do you need to exchange it with supplies?" "What?" Zhang-Yin didn't hear clearly, and turned his head to look over. The next second, Qin Min stood out of the crowd, took off the towel on her head, revealed her face, and continued, "I mean, do these things need to be exchanged for objects?" At this moment, Zhang-Yin looked at her face, and was stunned. It was too much like. Because Qin Min was injured before and bleeds, although it was not fatal, her face was also a little pale. At that moment, Zhang-Yin even saw the appearance of his wife before she died. At that time, Xiao Shi, who was lying on the hospital bed, was also so weak. The two people's faces were almost 70% similar. "Is my face dirty?" Although Qin Min was in the doomsday, she had rarely come into contact with men. At this time, she was a little uncomfortable being stared at by the other party. Then she continued to put on the towel and whispered. Hearing this, Zhang-Yin quickly came back to his senses and shook his head. "No, I saw that there was too much blood on your hands and your face was too pale, and I was thinking whether to let you go to treat the wound first." "It's okay, I won't die for now, just tell me what's going on." Qin Min coughed twice and shook her head. "Okay." Zhang-Yin didn't say much when he saw this. Even if she looked like his wife, he wouldn't have any thoughts. In his opinion, no one could replace Xiao Shi, even if she was gone. Water and wood don't need to be exchanged, the rest need to be exchanged for supplies. Next, Zhang-Yin briefly explained, hiding some details. After all, this group had just joined. Just like before, use the materials found and hand them over to the warehouse to obtain material coins. Feng Yi felt that the monthly trade fair in the community was too long. After all, the doomsday was full of dangers, and many people might not be sure whether they would still be alive the next day. So after Qin Yu, Xiao Jiao and Feng Yi had a private discussion, they unanimously decided to optimize the trade fair. Nowadays, anyone who finds materials will get different amounts of coins according to priority, and those things will be taken to the warehouse for inventory and screening. Then, after 24 hours, the food will be placed outside the warehouse, and it will be opened every 3 days. Xiaoyin will keep the key, and she will be in charge of placing the goods. No matter who steals food or takes more food without permission, or even damages it, Xiaoyin can execute them directly. Because the 3 managers in the camp gave her a right, that is, she can carry a full ammunition firearm and kill first and report later. In addition, no one can carry a gun, but Chun Yu, Xiao Jiao and Alei are exceptions. This rule was introduced to prevent accidents. If someone goes in to grab items and causes some damage, it would be a pity. After all, in the apocalypse, many things cannot be produced again. You can go in and select what you want with coins. In a sense, it is equivalent to the supermarket before the apocalypse. And in order to be more humane, everyone can get coins as long as they contribute, even if they just loosen the soil in the camp. It's just that there are risks when searching for supplies, so this group of people will receive additional subsidies. Of course, Zhang Yin didn't tell Song Cheng and others about these things. He just said that they can get coins by searching for supplies, and then exchange them for what they want. After listening, Song Cheng also nodded, saying that he already understood, and would tell each team member in detail. Seeing this, Zhang Yin also held the child and prepared to leave. When passing by Sun Han and his sister, Sun Hua suddenly asked, "Brother, what do I have to pay for seeing a doctor here?" Hearing this, Zhang Yin glanced at the shaky Sun Han and whispered, "It's not necessary now. If you are sick, you can go directly to the infirmary now. The doctor should still be there. If you want to go, follow me." When he said this, he also intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Qin Min, who was holding on. It was almost less than a second, so no one noticed it, except Sun Han. Then Sun Hua supported her and wanted to leave, but she gently poked her brother and then looked at the person on the side. Seeing this, Sun Hua was stunned for a moment, then walked to the other side and supported Qin Min. "Sister Qin, don't hold on anymore, go over and take a look." After saying that, he forced the two to follow Zhang Yin's footsteps regardless of the objection. After watching the few people leave, Song Cheng was about to enter the house, when he saw a strong man appear, followed by two people. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Da Zhuang, the one on the left is Lao Cheng, and the one on the right is Uncle Hua. Due to some factors, the three of us need to conduct a detailed inspection of your luggage and belongings. I hope you can understand." Seeing that the other party was so polite, Song Chengdu felt a little embarrassed. He stood aside with his people and said with a smile, "It's okay, you can look at it as you like." Then he added, "Well, whether you are old or young, put your belongings in the 1-meter area in front of you." Chapter 679. Song Cheng did have some leadership skills. As he finished speaking, those people started to take action. Even Su Xiaoqin handed her child to her husband, and then took off her coat and threw it over. "Sorry." De Zhuang turned his head and shouted, "Xiao Ning, you come and search these women. Female comrades, remember to search them carefully." In front of strangers, De Zhuang was a little more serious. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, these people would be teammates in the future, so he could still respect them a little. Hearing this, Song Cheng put down his dagger and machete, looked at the distance and said, "Do you want me to call those three back and search them first?" "No need." De Zhuang waved his hand. "There are people over there too." Then the three of them stepped forward and began to check the luggage. After more than 10 minutes, there were things everywhere on the ground, many of which were clothes, wires, ropes, and the like. Just when checking a boy, an accident happened. "Are you sure you don't want to show me?" Uncle Hua stood in front of him and said lightly. Feeling the terrifying aura of this middle-aged man, the boy hesitated, covered his bag and took 2 steps back. At this moment, Song Cheng next to him hurried over. "What's wrong?" As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the child's actions and frowned. "What's wrong with you? Lu Li, check it out for me. You are 13 years old, and you are still afraid of seeing people?" After saying that, Song Cheng went straight forward to take the bag, and then handed it to Uncle Hua with a smile. "Well, Uncle Hua, continue." But Uncle Hua didn't answer. Instead, he shook his head and pointed at Lu Li's shoes and said he had something. "Huh?" Song Cheng was stunned and asked in confusion, "What?" Seeing that they were surrounded, De Zhuang also moved closer and asked, "What's going on? Why did they stop?" Hearing this, Uncle Hua frowned slightly and said, "He has one shoulder higher than the other, and deliberately wears clothes that are larger than his own. I just felt strange." Hearing this, Song Cheng understood everything. In order to reassure these people, he twisted Lu Li's ear and shouted, "Stinky boy, don't make trouble for me. Hurry up. If you still have me, brother Song, in your heart, be honest." "Oh, it hurts." Lu Li stood on tiptoe. His expression was very painful. Although he was a little arrogant in front of outsiders, he could only do what he was told in the hands of his savior. As his shoes were taken off, Song Cheng let him go, then picked up the shoes, and as soon as he put his hand in, he realized something was wrong. Song Cheng then glared at Lu Li, who could only lower his head in dismay. He pulled out the insole, and then Song Cheng took out an item. It was a small knife. The blade was about 5 centimeters long, and the back half was wrapped with cloth. Seeing that the knife was wrapped in rags, there were exclamations from the crowd, all from Song Cheng's people. "No, Xiao Lu, why are you still hiding this in your shoes?" A young man in his 30s said with some dissatisfaction. "That's right, each of us only has one knife, and it's used to kill zombies." "You want two, what do you mean?" At this moment, an old man came forward, put his hand on Lu Li, and said, "Xiao Lu, tell your grandpa Wu." Before he finished speaking, Lu Li's shoulders shook, and he turned his head and yelled, "It's none of your business, get away from me." "Pa!" Song Cheng's face turned pale, and he slapped him on the head, saying in a deep voice, "Try to scream again?" This scene even shocked Dazhuang and others. How come the kid suddenly changed his attitude while talking, and Song Cheng went straight to the point of hitting him? And it seemed that Song Cheng's attack was quite heavy. Lu Li was slapped, and he fell to the ground, and even lost a tooth. He looked at Song Cheng with grievance, then stood up and ran out. Seeing this, Dazhuang sighed, "I go over and keep an eye on him." Although he didn't want to care, after all, Qin Yu opened the door, and these people came in, which was considered as receiving them. If something happened and hurt the people in the camp, especially the girls, he would not be able to explain to everyone. A few seconds later, Su Xiaoqin stepped forward, took her husband's hand, and whispered, "You hit him a little too hard this time." He saw his brother die in front of his own eyes, and it was not easy for him to get over it. Hearing this, Song Cheng was also a little upset. He regretted his move the moment he made the move just now. "What's going on?" Lao Cheng came over and asked. Now that there are more newcomers, he must also take responsibility, at least not to let the camp get in chaos. Hearing this, Su Xiaoqin turned her head and looked at him, and started talking. "In fact, our team used to have quite a lot of people, about more than 30 people. My husband doesn't always take people to survive in the wild. When there is a suitable place, he will stay for a while. It was 3 months ago. We were hiding in a prison. One day, 2 people were bewitched by a scheming woman and planned to solve the problem in a man's way. She said let them fight, and whoever wins will sleep with him. As a result, they got angry and one of them got up in the middle of the night and cut the man's throat with a knife." Song Cheng hugged his wife and said slowly, "Later I found out that the man had hidden a blade on his body. My concept before was that you can carry weapons at ordinary times, but you have to hand the knife to a place for safekeeping before going to bed at night, because after all, there is no order and no law in the current environment. If everyone stays together for a long time, it is inevitable that there will be quarrels. You can fight, but you can't use knives. I'm afraid that if someone accidentally hits too hard and causes death, then a zombie will suddenly appear when you are sleeping at night, which will harm everyone." Lao Cheng also understood and nodded. "So, you lost a lot of people at that time?" "Yes." Song Cheng said helplessly. Lu Li's brother was bitten to death at that time. He was awakened by his brother's screams. "Why is he so rude to this old man?" Xiao Ning suddenly spoke up. At this moment, the old man spoke up with some sadness, "Because the person who hid the blade was my nephew." "Ah, this?" Lao Cheng was stunned for a moment, and continued, "I see. But I think it's hard to kill zombies with this blade, right?" Xiao Ning picked up the knife on the ground, looked at it, and said softly, "It's too short, probably enough to peel an apple, but it's enough to kill someone in the doomsday." She continued while holding the knife. "Who said it wasn't?" Song Cheng grabbed his hair irritably. "This brat really makes me worry." Chapter 680. If he had hidden a longer knife, I wouldn't be angry. The key is that a blade like this hidden in the shoe would scare anyone who sees it. Song Cheng felt more and more upset the more he thought about it. People often join the team, and some leave, and even die. In this case, if there is distrust, it will soon collapse. At this moment, Song Cheng suddenly looked at Lao Cheng and said, "I'm asking an unnecessary question. Do your people hide blades?" Hearing this, Lao Cheng shook his head. "Of course not, but when going out to search for supplies, they may have a backup plan. Why hide it when they return home?" As they talked, several people came to the infirmary. Now Wu Rui has begun to work with Lin Yi. Although Xiao Ning has learned a little before, she is not a professional after all, so she gradually feels some gaps. Unless there is a shortage of manpower, Xiao Ning rarely comes to the infirmary. She is very worried that she will accidentally kill someone. As for Old Man Bai and Jean Linfu, one of them is a veterinarian and the other is a doctor in the town, and they can be considered useful people in the doomsday. At present, it is mainly Lin Yi who comes to check the injuries and prescribe medicine, and the two of them are watching from the side. And as time goes on, Lin Yi gradually feels that she is willing but not capable. She often thinks that it would be great if there is someone who knows Chinese medicine at this time. After all, there is no electricity, and no mechanical equipment, and Chinese medicine will be more powerful in the doomsday. Hearing the knock on the door, Lin Yi stood up, and was about to go over. Wu Rui hurriedly got ahead of her, turned back and smiled. "Let me do it." As soon as she finished speaking, she opened the door and greeted Zhang Yin. "Hello, brother Zhang." "Yeah." Zhang Yi nodded slightly while holding the child, and said sideways, Xiao Lin, there are 2 people who are injured here. Do you think you are free now? Lin Yi smiled and replied, come in. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Yi turned around and shouted, follow me. Then Sun Han, and his brother, and Qin Min walked in. As soon as they stepped in, the 3 of them were a little surprised. This familiar smell of disinfection, as well as the neatly arranged and clean environment everywhere, is just like before the end of the world. It was not until this moment that they realized that not everyone lived in a dirty environment all day long. Seeing the 2 women injured, Wu Rui walked over to help support Qin Min, and then took them to sit on the chairs. There were a lot of people, and the medical room was a bit crowded at this time. Lin Yi was about to put on a mask, and the old man stood up and said, I have something else to do, so I will leave first, Dr. Xiaolin. I will come to learn next time. Okay. Lin Yi nodded. Just as he left, Jean Linfu also said something, and the 2 left there together. In fact, they both knew very well that there were doctors in the camp here, and they were from the big hospital before the end of the world. Logically, there was no need to recruit new ones. After walking a distance from the infirmary, Jean Linfu took 2 quick steps to the same level as the old man Bai, and whispered, Brother, was it the same when you joined them before? Hearing this, the old man Bai touched his beard and covered his mouth with his hand. Well, I couldn't figure it out at first. What about now? Jean Linfu asked again. Haha, now, of course I understand. The old man smiled, said no more, turned around and walked to the pile of wood, intending to take some back to burn. Chin, you can do this. It must be to make Dr. Xiaolin feel more relaxed. Although he thought of this, the old man did not say it. Now what he has to do is to learn how to perform more serious operations. In the infirmary, Lin Yi, who was wearing a white coat, checked the wound on Sun Han's arm, took her other hand and looked at it, wondering, strange, although it looks deep, the amount of bleeding is not much. Why are you so weak? After saying that, Lin Yi walked back to the table, took out the thermometer from the box in the drawer and shook it, then returned to Sun Han and said, open your coat and raise your hands. Then she put the thermometer under Sun Han's armpit. Then Lin Yi turned around and said, it's okay, you men go out first. I need to press on her other parts later, and I need to take off my clothes. Hearing this, Zhang Yin and Sun Hua nodded and turned to leave. Xiao Rui, you come and untie the clothes on her arms. As she spoke, Lin Yi carefully examined her. Although there were no medical equipment, Lin Yi had almost guessed what was going on with Sun Han. Her face was pale, and she looked weak. At this moment, Lin Yi remembered something and walked back to the table to open a medical book and turn to a certain page. She frowned slightly and looked at it, then turned her head and shouted, Xiao Rui, take off her hat and take a look at her hair. Okay. Wu Rui did as she was told and responded a few seconds later, it feels like hay. Hearing this, Lin Yi found the tools and pushed the cart over, nodding and saying, stop the bleeding first, and put on your clothes. At this moment, Lin Yi almost understood what it was. She took the iodine disinfectant and whispered, there are not many anesthetics. Those are reserved for treating fatal injuries, so you have to bear it. Hearing this, Sun Han leaned back in the chair and nodded weakly. Is your throat injured too? Lin Yi frowned and asked when she saw this. The girl in front of him looked like she had indeed suffered a lot. Presumably, the reason why Song Chung was in a hurry to find a campsite was probably because of his wife and children, and secondly, it might be because of this girl. At this moment, Qin Min, who was sitting next to him with her arms covered, said, Xiao Han is born with aphonia and can't speak. After the words fell, Lin Yi and Wu Rui were stunned. But you can speak, she can hear you, but she just can't answer. Qin Min took a few deep breaths, suppressed the discomfort in her heart, and continued to add. Then Wu Rui brought a chair, Lin Yi sat down, and began to treat the wound seriously. She even moved her hands a little lighter. A few minutes later, Lin Yi finished her work, and went to the inner room to find the remaining glucose. Although it didn't have much effect, it could replenish some energy. Then she began to help Qin Min clean the wound. Compared with Sun Han, Qin Min's condition was much better. The surface of the wound was also shallow, so there was no need for stitches. Just clean it and bandage it. Then she took off her gloves and mask, got up and walked out of the house. Hey, come here. Lin Yi stood at the door, and waved to the guy sitting on the chair. Hearing this, Sun Hua hurried over and asked nervously, Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Sister. How is my sister? Chapter 681. Closing the door, Lin Yi walked a few steps outside and whispered, Has she never been exposed to the sun? Hearing this, Sun Hua quickly replied, Yes, I saw that she often had no strength, and her skin was very white, and there were zombies everywhere, so I let her stay indoors all the time. Before she finished speaking, Lin Yi frowned and said, "Do you know that this will only aggravate her condition and make her more and more susceptible to illness?" Then, Lin Yi began to speak slowly. With every word the doctor said, Sun Hua blamed himself more. It turned out that he had been letting his sister Sun Han bear too much since the outbreak of the apocalypse. He thought that as long as he protected his sister from being attacked by zombies, and brought her food and water every day, that would be enough. "So my sister is suffering from anemia, right?" Sun Hua murmured with red eyes. Seeing him like this, Lin Yi couldn't bear to continue talking, and her tone was a little relieved. "Based on the people of this kind I have seen in my previous medical practice, and your sister's current symptoms, it is indeed, and it is quite serious. Even before the end of the world, it would be very troublesome to treat. And I feel something is wrong. You should protect her so much, so it shouldn't be like this." Just then, Song Chung, who had finished his work over there, also asked for the address of the infirmary, and happened to come over and hear it. He trotted over and whispered, "Hello, doctor, can you tell me?" Hearing this, Lin Yi glanced at him. "Let this person talk to you, I have something else to do inside." After the voice fell, Lin Yi continued to enter the infirmary. Outside the house, Sun Hua wiped her tears, and whispered to Song Chung, almost repeating Lin Yi's words. When Song Chung heard that her sister was suffering from anemia, he immediately began to regret. "It's over. I guess it was because of what I said in the woods before. I said it to Niu Fang at that time, so I said that those who don't want to die should follow me. I forgot that your sister is in poor health. Crap, what the hell did I do?" Song Chung was so confused. People with anemia can't run. It's very likely that this has caused your sister's condition to worsen. Don't worry, I will definitely take responsibility for this matter. No matter what medicine is needed, I will do my best to bring it back. Putting his hand on Sun Hua's shoulder, Song Chung said firmly, "Don't blame you, it's my own fault. Brother Song, you just need to teach me more skills in the future." The two stood outside the infirmary, feeling very heavy. Near the warehouse. It was almost dark. Xiaoyan sat at the table, reading a comic book in her hand. Since she came to this camp, she was so happy. The only thing she was not satisfied with was that Xiao Jiao was reluctant to let her move in. Although Xiaoyan knew very well that brother Xiao was much older than her, even though she was only a month away from turning 22, Xiaoyan still felt that it was the end of the world, so why bother? Besides, brother Xiao looked young, so Xiaoyan didn't care even if he was 10 years older. Seeing that it was getting late, Xiaoyan yawned, put the comics on the table, and was about to get up to close the door, but she found a figure outside the alley. She looked carefully, waved her hand and smiled. "Brother Chen, are you here to pick up something?" "Yeah." Chen Yu smiled slightly, stepped forward and took out 2 coins with missing corners from his pocket. "Okay." Xiaoyan took it, looked at it with a flashlight, took out the corresponding corners and put them together, then smiled and said, "Okay, 1 yuan of material coins. The materials that can be collected are all in Area A, you follow me." In order to prevent someone from finding other coins to impersonate, this kind of coin is specially marked, because it is the end of the world. After all, nowadays, money can't buy anything. Walking to the 2 gates, Xiaoyan took off her bracelet, then opened the door with a key and pushed it open, standing beside her and saying, "Brother Chen, just go in and get it, I wait for you outside." After that, she yawned again and said lazily, "Hurry up, I still have to go back to take a bath." "Okay." Chen Yu nodded and walked in. The warehouse here is much larger than the one in the previous community. It seems to be a warehouse or something. Chen Yu estimates that it is about 400 to 500 square meters, and it has good light and ventilation, which is just right for storing supplies. Of course, meat cannot be placed here in the summer. At that time, it must be made into smoked meat, fresh wild boar meat and other meats, and they must be eaten as soon as possible. Counting the days since arriving in this villa area, Chen Yu has officially entered the area. Before, when the family needed something, Lin Yi came to exchange it alone. She is a doctor. Many people used to pay her material coins for medical treatment or wound treatment, but now they don't need to. Although those in the community were lost before, Feng Yi also replenished them for Lin Yi later. Entering the warehouse, Chen Yu pressed the switch on the wall, and the light suddenly came on. Looking at the goods on the shelves inside, Chen Yu was filled with emotion. These were basically done by Feng Yi alone. Although she was weak in combat power, Lei was very powerful. Despite this, Feng Yi never thought of just eating and waiting to die. Instead, she did a lot of things for the camp with all her heart and soul. This is what Chinyu has always agreed with. If you want to live in the doomsday, you can't live farther and farther away. After looking at the labels, Chinyu walked further inside. Area D was outside, where some small things were stored, such as toys, and the number was not large. Although these things were useless, children would like them. The most important thing was that they would not be produced again, so it was understandable to put them in the warehouse. They were very cheap, and only 1 point of material coins was needed to exchange them. Area C contained some sterilized water bottles for everyone to use when they went out on weekdays. The others were daily necessities that were searched and found, and they were all cleaned. Here, you can also exchange for 1 material coin, but you need 3 coins to start. Area B is some clothes, shoes, etc., as well as various clean sheets and quilts, and even daily tools, such as wrenches, screwdrivers, etc. Many times, everyone will go out to search by themselves, but what they bring back is basically dirty, but they will just use it. Even if you don't hand it in, it's okay. The original intention of setting up this material coin exchange in the camp is to allow everyone to reasonably allocate those resources. Otherwise, some people will not be able to finish their food, while others will be hungry all day long and guard a room full of tools. Chapter 682. As for the last area, A, there are the most types of materials, and basically all kinds of materials are available here. The most are food and weapons. Area B uses 50 cents of material coins to exchange, while Area A uses 1 yuan. You can even exchange for motorcycles and bicycles, which are single-person transportation. But cars and the like do not need to be exchanged. After all, as a means of searching for materials, these things can be used by each team. Walking to the location of Area A, Chinyu almost instantly saw the meat in the basin. It seems that it was the wild boar that Dazhuang brought back yesterday. He kept half of it, and handed the other half to the warehouse in exchange for material coins. At that time, Dazhuang wanted to send some over privately, but was rejected by Chinyu. Because if this set a precedent, everyone might not hand over the prey they caught in the future. At that time, many small groups will appear in the camp. As time goes by, it will become more and more difficult to control. The wild boar meat is cut, and it is also a little different from the pork eaten before the end of the world. The color will be darker, and it will look leaner. Of course, it will taste much better. There are 2 compartments on the 3rd shelf in front of me, each containing a pound of wild boar meat. Although it is a bit hot outside, it is cool and ventilated here, so it has not deteriorated yet. Originally, Chinyu thought there would be a lot more, but now there is only this 1 piece left. But even if it is only a pound of meat, it is more than enough for 2 people. Chinyu took the shopping bag he found from the abandoned supermarket next to him, gently tore off a section, and then wrapped the meat. He was about to leave when he suddenly looked at the side and saw several bags of packaged items. When he walked over and took a look, Chinyu was instantly surprised. There were actually seasoning packets for stewing soup. He picked it up and looked at it along the light. The shelf life was 2 years. But he didn't have time to be happy. The price was marked on the label on the shelf, and it also required a material coin to exchange. Although there were also seasoning packets in Area B, which were cheaper, they were all expired. It depended on whether there was anyone who was not afraid of diarrhea and dared to stew them. In severe cases, there may even be poisoning, so precautions are marked next to them. However, due to the shortage of supplies, such items have not been completely abandoned. Chinyu brought a total of 2 supply coins, intending to take back a pound of fresh wild boar meat and some smoked meat. Although he still has some, they are all for daily use. Due to his experience before the end of the world, Chinyu basically does not spend lavishly. Even at the end of the world, he just wants to eat enough. After hesitating for a moment, recalling that Lin Yi was not in a good mood today, Chinyu picked up the bag of seasoning again, walked to the wall to turn off the lights, and turned to leave the warehouse. After giving it to Xiaoying to check, she found the location of the registered items in the notebook, ticked it, and wrote Chinyu's name. This action is also to prevent some people's things from being stolen. Although everyone in the camp has a good relationship now, it is for the future. After all, there will be more and more people sooner or later. At present, each team has a new task when going out, which is to take hand-painted paper and stick it on some roads, and draw a map below to attract the survivors. After Xiaoying finished, she said cheerfully, "Brother Qin, can you help me say something good to Brother Xiao?" Chinyu was about to leave, but when he heard this, he turned around and looked at her, smiling. "What's wrong?" "Oh." Xiaoying looked around, then moved to the other side of the table, tiptoed close to Chinyu's ear, and whispered. After a few seconds, Jinyu looked at her expectant eyes and nodded helplessly. Okay, I know. Yeah. Xiaolin happily clenched her fist and waved it downwards, then jumped and went to lock the warehouse door. Looking at her, Jinyu also felt happy. Sure enough, people are still easily affected by the emotions of the people around them. Holding the replaced meat, he returned home. There were no candles in the house, and the lights were not turned on. Lin Yi was probably still busy in the infirmary. There were indeed more injured people today. Jinyu took off his coat, rolled up his sleeves, and then went to the kitchen with the ingredients. Reaching out and pressing the switch on the wall, the white light came from above his head again, and Jinyu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After surviving in the apocalypse for so long, he finally ushered in better conditions. Then he began to get busy, preparing to process the piece of meat and plan to make a soup. When Jinyu lived alone in the city before, he had no relatives. In addition to going out to deliver food, he also learned various useful skills. It was also because of his character that Jinyu was able to leave alive step by step after the zombie outbreak. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. After being busy all afternoon, Lin Yi locked the door of the infirmary, took the white coat he had changed, and turned away a little tiredly. At present, the injured people have been sent back to their respective houses. Hong Wu and Han Liyuan are fine. Both of them have good physical fitness. What she is worried about now is the girl who just joined. It seems her name is Sun Han. If it was outside the camp, Lin Yi would not care much, but now inside the wall, she naturally can't watch the other party die. Lin Yi was walking slowly, thinking about what to do next, when suddenly a voice came from behind. Dr. Xiaolin. Hearing this, she immediately turned around. Now, except for Jinyu, the people in the camp only have two names, either Sister Xiaolin or Dr. Xiaolin. So every time Lin Yi can basically guess who is calling her. Hello, Dazhuang, you are still walking so late? Lin Yi held the clothes in her hand and smiled slightly. Oh! Dazhuang walked over, and there was a little boy next to him. He scratched his head and said, Can you please take a look at this guy? Hearing that it was a serious matter, Lin Yi nodded and continued to open the door of the infirmary. Okay, come in. Now that the camp has restored power supply due to solar energy, the infirmary is a key area, so electric lights can also be used at this time. Holding a flashlight, Lin Yi opened Lu Li's lips and took a look, and said, Fortunately, the pulp was not injured, and the front teeth were not lost, but in the current environment, there is no way to fill it again. That's good, as long as there is no danger. Dazhuang breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Yi put his hands in his pockets and glanced at Lu Li on the chair, frowned and said, Didn't this child just join today? How come his mouth is full of blood? Did he have a conflict with our people? She asked again. Chapter 683. At this moment, Lu Li stood up and bowed to Lin Yi. Thank you, beautiful sister, I'm fine. After saying that, he waved to the other side. Thank you, brother Dazhuang, I'm leaving first. Do you know where it is? It's there in the afternoon. Dazhuang walked over and opened the door for him. Yeah. After saying that, Lu Li ran out. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi put the flashlight into the drawer and said in surprise, You are really capable. If I remember correctly, you two have only known each other for a few hours? It's only been a short time, and you've even called your brother Dazhuang. Hearing this, Dazhuang helped turn off the lights, stood outside the door and replied, Oh, in the apocalypse, they are all pitiful people. After a while, they can chat well. The kid told me that he didn't blame the guy named Song Chung for beating him, but he was very upset about being beaten because of someone. Hearing this, Lin Yi continued to lock the door and said casually, Anyway, just take care of it, I don't care about these things. Then the two exchanged a few more pleasantries and went home. In the apocalypse nowadays, almost no one hangs out outside after dark. Because the villa area is very large and the infirmary is a bit far from home, Lin Yi is walking alone on the dark road at this time. With the gloomy atmosphere around her, she is indeed a bit uncomfortable. Although there are lights in the houses on the roadside, there is not much light on the roadside after the curtains are drawn. At this moment, she suddenly thought of what Jinyu said last time, and then the corners of her mouth rose slightly. So this is why you want to install solar street lights in the camp. A few minutes later, Lin Yi returned home on foot. As soon as she opened the door, she smelled the aroma of meat. Although there was no light or candle, she had long been accustomed to it. After changing her shoes, Lin Yi walked to the living room in the dark and turned on the light on the wall of the kitchen. Currently, the lights here are shared, which can illuminate the living room and the kitchen. The rest are the bathroom upstairs and the bedroom for the two. Although Lin Yi doesn't mind the two of them sleeping together now, Qin Yu has always said that he will wait until everything is settled before taking the initiative. There was no way. Lin Yi did not continue to say more. Anyway, she liked this way of getting along now. Occasionally when they were free, they would hug each other, or even kiss each other. Lin Yi, who was standing in a daze at the dining table, thought of this, and quickly shook her head with a blush. She touched her slightly hot cheeks and whispered, "It turns out that when the person you love is around, even if it is the end of the world, it will not feel so scary." The next second, Lin Yi just sat down and felt a piece of paper under her buttocks. She picked it up and saw that it was left by Qin Yu. "I've already eaten. I'm going to ask the new group of people some questions. Just leave it there after you finish eating." After reading it, Lin Yi blinked and lifted the lid on the bowl. A pot of fragrant stewed meat soup was placed in front of her, which made her drool. Although the portion was not large, it was still a full bowl. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly stood up and walked to the place where the bowls and chopsticks were placed, and reached out to touch the small bowl outside. After finding no water stains, she immediately understood, and her nose was slightly sour. Since the two met again in the community, Qin Yu has indeed been getting better and better to her. First of all, he never made any moves on her, and secondly, he never let her participate in those big or small things. It can be said that Lin Yi was a doctor before the end of the world, and after the end of the world, she still only needs to be a doctor and doesn't need to take care of anything. Although she knew that Sister Feng might also do this, Qin Yu must have also taken a lot of pressure. Thinking of this, she took out a new bowl and spoon, scooped out a small half, and then ate slowly. Chewing the meat gently, Lin Yi temporarily forgot about the troubles at noon, and sat on the chair while eating, shaking his head. The location of the camp gate. There were two figures on the sentry box, talking to each other, and it seemed that they had been chatting for a long time. There was also a brazier for lighting hanging next to it. I have basically said everything I should say. Song Chung leaned his hands on the raised fence, and said softly. Qin Yu stood beside him, looking ahead, and the river in the distance was still flowing quietly. "You haven't been trained, but your skills are better than ordinary people. Did you learn it by yourself?" Hearing this, Song Chung hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "No. Even my wife Su Shaoqin doesn't know this secret." "Huh?" Qin Yu frowned slightly. "Could it be that like in the TV series before, you fell off the cliff and met a hermit?" "That's not the case." Song Chung shook his head. He stood up again, threw a small piece of wood towards the river with his right hand, and continued, "When I went out hunting before, I encountered a rainstorm and was forced to go to a cave to hide for a night. In the second half of the night, we encountered a group of survivors searching for supplies. They were ambushed and almost wiped out. 2 people were already stoned to death. I couldn't stand it, and shot an arrow." Song Cheng's expression was very serious when he said this. "In fact, I feel that even if I didn't do anything, those people would definitely not die." Qin Yu looked at the zombies more than 100 meters away, picked up the bough next to him, and whispered, "Is there something wrong?" Then Song Chung turned around and looked at Qin Yu, who was about to shoot an arrow, with a serious look on his face, and nodded. "A man actually broke free from the rope, and then I saw him pick up a what?" Qin Yu held the bow in his left hand, pinched the tail of the arrow with his right hand, squinted slightly, and aimed at the zombie, and raised the arrow slightly. Bone, the man used an animal leg bone to kill all 10 people. The action was extremely clean and neat, and he aimed directly at the vital points. It's exactly the same as in the movie. I even suspect that the man is a killer. Speaking of this, Song Chung even burst into swearing in excitement. He had never thought that there really were such powerful people in life. At that time, Song Chung was hiding in the tree, and his blood was boiling. There was no moon at this time, and the light was not very good. Qin Yu waited until the zombie approached within 100 meters before letting go. The arrow flew over quickly and hit the forehead instantly. Watching the corpse fall, Qin Yu put down the bow and asked, "What did the man look like?" "I don't remember." Song Chung shook his head. "It was almost a few months ago, but there is one thing I remember very clearly. That man had white hair and should be older than me." "Are you sure that man has white hair, good skills, and is ruthless?" Suddenly, a voice came from below. Chapter 684. Hearing this, the two looked down, and Qin Yu whispered, "Alii, when did you come back?" "Just now." Alii handed a pile of prey to Feng Yi next to him, and then climbed up the sentry box. "I'm going back first." Sister Feng waved at Qin Yu. She learned some skills from going out hunting today, and she was also very tired. Although there was a stranger in the camp, Feng Yi didn't care much. In her opinion, Qin Yu would be able to handle it. Reaching out to pull a layup, Chen Yu asked in confusion, "From your tone, do you know that person?" After he finished speaking, Chen Yu introduced, "This is Song Chung, a survivor who just joined today. If I am not mistaken, we should be friends." A lay. With just 2 words, a lay still looked like a man of few words. "Hello." Song Chung felt that this person was very different, and stretched out his hand nervously, but was ignored by the other party. Then he scratched his head, looked at Chen Yu seriously and said, "Just because you helped my wife this afternoon before I return with my people, I can guarantee that we will be friends." "Haha, don't be so sure." Chen Yu smiled. A lay stood on the right side of Chen Yu. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly said, "I hope it's not the person I thought it was." Not only Chen Yu, Song Chung also looked confused at this time. "I thought he would continue to talk, but I didn't expect that a lay would say something completely different. Forget it, it shouldn't be such a coincidence." After saying this, he left the guard post again. After staying here for less than half a minute, a lay left again, and Chen Yu was confused. But he knew very well that a lay probably knew something, and since he didn't choose to say it, there must be some reason. The two of them are almost brothers now, so Chen Yu certainly won't ask too many questions, especially when there is an outsider next to them. After he left, Chen Yu continued to ask Song Chung some questions, such as how he survived with the old man. These experiences can help Chen Yu learn a lot. And Song Chung was so sincere that he could stay here with his teammates, and he didn't hide anything. Ali came to the lake alone and reached out to remove the mask on his face. He was not ugly, and could even be said to be a little handsome, but the reason why he often wore a mask was to avoid unnecessary threats. After the zombie outbreak, Ali went through a lot of hardships to return to the country to find Feng Yi. Since then, he has worn a mask. The purpose is to avoid being recognized. In the past, when carrying out missions, all those who had seen Ali's face were dead, but there were exceptions. For example, those who were in the killer organization. When the world ends and zombies appear, since Ali can survive until now, those familiar faces will not be a big deal. When he was training, there were people from various countries. Of course, there were people like him, even including the extremely cold-blooded instructor. After staying there for many years, Ali always kept to himself until the last thing happened. That incident also accelerated Ali's determination to escape from the killer organization. After training and graduating, Ali went back to avenge his mother's death, and then planned to continue working for a while before turning himself in. But because he couldn't leave, he was forced to keep working. One time, he and 2 assassin teammates were required to assassinate the boss of an international company. That person was doing well on the surface, but he was actually trafficking in people and organs. Once, his subordinates mistook a photo and kidnapped the son of a rich man, and when they were found out, they tore up the ticket in anger. Then the rich man emptied his family's wealth and invited Ali, who was already very powerful at the time, to take action. In order to implement the plan smoothly, he also added 2 more killers. That time, the 3 of them easily solved a large number of security guards in the target's home, and even completed the task without any obstacles in the end. But when he was about to leave, the boss's pregnant mistress suddenly came back. Because Ali was saved by Feng Yi many years ago, even after becoming a killer, he insisted on not killing innocent women and children. But the other 2 teammates didn't care about that. They shot almost instantly, and Ali didn't even have time to stop them. Originally, Ali could only endure it. But he ignored the abnormal psychology of his companions. The 2 actually dug out the child from the corpse's belly. This scene also deeply stimulated Ali, and he shot them directly. However, this scene was captured by the dashcam of a roadside vehicle, and in order to retreat, Ali also ignored this point. Later, the truth came out, and the killer organization began to hunt down Ali. At this time, the virus appeared and the zombies descended. Although he did think of his savior Feng Yi at the beginning, he also wanted to hide temporarily. After all, no matter how confident Ali was in his skills, he knew that there were always people better than him. Moreover, Ali was not the most powerful one in the organization. "Hey, why are you here?" A voice came from behind. Turning around, Feng Yi was standing a few meters away with a flashlight, and asked in confusion. Hearing this, Ali pondered for a while, then looked at her and smiled slightly. "Xiao Yi, I want to cut my hair." As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of small scissors appeared in his right hand. Hearing this, Feng Yi was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Okay, I cut your hair when we get home. It just so happens that you are here too. Come and help me carry the fishing rod. I tied 3 over there this morning." Feng Yi walked over directly, and then naturally took Ali's arm, and the 2 walked together to a certain location by the lake. Along the way, she was the one who talked the most, and Alei only nodded occasionally. Well, I listened to you. Okay. Despite this, Fengyi never disliked anything. The reason why she often talked to Alei was to make him more cheerful. After the outbreak of the Doomsday, the two of them escaped death so many times, and Fengyi gradually fell in love with Alei. Of course, Alei also liked her all the time. 9 o'clock in the evening. Qinyu had just finished talking to Song Chung. Just as he was about to leave, Qinyu hesitated for a moment and asked Song Chung to call Su Shaoqin, mainly to ask her what precautions she had taken after she became pregnant. After all, it was not easy to give birth to a baby in the Doomsday and still be alive. And as a man, in this situation of cannibalism, he would also have to take on the responsibility of taking care of Lin Yi in the future. Chapter 685. Even if it's just to learn about it in advance, it's good. As Su Shaoqin was talking about those things with a smile on her face, Qinyu also remembered them seriously in his mind. Actually, these are not that difficult. The difficult part is the delivery. Su Shaoqin said this, and suddenly thought of something. Her tone was a little lonely. Will it be difficult? Qinyu didn't understand these things very well, so he asked softly. Hearing this, Su Shaoqin pulled the coat on her body and nodded. Since it was a bit difficult for her to climb the stairs, the two of them were now in a pavilion in the camp. There was a brazier on the ground, mainly for lighting, and secondly because Su Shaoqin was not in good health, and would easily catch a cold if it was windy at night. She covered her mouth with her hand and coughed lightly, then continued, if Sister Ding was still alive, it would be better for her to tell you these things. Then, in Qinyu's puzzled eyes, Su Shaoqin slowly spoke. Before, I was able to give birth to a baby smoothly because my husband and I had great luck. In an ambulance surrounded by zombies, my husband saved Sister Ding, who was an obstetrician and gynecologist. I was already 3 months pregnant at that time, and the zombies had just appeared not long ago. I originally thought that I could have a miscarriage in disguise by falling down, because if I really waited until my belly was big, I would not be able to survive. Speaking of this, Su Shaoqin raised her head, looked into Qinyu's eyes, and said softly, the facts have proved that in this environment, even with a professional obstetrician and gynecologist, I basically lost half my life. My husband worked very hard. If he hadn't been the only one in the front, I would not have the courage to live. When she said this, her eyes were full of love. But for some reason, Qinyu suddenly felt a hint of other emotions. He always felt that Su Shaoqin didn't seem to have much life left. At this moment, Qinyu was still thinking about something, and suddenly heard a thumping sound. He looked up and saw that Su Shaoqin, who was sitting in front of him, actually knelt on the ground and kowtowed to him. This scene scared even the battle-hardened Qinyu. He hurried forward to help her up and frowned. What are you doing? Su Shaoqin was not as strong as Qinyu, and could not resist him, so she had to sit on the chair again. Then she lowered her head, and murmured something that made Qinyu feel very heavy. In fact, I feel that I will not live long. Qinyu thought about it, then squatted in front of her and said seriously, you just came in here, how can you say such discouraging words? Originally, I didn't want to reveal it for the time being, but seeing you like this, I can still accurately guarantee that the environment here will definitely get better and better in the future. Next, I will take people to make solar streetlights. Perhaps because Qinyu couldn't bear to see a mother like this, he talked a little more at this time, and his attitude was much better. It was as if he had already regarded Su Shaoqin as a friend. But before Qinyu finished speaking, she smiled, and shook her head and interrupted. It's useless. I should be hard to see. In fact, before the end of the world, the doctor told me that with my physical condition, if I give birth to a baby, I will take more risks than other pregnant women. But the doctor also said that with the current level of technology, as long as you come for more checkups during pregnancy and take precautions, the worst situation will not necessarily happen. Speaking of this, Su Shaoqin sighed with a wry smile. When I got home, I told my husband about this. He was very happy, especially when he knew he was going to be a father. He was excited for a long time. But I didn't expect. Su Shaoqin shed a tear, and the whole person seemed very depressed. Looking at her appearance, Qinyu stood up and took 2 steps back, then sat down and whispered, I didn't expect the zombies to appear so quickly. They broke everything beautiful, right? Yeah. Then, Su Shaoqin grabbed her coat with both hands and spoke word by word. Actually, from the beginning, I felt that there seemed to be something different here. What do you mean? Qinyu asked. Smiles and atmosphere. Su Shaoqin thought for a while, and said with a smile, in fact, after staying in the Doomsday for a year, we also met many survivors, but many of them were lifeless, not to mention talking and laughing. But when I first came to your place this afternoon, I saw the expressions of the two people in the sentry box, as if they were just friends chatting. From that moment on, I felt that you might be very different from other forces. After hearing what she said, Chinyu could guess roughly what was going on, but he still didn't want to listen to someone else's tone of explaining his last wishes. We have a doctor here, and he's very skilled. Maybe you don't have to die. Hearing this, Su Xiaoqin raised her right hand, grabbed her hair and gently exerted force, then stretched forward and spread her hands at the same time. It's useless. I can see that she should be a surgeon. In my case, I guess I can only go to the top domestic hospital before the end of the world to have a chance of survival. Looking at the hair in her hand that looked like dry grass, Chinyu also felt a little sad. Not only because of what Su Xiaoqin said, but mainly because Chinyu couldn't imagine what the baby would do in the future if he lost his mother at such a young age. What's more sad is that there are currently 3 babies in the camp, and the mothers of 2 of them have died. The child Chin she brought was not her own, but the one left by her deceased sister. And the baby Zhang Yin agreed to adopt. The mother still wanted to protect her child even after she died. Now Su Xiaoqin's condition seems to be not good, which makes Chinyu begin to hate this doomsday world. Although the breath of death is everywhere, the birth of a baby can not only bring hope to the survivors, but also unite many people. But the difficulty is that for mothers in the doomsday, the risk factor will rise sharply. After surviving the birth, you may have to flee again without resting. Any damage will be more serious. So, I want you to agree to a request. I know this is a bit morally blackmailing, but for so long, only the people in your camp have made me feel a little warm, as if everyone is a good person. Su Xiaoqin coughed violently again, and this time when she opened her palm, there was blood inside. Chinyu wanted to say that he was not a good person, but looking at her eyes, he nodded. You say. Chapter 686. Seeing that Chinyu agreed, Su Xiaoqin spoke softly. Chinyu just sat under the pavilion, listening quietly, nodding from time to time. A few minutes later, the two finished their conversation, and the temperature dropped a little, so Su Xiaoqin left. Looking at the other person's thin back, Chinyu thought for a while before extinguishing the wood in the brazier, then got up and left, but his mood was indeed a little depressed. Originally, he just wanted to ask Su Xiaoqin something, but he didn't expect this result. Some people come and some people go. This is really the end of the world. Chinyu walked slowly towards his room. A few minutes later, he entered the living room, and the bowls on the dining table were still there. Seeing this, Chinyu walked over to wash them. Suddenly, when he lifted them, he felt the weight was different, and it was a little warm. He then opened the lid, and saw that half of the meat was still inside, and it was steaming. Based on the time, it is estimated that Lin Yi reheated it twice later. Then the note was in the corner of the dining table. Chinyu picked it up and smiled. Next to the original message, there was another smiley face. When the stew was ready, he used chopsticks to pick up some food from the pot. It tasted good, so he planned to leave some for Lin Yi. Unexpectedly, the other party did not finish it all. Well, then eat a few more pieces. Chinyu took a pair of chopsticks, sat down and started eating, then cleaned up and went back to the bedroom to rest. The next morning, Chinyu explained the precautions of firearms to Lin Yi in the living room. Seeing her taking notes, seriously in a small notebook, Chinyu gently touched her hair and whispered, "Don't do that. If it doesn't work, you can ask me more." Hearing this, Lin Yi blinked her beautiful big eyes and smiled sweetly. "I know." Then she put the notebook away and continued to listen carefully. About half an hour later, Chinyu began to let Lin Yi try to assemble the pistol. The first installation was a bit unfamiliar, and the speed was not fast, but to his surprise, Lin Yi actually improved a lot the next time. But Chinyu soon figured it out. Lin Yi's hands were very steady. She used to hold a scalpel, but now she could hold a gun. As long as she could overcome her nervousness, she could definitely keep up with everyone else. After repeating the disassembly and installation several times, Lin Yi put down the gun with satisfaction and said with a smile, "How is it, my coach Chun? Is it okay?" "Very good." Chinyu gave a thumbs up and continued, "But being familiar with guns is just the basis. The important thing is to practice shooting and let the arm form muscle memory. Then let's go out and practice shooting now." Lin Yi sat a little closer, leaned on Chinyu and smiled. "With you here, I believe you can protect me." "Of course." Chinyu nodded. "Let's go later, Yi. I need to ask you something." Hearing this, Lin Yi sat down directly and said seriously, "Okay, ask." "How are the 2 women who went to the infirmary yesterday?" Although he accepted them in, Chinyu still wanted to know more about these people. After all, he had to arrange some things for each of them to do. At present, the animals raised in the camp are not raised by a dedicated person. Whoever has time can feed them. Next, Chinyu plans to find a piece of land with more grass and use wood to fence it off as fodder. For safety, it cannot be too far away from the camp to avoid being destroyed. If someone with bad intentions does something bad, it will be bad. Well, the one named Chin Min is fine. To be honest, this woman looks calm and steady. When I cleaned her wound, she just frowned. Lenny recalled the scene in the infirmary yesterday afternoon and told the truth. As for Sun Han, she is a little anemic, and the condition has worsened due to running, but it is not fatal at present. Next, let his brother find a way to nourish her. Do we need to get some animal organs? Chinyu thought for a while, and said softly, yes. Hearing this, Chinyu nodded. Anyway, he is Song Cheng's man. I think he can also shoot arrows. We don't need to worry about this matter. Do you still remember that Su Shaoqin? After saying this, Lin Yi's face suddenly hardened, and he said seriously, I almost forgot about this. I don't think that Song Cheng's wife has a disease caused by childbirth. I'm a surgeon, and I don't know much about internal medicine, but it seems that she has some disease, and it's been a long time. How did you tell? Chinyu didn't say it for the time being, and continued to ask. Lin Yi leaned on the sofa, tapping her thighs with her fingers. After thinking for a while, she said, it was her eyes. When I went out, she woke up without any hope in her eyes, but when she held the baby, she seemed to be a different person. Oh, and her hair. She was wearing a hat, so I didn't notice it at first, but I saw it when I came in. Speaking of this, Chinyu pondered for a while, and then told him what happened last night. If anyone could share some of his burdens at this time, Lin Yi would undoubtedly be the most suitable. A few minutes later, Lin Yi's eyes widened, and he said in astonishment, no way. I don't think it's fake. Chinyu said softly, her expression really looks like she doesn't have much time left. After listening to this, Lin Yi was very sad, as if she was pressed down by a big rock. She was quiet for a while before saying, if it's just a stomach disease or some abdominal pain caused by bacterial infection, I can still help. But for something as complicated as this, I'm basically helpless. A professional internist must come. At this point, Lin Yi patted Chinyu's arm, stood up and said quickly, I remember someone seemed to have found some medical books before. I go over and take a look. What if I can learn more? Then she ran to change her shoes, and turned back to shout, I won't go out to practice shooting today, I have to help this mother. After saying that, Lin Yi left the house. Chinyu now understood that there were actually many people who still had good intentions in the doomsday. It's just that some people may have chosen indifference because of betrayal, and seeing too much life and death. Even though she had only known Song Chung for less than a day, Lin Yi still chose to help with all her heart. At this moment, Chinyu suddenly thought of someone, Jin Linfu. I heard him say before that he was not good at treating wounds, but he didn't say anything else. After changing his shoes, Chinyu went to Zhang Yin's place. At present, he arranged the houses for the newcomers to live in. Chapter 687. After getting Jin Linfu's address, Chinyu went over and called him. At present, except for some people who have made contributions, most of them live in a house with several people. After all, even if there are many vacant houses, it is impossible to live in a single house as soon as you join. When he came to Song Cheng's place, Chinyu knocked on the door gently. Knock, knock. I'm coming. There was a response from inside the house, and soon a little girl ran over to open the door. Chinyu stood outside the door and recognized the child. After all, it was she who helped Su Shaoqin walk for a while yesterday. What's your name? Chinyu looked at her for a few seconds and asked softly. Hearing this, the little girl held the door with one hand and answered timidly, My name is Chung Lanlan. How old are you? 10 years old. What's wrong with your hair? Chinyu noticed that her hair was messy and became curious. Hearing this, Chung Lanlan opened the door and whispered, I've been outside for a long time, and my hair is easy to get messy. Sister Su advised me to cut it shorter. As soon as he finished speaking, Chinyu remembered that Goli seemed to have said that Chinger had worked in the hairdressing industry before, so he nodded and said, You can let others help you in the future. Since the door was open a bit, Chinyu also saw many beds on the floor in the living room, and frowned slightly and asked, Didn't you sleep on the bed last night? Chung Lanlan shook her head. I'm not used to sleeping on the bed, and I have insomnia at night. It's better to sleep on the floor. Just then, a door in the house opened, and Song Chung came out in shorts and naked upper body, wiping his hair with a towel as he walked. I'd be there right away. Song Chung knew very well that Chinyu must have something to do, so he quickly walked to the chair, picked up a dirty piece of clothing, and put it on, and then walked towards the door. It's really convenient here. I never thought that there would be so much water resources, so I got up this morning and boiled some water to take a shower. Haha, it's all about the generations who planted the trees and the generations who came after us enjoying the shade. Chun Yu didn't say much. He raised his right hand and waved it. When Jean Linfu came closer, he said, I called another doctor. Where is your wife? Why can't I see her? Hearing this, Song Chung suddenly blushed and whispered, She's taking a shower with me. Wait a minute. I thought you were calling me when I heard the voice. After saying that, Song Chung hurried back to the bathroom. After a few minutes, the two came out, but their faces were slightly red. Seeing this scene, Chin Yu still didn't quite understand. Su Xiaoqin looked very weak last night. Why didn't she pay attention to rest today? But he didn't think much about it. After all, Song Chung and her were husband and wife, and there was no need to be shy about being in the same room. Let him take a look at you again, maybe he can find out something. Chin Yu looked at Su Xiaoqin and gestured. Then Jean Linfu walked in, asked his wife to sit on the sofa, and began to ask her some questions. Chin Yu stood by the door and chatted with Song Chung. How much do you know about your wife's previous illness? Hearing this, Song Chung glanced at the living room and whispered, You were talking about this, my wife said it was not a big problem, and later the doctor said it was fine, so we gave birth to the baby, but later I didn't rest well, and have been sick all the time. After this, Chin Yu was very confused. He didn't quite understand why Su Xiaoqin didn't tell Song Chung, but instead indirectly reminded him to take care of him in the future. But since Su Xiaoqin didn't say anything, Chin Yu naturally didn't say much, so he just nodded and didn't continue. A few minutes later, the two people in the living room stood up and ended the conversation, and Jean Linfu turned and left. You finished so quickly? Song Chung was a little surprised. Hello, doctor, how is the examination? Jean Linfu's expression was a little solemn. He first closed the door, then took Chin Yu and Song Chung to the side of the road, and then whispered, I need to do a lot of examinations to confirm what disease she has, but now you know that these steps are difficult to achieve, so forgive me for being frank, I can't see anything at the moment, and it may be better if you take more supplements on weekdays. In this doomsday environment, as the second person to know about Su Xiaoqin's condition, Chin Yu could only keep it to himself. Because Su Xiaoqin had repeatedly told her last night not to let her husband know, and now that there was no hospital, she knew that she didn't have much time left. It would be great to be able to spend more time with her husband. Song Chung asked a few more questions, and then Chin Yu left with Jean Linfu. Then Chin Yu went to the armory to get some bullets, and then returned home, and met Lin Yi, who was silent. Chin Yu looked at her and shook his head gently, then walked over and put his arm around Lin Yi's shoulders. After thinking for a moment, he whispered, Yi, this may be the fate of some people. Yeah. Lin Yi looked at the two little rabbit pendants on the table, and after being silent for more than 10 seconds, she suddenly raised her head and said, Let's go out and practice shooting. Okay. Chin Yu nodded, started to take his own gun, and then took the one he had prepared for Lin Yi before. He specially went to the armory to pick this one up. It would be a little smaller, but this pistol was pretty good in all aspects. Then the two of them took some food and water, and Chin Yu took her out of the camp. Since Su Xiaoqin herself was fine, Chin Yu naturally wouldn't act too normal. After all, in the apocalypse, the most common thing was zombies and dead people. After walking about 3 kilometers, they came to an area with a relatively wide view. Lin Yi usually stayed in the camp most of the time, and rarely went out. Now that she finally came out, she was a little happy. Sure enough, even if you are in the apocalypse, you should stay in a place without a ceiling more often. She squatted in front of some wild flowers, quietly observing them. Chin Yu looked around and found it easy to observe the situation, then chuckled and said, The view here is good, and we can find zombies coming here at the first time, so let's go here. Yeah. Lin Yi stood up and walked over, took the gun from him, and then followed the previous steps to load the magazine with bullets. At this time, Chin Yu also began to talk. The sound of a pistol firing will be heard about 350 meters to 1 kilometer away, depending on how quiet the surroundings are. But for the safety of our camp, we walked a little further to prevent zombies from gathering. Lin Yi listened and nodded. What about rifles and other things? Hearing this, Chin Yu whispered, If you have reached the point of using that kind of firearm, then you don't need to worry about the sound of gunfire at all. Nowadays, mastering the pistol is enough. Chapter 688. After saying that, he looked at a zombie standing by a tree a few dozen meters away, and pointed his finger over. Try to hit it first. After saying that, Lin Yi held the pistol with both hands and raised it to the level of her shoulders, while breathing easily. A few months ago, when she was still in the community, Lin Yi had fired a gun before, and she had shot Ding Tao, who was trying to escape, so she was not so nervous at this moment. The zombie in the distance, although standing by the tree without moving, was still a little farther than last time. Lin Yi aimed for about 10 seconds before directly pressing the trigger. Bang! The gun went off, and the bullet flew out of the barrel at a very fast speed. With a hiss, the zombie's cheek was smashed in half, and blood and flesh flew, but he was not dead. Hey, why didn't you fall down? After all, zombies are considered corpses, so Lin Yi didn't say why he didn't die. Hearing this, Qin smiled slightly, stood beside her and whispered, "The power of pistols is basically not very great, except for some specific guns, such as the one I gave to Zhang Yin a long time ago. I don't know if you have any impression of it." After being hit, the zombie also walked towards the two of them, but there was still some distance. Hearing this, Lin Yi nodded and said, "I remember that I shook it twice at that time, and it really felt much heavier. So, whether you are fighting with humans or encountering zombies, you must aim at the vital points as much as possible, unless you don't want to kill the other party. The second thing to remember is that at any time, you must develop a good habit of finishing off the enemy. Whenever the enemy loses the ability to move or faints, you must first shoot them in the head before thinking about escaping." As Qin spoke, he tidied the leaves on Lin Yi's hair, his eyes full of tenderness. Got it. Although Lin Yi was a few years older than Qin, she always looked like a good kid in front of him. After the voice fell, Lin Yi continued to hold the gun and aimed at the approaching zombie. The second shot was fired, and the sound of a corpse falling to the ground was heard in the distance. The pistol only needs to pull the slide when you shoot for the first time after the magazine is loaded, and it is not necessary after that. Also, unless you are going to fight the enemy, it is best not to fill the magazine with bullets. Chen gave him a few more instructions. Some of these experiences were told to him by Xiao Jiao and Uncle Hua, and some by Lei and Zhang Yin. Another part was slowly figured out by him. No wonder, I used to see those people in the movies. They only started loading bullets when the enemy came to the door. Lin Yi was very excited at this time, holding the gun in his right hand, and wanted to continue practicing. After all, to be precise, if it weren't for the doomsday, many people would never touch a real gun in their entire lives. Go on, today I have about 50 bullets, enough for you to practice slowly. Chen smiled, and took out a package from his arms. Hearing this, Lin Yi blinked, hesitated and whispered, "Is it not good for me to waste bullets like this? I saw Brother Xiao often stayed in that warehouse for a whole day." Hearing this, Qin gently touched Lin Yi's ponytail hairstyle and said in a serious tone, "If you don't practice more now, you may lose your life in the future. And by then, more bullets will be wasted." "Okay, I understand." Lin Yi nodded seriously, looking at the zombies attracted by the gunshots, and continued to practice. About 3 minutes later, there were many more corpses on the ground, and Lin Yi had already emptied a magazine. Qin raised his wrist to look at his watch, picked up the backpack next to him, and said, "Let's go, we have been here for a while. The gunshots will attract zombies, and it will be dangerous if there are too many of them. Let's go to another place." After that, the two began to leave. Not long after they finished walking, a dozen zombies came from all directions in the forest. After estimating the distance, Qin stopped and whispered, "This is about half a kilometer away. Let's practice shooting at moving targets next." "Ah?" Lin Yi was stunned, turned around and pointed in the direction behind and said, "Weren't those zombies also moving just now? Why are we still practicing?" "That's different." Qin squatted down and took out 2 empty cans that had been hung with ropes in advance from his bag. He stood up and said seriously, "What we need to practice now is to enable you to have the ability to hit moving targets while moving. When I was training with Dazhuang and the others before, there was no such step, but now that so much time has passed, I think it can be added." "Is that so? Then you can do it. I listen to you." Lin Yi looked at the surrounding environment. It was not as open as before, and there were many trees. He said casually. Qin walked to the left front, threw the thin rope over the tree trunk above, and then pulled the can to a height of more than 1 meter, almost the same as a person, then tied the rope, pushed it with his right hand, and then stepped back a few meters. "Now you run forward 3 meters, then quickly draw your gun and shoot." Lin Yi was a little nervous at this time, because she was not sure if she could do it. According to the instructions, she ran a rough distance and stopped, and at the same time picked up the gun to shoot, but she hesitated when she saw the fast swinging can. Although it was only a few meters away, it was really hard to aim. Until the can stopped, Lin Yi couldn't fire that shot, and she was a little discouraged. Qin Yu walked over, gently pulled her hand up, and said seriously, "Don't be afraid. It doesn't matter even if the bullets are empty. After all, you often need to run and shoot at the same time." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu stood behind her, picked up a stone and threw it forward, hitting the can accurately, causing it to continue shaking. Then he took Lin Yi to the side a little, then held her hands with both hands, and continued to hold the gun. At this time, the two of them were close to each other in an extremely intimate posture. Lin Yi felt the breath of Qin Yu, and then began to get serious. "The target is moving, and we are also moving, so we need to aim by feeling. This is what I told you about muscle memory. When you raise your arm with a gun, a posture will instantly come to your mind, and then when it is about to be completed, your brain will tell you that you can shoot now. Also, I have observed before that you don't like to pre-aim when shooting moving zombies." Qin Yu stood behind her and said, while leading her hands to swing with the can. Then when the can swung to the left and was about to rebound, the muzzle of the gun slightly moved to the right, and then pulled the trigger. With a bang, the can was directly shot through by the bullet, and it hit the middle part. Seeing this, Lin Yi turned around and said excitedly, "I feel that you are making great progress." Chapter 689. As soon as she finished speaking, she realized that the two of them were standing very close to each other. Just as Qin Yu was about to step back, Lin Yi kissed him with her eyes closed. Then Qin Yu also threw away his gun, held the back of Lin Yi's head with his left hand, and began to respond enthusiastically. After about a few minutes, Lin Yi let him go with a red face and whispered, "Okay, I will continue to practice shooting. You keep an eye on the zombies." "Okay." Qin Yu looked at her with a smile and pursed his lips lightly. This scene made Lin Yi's face redder. Qin Yu is now more determined. Unless the medical level in the camp is restored to the level before the apocalypse, he will never touch Lin Yi. Time passed by, and every few minutes of Lin Yi practicing with the pistol, Qin Yu would take her to another place to avoid being surrounded by zombies. Almost 2 hours later, all the bullets were used up. Of course, there were still some in Qin Yu's gun, but they were for self-defense in the wild, and were not used. Then the two began to return, and no other survivors were found around. When they returned to the camp, it was almost noon. Although there were not many canned foods left, there were still some fruits left. After a simple meal, Lin Yi said that there was something else to do in the infirmary, so she had to go there for a while, so she left quickly. Qin Yu went to move a few sawed wood, chopped them into blocks with an axe, and then left the house. He called a few team leaders and said one thing: if you encounter a female wild boar in the future, try not to hurt it, and catch it alive if you can, and try to keep it in captivity. After all, we are already engaged in breeding, so it would be nice to raise more. After talking about these things, it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Yu had nothing to do, so he planned to go to the place where he used to get the cement back. Last time, he and Alei only got some back, and there was still a lot left in the abandoned truck. The van was still in the camp, and Wang Tianhai later checked it, and said that the condition of the car was fine, and it could be used for a long time. After thinking about it, Qin Yu did not call anyone and drove out alone. Recently, he seemed to often hear Alei taking Feng Yi out, probably to teach some self-defense methods, so Qin Yu did not bother him. As for other people, such as Zhang Yin and De Zhuang, now that they are leading a team, they should also practice tacit understanding with their teammates as much as possible, so that they can deal with various emergencies in the future. Whether in the former community or the current camp, Qin Yu has gone out many times, but it is still relatively rare for him to be alone like this. He drove the van, his left hand on the window, one hand on the steering wheel, and headed to the destination comfortably. Qin Yu glanced to the right, looked at the central control area, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. It would be nice to have a USB drive to play music now. He left a note for Lin Yi in the living room, so he set off without saying goodbye. And now that Lin Yi has seen Qin Yu's gun skills, his skills are very different from before, so although he is a little worried, he is much better than before. The location of cement storage is a little further from the community. Even if Qin Yu doesn't need a map, he still has to go there to find the way. After driving for almost an afternoon, Qin Yu only walked half the distance. The car was equipped with oil extraction tools, food and water, so Qin Yu planned to sleep in the car at night. It was not until night fell that he slowly drove the car into a yard on the side of the road. It was very shabby inside. Although there were no weeds, there were 3 zombies. As soon as Qin Yu parked the car, the zombies staggered towards him, making strange noises. Taking the axe on the passenger seat, Qin Yu opened the car door, walked over quickly, and killed the 3 zombies one by one, and then dragged the corpses outside the yard. Then he closed the big iron gate of the yard, propped it with a stick next to it, and then walked under the eaves, intending to go in and see if there were any supplies that could be used. At this time, Chinyu found a shovel pressed under the debris. Due to wind and rain, it was already covered with rust. Seeing this, Chinyu picked up a dirty plastic bottle on the ground, cut off the upper half with a dagger, and then squatted down and started scraping with a knife. He remembered very clearly that in the past, even if this thing came into contact with a wound, the mortality rate was not high if you went to the hospital for an injection in time. But the key problem is that now in the apocalypse, all hospitals have stopped working, and the lethality of rust is undoubtedly more terrifying than zombies. In other words, once this thing creates a narrow and deep wound, the mortality rate will be 100%. After collecting almost half of it, Chinyu was satisfied and put it in the car. This time, in addition to the food, he only brought a pistol and 2 explosives, a bow and 7 arrows, and a small flashlight. The other thing is him. Of course, lighters are always a must-have item, and you must bring them when you go out. Looking at the time, it is now past 6 in the evening. Chinyu looked around and found no zombies, then smashed a glass of the window with an axe. There was a shattering sound, and Chinyu stood quietly by the door, listening carefully to the movement inside. A few seconds later, there was a noise in the house. Accompanied by the sound of goods falling to the ground, a zombie walked out of the inner room. Chinyu had already opened the door and stood there, waiting for it to come over. Plop! The corpse fell to the ground. Chinyu squatted down and wiped the axe blade with the clothes on it, then walked in. Entering such a place, Chinyu would not relax his vigilance and chose to turn on the flashlight for lighting. He checked all the rooms and found nothing useful. He had a lot of kitchen knives, but he couldn't use them now. When the zombies first broke out, Chinyu didn't like to use zombies. He always felt that this thing was too useless to kill, and it was easy to get stuck in the skull. He used to like to use spears, but every time he made one, it would either break or be thrown away after a short time. Later, Chinyu used guns and daggers the most. Thinking of this, he looked at the broken pieces everywhere around him, and planned to make a better spear next time, so that it could be used for a few more years. Soon Chinyu went to the second floor and opened the bedroom door, but there was dust everywhere. He covered his nose and searched the closet. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly found a plastic bag in the drawer of the bedside table. Seeing this, Chinyu walked over, opened it, and was immediately surprised to find 2 bags of instant noodles inside. However, he checked the production date again, and found that it had expired for more than half a year. Chapter 690. But Chinyu did not throw it away, but left with the bag. There were many bowls in the kitchen, so Chinyu simply found a stainless steel one. Although there was dust, it would be fine as long as there was no zombie blood. He built a fire next to the van with wood, and built a stove with stones by the wall, and began to prepare for today's dinner. Anyway, there was a large bucket of water in the car, about 15 liters, enough for him to drink casually. After washing the bowl and putting it on the top, Chinyu poured some water and was about to sit down. After thinking about it, he went to the kitchen to find a lid and washed it to prevent dust from falling into the bowl. As he moved around, zombies outside soon approached and began to stand at the gate and beat. Seeing this, Chinyu threw some small wood into the fire, then picked up an axe and stood up, killing the zombies from the gap in the door, then opened the door and smashed the corpses with a shovel he had used before. Then he scooped up the rotten meat and scattered it everywhere outside. Although he was not afraid of zombies, if there were too many of them, it would cause him unnecessary trouble. Now Chinyu just wanted to take back the cement as soon as possible, and then take people to start working on those solar streetlights. The ones that are too big cannot be dismantled, so Chinyu's goal is to put them on the smaller ones, preferably the ones that are directly fixed on the cement pier with screws. If it is a street lamp embedded in the cement, there is no way to get it back. After finishing, the outside has become much dirtier. Chinyu returned to the yard and continued to close the door and block it with wood. The water also boiled, and Chinyu threw the bread in. As for the other seasoning packets, he tore them open and smelled them. He felt that the taste was a bit wrong, so he threw them into the fire and burned them. Fortunately, there was dried meat in the car, and it was clean smoked meat. It had been rubbed with salt before, so it was just right to cook it with the noodles. But the only pity was that there were no chopsticks. The abandoned house had been moldy for a long time, and it looked a bit bad. Thinking of this, Chinyu shifted his gaze to a tree in the yard, walked over, stood on tiptoe, grabbed a branch, and then chopped it off with an axe. Then he picked 2 straighter branches and cut them off with a clean dagger. This time, he planned to use bows and axes to deal with zombies. As for the dagger, it had been boiled in boiling water in the camp and kept for a long time, so it could be used for other purposes. Chinyu had taken the bowl off the stove and placed it on a wooden chair. He blew the hot air a little, and then tasted it. After the expiration date, the taste has changed. Because it tasted a bit strange, Chinyu didn't dare to take the risk and only picked out the dried meat and ate it, and didn't touch the noodles. After filling his stomach, Chinyu put out the fire. There was no need to warm himself by fire now. Leaving it there would only attract more zombies, or even people. The car window was slightly open, and Chinyu fell asleep in the car. Since he was out to pull things, the seats of the car had been removed, and he could sleep on a sheet on the ground. In the quiet night, there were occasional insect sounds around, but the most common sound was the sound of zombies. Nothing happened that night. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Chinyu quickly opened his eyes, then turned over and folded the sheet, then pushed open the car door, and rushed to the wall. Looking up, he saw an animal that looked like a goat running desperately in an area several dozen meters away. Wild goat. Chinyu had never seen one before, so he didn't recognize it at first, but soon he found that the animal had two small horns on its head. The fur was also dark gray, and it looked very similar to the real one. However, because it was surrounded by zombies, the wild goat seemed very panicked at the moment and began to run around. The reason why Chinyu noticed something was wrong just now was that he heard that there were fewer zombies at the door. Zombies won't leave for no reason. The fact that they can leave the gate area at least shows that they are disturbed by the outside world. Seeing the dozens of zombies approaching, Chinyu hesitated for a moment, rushed into the kitchen, put all the bowls in a backpack, and then ran out with them on his back. Just when he was about to open the door, Chinyu stopped. If the zombies approached the yard, he might not be able to get out at that time. Although it is not difficult to kill them, it will consume a lot of energy. When going out, maintaining physical strength is the first factor. Thinking of this, Chinyu continued to go back to the wall and lifted the basket of bowls with both hands. Fortunately, this was an ordinary family's yard, and there were no anti-theft glass fragments on the wall, otherwise it would be difficult for Chinyu to climb over. When he came outside, he just put the bowl on his back, and a few zombies came from a distance. Seeing this, Chinyu reached out and took out a porcelain bowl from behind, then smashed it hard on the stone, and then continued to approach the wild goat. At this moment, Chinyu would never let it be eaten by zombies. At this moment, he also had to snatch the food from the zombies. As Chinyu made his move, various sounds began to sound around him, and the zombies gradually approached Chinyu. Soon, a gap appeared in the zombie encirclement, and the panicked wild goat found an opportunity and rushed out immediately, disappearing in a few seconds. Seeing it disappear in the woods, Chinyu quickly took the backpack in his hand, then smashed the remaining bowls, and then rushed into the jungle. While running, he also chopped down the small trees with an axe, and then blocked them horizontally on the left. A few minutes later, the zombies were getting farther and farther away from the direction where the wild goat fled. Chinyu stopped and looked back with a serious expression. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, and then walked towards the zombie in front of him. He suddenly swung the axe down, and the zombie's limbs were cut off by him, and then thrown on the road behind. Then Chinyu cut open the belly of the corpse, stood up and cut off a branch, and then put it in with a lot of blood. A few seconds later, Chinyu took the extremely smelly leaves, put the axe on his waist, and started to run faster. It took Chinyu about half an hour to trap the zombies in the woods. It's not quite right to say that they were trapped. In fact, they just lost their target. Back to the yard, Chinyu was so tired that his breathing became a little rapid, but in order to catch the wild goat, he was willing to do it all. After climbing over the wall, Chinyu picked up a water cup to borrow some water, then took out a pistol from under the seat, checked the magazine, and then inserted it on the left waist, and then started to chase the goat. Half an hour later, if it was normal, the wild goat would definitely have gone away. But now it is the end of the world, there are zombies everywhere, and animals are also afraid of these things, so the range of activities is much smaller. Chapter 691. Chinyu followed the wild goat to the place where it disappeared just now, and stared at the broken grass on the ground carefully, not missing any clues. If it was the old him, it would be difficult to find these traces, but after following a layout many times, Chinyu began to track by elimination. First, there are places where there are obviously zombies, and secondly, pay attention to those areas with holes. At this moment, Chinyu was thinking, it would be nice if he had an obedient dog by his side. Although there are currently 3 dogs in the camp, the big black dog is super lazy. Chinyu regrets bringing it back. If it weren't for the fact that it's easy to find cat food and dog food outside, he really thinks it's a waste of energy. If dog food can't be found as the apocalypse progresses, then there's nothing we can do. As for the other two, they are a little too fierce. Xiaojio can't get them to follow his orders well. One of them even almost bit Xiaojio this morning. When Qinyu was about to go out yesterday, he happened to see a few big men chasing dogs. After all, in today's environment, if you are bitten by a dog, you can't find anywhere to get an injection, and you will definitely die. So even though Qinyu himself doesn't eat dog meat, he thinks that dogs that like to bite people can't be kept in a camp, which will increase hidden dangers in vain. If they can't guard the door, there is no point in keeping them. Old Man Ji also planned to starve the two dogs to death, so he was not surprised. About 5 minutes later, Qinyu stopped in front of a cave. There were a lot of weeds at the entrance of the cave, and there were many messy footprints on the ground. He squatted down and looked at it for a while, and roughly determined that this was the wild goat. Thanks to the zombies around to scare the goat, Qinyu was able to chase it well. Of course, he also chased it by looking at the grass. After all, the goat could run so far to eat grass, which must mean that there was nothing to eat nearby. Thinking of this, Qinyu did not go in and catch it directly. After all, the entrance of the cave was a bit small, and he didn't know how many there were in it. Although he had never come into contact with this thing before, he also knew one thing, that is, when animals are threatened in their territory, they are likely to burst out with strong aggression. If the boat capsizes in the ditch, it will be the end, so Qinyu plans to play it safe. He picked up a few pieces of wood from the side, and stuck them into the soil at the entrance of the cave. He began to chop the small trees with an axe, and then brought a bunch of branches to block the entrance of the cave. Then Qinyu checked around the nearby hillside and found another entrance, which was also much smaller. He put his ear close to it, and could hear the occasional noise coming from inside. Qinyu looked at his watch. It was still early, so he planned to catch the sheep first. Continue to block the cave entrance, then Qinyu started to get busy. After staying in the doomsday for so long, the skills he learned from Xiaojio and Alei can finally come in handy now. Although Qinyu was not very powerful before, he would not complain about the world, but learned various skills steadily. Making traps was also taught by Alei, even if he didn't teach much. Peeling off the bark, Qinyu collected several strips, and then returned to another cave entrance. Then he took out a lighter and continued to make a fire, preparing to use traps to catch wild goats. The only inconvenience when doing outdoor activities is that zombies will come over at any time. Qinyu was alone at this time, so he had to pay attention to his surroundings at all times. Once the zombies approached, he had to kill them first. With the fire, Qinyu took a wooden stick about the thickness of his little finger, put it on the fire and roasted it repeatedly, then bit it hard, and then inserted the two ends into the area where the cave came out. Continue to put out the fire, he didn't want to cause a fire. He had already twisted the bark into a thin rope to prevent it from being discovered by wild goats. Qinyu also smeared it with mud to make the color less obvious. Jumping up and grabbing the small tree next to him, Qinyu bent it, tied the bark on it, and then tied a small wooden stick about 2 meters away from the other end of the bark. Then he squatted down and stuck a stick in another place on the ground. He remembered that Alei had said that wood chips would not work and would not be easy to trigger. Then he pulled the rope down and tightened it. Qinyu stuck the wooden stick in the middle of the trap that looked like an arch bridge, and then used the last thin stick to clamp the wooden stick, and the other end was stuck in the right area. In this way, the trap is ready. Next, you just need to make a loop on the top of the bark and carefully place it on the long wooden stick in the middle. After Qinyu finished, he took the axe and pressed it gently. With a hiss, the mechanism was triggered, and the tree next to it suddenly bounced up quickly. The bark was almost straightened instantly, and the axe was also tightly trapped. Seeing this, Qinyu was very satisfied, and then continued to restore the trap, and then returned to another cave entrance. He held the branches away, and continued to build a fire, but began to use the branches to quickly fan the smoke. Soon the smoke began to drift in, and Qinyu coughed while listening to the movement beside him. About a minute later, the sound of a small tree bouncing came from the left. Hearing this, Qinyu smiled, quickly stomped out the fire, and then took out his bow and ran over. As soon as he approached, Qinyu heard the sound of the wild goat trying to escape. However, because its front legs were tied, it could only struggle in a small range. Seeing this, Qinyu took out the arrow from his back with a smile, took a closer look, and after confirming that it was clean, he drew his bow and walked over. Just when he wanted to shoot the wild goat directly, Qinyu suddenly froze and frowned slightly, because he found that the wild goat had a big belly. Pregnant wild goat? The next second, Yu let go of the bow and hesitated in the distance. It's not that he didn't think about catching this thing and raising it, but he was alone and didn't have a cage, so it was just a daydream. But at this time, Yu, after discovering that it was a female goat, could not kill it directly. I won't kill you. How about you follow me? Yu threw the bow aside and walked forward carefully. But the wild goat didn't understand what he said at all, and just struggled. Yu had no choice now. After all, this thing couldn't be knocked out. At this moment, Yu suddenly thought of something. He first killed several zombies around, then dragged the corpse around and put it away, and then quickly returned to the parking place. There was a rope on the car, and it was not far away. If he could use the rope to tie the wild goat's head, it would not be impossible to take it back. 10 minutes later, Yu returned to the trap with the rope and happened to see two zombies approaching. Chapter 692. Yu walked behind the two zombies, whistled, and then swung his axe. Just as he was about to chop the second one, his hand froze, and he took 2 steps back. The zombie in front of him was an old acquaintance. The zombie was getting closer and closer, and Yu looked at the necklace on its neck with mixed feelings. If he was not mistaken, this should be the pair of sisters who had escaped with Yu Dajiang before. Through the necklace and the jade on her wrist, Yu recognized that this was Yu Xiaomei. He originally thought that he would never meet these 3 people again, but he didn't expect that he would meet them again now, but she was dead. Yu Xiaomei is still wearing the same clothes she wore a few months ago, but her left hand is broken, leaving only a wrist. Seeing it getting closer and closer, Yu sighed, threw away the axe, and took out the dagger from the left. When it got closer, Yu grabbed its head with his left hand, then held the knife in his right hand, and stabbed it into the temple with a heavy face. He couldn't use an axe to smash the head of this person, who had lived with him in the community, even if she had become a zombie. Putting the body on the ground, Yu stood in front of her and then squatted down. As expected, the fatal injury should be the wrist. Such a large wound, how to stop bleeding is a problem, not to mention how to prevent subsequent infection. What he was more puzzled about was why Yu Xiaomei turned into a zombie, and what about the other 2 people? And this place is close to the villa area, and it is also far from the community. Logically, they should have run to the left after escaping. There were too many questions, and Yu couldn't figure it out. The goat was still waiting for him to deal with. Thinking of this, Yu reached out and took off the jade bracelet on the corpse and the necklace on the neck, intending to give them to Yu Dajiang or Yu Xiaoli when he had a chance in the future. Returning to the trap, the wild goat had already fallen down. Yu had just pulled some grass, and now he threw it over, and the goat started eating it directly. Seeing this, Yu made a loop with the rope, and then carefully used a stick to pick it up and approach. Seeing the right opportunity, he directly swept towards the head of the wild goat, but unfortunately, due to the horns, it was stuck at this time. The next second, Yu ran over quickly, forced the rope through, stuck it around the wild goat's neck, and then passed the rope through the buckle to prevent it from struggling to get closer. After all this, Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He slapped the goat and said speechlessly, "Follow me. Isn't it good to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks?" However, the wild goat was really hungry, and it continued to eat grass in front of Yu without struggling, as if it sensed that this human would not harm it. Seeing this, Yu squatted down and took off the bark from the trap on its leg, and then prepared to leave. Just as he took a few steps with the sheep, another zombie walked out of the bushes in front of him. This time, Yu was also stunned. At this time, it was Yu Xiaoli who had turned into a zombie. At this moment, Yu began to notice something was wrong, because he found that Yu Xiaoli's left hand was also cut off. If one person was injured so badly by accident, what about the 2 people? And Yu suddenly realized that he seemed to have overlooked a problem, that is, his current location was separated from the main road. At that time, he was looking for a place to spend the night, so he drove into a fork in the road and drove a distance. In today's doomsday environment, it is very likely that there will be a group of survivors hiding in the area every few dozen kilometers away, not to mention that Yu drove so far. Just as he was in a daze, the familiar zombie was getting closer and closer. The direction from which Yu Xiaoli came happened to be an area deeper into the woods, and Yu was very sure that he had never been there before. He stepped on the rope of the sheep with his foot, and when it came closer, Yu continued to kill it according to the same steps, then dragged the corpse by one foot, held the rope with the other hand, and then placed the corpse next to Yu Xiaomei. Looking at the 2 people at this moment, Yu could hardly imagine what they had experienced when they were alive, so that they both lost one hand. If he guessed correctly, there might be a group of people hiding in this area. Yu Dajiang and the other 2 might have been killed. But Yu had something else to do at this moment, and it was too late for him to go back and call for help. After thinking for a while, Chinyu squatted down and continued to take off the necklace on Yuxiali's neck, and then led the goat back to the yard. He tied the wild goat under the tree and said in a deep voice, "Be honest, don't make noises, or I kill you for a whole goat feast." After saying that, he got up and went to the field outside to pull a few bundles of grass, and then threw them in front of the sheep. Then he continued to lock the door. Chinyu even went to the house to find some clothes to cut off, and then locked the door tightly. Then he took his weapon, climbed over the wall, and walked straight in the direction where Yuxiali came before. In terms of emotion and reason, Chinyu couldn't watch the remaining Yu Dajiang wait to die, although he didn't know his whereabouts. If he didn't know the news, it would be better. Chinyu couldn't find the three of them accurately. But now that he saw the bodies of Yu Xiaomei and Yuxiali in person, he couldn't stay out of it. After all, Chinyu learned so many skills just to protect the people around him. Now that his former teammates were persecuted, he had to seek justice. In this way, Chinyu stepped into the dangerous forest alone, somewhere on the river bank. In a survival area built with wood, some men were struggling to lift tree trunks, and there were people holding whips next to them, hitting those who were lazy from time to time. The sun was hanging overhead, and everyone's back was red from the sun, and some even had heat stroke. The temperature was not very high, but these people had not eaten much, and had been doing physical work, and without water, they were all a little exhausted at the moment. Among the 7 or 8 men, only one was an exception. He carried the tree trunk as thick as his thigh alone, working with a determined look in his eyes. "Brother Dajiang, don't work so hard, they won't let us stay." Suddenly, a thin man walked over and leaned next to him and whispered. Just as Yu Dajiang wiped the sweat off his head, and was about to reply, he heard shouting from afar. "Who told you to stop? Hurry up and carry it for me." As soon as he finished speaking, a whip came directly at him. Yu Dajiang's arm was hit, he groaned, clenched his teeth tightly, and then continued to move forward with the wood. It was almost dark when these people got a rest. Everyone lined up, and took the food that was even worse than pig food. It was all porridge made from moldy rice, and it was so thin that it could even be described as water. Chapter 693. At first, Yu Dajiang ate and vomited and ate, but over time he got used to this kind of food. He took a small half bowl and finished it in one gulp, then looked at a small leader in the distance. After hesitating for a moment, Yu Dajiang still walked over, but was stopped before he got close. "Get away, this is not your place." At this moment, the leader turned around, and Yu Dajiang looked at the woman with some resentment in his eyes, but he suppressed it and lowered his head and asked, "Sister Ming, can't you really tell me?" "Tell you what?" The woman named Sister Ming waved her hand, signaling her subordinates to let him come over. Yu Dajiang walked a little closer and whispered, "My 2 sisters are still missing. They came here with me, but I haven't seen them for a month." Hearing this, Shen Ming frowned and said with some displeasure, "Didn't I tell you that they were taken away by Sister Yao's people? You know, we are already defeated. To put it bluntly, whether they live or die depends on their mood." But Yu Dajiang wanted to say something else, but was interrupted. "There's nothing to talk about. If it weren't for your strength, I wouldn't bother to talk to you." After saying that, Shen Ming turned and left. She still had to supervise these people to build the house as soon as possible. After all, the previous battle caused most of the houses to be damaged. The other party came fiercely and attacked very cruelly. In a moment, her people were defeated. But they didn't take anyone's life, they just took away some young people. Chinyu walked alone in the woods for a long time, and only found signs of human activity in the afternoon. This was because there were occasional zombies to show the way. At this moment, Chinyu suddenly heard voices coming from the front, and then he quickly hid in the bushes beside him. "If we keep looking like this, how long will it take us to find it?" A man walking behind said with a little pain. "You still have the nerve to say that? Who told you to be tempted by beauty and have to pass on false orders? Now, if Sister Yao fails to deliver, we can dig a hole nearby and lie in it." Hearing his words, the man in front of him suddenly became furious, turned around and shouted at the back. "I just wanted to scare them, but I never thought that person would dare to slap me." Just then, a figure suddenly rushed out from behind the bushes. The 2 were startled and subconsciously raised their hands to stop him, but almost in an instant, they were knocked to the ground by Chinyu. "Are the people you are talking about 2 girls?" Chinyu did not beat around the bush, but asked directly. "None of your business." One man covered his calf and shouted with resentment. The next second, Chinyu suddenly kicked him in the face, stepped on his left hand with his right foot, and then picked up a stone on the ground and smashed it hard. "Ouch!" The man's eyes widened, and he began to howl in pain. Shut up. Chin-Yu frowned slightly, and glanced at him sideways. Seeing this, the man covered his left hand, his expression was squeezed, but he didn't dare to speak. Brother, why did you attack us for no reason? My name is Xiang Chung. Is there any misunderstanding? After seeing the young man in front of him attack, Xiang Chung began to think about retreating. Hearing this, Chin-Yu turned around and looked at him, reaching out to take out the 2 necklaces from his pocket. The moment he saw this, Xiang Chung looked at his teammates, his face full of an expression of disappointment. Chin-Yu put the necklace in his pocket and said lightly, I want to know 2 questions, you need to tell me everything. After the words fell, Xiang Chung hesitated for a moment and whispered, If I tell you, can you let us live? In the current situation, you are not qualified to bargain with me. Chin-Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Hearing this, Xiang Chung simply shut his mouth. Chin-Yu thought for a while, nodded slightly and said, Okay, if the answer satisfies me, then I can spare your life. Having said this, Xiang Chung also tactfully began to speak, Just ask. Is there a campsite nearby? Yes. Xiang Chung pointed in a certain direction and said truthfully, There is indeed one about 30 kilometers away, but... Chin-Yu looked at the dagger in his hand with a relaxed look and asked, But what? Seeing this, Xiang Chung gritted his teeth and simply said it all at once. A few minutes later, when Chin-Yu heard that the 2 had locked the Yu sisters near a truck because they would rather die than obey, he was extremely angry. Although he was very angry, Chin-Yu's expression remained calm. He said coldly, So, you wanted to give them a warning and then use zombies to scare them, right? Not entirely. Xiang Chung shook his head quickly. There are few zombies nearby. We plan to send the other men back to the base camp first, and then come back to release them, so that they can be used by us in the future. After hearing this, Chin-Yu had roughly understood it. He nodded slightly and said, Okay, you go. After the words fell, Xiang Chung was still a little hesitant. It was not until Chin-Yu urged him again that he supported his teammate, and the 2 turned around and left. Looking at the zombies in the distance, Chin-Yu took out his bow and arrow with an indifferent expression and fired without any hesitation. In an instant, the arrow flew at lightning speed and shot through Xiang Cheng's calf. You lied to us? Xiang Chung felt the severe pain in his leg and fell to the ground in pain. The next second, Chin-Yu knocked down another person with an arrow and said in a deep voice, I really won't kill you, I just want to see how determined you are to live. After saying that, he quickly stepped forward and kicked the 2 of them one by one. Then, while the other party was in a trance, Chin-Yu took out the bark he had taken from his pocket and tied it to the tail of the arrow, and then took away the knives of the 2 of them. After doing all this, Chin-Yu retreated more than 10 meters and stood in the distance to watch quietly. After seeing the man walk away, Xiang Chung shook his head and began to think of a way to take the arrow from his leg. But because the arrow shot through his calf, he would feel severe pain every time he moved the arrow. At the same time, Chin-Yu also tied a dead knot, which could not be untied at all. At this time, there was movement around, and 5 or 6 zombies began to walk towards the 2 people sitting on the ground. Xiang Chung made up his mind, pulled the arrow feathers, and began to twitch slowly. Chin-Yu did not shoot through the bones of the 2 people, but the pain was still unbearable. Chapter 694. Since the arrow had barbs, Xiang Chung tried several times but failed to remove it, and he was sweating profusely from the pain. At this moment, a scream came from the side. He turned his head and saw his teammate forcibly pulling out the arrow, and even pulled out a piece of flesh from his calf. The next second, the man glanced at Xiang Chung, who was still sitting on the ground, then stood up and limped away. However, due to the serious injury on his leg, the more he walked, the more blood he shed. The zombies smelled the blood and then chased him desperately. In just a dozen seconds, the man was bitten to death by the zombies. Then Xiang Chung hardened his heart, bit his sleeve with his teeth, and then pulled out the arrow with force. A line of blood sprayed out, and Xiang Chung almost fainted in pain. Just as he stood up tremblingly, a rotten hand suddenly appeared on his shoulder. Xiang Cheng's face was pale, and before he could say anything more, he was pulled to the ground by the zombies behind him. Listening to the screams coming from the front, Chin-Yu's expression was very calm. He originally thought that some force had persecuted the 2 sisters of the Yu family, but now he found out that this was probably a decision made by these 2 lackeys privately. Especially when Chin-Yu heard the so-called sister Yao from these 2 people, he began to become a little serious. If he killed them, there would inevitably be some problems with Hui Yao. But Chin-Yu couldn't watch his friends die in vain, so after thinking it over, he didn't care so much and took action to avenge the Yu sisters. After hiding in the bushes for half an hour, the zombies in the distance gradually dispersed. Then Xinyu walked over and frowned slightly at the two corpses that had been gnawed to the point of looking like humans. The zombies were very good at eating, and it was impossible for these two to even mutate into zombies, because their necks were almost gnawed. Just as Xinyu was about to leave, one of the corpses actually crawled up. Seeing this, he took out his axe and killed it cleanly. After thinking about it, Xinyu walked back and smashed the faces of the two corpses with the back of the axe, then cut off their clothes and pants, and burned them with a lighter. It's not that he didn't think about burning the body directly, but that would produce a lot of smoke, which would be easy to expose. Relatively speaking, the smoke from burning clothes is much smaller. Xinyu stayed in front of the fire, and left only after the clothes were burned. This was also what he always paid attention to in the wild, that is, he must not cause a fire. When it was almost dark, Xinyu finally arrived at the camp that Xiang Cheng mentioned. He did not rush in, but first looked at how many people the other side had. A few minutes later, Xinyu squatted behind a big rock and began to think about the next plan. There were about 27 men in total, 3 of whom looked very old, and they were guarding a group of people. However, due to the poor light, Xinyu could not see the faces of those people clearly. But he had a hunch that Yu Dajiang might be inside. After a rough observation, Xinyu concluded that the guards would gather together to chat every 3 minutes, which also gave him the opportunity to sneak in. After successfully sneaking in, Xinyu did not go directly to the place where those people were imprisoned, but walked towards a house in the camp first. Standing under the window, Xinyu listened to the sound of water inside, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. He carefully climbed in through the window, and sure enough, he saw a woman sitting in a large wooden barrel taking a bath. Xinyu slowly approached, holding a dagger in his hand and hiding behind the wall. When the other party put on her clothes and walked out, he suddenly rushed out, quickly grabbed the woman's left hand, and twisted it back. Then, Xinyu put the knife in his hand on the woman's neck. My knife has killed zombies before. If you don't want to die, just be quiet. A deep voice sounded, and Shen Meng was startled. She endured the pain in her arm and frowned and asked, "How did you sneak in?" Hearing this, Xinyu snorted coldly, "It's easy for me to kill you, just because you are standing guard." Hearing this, Shen Meng knew that she had suffered a disaster today. She looked at the blade that was only a few centimeters away from her neck, and said with cold sweat, "Can you move the knife a little further away?" After the words fell, Xinyu pondered for a while, then took back the knife, but did not let her go. Shen Meng breathed a sigh of relief. Although the knife on her neck was gone, she did not dare to shout, because Shen Meng knew very well that even if she called someone, she would definitely be the first to die. Secondly, Shen Meng did not seem to feel any murderous intent from the man. Just as she was stunned, the man behind her spoke again. "Do you have a man named Yu Dajiang here?" As soon as this was said, Shen Meng understood instantly, nodded and said, "He came here 2 months ago. Because he killed 2 of my chickens, I kept him to work to make amends." "Just him?" Xinyu asked again. Hearing this, Shen Meng was shocked. It seemed that this man would not give up today. After hesitating for a moment, she took a deep breath and said again, "There are also his 2 sisters, but because of something before, they were taken away." Hearing this, Xinyu continued to say lightly in order not to let her doubt, "Do you know where they are?" Shen Meng shook her head. "I really don't know." The next second, Xinyu let go of her and whispered, "Let someone call Yu Dajiang over, be honest, otherwise I will start with you." After being threatened, Shen Meng was not unhappy. She walked to the door and reached out to pull the bell on the wall. 10 seconds later, a man came over. "What's wrong, Sister Meng? Go and call Yu Dajiang." After saying that, she turned back to the house without saying a word. Xinyu walked out from behind the wall. Under the reflection of the candle, he couldn't understand this woman. "You don't have to look at me like that." Shen Meng walked to the chair and sat down. She was wearing a bathrobe, and her big white legs were exposed when she sat down. Seeing this, Xinyu looked away and whispered, "What do you want to do?" This time, it was his turn to ask back. Hearing this, Shen Meng lit a cigarette and took a puff, then said solemnly, "You are quite capable. Follow me, and I promise to let you eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks in the future." As a person who can stand firm in the end times, and a woman, Shen Meng is not a simple woman. Even though she was threatened by Xinyu with a knife, she did not get angry, but wanted to take him under her command. Xinyu was very smart. He quickly figured out the whole story, and then smiled slightly. "You want me to help you deal with that, Sister Yao?" Chapter 695. This statement aroused a trace of vigilance on Shen Meng's part. She looked at Xinyu and frowned. "Where did you hear this name?" She did have this idea before, but now she suddenly hesitated. If this person was sent by that group of people to set a trap, then Shen Ming would have to think carefully. But when Qin Yu heard this, he did not show any ripples, and still said calmly, "When I came in, several of your men were discussing this matter." This is not something Qin Yu made up. He had heard it before. Combined with the confessions of the two people, he concluded that Hui Yao must have led people to attack here. At this moment, Qin Yu was more certain that Hui Yao had completely changed. But at least for now, the two are still friends. Hearing this, Shen Ming thought for a moment, then nodded. Not entirely, that Sister Yao, although she ordered her men to fight when they disagreed, she would provide material compensation later. She even left some of my people behind for exchange. I want to do something else. Just then, the door was knocked, and Qin Yu hit again. A few seconds later, Yu Dajiang walked in very tiredly. "What are you going to do?" It's strange to say that since Yu Dajiang took Yu Xiaomei and Yu Xieli out of the community, his brain seems to be much better than before. At least he is no longer the kind of silly smile. As soon as he finished speaking, another voice came from the house. "Long time no see." The next second, Yu Dajiang looked at the familiar figure and widened his eyes. Then he ran over excitedly and hugged Chen Yu into his arms. "You, are you okay?" After staying in the apocalypse for a long time, Yu Dajiang's vigilance has also increased a lot. At least at this moment, he did not call out Qin Yu's name in front of Shen Ming. Hearing this, Qin Yu gently patted Yu Dajiang on the back, then took 2 steps back, looked at him a few times, and then whispered, "You have lost a lot of weight and are a little haggard. How have you been recently?" To Qin Yu's surprise, Yu Dajiang just shook his head and whispered, "I'm fine, but Xiaomei and Xieli are missing and I can't find them." After the words fell, Qin Yu felt a little sad. He didn't know if Yu Dajiang would be able to accept it if he told him directly. After all, many people's collapse may happen in an instant. After thinking for a while, Qin Yu took 2 steps forward. He stood in front of Shen Ming and said, "Yu Dajiang, I want to take you away. Just tell me what you need. I will try my best to satisfy you within my ability." After hearing this, Shen Ming became interested. She raised her head and smiled. "Anything is fine? Only if I can do it." Chen Yu replied calmly. He would not kill people for the other party, even if it was the end of the world where human lives were worthless. At first, Qin Yu planned to directly hold the leader of this group of camp hostage and use him to exchange for Yu Dajiang. So he observed which room in the camp had candle lighting, and then touched it. Afterwards, because the woman was very cooperative and did not shout or make a fuss, Qin Yu withdrew some of his thoughts of taking action. Later, when he saw Yu Dajiang appear intact, he decided not to tear his face off. After all, more friends are better than more enemies. Moreover, the cause of death of the Yu sisters has been investigated. At least the two did not mention that the camp had persecuted them. Because of this, Qin Yu's attitude became much better. At this time, Shen Ming suddenly stood up. Although she was over 40 years old, she still had charm, and her long legs were not inferior to those of young girls. She took a few steps forward and gently pressed her fingers on Qin Yu's chest. "Pa!" Qin Yu slapped her and stepped back a little, saying unhappily, "If you have something to say, just say it, don't touch me." Shen Ming was in so much pain that tears were about to flow out. She looked at her red hands and said with a somewhat complaining tone, "Even if you say it, you won't suffer any loss, right? I don't mind. Why are you reacting so strongly?" Hearing this, Qin Yu was too lazy to pay attention to her anymore. He turned his head and winked at Yu Dajiang, then walked away. "I'm going to take people away now. If you want to stop me, just try." Hearing this, Shen Ming ran to the window to stop the two of them, waved her hand and said, "Okay, stop joking, little brother. I also see that you are a pretty good person, so I plan to make friends with you. You can take the person away, and I don't need you to give me anything. After all, in the end, whoever has the ability will get the materials in the future. What I want is..." Speaking of this, she tiptoed and whispered a few words. After hearing this, Qin Yu's heart was instantly rippled, but his face remained calm, and he nodded slightly. "I know." After saying this, he led Yu Dajiang out of the window, and returned along the same route. Although those imprisoned people were also very pitiful, Qin Yu knew that he could only save them temporarily, but not forever, so he could only pretend not to see them. After climbing over the fence again, Qin Yu stopped and whispered after walking a few steps, "Do you want to take your things?" "No, I don't have anything." Yu Dajiang shook his head. "Yeah." Qin Yu nodded and continued to lead the way back. As he walked, he also checked the marks carved on the tree. This was specially left by Qin Yu to prevent them from getting lost. Not long after they left, Yu Dajiang suddenly whispered, "Xiaomei and Xieli, Are they in trouble? Hearing this, Chinyu stopped a few meters in front of him, turned around and looked at him without saying anything. Then Yu Dajiang lowered his head and spoke to himself. I have been very nervous recently and had nightmares at night. I feel that they are in danger. I remember the eyes of those two people at that time very clearly. They were very unfriendly. Xiaomei was also very scared, but there was nothing I could do. I don't know how to fight. I have been farming for a lifetime, but in the end I couldn't protect them. Chinyu walked towards him, put his hand on Yu Dajiang's shoulder, and said in a low voice, Sorry, it was too late when I met them. But don't worry, I have dealt with those too. Hearing this, Yu Dajiang's legs softened and he sat on the ground. The next second, this man who looked extremely resolute burst into tears. Chinyu did not try to persuade him, because he thought it was better to cry at this time. Occasionally zombies came over, but he easily killed them. It was not until a few minutes later that Yu Dajiang got up from the ground. Chapter 696. For some reason, even though such a short time had passed, Chinyu felt that Yu Dajiang seemed to be heartbroken and even more haggard. Are their bodies still there? Yes. I want to see them again. Can you please take me there? Yu Dajiang bowed to Chinyu and said in a trembling voice. Seeing this, Chinyu sighed imperceptibly, then helped him up and nodded. That's no problem, but it's dark now. It's dangerous to travel at night, and the distance is a bit far, almost dozens of kilometers. If you just walk on your legs, you may be too tired to bear it. After listening to this, Yu Dajiang also felt that Chinyu was right. He then turned his head and looked behind him, and whispered, Then let's go there tomorrow morning. After he finished speaking, Chinyu took him to find a place to spend the night. Since they were in the wild, Chinyu searched for a long time, but didn't find a suitable area. It was not until around 9 o'clock in the evening that the two of them came to a bridge hole. It was very clean inside, and there was no silt or anything like that. Yu Dajiang turned on the flashlight, and Chinyu cut some branches and spread them on the ground, and then used wood to block the hole. In this way, zombies basically have no way to enter. Sitting on the bed made of leaves, Chinyu wrapped his hands with his sleeves, took some lean meat, and handed it to Yu Dajiang. Eat some. Hearing this, Yu Dajiang took 2 pieces and started to chew them. A few minutes later, Chinyu turned off the flashlight. Now there was no way to charge it outside, so he had to use it sparingly. Soon, the two of them lay down to rest. Chinyu put his hands behind his head and quietly recalled what the woman had said before. The words the other party said at that time did give Chinyu a little shock, because he heard the 3 words Salvation Sect. Xiao Jiao had mentioned this organization before, but it was Qin Shi and Jiang Yuchen who mentioned it, and those two knew more about it. Chinyu also asked about it in general, and when he heard that those people would not use force to attack other camps, he didn't take it seriously. In other words, the people of the Salvation Sect like to give a date first, and then wait until those survivors have enjoyed superior living conditions before bringing them back to reality. By then, most people will not be able to continue to suffer, and will become their puppets. But Chinyu couldn't figure out one thing. Since the Savior Sect didn't kill for money or rob other survivors of their supplies, what did they need so many people for? Qin Shi and Jiang Yuchen both said they didn't understand this, and they rarely heard about it. The woman just told him to be careful of the Savior Sect, which made Chinyu even more confused. In the Doomsday, there is such an organization. It's bad, but it never actively attacks the survivors. But it's not good to say that they are good, because they kill people without blinking an eye. And after listening to Xiao Jiao's story about the tragic deaths of those pregnant women, Chinyu seemed to have noticed something wrong. That is, they may rarely put their knives to living people, but they are good at forcing them to commit suicide. Thinking of this, Chinyu couldn't help but have a headache. He couldn't see Wei Yao's future at present. If Wei Yao becomes the leader of a certain area and does things in a measured way, it would certainly be a good thing. However, Chinyu was still worried about one thing, that is, if Wei Yao became addicted to the pleasure of killing and became a demon who could take human lives at will, it would be difficult to deal with. The villa area is still developing now, and we should try our best to avoid conflicts with various camps. Moreover, when the team goes out to search for supplies on weekdays, they will also note down the areas where survivors are staying, and then slowly contact them in the future. After all, Chinyu believes that if everyone can unite, they can achieve the goal of common and stable survival. After thinking for about half an hour, Chinyu barely sorted out his thoughts, and then closed his eyes, and went to sleep. After a day of running around outside, he was a little exhausted. Early the next morning, Chinyu took Yu Dajiang to continue his journey. It was not until noon that they returned to the previous forest area, which was where Chinyu caught the wild goat. As soon as he saw the 2 corpses on the ground, Yu Dajiang's eyes turned red, and he walked over tremblingly, then sat on the ground without saying a word. Qin Yu couldn't bear to watch this scene, and whispered, "You stay here with them for a while. I go get a shovel and bury them properly." At this time, Qin Yu had a lot on his mind, and he was in the wild, so he didn't notice anything wrong with Yu Dajiang's expression. He just wanted to leave here quickly. Hearing the footsteps going away, Yu Dajiang turned his head to look at Qin Yu's back, then looked at the two bodies on the ground, and then reached into his pocket. About 10 minutes later, Qin Yu returned to the woods with a shovel. Because he checked the wild goat to make sure there was no danger, he was delayed for a while. Just as Qin Yu was walking past a big tree, a scene happened in front of him, causing his raised right foot to suddenly stop in midair, and the shovel fell directly to the ground. There were originally two bodies on the ground, and now there was another one. Seeing this, Qin Yu punched the tree next to him fiercely, and he didn't care even if it broke the skin. "Why are you doing this?" At this moment, the ground was full of blood, and Yu Dajiang lay between the two bodies with his eyes closed, holding their hands at the same time. With so much bleeding, Qin Yu quickly recognized that Yu Dajiang must have cut his carotid artery to commit suicide. In the apocalypse, no one can save such a serious injury. This is also what Lin Yi repeatedly reminded everyone before: if you really can't avoid getting hurt, try not to hurt the artery. Qin Yu walked over slowly. He stood in front of the three corpses, and felt sad again in his heart. Perhaps people like Yu Dajiang, without support in the apocalypse, have no hope of survival. Qin Yu didn't know much about this honest man. He only knew that he had a head injury when he was a child. Later, after the outbreak of the apocalypse, he met Yu Xiaomei and Yu Xiaoli, and the three of them depended on each other for survival. At this moment, Yu Dajiang suddenly struggled and began to get up from the ground. Seeing this, Qin Yu pulled out a dagger, stepped forward and grabbed the corpse's hair, took a last look, and then stabbed the knife into the head. Going back and picking up the shovel, Qin Yu started digging a pit next to it. Even if there was a big thing in front of him, he had to bury his three former teammates first. They had suffered too much while alive, and at least they should be buried in peace after death. Half an hour later, Qin Yu dug the pit, and began to drag the bodies in one by one. After doing all this, he consumed a lot of physical strength, but he did not complain. Chapter 697. He looked at the grave in front of him, squatted down, and touched the soil with his hands, and whispered, "I should be able to rest well in the future." After burying the three people together, Qin Yu took a few last glances, then turned around and left with a shovel. The journey was long, and he had no way to transport the bodies back, not to mention that two of them had turned into zombies. Back to the abandoned yard, Qin Yu climbed over the wall and began to pack up and prepare to set off. At about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he had packed all the luggage, and even the wild goat was stuffed into the van. I originally thought that this sheep would be very disobedient, but strangely, since Qin Yu fed it grass, it has become much more docile. This scene also made Qin Yu a little confused, but thinking about the current environment, various animals may also understand that survival is not easy, so the most fearful things may only be zombies and those who hunt them. After moving the corpses at the gate, Qin Yu was about to leave in the van, but suddenly thought of something, then stopped the car, and went back to open the door. In this way, the zombies will enter later, and the traces of his life will be destroyed. In this way, he can avoid being discovered by others. Driving back to the main road, Qin Yu felt much heavier than before, and there was no smile on his face. He just wanted to get to the destination as soon as possible, and solve those things one by one. Even though he knew that death was normal, it was still a bit difficult to let go. The two men did not dare to kill, but they underestimated the threat of zombies, and also underestimated the efforts people would make at the critical moment of life and death. Zombies occasionally appear on the road. Qin Yu stares at the one in front of him walking crookedly, his eyes fixed, then he rolls up the window and crashes into it. The zombie in front hears the noise behind him, turns around and roars, and then is smashed to pieces. Bang! Limbs and blood splatter everywhere. Qin Yu wipes them with his windshield wiper expressionlessly, and steps on the accelerator with his right foot. At this time, the van is at the highest speed, driving on this road full of death. At night, Qin Yu spent another night in the van. Fortunately, there was water and food in the van, so he didn't need to bother preparing. But to prevent the wild goats from destroying it, he moved the food to the co-pilot seat. It was not until around 9 o'clock the next morning that Qin Yu returned to the ruins of the community. So much time has passed, and the once happy community has now become a gathering place for zombies. Qin Yu just took a few glances, and stopped thinking about going in to search. I had planned to come here to pick up bargains when I had time, but now I found that the zombies had already destroyed the place to a more serious extent. So he drove away, and went straight to the place where he had found cement before. At about 11:30 in the afternoon, Chin-Yu returned to the place in his memory. It was almost the same as before, dirty and messy everywhere, and it was still next to the road. However, when he returned to this place, Chin-Yu's mentality was also very different from before. He parked the car on the side of the road, then opened the door and got out. Then his stomach started to growl. In order to hurry on his way, Chin-Yu didn't have breakfast in the morning, but eating dried meat all the time was not enough. Chin-Yu drank some water and looked at the wild goat lying in the car. He thought for a moment, then picked up a plastic bag from the corner and laid it out, and poured some water for the goat. The wild goat stood up quickly and drank the water. Then Chin-Yu went to the side of the road to pull some clean grass and threw it into the car, but it just sniffed a few times and continued to lie down. Eat it or not. Seeing this, Chin-Yu was too lazy to care about it. He muttered and closed the trunk, but left a gap in the window. Then he stood beside the car and looked around. Although it was noon, it was still a little eerie on the mountain road, but Chin-Yu didn't care at all. At this moment, it was safest to be alone. After confirming that the car was locked, Chin-Yu took the rope and went to the previous place, which was still the place where the truck overturned. It's been a few months since I came here, and there are a few more zombies down there, but fortunately, there are only about 20 of them. When Chin-Yu and Ale came here before, they set fire to the curtains down there, so the zombies at that time were basically burned to charcoal. But now the more difficult thing is that there are no zombies on the road outside. Not even a shadow can be seen. Although there are some down there, Chin-Yu needs to move the cement up there, and if he runs back and forth like this alone, he will definitely be exhausted. At this moment, Chin-Yu suddenly saw that there seemed to be a road on the left side of the slope. Then he climbed down from the broken fence and ran over to check. So there is a road here? He moved the withered branches away, and a dirt road appeared in front of him. Now Chin-Yu finally understood. Last time he saw an abandoned car repair shop below, he felt strange at the time. Why was it built in such a place? After all, the car couldn't get in. But it was snowing heavily at that time, and there was snow everywhere. If Chin-Yu and Ale looked at it for too long in the wild, their eyesight would be affected, so they didn't look at it carefully at that time. Now that the temperature has risen, the snow has disappeared, and the original road has reappeared. Since the zombies are still some distance away, as long as Chin-Yu does not make any noise for the time being, they will not notice. Thinking of this, Chin-Yu plans to deal with the zombies first, and then drive the car down. But before he starts, he plans to check whether the cement is still there. If someone else visits, then it will be a waste of time. Although Chin-Yu blocked the cement inside and outside with something when he was about to leave last time, it may not be useful. After all, anyone with a little bit of brain standing by the road would notice that the cement had poured a large slope under the cliff. Carefully walking to the truck, Chin-Yu first glanced at the zombies more than 10 meters away, and found that most of them had their backs to him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But soon he realized something was wrong. How could the zombies just happen to have their backs to the fallen truck? However, Chin-Yu did not see any footprints around, and the zombies themselves liked to walk back and forth in place or stand still when they did not find a target, so he did not think too much. Anyway, the pistol was on his body, so Chin-Yu was not afraid that the zombies would suddenly rush over. Chapter 698. Climbing up the overturned carriage. After being exposed to the wind and sun for so long, the iron sheet of the car body has more rust. But Chin-Yu did not collect them again. Anyway, there was still a small bottle in the van. After lifting the rags and confirming that the cement was still there and had not hardened, Chin-Yu was relieved to deal with the zombies. After thinking for a while, Chin-Yu decided to lead them away. Although more than 20 zombies were not a problem for him now, it depended on the specific situation. If they all rushed up at the same time, it would be difficult for Chin-Yu to kill them all quickly, and he could only cut and retreat. Moreover, if he was in a small area, he could only run first. After more than 10 minutes, Chin-Yu relied on himself as a living person to gradually lead the zombies away. Then, after they were a little further away, he ran around in a big circle again and returned to the road. At this time, Chin-Yu noticed that the van was tilted a little, and then he walked over to take a look and found that the rear wheel was actually flat. There was a gap in the tire, which was obviously punctured by a sharp weapon. The next second, he stood up and saw the person hiding on the slope behind him through the reflection on the car window, with a bow in his hand. Seeing this, Chin-Yu lowered his head and snorted coldly, looking for death. Then Chin-Yu twisted his body to the side and avoided the arrow aimed directly at his heart. Bang! The car window was shot directly through. Looking at the debris on the ground, Chin-Yu kicked the tire back with his left foot and then the whole person rushed over like a cheetah. Then he took out the pistol that he had loaded in advance, and without a second's hesitation, he was ready to kill the sneak attacker. But at the critical moment, another arrow flew from the right. After so many battles, Chin Yu now completely relied on his body's instinct to react. He didn't see the person on the right at all, but his brain felt numb for a moment, his footsteps stopped abruptly, and his upper body fell backwards. The opponent's archery was very accurate, and it flew past Chin Yu's chin by a few centimeters. Chin Yu didn't dare to be careless. He just saw the zombie blood on the broken glass on the ground, so he didn't dare to use his injury to exchange for the opportunity to shoot. In the situation of high attack and low attack, Chin Yu was shot by the arrows of the two people and ran around. In the face of death, he even burst out with a speed far beyond that of ordinary people. This scene scared the two people on the hillside so much that they couldn't hold the arrows steadily. The man on the left made a gesture, and then he quickly put the bow and arrow on his back, and then slid down from the tree. Then he picked up the axe placed beside the tree, and suddenly cut the rope with a knife. When Chin Yu was desperately hiding behind the car, he suddenly heard a movement and stopped. Then, dense footsteps were heard. Turning his head, he saw dozens of zombies suddenly appearing at the bend ahead. Needless to say, the target must be his position. Chin Yu raised his head and looked at the two people on the hillside evacuating from their backs. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, "Do you know to run now?" Fortunately, the wild goat had been lying inside, so it was not discovered when the tire was punctured before, so Chin Yu was relieved. However, the car window was broken at this time, and it would be very dangerous if the zombies approached. Seeing this, Chin Yu ran towards them directly, and then led the zombies to change direction. Then Chin Yu climbed up the hillside, chasing the two sneak attackers while leading the zombies behind him. Having his tires destroyed and being attacked secretly, Chin Yu was completely excited this time, and his speed was pulled to the extreme. In the jungle, the three figures looked very unique, and of course, there was a large group of zombies following them at the back. After chasing for almost 7 minutes, Chin Yu finally found the right time and quickly pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet flew out instantly, and hit the arm of the man more than 30 meters away on the spot, but the other party's running posture was only affected for about a second, and then he continued to run as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Chin Yu also began to show a solemn expression. It seems that the opponent is not an ordinary person. Very good, I can finally fight with a powerful person again. At this time, Chin Yu, who was running fast, was not discouraged at all, and there was only fire in his eyes. Half a minute later, Chin Yu was getting closer and closer, and the man who was shot in the hand was about to be caught up. At this time, a scene that made Chin Yu a little confused appeared in front of him. The man stopped, reached out, and took out the axe at his waist, and stopped running. The archer running in front just looked back at his teammates, without any intention of stopping. Chin Yu quickly stopped and shot, also only hitting the opponent's shoulder, and then the man jumped off the cliff. This is also a disadvantage of the pistol. If the distance is a little far, and the enemy is moving, the hit rate will be greatly reduced. Now that Chin Yu has used firearms more, he understands that in actual combat, there are not so many opportunities to hit. The reason why Chin Yu can hurt two people with 2 shots is because he forcibly shortens the distance and has a strong ability to find opportunities. Seeing one person escape, another person rushed towards him. When the other person rushed within 10 meters, Chin Yu shot him without thinking. Is there something wrong with your brain? I have a gun, but I don't use it. Am I going to fight you? After kicking the man's body on the ground, Chin Yu squatted down and looked at the bullet hole on his forehead, sneering. Putting the gun in his pocket, Chin Yu checked the face of the corpse and found that it was covered with a lot of mud, and it was not easy to clean it. It looked like a real person, but they underestimated Chin Yu's skills now. Why don't they rob supplies, but only kill people? Chin Yu thought seriously. He was sure that he didn't have any hidden enemies at the moment, and those that did were basically wiped out. What puzzled him the most was that he was obviously out to find cement temporarily, and there were only a few people who knew that Chin Yu was out, and they were all people he trusted very much. At this moment, these 2 people were obviously guarding here, and they were very sure that he would appear. This time, Chin Yu felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Someone has been watching him in secret. You know, now is not the end of the world, there is no electricity, and no communication, and Chin Yu's alertness is no joke, but he didn't notice it at all. Being able to predict his movement trajectory in advance, it at least means that the other party has a lot of information. At this moment, Chin Yu suddenly thought of someone, and his face gradually became serious. Before, Chin Yu saw her saying that he didn't have much time left, so he said the idea of installing street lights in the camp in the future. Chapter 699. But he soon shook his head again. Su Xuqing's serious illness didn't look like she could pretend. And Chen Yu believed in his intuition. The only problem with Song Cheng's group should be the 3 who died in the town. In this way, he basically couldn't think of who was plotting against him. The 2 people in this fight had completely different styles of behavior from the previous ones. In the past, when he encountered enemies several times, none of them had smeared zombie blood on their weapons at the beginning. But the 2 arrows just now were obviously aimed at the vital points, and the arrows were not clean either. Chen Yu checked the body, and only saw a tattoo-like pattern at the base of the tiger's mouth, which looked like the sun, but the color was much lighter. At this time, the group of corpses behind had also chased after him. Seeing this, Chen Yu quickly left the place to avoid being surrounded by the gunshots. Back to the road, Chen Yu threw his thin coat into the car. When he was chasing people before, there were too many barbs, and his clothes had been scraped into a mess. Standing next to the rearview mirror, Chen Yu used the mirror to look at himself and confirmed that there were no wounds, so he felt relieved. There was a little skin on the back of his hand, and he also wrapped it with a clean cloth. This thing is basically a must-have every time he goes out. Looking at the damaged tire in front of him, Chen Yu thought about the next method. Without tools, it is impossible to repair the tire in the wild. First of all, he may not even be able to separate the wheel hub. And there is no spare tire in the car, and Chen Yu has never thought of installing it on the van. But soon, he remembered that there was an abandoned village a few kilometers away. At that time, there was an old man living there, but unfortunately, he was brutally killed by the greedy Ma Zhuang. It was precisely because of what Ma Zhuang and Ding Tao had done that Chen Yu was determined that the team must not accept people with bad hearts. Just as Chen Yu sat in the driver's seat and worried, he suddenly looked at the card slot next to the co-pilot, and then reached out to open it. Then, a special wrench for removing tires appeared in front of him. Chen Yu quickly picked it up with surprise, and then got out of the car to compare it. After confirming that the tire could be removed, he patted the van happily. Which little cutie accidentally took this back? This deserves credit. Now with a socket wrench, although there is no jack, Chen Yu is still confident that he can fix the car. There are also several cars parked near the abandoned village that have been in an accident and cannot be driven away. If he remembers correctly, when he entered the village from the entrance, there was also a van parked on the road inside, and it seemed to be the same model. However, the road out of the car was blocked by the fallen wall, so it couldn't drive out. He cut some branches from the side, and used them to cover the van. Then he took out the bow and put it on his back, and took the socket wrench, and then started to rush towards the village. A distance of several kilometers is still a bit far. At present, his physical strength is not much, so Chen Yu also brought a bottle of water and dried meat, eating while walking. Chewing the meat, Chen Yu also felt a little relieved. But after eating it for a long time, it is really hard to swallow. Fortunately, April is coming soon, and we should be able to start planting rice by then. Due to the sudden power outage at the beginning, most people have no idea of time, and Chen Yu is no exception. Later, thanks to meeting Feng Yi, I knew when the spring festival was. But after using up last year's calendar, there was no way to do it in the new year. But Feng Yi also thought of another way, which was to write down every day first. After all, there's a calendar in the mobile phone. As long as the camp's solar power generation is on track, charge it and turn it on, and then add the days she wrote down based on last year's spring festival, she can get the current date. It was only a few days ago that Chen Yu realized that it had not been more than a year. Not only him, but most people thought it had been a long time. After an accurate calculation, it was still more than 2 months from the appearance of the zombies to the present. But Chen Yu felt that it was almost 2 years. Walking on the road, Chen Yu felt the desolate atmosphere around him, and he was just rushing on the road alone. From time to time, various bird calls could be heard from the side, but they were quite rare. Compared with the pre-apocalyptic period, there are fewer and fewer of them. Strangely enough, Chen Yu encountered fewer and fewer corpse worms and various zombie animals. After walking for about 10 minutes, Chen Yu felt like slapping himself in the face next to an abandoned car on the side of the road. What a bad mouth. Under the chassis of the abandoned car in front of him, there was an animal lying on the ground with its body shaking. Based on the blood on its legs, Chen Yu roughly determined that it was a corpse dog, and its size was much larger than before. At this moment, the animal also crawled out from under the chassis of the car, looking at the road with a vigilant face. Chen Yu also became serious instantly, and his right hand was directly placed on the pistol at his waist. If it was a corpse dog, he was not so afraid now, and it was not impossible to kill it with caution. But the problem was that the one in front was not infected, but was covered in blood. Then, 5 wild dogs appeared again at the bend in front, one of which was holding half a human hand in its mouth. The next second, Xinyu saw the bloodstains behind the car and a male corpse lying there. It seemed that this was probably a survivor who was traveling alone, but he encountered this group of wild dogs and was torn alive like this. Just as Xinyu was about to quietly take out his pistol, the dogs were clearly very alert and started barking wildly. The barking attracted 3 more big dogs. When Xinyu looked over, his eyelids began to twitch wildly. Are you kidding? There are 2 adult pit bulls? For a moment, Xinyu's legs trembled. You know, you can't get a rabies vaccine in today's environment. In the apocalypse, the lethality of wild dogs is equal to that of tetanus. If Xinyu is scratched or even bitten by them, he can only wait for his body to stink. In order to obtain diesel, Xinyu had entered a pit of tens of thousands of zombies before, but now he was scared. And these wild dogs could survive for so long in the apocalypse, there was not so much garbage for them to eat outside. Thinking of this, Xinyu instantly understood that these dogs might have started to attack living people, or even eat people. Coincidentally, the dog that had held his arm before began to bite off a piece of his finger in front of him, and then chewed it. Then the wild dogs on the opposite side finished barking, and all rushed towards Xinyu, with their teeth exposed. Chapter 700. Fortunately, Xinyu reacted very quickly, and climbed over the fence, and began to run desperately down the mountain. He even wished he could grow another leg. The dogs behind him chased him relentlessly, barking as they ran. It was also thanks to the forest that the terrain was not good, so the wild dogs behind him didn't catch up so quickly. If it was a plane, he would be caught up in less than a minute. Xinyu held an axe in his hand and cut off some small branches while running, trying to use it to block the pace of the beasts behind him. But it was completely useless. The wild dogs were very agile, and soon they were getting closer and closer. He shuttled through the dense woods, not only to prevent himself from falling, but also to beware of the zombies, and to find a way to deal with the dogs behind him. Encountering so many wild dogs alone in the apocalypse, even if he had a pistol, it would be useless unless he could shoot 9 dogs in 2 seconds and hit their heads. At this moment, Xinyu decided that even if he went out for a walk in the future, he would bring a teammate with him. About 10 minutes later, on a small path in the mountains, there were only a few scattered zombies, and a very old grave made of stone. A dozen seconds later, 9 aggressive wild dogs appeared, instantly attracting the attention of the zombies. The wild dogs circled around, and even the 2 pit bulls barked at the approaching zombies a few times, and then turned around and left with their companions. At this time, Xinyu was sweating all over and hiding in the grave made of stones, next to a skeleton. He ran at high speed in the jungle for 10 minutes, and was already exhausted. After running out of the mountain just now, Xinyu moved the tombstone that was about to fall without thinking, and then hid inside. Because he moved too fast, the zombies in the distance didn't even notice it. When he heard the dogs gradually leave, and the zombies were led away, Xinyu could finally breathe deeply. However, because the smell in the grave was very bad, Xinyu hurriedly crawled out. He patted the dirt on his body, then knelt in front of the grave and cowed out a few times. Today, I have to borrow the land to survive. Well, when I have the chance in the future, I will definitely come back to burn more paper to apologize. After saying that, Xinyu rearranged the tombstone, used his sleeves to sweep the dirt outside, and then continued to enter the jungle. If there was no tomb here, Xinyu would have hidden in it again, otherwise he would have been unable to escape. But after getting a chance to breathe, he did not think about running first, but went back to take revenge. You like to chase and bite living people. If I don't skin you beasts today, I will learn this skill in vain. At this time, Xinyu began to look for poisonous animals or plants in the jungle. He had always remembered what are taught him. Dogs have a sense of smell and hearing far superior to humans, so he could only think of ways to set traps and lure the dogs over. If he used bows and arrows and pistols, Xinyu could only kill 3 of them instantly at most. The remaining 6 wild dogs could still catch up with him. Xinyu was hungry and tired at the moment. He had been running to chase the 2 men some time ago, and he was also running for his life later. He was almost unable to hold on. Although he was exhausted, Xinyu would not let these wild dogs continue to eat people. After all, he had to carry cement later. If he was trapped by then, the outcome would still be the same. So taking advantage of this moment, Xinyu planned to catch all these wild dogs in one fell swoop. After searching in the jungle for a long time, he didn't even see a poisonous snake. Of course, even if he encountered one, Xinyu might take a detour. He had no experience in catching snakes with his bare hands, and didn't dare to try it at all. It was almost back to the previous position. There was no way. Yu still focused on the zombies. Looking at the surrounding terrain, he began to determine the next plan. At about 2:30 in the afternoon, Yu, who had been busy for more than 10 minutes, clapped his hands, looked at the dozen spears stuck with tree bark, and picked up the zombie thigh on the ground with satisfaction. Then he used an axe to chop them up and let the blood drip on them. Then he took off his bow and put it aside, did a few jumping jacks, took a few deep breaths, and continued to climb up to the place where the wild dogs were before. After a fight, Yu, with a smarter mind than the wild dogs, successfully used the mechanism to scratch them. Then, while the dogs were damaged, Yu took the stone hammer tied to the bundle with stones, and walked over viciously. Bang! I told you to chase me. And you like to bark? It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but I take revenge now. As he swung the stone hammer and smashed it, Yu crippled all these man-eating wild dogs. Then he threw the hammer away, panting, and looked at the mess on the ground. Although he didn't eat dog meat, he really wanted to roast these guys, but because they had eaten human flesh, Yu still felt a little disgusted. He didn't even think of taking these dogs back for others to eat. After all, after eating other survivors, no one would be willing to taste these dogs. Holding his bow, the wild dogs were not completely dead yet, and they still started barking wildly, looking as if they were not afraid at all. This was also intentional by Yu. Leaving these dogs barking would attract zombies, and the wild would be safer in the future. Sure enough, when he saw the zombies appear, Yu left with satisfaction. Although he was exhausted after all the trouble, Yu was able to survive in front of a group of man-eating wild dogs in the doomsday without being injured, and even got revenge, which he felt was not bad. After crawling back to the road and picking up the socket wrench that he had thrown by the fence, Yu continued to walk towards the abandoned village. The gun was still on him, but now Yu felt that it was more useful to use it against living people. Just as he passed the abandoned car, Yu took a look at the corpse that had begun to grow maggots, shook his head and left. 10 minutes later, the familiar village entrance appeared again in his sight. There were more grass, but he didn't see many zombies. But this is also normal. After all, zombies will not only attack humans, but sometimes they will also be attracted by other animals. As usual, Yu first checked around the village and confirmed that there were no threats hiding in the dark, and then began to dismantle the rear wheel of the van. However, for convenience, he first used bricks to pad the position where the jack was originally placed, then punctured the tires on the other two sides, and then put some bricks on the door handle to make the other side slightly off the ground. Although it is not as useful as a jack, it is also possible. At least Yu successfully removed the tire. Chapter 701. Putting the tire on the roof, Yu looked to the right, and then went to the abandoned house. The gate was already rotten, and a lot of wood chips fell off with a slight push, and even a lot of wall paint fell off. It seems that as long as no one lives in the house, it will gradually collapse. Blocking his nose with his arm, Yu cut the clothesline in the yard with a knife, and then went back to the van outside. Passing through the middle of the wheel hub, Yu then hung the rope diagonally on his shoulder, and began to retreat with the tire on his back. After walking for a while, his stomach started to growl. It was true that he hadn't eaten much today. Thinking of this, Yu began to look around to see if he could find any food or something. There was a smell of corruption everywhere. Except for the tattered clothes hanging under the eaves, most places were still empty. But Yu could understand it. After all, there were people living here before, and it would be abnormal if there was food. After walking around the village for a while, Yu came under a tree. He looked up at the bird's nest above, thinking. Just then, there was a movement from the other side of the tree, that is, to Yu's left. Turning his head, he saw a zombie with a twisted body. Then Yu took the things down and was about to take out the axe to kill it, but suddenly he felt very tired, so he simply continued to insert the axe. Then he took a few steps forward and hung the wires on the wooden stakes. Let's save some energy to climb the tree. He was so hungry that he couldn't eat any more. Although he still had 2 pieces of dried meat on him, Yu really couldn't eat any more. In the past, I could collect a lot of biscuits, canned food, etc. As long as I mixed them together, there was no big problem. But as time went on in the apocalypse, Yu realized that the food in each city could not be eaten up at all. After all, when there were more zombies, it meant that there would be fewer living people. Most of them were affected by the environment, leading to accelerated pollution. Especially in places where zombies gathered, even some rotten meat would affect a lot of food. When the air was full of the stench of decay, their shelf life would be greatly shortened. The remaining ones that were hard to preserve would gradually expire. So now, there is basically no food that can be found in the wild except canned food. The bird's nest on the tree is very tempting to Yu. Holding the tree trunk with both hands, Chinyu continued to look up and then climbed up quickly. Fortunately, this tree as thick as a thigh is not difficult to climb, and he finally got closer and closer to the bird's nest. At this moment, a big bird suddenly flew in from a distance and tried to attack Chinyu. It is obvious that this bird must be the owner of the nest on the top of the head. Seeing that the bird was constantly disturbing Chinyu, and even started to peck at him, Chinyu held the tree tightly with his left hand, stood on the branch, and pretended to continue climbing up with his right hand, intending to trick the bird to come forward. Sure enough, when the bird saw that Chinyu was still climbing up, it attacked again without thinking, but this time it fell into the trap. Chinyu quickly grabbed the bird's neck with his right hand, and then smashed it against the tree trunk, and then twisted it hard, and the bird's neck was directly broken by him. At this moment, Chinyu also felt a little guilty, but there was no way. In the doomsday, if he wanted to survive now, he had to get food. The zombie on the left was lying on the wire, still struggling, trying to break through the obstruction. Chinyu stood on the tree, he looked at the bird's nest close to his head, then handed the bird in his right hand to his left hand, and then continued to climb up a little. In a dilapidated abandoned yard. The bonfire had been lit, and there were many feathers on the ground. Chinyu sat by the fire, with a bloody kitchen knife at his feet, which he had washed with water and disinfected. After plucking the feathers, Chinyu broke off a branch from the side, picked them clean with the kitchen knife, and then pierced the palm-sized bird, and then put it on the fire to roast. At the same time, there was a small bowl on the stone in front of him, and there were 3 bird eggs in it. As time passed, Chinyu gradually became busy. Although it was in this abandoned village, many of the seasonings could no longer be used, and most of them became damp and moldy. Fortunately, Chinyu found a bag of unopened salt, so it has not been damaged so far. Thanks to this thing, the roasted bird meat tasted much better, otherwise it would be difficult to swallow if it was roasted like this. Chinyu made egg soup out of the bird eggs, sprinkled some salt on it, and boiled it on the fire. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Chinyu, who had eaten and drunk enough, wiped his mouth with his collar, stood up and scooped some dirty water from the jar under the eaves with a bowl to put out the fire. Then he picked up the tire, and put it on his back, and continued on his way. Half an hour later, Chinyu walked around a bend, and saw the van parked on the side of the road, with leaves still on it. Rubbing his hands, he moved the leaves away, looked around to make sure there were no zombies, and squatted down to get busy. Just as he finished all this and stood up to put away the tools, a white puppy suddenly appeared in front of the tire, lying there and looking at him motionlessly. Left by those wild dogs? Chinyu looked at its trembling appearance, then picked up the axe and prepared to smash it to death, but hesitated in midair. What if it has never eaten human flesh? Then I'm going too far. Because those dogs had eaten people in front of Chinyu before, he had no mercy at all, and just wanted to smash it to death. But now that I think about it, the puppy seems to be too small, and should still be in the suckling stage. The puppy is very afraid of Chinyu. It is only slightly bigger than the bird before, but only the size of 2 adult palms. Looking at the white-haired puppy, Chinyu still put down the axe. Then he squatted on the ground and sucked. The next second, the puppy walked towards him, but the steps were not very steady. Holding the puppy in his arms, Chinyu had a trace of sadness between his eyebrows and whispered, "You are lucky, but I killed all those big dogs again. You are unlucky. You are so young, but you can survive an entire afternoon without being bitten to death by zombies. It's really ironic. The dog is very well behaved. It seems to be very scared. It curls up in Chinyu's arms and keeps shaking. Perhaps it doesn't care who is in front of it." After hesitating for a few minutes, Chinyu got up and put the dog in the driver's seat. "Forget it. I hope that after I raise you, you can be a better guard for the house." There is actually another reason why Chinyu took it in. When the group of wild dogs chased him before, one of the big white dogs ran the fastest. Chapter 702. The speed of the 2 adult pit bulls was obviously inferior. Chinyu also looked back while running, and then he remembered the white dog. Now seeing the color of the puppy's hair, he wondered if it was the offspring of that dog. If so, it is not impossible to keep it. After all, facing zombies in the doomsday, what you need is to run fast. Just as Chinyu sat in the driver's seat and prepared to drive down to move cement, he continued to reach out and touch the sleeping white dog, and whispered, "You can live alone in the wild for half an afternoon at such a young age, so I will call you Wankai from now on." Wankai. The little white dog didn't react at all after the 2 words came out. Seeing this, Chinyu called it twice again, but it still ignored him. Thinking of this, Chinyu thought for a moment, and whispered in the car, "You don't like this name?" Then he thought about it, and then whispered, It seems that you are really lucky. How about calling you this? Lucky. After the voice fell, the little white dog raised its head and looked at Chinyu. Haha, okay, then you can call it this. After that, Chinyu smiled and started the car, and began to drive down the slope from the front. He already knew where the path was. Hearing this, Mingda didn't react and continued to sleep on the car. It was about dark when Chinyu was about to finish moving the cement, and his body was covered with dust again. The wild goat and Mingda stood under the tree, watching him move quietly. Chinyu wiped the sweat from his head, took a look at the two things, and said weakly, "You two should watch carefully. If there are zombies coming later, remember to remind me." When the 10th bag was put into the van, almost 1,000 pounds of cement was put on it. Chinyu was really afraid that the car could not bear it directly. But fortunately, the quality of this van is much better than he thought, and it looks like nothing happened. These are the total number of items that were cleared out. Chinyu did not touch the remaining items in the car. Some of them were damaged and difficult to move. The second thing is to install solar street lights in the camp. They do not need to be very dense. He plans to install them in places with dim light first. Of course, it is still early now. It will take a lot of effort to dismantle the solar streetlights. But they are also rare in the Doomsday. They can have their own power generation system, and they don't need to find a power source and battery, and they don't even need to connect wires. Since the trunk is almost full, it's hard to put the goat, so Chinyu stuffed it into the passenger seat. No matter how Chinyu pushed it, the wild goat didn't resist at all. It was completely docile, which saved a lot of time. As the sky gradually darkened, Chinyu started to drive back. Although it was a bit hard to climb the slope, at least he didn't slip. After staying in the wild for another day and 2 nights, when the fuel gauge reached the bottom, Chinyu finally returned to the vicinity of the villa area. But when there were still more than 10 kilometers left from home, there was no gas. Seeing this, Chinyu touched the life next to him, then picked up the oil extraction tool and plastic bottle and got out of the car. Don't shout, be careful not to attract zombies. After giving some instructions, Chinyu covered the van with leaves and walked towards the abandoned car on the side of the road. Before, everyone in the camp was informed that the abandoned cars near the home could not be used to extract gasoline, but their fuel tanks could be used to store it for future emergency use. I didn't expect that Chinyu would be able to use it so soon. Opening the fuel tank cap, Chinyu put the hose in and started to get busy. He was relieved to see the yellow liquid flowing into the bottle. A few minutes later, Chinyu poured the oil into the car and then continued to go home. It was used in a short period of time, so he used a plastic bottle to collect it. After just a while, Chinyu felt that the bottle seemed to be leaking gasoline. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, Chinyu returned to his familiar home. He hadn't seen it for a few days. Although his mood was different every time he came back, he was happy and calm. Driving into the bridge of the camp, the guard greeted him and then went down to open the door. There seemed to be no one in the villa area now, and it seemed a bit deserted. Seeing this, Chinyu lowered the car window and asked casually, "Jiang Yuchen, where are the others?" Hearing this, Jiang Yuchen closed the door, turned around and said with a gun in his arms, "Everyone went out for training, and Dr. Xiaolin is also in the team." "Oh!" Chinyu nodded and drove the car slowly in. At this moment, a little girl suddenly appeared next to him, covering her pocket, and ran to the front of the car. Fortunately, Chinyu was not driving fast, so he braked, but the co-pilot was in trouble and fell directly under the seat. Chinyu reached out to pick it up, turned his head and greeted, "Jiang Lingling?" Even though he almost got into a car accident, he did not have any emotional fluctuations, let alone blame the other party. Chinyu remembered this child very clearly. He also spoke not very fluently, so he never spoke on weekdays. Jiang Lingling's face was red, and she was panting. Then she took something out of her pocket. Looking at the rubber ring and a Y-shaped wooden stick in front of him, he understood instantly. "You want me to help you make a slingshot?" Jiang Lingling nodded, and then she looked at Chinyu expectantly. Seeing this, Chinyu reached out to take it and smiled. "I'm a little busy now. Can you come and get it tomorrow?" She gestured and ran to the door. Chinyu put the rubber ring away and drove to the warehouse, intending to unload the cement first. Although these materials can also be exchanged for material coins, Chinyu did not do so. In his opinion, building his own home is a matter of course. The car had just stopped, and Old Man G was also taking a walk, and he was called over immediately. "Old Man G, please take this wild goat to the cowshed, don't lock it together, and build another one for the goat tomorrow." Hearing this, Old Man G walked over and held a rope, and asked in surprise, "How come you can bring this back?" Hearing this, Chinyu pointed at the co-pilot and laughed. Introduce them. These two will be new members of the team in the future, and they must not be slaughtered. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Man Ji suddenly stepped forward and whispered, Xiao Chun, can I ask you a favor? What is it? Tell me. Chinyu said indifferently while moving cement. You see, everyone seems to be very busy every day. Even I see doctors are running to exercise. I am too old to run. How about you arrange for me to watch the gate? Fearing that Chinyu would not believe him, Old Man Ji hurriedly said, Don't worry, although I am over 70 years old, I have watched the gate of the community for more than 10 years. I am very experienced. He spoke hurriedly and started coughing again. Chinyu patted the dust on his hands, looked at him seriously, frowned slightly and said, Can you raise chickens, cattle and sheep? Chapter 703. Of course. Old Man Ji reached out and touched the sheep's head and said seriously, I used to stay in the countryside for many years, and then I followed my children to the city. Okay, you will take care of the animals in the camp from now on. There will be a meeting in a few days, and someone will be responsible for cutting grass every week. Old Man Ji was very happy after hearing this. Okay, then I go first. After he left, Chunyu continued to unload cement. Although it is easy for these older survivors in the doomsday to meet someone who can farm, it is not absolute. After all, being old does not mean that one has lived in the countryside before. Just as Chinyu finished his work and took a basin of water to take a shower, the others gradually came back. Lin Yi was holding a towel in his hand, wiping his sweat as he walked. When he heard a sound in the backyard, he walked over. Seeing Chinyu rubbing his back in big shorts, Lin Yi smiled and put down the towel in his hand. I help you. Hearing the voice, Chinyu wiped the shampoo foam around his eyes with the back of his hand and nodded. When did you come back? Holding a towel to help him rub his back, Lin Yi looked at the scar on Chinyu's shoulder and whispered, I just arrived too. I went to train with them in the morning. Now there is a lot of food, and everyone is working out quickly. In this way, Chinyu quietly listened to Lin Yi's account of what happened in the past few days. When he turned around, Lin Yi looked at his very obvious 8-pack abs and said in surprise, I didn't expect that your figure is much better than before. After saying that, Lin Yi stretched out her little hand and scratched it twice, then covered her mouth and laughed. Okay, put it on, I'm going to change clothes last time. After the voice fell, Lin Yi turned and went upstairs. Hee. Chinyu smiled slightly, threw the dirty clothes into the bucket, and there was still some water left, so he simply started to wash clothes. Now he also feels that life is getting better and better, at least washing powder and soap are everywhere in the camp. After washing and hanging clothes, Chinyu suddenly saw smoke coming from a distance, and then he became a little confused, and then he looked up and shouted, who is burning a fire in the east? Ah? Lin Yi looked down from the second-floor window and was stunned. What are you talking about? Then, following the direction of Chinyu's finger, Lin Yi glanced at the distance, shrugged and said, It seems that someone is practicing shooting ignited arrows. It's okay, it's not a big problem. Hearing this, Chinyu nodded. It's dry now, I'm worried about a forest fire. Just then, Lin Yi suddenly thought of something, patted the windowsill and said, By the way, there is something I almost forgot to tell you. Then she ran downstairs and took Chinyu to the living room. What's wrong? Chinyu asked with a smile, and then she pushed him to sit down. Lin Yi said seriously, Su Xiaoqin, I feel better recently. Huh? Isn't this a good thing? Chinyu was a little surprised when he heard this. That's what you said, but how could it suddenly get better? Lin Yi shook her head, but as you said, it's enough for her to get better. Chinyu looked at his watch and smiled. Do you want to raise a dog? Just as he finished speaking, the little white dog crawled out from under the sofa and licked Lin Yi's slippered feet, frightening her so much that she jumped directly onto the sofa and patted her chest in shock. Ah, it scared me to death. Seeing the little white dog that was kicked away by Lin Yi, Chinyu walked over and picked it up, chuckling and saying, I remember you said you were afraid of dogs, so I thought I'd let you raise one from a young age. Maybe you could overcome your psychological fear. Lin Yi looked at the well-behaved puppy, hesitated for a moment, and said, Why do you suddenly want me to overcome this? Hearing this, Chinyu walked to her side and sat down, then whispered about the encounter with wild dogs in the wild before. A few minutes later, when she heard that he had escaped by hiding in a grave, her face suddenly turned pale. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to survive, and so was this dog, so I named it Mingda. Hearing this, Lin Yi chuckled, reached out, and held the dog on her lap. Why did you give it such a name? Chinyu wanted to scratch his head, but then he remembered that he had a dog in his arms, so he clapped his hands and said, Oh, I'm really bad at naming it. How about you change it? I just want to give it to you to raise. Then Lin Yi gently touched the dog on her lap and asked in confusion, Are you worried that I will be scared to squat in the wild when I encounter a mad dog in the future? Yes. Speaking of business, Jinyu responded with a serious expression. The situation is different now, and the animals are also a little different, especially these stray dogs wandering outside. They are likely to be like wolves after they gather together, and there is a high probability that they will attack living people. After hearing that, Lin Yi thought about it and nodded. Okay, then I can try to raise it. I hope it won't bite me. Seeing this, Jinyu reached out and patted the puppy gently, pretending to be threatening, and said, This is the mistress. If you want to live, just be obedient. After the voice fell, I don't know if the little white dog understood it, but it actually stuck to Lin Yi's hand and rubbed it. Lin Yi suddenly thought of the names of the two chickens, and then smiled and said, Xiao Huang and Xiaomi are getting bigger and bigger. Let's call this one Xiao Bai, and the three of them will be companions in the future. At this moment, Xiao Bai suddenly whimpered. Look, it agreed. Lin Yi said in surprise. I'm fine with it, I listened to you. Jinyu smiled and put his hand on Xiao Bai, and continued, It's just that it's a little small. I think it may be difficult to feed it. It's okay. I asked Jinshi for some milk powder. She has half a can that seems to be about to expire. Anyway, there are plenty of other things. In this way, Jinyu and Lin Yi's nest now has a new member. After going to the breeding area to look at the two chickens, Jinyu went to each team to get a piece of paper. This was also what everyone had paid special attention to before, to note down the solar street lights in which places were easy to dismantle. Jinyu sat in the pavilion in the villa area, looking at the messy drawings in front of him, and wrote them down on the map bit by bit. After almost an hour, he finally confirmed more than a dozen terrains. These are basically exposed outside the cement, and only fixed with screws. Of course, the height is much shorter. But this is exactly what Jinyu wants. Those lights that are too big, 1, can't be disassembled, and 2, they can't be transported back. In the next 2 days, Jinyu also took time to see their training methods. Chapter 704. But he didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, with Xiao Jiao around, Jinyu could rest assured. As for martial arts, Lin Yi didn't learn them anymore, because she felt that if she fought the enemy face to face, her chance of winning was not high. Jinyu thought so too, so he mainly asked her to practice more with pistols. In today's environment, if you master firearms, you can protect yourself most of the time. The most important thing is that if even Lin Yi needs to rush up with a dagger to fight someone, it means that Jinyu, Xiao Jiao, Alei and others have all fallen. It was not until the afternoon of the third day that Jinyu called all the people in the community together and announced the death of Yu Dajiang and the Yu sisters. Of course, he only called out to those who knew each other before, and Xiao Jiao and Song Cheng's people just watched from a distance. Seeing the sadness on everyone's faces, Jinyu pondered for a while and said, Death is not the end, but being forgotten by all of us is. After saying that, he turned and left, and soon everyone returned to their rooms. Only Fengyi stood there quietly, feeling depressed. Hearing the footsteps, she whispered, Some people are missing, some are dead, and some have not been heard from so far. Jinyu stood beside her and understood who was being talked about. After a moment of silence, Chunyu spoke. Li Yao's matter will not end like this, but if I see her again, my attitude will still be the same. Fengyi raised her head, turned around and looked at his somewhat vicissitudes of life face, and said softly, In fact, have you ever thought that Li Yao may not care about the status at all? Alei told me that you gave up looking for Li Yao because you felt that the distance was too far, but is it really the case? In fact, I can roughly guess a little. Seeing this matter mentioned again, Jinyu sighed and said slowly, I just can't figure it out. Why do you all think that she may be living a miserable life now? What if she is living a happy life now? To be honest, the current situation, Li Yao's whereabouts are unknown. It is a good thing for me or her. Maybe you think I am heartless, but I think I have done enough. In this world, love is not the only thing that can go to the end. Not all men will fall in love with every woman they meet. After saying that, Jinyu turned and left again, this time heading towards the gate. Watching him leave, Fengyi also felt that Jinyu was a little angry, probably because everyone wanted Li Yao to come back privately. Because Fengyi knew very well that with Jinyu's smart mind, he couldn't fail to think of the traces left by those people. As long as he traced a little, he would definitely find clues, and maybe he would know where Li Yao was taken. Jinyu stood on the bridge a little bored. He turned around and threw the stone into the river. Suddenly, he saw Xiaoyan struggling to carry the bucket alone, and then walked over to help. Let me do it. Hey, Brother Chen. Xiaoyin turned her head when she heard the voice, and then handed him the bucket with a smile. This river water may have been polluted by zombies. How did you get this water? Qinyu raised it with one hand and asked softly. Hearing this, Xiaoyin stroked her bangs in front of her forehead with her hand and said with a smile, Oh, I was thinking of wearing a pair of gloves and using this water to clean the house. Is the place you live in very dirty? Chunyu frowned slightly. At this time, Xiaoyin walked beside him with her hands behind her back and said seriously, No, it's because I heard from Uncle Hua that Sister Xiaoyao disappeared some time ago, but I think she is so powerful that she can definitely survive alone, and it has been so long. What if she comes back one day? Hearing this, Qinyu paused for a moment, then continued to help her carry water without saying anything else. Come to think of it, it seems that Xiaoyin doesn't have many friends here. Just as Qinyu continued to return to the bridge, a group of survivors suddenly came over from a distance. Seeing this, Qinyu turned around and waved to the sentry box, then took the pistol that Da Zhuang had dropped, cocked it, put it on his waist, and then climbed up. A few minutes later, 2 women and 3 men appeared at the gate. Brother, can I ask for some water? One of the girls, whose face was very dirty, supported her teammate and made a humble request. Qinyu glanced at the girl and frowned, saying, Take off her hat. As soon as he finished speaking, another boy lowered his head and whispered, Brother, we just want to ask for water to drink. There is no need to check so carefully, right? We are not going in again. Wu Yuan. The girl tugged at his sleeve and shook her head slightly, indicating that she should stop talking so much. Then the girl raised her head and said, If we just do this, will you give us water? You don't seem to know the importance of things. Now it's not me who is waiting to die, it's her. Qinyu could tell at a glance that her teammates were very ill. In addition, 3 of the 5 people were very thin, so she didn't think of opening the door. Although the camp needs more manpower now, not everyone will be needed. Even if it's the elderly or children, they have to have something suitable to do before they can come in. Hearing this, the girl pursed her extremely dry lips, hesitated, raised her hand that was shaking a little due to lack of water, and took off her teammate's hat. When he saw the other girl's face was pale, and even covered with blood, Da Zhuang subconsciously took a breath of cold air. Good guy, he didn't die with such a big scar on his forehead? 2 seconds later, the girl quickly covered her teammate again, and said in a pleading voice, Is this okay now? Seeing this, Qinyu thought for a moment, then nodded slightly. Da Zhuang picked up a half bottle of water from the side and threw it at her. The water spun a few times in the air, and the girl excitedly wanted to reach out to catch it, but a burly figure suddenly appeared in front of her, and snatched her hand away before her. The next second, the boy who was obviously much bigger unscrewed the bottle, and started drinking. Seeing this, the girl got anxious. She supported her teammate and shouted, What are you doing, Wang Haoshuan? Cici is waiting for water to save her life. Seeing that the water was getting less and less, the girl let go of her hand, and tried to rush forward to grab the water, but was slapped to the ground by the other party, and even blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Seeing this, Wu Yuan, who was wearing glasses and was a little thin, did not dare to fight. He had to go over and help his classmate Zhang Cici up, and then waited there eagerly. Soon only a small part of the half bottle of water was left, and then another boy came forward and drank the rest of the water. This scene also confirmed Chun Yu's suspicion. He had seen that this man's eyes were very strange before, staring at the girl's buttocks while walking. Brother, can you give me some more? The boy licked the mouth of the bottle with his tongue, and then looked at the top of the gate with a smile on his face. Chapter 705. There's plenty in the river behind you. Qinyu also couldn't stand these people grabbing the water and drinking it first. If everyone was only given a little, he might have asked them to give him another half bottle. But this behavior only made Qinyu more disgusted, because the water was begged by the girl, and even the one with glasses called him brother, while the other 2 drank the most. Seeing that there was no result, Zhao Ming glanced at Wang Haoshuan next to him, with some complaints in his eyes. It was originally agreed that he would taste it first to see if it was poisonous, but he ended up drinking 2/3 of it. Soon, the 5 people left and disappeared near the villa area. These people don't seem to expect to enter our camp at all. Da Zhuang looked into the distance with a gun in his arms, and said thoughtfully. Hearing this, Qinyu patted his arm and said, Your arm is as thick as someone else's thigh. They are so thin that they probably don't feel comfortable to speak. But those 2 look quite strong, and you seem to have forgotten something. Hearing this, Da Zhuang turned his head and looked at Qinyu, who was about to climb down the stairs, wondering, What's the matter? They didn't bring any luggage. Qinyu didn't take the sudden incident seriously, and planned to go and see how many arrows were left in the arsenal. about 10 kilometers away from the villa area. At the edge of the forest, it was getting dark, and several figures appeared by the river. "Cece, how are you?" The girl supported her teammate, her eyes full of worry. The next second, she turned her head to look at the boy lying on the ground and asked, "Zhao Ming, are you just lying down like this? Cece is your girlfriend. Can you please pay more attention? She is your girlfriend, not your wife." Zhao Ming put his hands behind his head, lying on a stone, and replied lazily, "Besides, even if I don't care, are you going to call the police to arrest me? Then you have to hurry up to repair the communication." "You?" The girl stamped her feet in anger, and the more she looked at him, the angrier she became. "Ningli, I'm fine." At this time, a weak voice sounded. Hearing this, the girl named Ningli glared at Zhao Ming and continued to squat in front of her teammates. "Cece, don't worry. Wu Yuan said that he would continue to beg those people. Maybe he could get some more. Since yesterday, the water of the people has not been taken in for almost 24 hours because it was accidentally spilled during the escape. This is quite fatal in an environment where the temperature rises rapidly." Just as she finished speaking, Wu Yuan, wearing glasses, came back in a daze. "How is it?" Ningli turned her head to look at her and asked expectantly. Wu Yuan pushed his glasses and shook his head. "Those people don't even show their faces now." Hearing this, Ningli immediately sat on the ground in frustration. After a moment, she held Zhang Cece's hand and murmured, "If we had known that we could go back to school directly, it would have been much better if we could be with Yuan Yuan and Yao Yao." Zhang Cece looked at her good friend, who was worried, patted her hand, and then cast a reassuring look. If she hadn't hit her forehead, how could she be so embarrassed now? Just as several people were enduring hunger, it suddenly rained. Then everyone quickly picked up containers to collect water, without any intention of filtering and boiling. Zhao Ming and Wang Haoxuan even took off their clothes and washed them directly with rainwater. At night, everyone hid under a tent made of leaves, all huddled together. Due to the rain, they couldn't make a fire, so they could only keep their body temperature from losing too quickly. To survive in the wild, body temperature is a necessary condition that is more important than water and food, and fire can be ranked fourth. Once the body loses temperature, the consequences will be extremely serious. Just when several people were drowsy, Ningli suddenly noticed something strange on her thigh, then opened her eyes, turned her head, and met the boy's eyes next to her. The next second, she stood up excitedly and slapped him. "I've told you several times not to touch me, are you deaf?" The sudden noise woke everyone up. Zhao Ming pulled Wang Haoxuan up from the ground, then looked at Ningli, who was holding a sharp piece of iron, frowned slightly and said, "Do you really not know how Haoxuan feels about you, or are you pretending not to know? I know your mother." Although Ningli is very thin now, she is much more fierce. Holding a blade of more than 10 centimeters in her hand, she cursed at the two of them. "If it weren't for you not being able to control your lower body, how could Cece be so weak because of the miscarriage? Even if I was with Wu Yuan, I wouldn't even look at you, Wang Haoxuan." Looking at the excited look of the girl in front of him, Zhao Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, exuding a hint of coldness, but it soon disappeared. Ningli used to like watching various documentaries about survival in the wild, so her survival ability is currently the best in the team. She also knows how to get clean water, and knows a lot of wild vegetables. If Zhao Ming wants to survive, he has to stay with this girl. Although he has no pressure to kill zombies, it is not easy to live. When the zombies first broke out, Zhao Ming and Wang Haoxuan never joined other camps because they did not want to be restrained all the time. As for Ningli, she originally wanted to survive with the survivors, but most men would target her body. In the doomsday, Ningli did not want to survive by selling herself, so she fled with Zhang Cece 8 months ago, and met Zhao Ming, Wang Haoxuan and Wu Yuan on the way. As former college classmates, it was not easy for them to meet. Moreover, Zhao Ming and Wang Haoxuan liked to play basketball and were relatively strong, so it was not difficult for them to deal with zombies. In this way, the 5 of them traveled together, relying on a few bicycles, and chose to walk towards Wu Yuan's hometown. The road they took was getting farther and farther away from the city. Although there were fewer zombies in the countryside, it was only relatively speaking. At that time, Zhao Ming and Wang Haoxuan were very diligent, and they spent a period of time in the countryside smoothly. Zhang Cece was worried that they would abandon her and Ningli one day in the future, so she agreed to Zhao Ming's pursuit. Although Ningli said that she didn't need to do this, she couldn't persuade her. But as more and more survivors ran to the countryside, frictions of all sizes increased. As more people came, there was only so much food. Until that day in the countryside 2 months later, accompanied by the first sound of glass breaking, a large number of survivors began to snatch food from each other, even women. Wu Yuan's grandparents also died in that yard, with half of their heads chopped off by a hoe. Chapter 706. Finally, they had no choice but to start wandering, and they have not come into contact with any forces since then. Ningli and Zhang Sisi could never have imagined that it was because of this decision that they had passed by Li Yao in the community at least 3 times. Just walking around aimlessly, and relying on circling around various zombies, the 5 people have survived to this day. Seeing that the situation was getting a bit tense, Wu Yuan stepped forward to be a peacemaker. Everyone, please say less. If zombies are attracted, we will have to move at night. Hearing this, Ningli glared at Wang Haoshuan, tied the simple knife to her arm, and sat on the other side of the tent. They sat there until dawn, then packed their luggage and continued on their way. They didn't know where to go, but just wanted to stay away from the zombie army. 2 days passed in a flash, and there was only a little water left. Zhang Sisi's injury was healed and began to gradually improve, thanks to Wu Yuan's grandfather, who knew how to treat injuries, so he barely understood some theoretical knowledge. Under the scorching sun, 5 people were walking on the road, and suddenly there was a roar of a car behind them. Qinyu drove a medium-sized truck with a few people to dismantle the solar streetlights. Qinyu drove the car straight past as if he didn't see the lonely figures of those people on the road. It seems that even if we want to go in, they may not want us, Wu Yuan said weakly as he watched the car disappear from sight. Let's go to the left road, which can be farther away from the small county town. Ningli, wearing a coat on her lower body, turned her head and shouted to the people behind her. In the car, Song Chung sat in the passenger seat, glanced at the people behind him, and whispered, "Where are we going?" Hearing this, Qinyu casually replied, "Let's go to the hardware store to see if there are any suitable screws." In the back seat, Xiao Kong and Lao Chung were dozing off. Just as they passed a bend, a large number of black marks suddenly appeared on the road ahead. Seeing this, the car stopped directly. Song Chung opened the door before Qinyu and walked over, squatting down to look at it. Lao Chung lay on the front seat, looking at the squatting figure, and whispered, "This person seems to be very diligent. Xiao Kong, you go and take a look too." Qinyu held the steering wheel with both hands, turned his head and shouted, "Okay. Brother, what are you looking at?" Xiao Kong walked behind Song Chung, bent his hands, and supported his knees and asked. Hearing the voice, Song Chung curled his fingers, stood up and said, "The large-scale migration of zombies feels a bit abnormal." As soon as he finished speaking, zombies gradually appeared on the road ahead. 1, 2. Looking at the densely packed zombies, Qinyu reached out and patted the car door, shouting in a deep voice, "Get in the car." Hearing this, the 2 hurried back, and then the car quickly backed up. Fortunately, it was just a medium-sized truck. With a body of about 6 meters, it was easy to turn around. Looking at the zombies behind him from the rearview mirror, Qinyu slowly said, "Have you noticed that zombies seem to rarely launch large-scale attacks recently?" Hearing this, Lao Chung patted his knees. "I was curious about this. When I was in the community before, I didn't say it was often, but occasionally there would be zombies hitting the wall. But now have you seen it?" Xiao Kong stuck his head out of the car window, took a look at the zombies walking on the road, then sat down and whispered, "Hearing what you said, it does feel a little strange. How far have we come out?" Qinyu suddenly asked. "About 25 kilometers. Song Chung was also looking at the map at this time. "Something is wrong." Qinyu retracted his plan and drove the medium-sized truck to the villa area. But when he returned to the camp, he checked the surroundings with everyone, but found no clues. Or even said that zombies rarely appeared in the surrounding woods. At this moment, Wang Tianhai looked at the gathered people and said, "The reduction of zombies should be a good thing for us humans, right? But they have no intelligence. I am worried that someone is gathering zombies in secret." Qinyu stood there, frowning and thinking. Since the last time the community was attacked, he also felt something was wrong, but he just asked everyone to put weapons and food into the secret passage in advance. Facts have proved that Qinyu was fortunate to have made preparations in advance, so that he could minimize casualties. Thinking of this, Qinyu raised his head, glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Do you believe me?" As soon as this was said, Zhang Yin in the crowd stepped forward and nodded, "My life is yours. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west." Then, De Zhuang and his sister also stepped forward 2 steps, and even everyone made the same move. "You can arrange it." The unanimous answer of the crowd touched Qinyu a little. He took a deep breath and then said loudly, "Everyone listen to my orders, find all the wires in the camp, and pull them up 10 meters away from the wall." "Okay." Everyone responded with a deafening roar and started to get busy. They didn't know what happened, but as they said before, everyone would follow Qingyu's arrangements. At least, they had survived until now. Song Chung, who had originally planned to follow him out, also asked his people to help. He patted Qingyu on the shoulder and said seriously, "Do you know why I also follow your orders?" Qingyu turned his head, with some confusion in his eyes. Song Chung then spoke to himself. A team can gather together, most of the time. It depends on 2 points, either loyalty or fear. But in everyone's eyes, I didn't see them showing fear. After saying that, Song Chung also ran away. Only a Lei was left standing beside Qingyu, with his hands in his pockets, wearing a mask, and whispered, "Do you feel the danger?" Hearing this, Qingyu shook his head. "I just feel it's too peaceful. The zombies are actually starting to move farther and farther away from our camp. Today I drove more than 20 kilometers away, and I actually encountered the first group of zombies. You know, this is completely impossible." Just as everyone was tightening the wire around the camp, a noise was heard in the distance. Dazhuang's face changed slightly. He quickly lay on the ground, then stood up and said solemnly, "Why does it feel like an earthquake?" The next second, the pliers in Qinqi's hand fell to the ground. She turned her head to look at Jiang Yuchen next to her, her face a little pale, and said, It's zombies." At this moment, an endless tide of zombies appeared on the edge of the road. Qinqi even murmured, Something's wrong, something's wrong. Why did the people from the Savior sect change their tactics?" Chapter 707. Zhang Yin looked at the zombie army in the distance and frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Hearing this, Qinqi grabbed Jiang Yuchen's arm and said word by word. As mentioned before, although the people from the Savior sect will not directly launch an attack, they will attract a large number of zombies, so that the zombies will consume a lot of weapons and ammunition. Then the Savior sect will pretend to pass by, and then let people lend a hand to help those people deal with the zombies, and finally even help repair the camp until someone wants to go with them. Hearing this, Lao Chung drew out his dagger and said in a deep voice, "But since the camp was attacked, why are they helping to clean up the mess?" At this moment, Qingyu came out with an axe and said slowly, "It's for people." Then Xiao Jiu also stood beside him with Haozi and Uncle Hua, nodded and agreed. Xiao Yu is right. Many people have always felt that supplies are more important. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you will understand that people are the greatest resource in the doomsday. And now, there are fewer and fewer living people. Zhang Yin looked at the huge number of zombies and whispered. Just as everyone stood in the wire, holding weapons, and ready to fight, something shocking happened. After the zombies walked a distance to this side, a small wave of zombies appeared in front of them again, and then led the group of zombies to the woods next to them. The original zombies actually changed their trajectory like this. "Is this a warning to us?" Wang Tianhai hesitated for a moment and spoke. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, and then set their sights on Qingyu. After a few seconds, Qingyu whispered, "Those people want to tell us that they can control zombies. After all, we haven't fought yet, and the other party may not dare to tear their faces apart. You go back first, Alei and Zhang Yin follow me." After the voice fell, he turned back to the house at the entrance of the camp, picked up his coat, and put it on to cover the pistol, and then took the two away. "Don't worry, I take people over to take a look." Qingyu didn't know whether the other party was an enemy or a friend. Since he didn't start fighting right away, he couldn't make the situation too ugly. There will be fewer and fewer living people now, and there will be more and more opportunities to meet other forces like this. After walking in the woods for a few minutes, Qingyu and his 3 companions encountered a group of zombies. They didn't come up to attack, but stood in the bushes, motionless, staring at the front. "Who are you?" Qingyu took a step forward and asked in a deep voice. As soon as he said this, a man wearing a zombie skin came out from the crowd and spoke. "Why bother asking? Don't you know yet?" Qingyu did not answer. A few seconds later, the man spoke again. 0142 and 0143 are in your camp. Hearing this, Qingyu also understood instantly that he should be talking about Qinqi and Jiang Yuchen. Then the man opposite took off his hood, revealing his face painted with special paint, and continued, "Because they have escaped so far, the interest they have incurred now requires 10 people to compensate." Qingyu looked at him and asked expressionlessly, "You mean, in addition to the 2 of them, we need to provide 8 more survivors?" "I'd better understand." The man put on his hood and nodded. "No supplies? No food and water?" Qingyu became interested and asked again. The man on the opposite side shook his head. "We have a lot of these, countless. We only want people, and they must be young and healthy." After listening, Qingyu suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "What if I don't agree?" The man suddenly squatted down, took a green worm crawling on the grass next to him, then crushed it with his hands, and put it into his mouth to chew. He smiled slightly. You will agree. Then he turned around and left without any hesitation. Seeing this, Jiang drew out his dagger, looked at Alei, and then whispered, Do you want us to go and kill them? Hearing this, Chen Yu pondered for a while, looked at the disappearing figures of those people, and shook his head slightly. They can track so accurately, they must have other means, and if these people don't go back to report, we will definitely face more enemies next time. Let's go home first. In the villa area, everyone gathered at the gate and waited quietly outside a house. A few minutes later, Chen Shi and Jiang Yuchen were called over, and then Chen Yu opened the door to let them in, and then walked out. What did those people say? De Zhuang asked with a serious expression. Hearing this, Chen Yu glanced at everyone and said softly, They want us to hand over 8 more survivors. Ah? De Zhuang was stunned, not to rob supplies, nor to rob weapons. After this was said, the others were also slightly surprised. Hong Wu, who had recovered from his injuries, couldn't help but ask, Why are these people different from the previous ones? Yes, they are a little different. Chen Yu frowned and said, The other party doesn't want our weapons and ammunition, which can only mean one thing. What does it mean? Lao Cheng stood in front of the crowd and asked in confusion. Alei glanced at him, then slowly said, It means that the other party's military power is far superior to ours. At this moment, Lenny took off her mask and stood in front of the window and said, It's okay. After the words fell, Chen Shi and Jiang Yuchen, with slightly red eyes, walked out of the door. Xiao Jiao followed behind them, holding a plate with 2 capsule-like electronic devices in it. At this moment, Xiao Jiao said seriously, In the current situation, I really didn't expect to see this thing. What is this? Looking at the thing that emits a slightly red signal, Chen Yu asked. Tracker. Alei walked over and took a look, then slowly said, It can be implanted in the human body. Hearing this, everyone sighed. Fu Qian seemed to have heard some incredible news. He widened his eyes and said, Isn't there a power outage everywhere now? How can this thing still be used? Hearing this, Xiao Jiao took off his gloves and whispered, The doomsday only caused a global power outage, not a technological regression. This kind of item is not a difficult task for some people. And if the people of the Savior sect have certain abilities, it may not be difficult for them to restart a hydroelectric power station. We really didn't know. Looking at the suspicious eyes of the crowd, Chen Shi was about to cry. We both had injured our arms before, and we didn't even notice this thing at the time. Chapter 708. It's not your fault. Chen Yu said earnestly, Ordinary people like us have never seen a tracker, not to mention that it is the end of the world. When electricity cannot be used for a long time, who would have thought that the enemy would use this thing? Xiao Jiao also nodded at this time. Just now I heard you say that those people have 2 strong tracking ability, so I suddenly thought of this. As a result, I asked Dr. Shaolin to check the location of their scars. Sure enough, I felt a foreign object when pressing. This method was indeed very common before the end of the world. I am surprised now. Chen Yu put his hands in his pockets and walked back and forth for a few minutes. Then he turned his head and asked, Is the headquarters of the Savior sect far away from here? Hearing this, Chen Shi covered the gauze on his arm and said truthfully, It's very far. Even if they want to take the survivors back, they won't transfer on a large scale. After all, gasoline is still difficult to obtain. I should be able to guess why they need so many people. Jiang Yuchen suddenly spoke. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him, waiting to speak. In the apocalypse, both gold and money have become nothing, and everyone knows this. Chen Yu nodded. Yes, nowadays food, medicine, and even ammunition are hard currencies. The next second, Jiang Yuchen looked at Chen Shi with red eyes, and said something jaw-dropping. What if the apocalypse is over? Impossible. Chi Hao leaned against a car and waved his hand. Have you seen or heard of anyone who is immune to the virus in all this time? Yes. Xiao Yin was also puzzled at this moment and said, If it is possible to develop an antidote, how come there is no news at all? After all, no one likes this kind of life. If it spreads from 1 person to 10, 10 to 100, it would have spread a long time ago. It's not impossible. Chen Yu suddenly spoke up while listening to the discussion of everyone. Hearing this, everyone instantly quieted down and continued to look at him. Then Chen Yu touched his nose and said softly, We haven't heard of an antidote, but that doesn't mean others haven't tried it. Besides, not everyone can accept the days of having to rely on their hands to survive without electricity or the internet. If someone develops an antidote at this time and suppresses the virus, then modern society will recover again. By then, money or power may really be just a casual remark for some people. Then Jiang Yuchen spoke again. I saw by chance that some staff members put zombies into iron boxes before, but unfortunately I am not at a high enough level to know more. The crowd talked for more than half an hour and then dispersed. Among them, Zhang Yin and Hong Wu's team left the camp and went to find where the zombies were hiding. Qin Yu's plan to install solar street lights had to be put on hold temporarily. This time, Qin Yu felt unprecedented pressure from the contact with the people of the Salvation sect, because the other party did not take action directly. In the past, when they came into contact with various evil forces, they would basically resort to guns and knives when they disagreed with each other. This was the first time Qin Yu encountered such a situation. As for the organization of the Salvation sect, their understanding was limited to the oral descriptions of Chen Shi and Jiang Yuchen, and they knew basically nothing else. House by the lake in the villa area. This place has now become a meeting room. Basically, if there is any major event, it will be discussed here first. Most of the people in the camp sat in the house, continuing to discuss the next plan. Qin Yu believed that the current crisis should only be a branch of the Salvation sect, and it was not easy for the main camp to come over. Even if they had a certain long-distance communication capability, they could not cross hundreds of kilometers. So if the situation really got out of control, it was necessary to make sure that these people could not leak the information. And Qin Yu did not intend to move, let alone give in. His idea was unanimously agreed by everyone. Just as everyone was talking, a voice suddenly came from the intercom. Brother Yu, a group of zombies appeared at the door. How many are there? About 15. Xiao Kong's voice came from the other side. Hearing this, everyone stood up. Qin Yu took the intercom, thought for a moment, and quickly replied, let Song Chung and Huang Lulin wear zombie skins, and take a few zombies through the back door to see if they can lead them away. Understood. About 10 minutes later, the voice came again. Another zombie appeared. As they approached in batches, Qin Yu began to lead everyone out to kill them. Thanks to the wires, they kept the zombies at the periphery, and they only needed to stab their heads with spears. And because the wires were pulled very tight, if the zombies pushed forward a little, or even were pushed from behind, their upper bodies would be cut off. It was not until dark that everyone had time to stop and rest, and Zhang Yin and Hong Wu also came back. When they learned that the location where the zombies were stored was not far from here, Qin Yu took the map and changed into black clothes with Xiao Jiao and set off. Xiao Jiao often stayed in the camp, and some of his bones were rotten, so he said he wanted to help this time. Seeing this, Qin Yu asked Lei to stay at home and help pile up the bodies on the road outside and burn them. On a quiet night, the two shuttled through the jungle, intending to go to check the gathering place of the zombies. The sudden appearance of the Salvation Gate asked Qin Yu to hand over 8 teammates, which made him want to kill. This group of people can rob people openly, which at least means that it is not the first time. Even food and supplies were not worth looking at, which showed that they wanted people, and they wanted young and healthy people. And this time, Qin Yu was reminded of something that happened a long time ago. At that time, the man asked Qin Yu to hand over the canned food, otherwise he would block his door with zombies. Now that so much time has passed, it turns out that he is here again, and the other party is obviously more hungry. Somewhere in the forest, a bonfire was lit, and there was a wire cordon around it, and even cans were hung. 5 men in t-shirts sat under a tent. At this time, a man sat next to the table with a pile of communication equipment in front of him, and even a battery under his feet. Qin Yu and Xiao Jiao hid a few dozen meters away. He looked through the telescope for a while and whispered. Those people would press the switch and say something every half an hour, probably to let teammates farther away receive the signal. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao took the telescope and looked at it, then put it down and said, the reason why these people are so fearless is because the power behind them is too huge. Just 5 people dare to do this. Chapter 709. I think there's more. Qin Yu pointed in a certain direction. Then, 3 more people appeared in the picture. One of them was a woman, and they were all wearing zombie skins. Sister Ling, is it convenient recently? A man rubbed his hands and asked with some expectation. Hearing this, the woman took off her hood, first threw a coquettish glance, and at the same time stretched out her hand to roll up her trouser legs, and said with a smile, what do you think? After the voice fell, the 2 stood up and walked into the woods. Do it? Xiao Jiao looked at those people preparing food and asked softly. Hearing this, Qin Yu looked at the moon above his head. It seemed a little dark around him. He shook his head. If we can't find another group of people communicating with them within half an hour, the matter will be exposed. Find the location first, and then do it. Let's go. After saying that, Qingyu retreated cautiously. Seeing this, Xiaojiu followed him and left. Beside the fire, the man who had talked to Qingyu before put the hood at his feet, touched his itchy scalp, moved his eyes away from behind the tree, and whispered, "How is Jiang Ho?" Hearing the question, another long-haired man took the skewered meat and started roasting it, and replied, "Brother Monkey and the others are hiding well, and there are zombies surrounding them, so they should be fine." "Yeah." The man nodded and began to check his pistol. 10 minutes later, the subordinate next to him handed him the roasted meat. "Brother San, the meat is ready." Luo San assembled the pistol, reached out to take the cooked meat, and started to eat it. He was very familiar with doing this kind of thing, so he didn't feel anything wrong at the moment. Anyway, it just takes a little more time. Compared with the intrigues in the camp, Luo San is more accustomed to the outside world, even though it is full of dangers. Soon, the people around him also started eating, but the discipline was surprisingly good, and there was no sound of talking. However, many people looked numb on their faces, as if they were not eating meat, but tree bark. In the woods, two sneaky figures squatted behind the hillside. Their movements were a little weird. "Zhao Ming, let's run quickly, they will definitely fight." Wang Haoxuan was covered with leaves, and there was a hint of fear in his voice. The two were so hungry that they wanted to go out to look for bird nests, but they happened to see these people talking to the people in the camp. They didn't communicate with the other three people, but just followed them directly. They didn't even leave until dark. At this time, Zhao Ming put his hand on Wang Haoxuan's shoulder and whispered, "Their zombie skins and headgear are so well made that there is no flaw in mixing into the zombie group. If we can steal 2 pieces, wouldn't it be the same as going home when we go to the city to search for supplies in the future?" Hearing these somewhat fantastic words, Wang Haoxuan couldn't help it, and lowered his voice again. "These people obviously look difficult to deal with. Aren't you afraid of death?" After saying that, Wang Haoxuan broke free from his hand, then squatted and quickly evacuated to the back. He didn't want to meet others easily, so he would hide if he could. Seeing his teammates leave, Zhao Ming thought for a while, and followed them. In an abandoned bus, on the side of the road, Ningli sat by the window. She looked at the worn-out watch on her hand, turned her head and frowned and said, "Cici, you are a little too pampered with Zhao Ming. We should stay away from those people. Why do you have to follow him back?" Originally, they planned to go farther, but Ningli heard those people turn around and immediately saw the zombies on the hillside ahead. Then Zhao Ming was curious and wanted to lead people to retreat. Ningli disagreed and asked to continue on the road, but Zhao Ming and Wang Haoxuan turned around and left, leaving them and Wu Yuan behind. Seeing this, Zhang Cici called Zhao Ming again and said that she also wanted to go back and take a look. Ningli and Wu Yuan were forced to follow, but fortunately they found an abandoned bus on the side of the road and could hide inside. Hearing Ning Li's complaints, Zhang Cici sat on the tattered chair, gently touched her belly with her right hand, and whispered, "I don't want to keep moving." After saying this, Wu Yuan pushed his glasses and looked at her without saying anything. Hearing this, Ningli stood up and walked towards her, feeling a little surprised, and said, "What's wrong with you, Cici? Didn't we always agree that although we won't save people, we won't rely on anyone? But in the end, we need teammates to survive better." Zhang Cici raised her head, and her stomach growled. Ningli opened her mouth, wanting to say something but not knowing where to start, and then she turned and walked towards the door. "You two take a break, I go find something to eat." Because of the experience of those people before, Ningli didn't trust strange survivors. In her opinion, it was enough to meet her former classmates, most of whom were now corpses. Although she often quarreled with Zhao Ming and Wang Haoxuan, the two of them would not threaten Ningli and Zhang Cici, let alone make a move. So even if she was unhappy occasionally, Ningli endured it. Watching Ningli leave the car in the dark and walk into the woods alone, Zhang Cici suddenly said, "Wu Yuan, what do you think?" Hearing his name, Wu Yuan was stunned and subconsciously said, "What?" Hearing this, Zhang Cici stood up and walked to the back of the car, and then sat on the seat next to Wu Yuan. "Zhao Ming and Wang Haoxuan have good figures. They may join other camps. And Zhao Ming is my boyfriend. I put in a good word for you, and we should both be able to get in." Wu Yuan put his hands on the railing in front of him, touched the glass under the car window, and whispered, "Actually, I think Zhao Ming has no feelings for you. You should listen to Ningli and stay away from him. No, stay away from him." After the voice fell, Zhang Cici bit her lip and looked at her thin hands. "But after all, we have lived to this day with them, right? And it doesn't matter who you follow. Why do you have to stay in the wild?" After saying this, Wu Yuan turned his head and stared at her in surprise, saying word by word, Have you forgotten that you were almost killed by a few men before? If Ningli hadn't risked her life to save you, you would have become a zombie by now. Speaking of this, Wu Yuan shook his head again and whispered, maybe you will be locked up by those bad guys forever and never at peace. You have to know that we are just a few students. At best we haven't graduated yet. How can we fight those evil guys? Zhang Sisi listened to these words and was silent for a long time. Chapter 7:10. About half a minute later, she lowered her head and started talking again. In fact, I deliberately led those men. I originally planned to let them attack me, and then let a man from another group take the opportunity to rescue me, but he was attracted by the sudden appearance of zombies. Unexpectedly, Ningli had been secretly following them, and the plan was disrupted. You don't have to think I'm casual. When I was still in school, I often stayed out all night. For this reason, Ningli and Li Yao also advised me not to have so many boyfriends. But there was no other way. I needed to be supported by a man to support my high consumption. Hearing this, Wu Yuan was stunned. He didn't expect that the goddess he had a crush on in high school and college was actually like this behind his back. What he didn't expect was that Zhang Sisi told him so much at this moment. She then held the washed white clothes in both hands and turned her head to look out the window. There were still zombies moving around at the edge of the woods. Then Zhang Sisi spoke again. Actually, my family is very poor. Both my parents are from the countryside, and my father likes to drink and play cards. They are not well educated. They always think that I will get married sooner or later, so there is no need to go to college. I just need to marry a good husband. In this environment, my brother became more and more arrogant, and even pretended to be pitiful. Every time he cried, my father would hit him with his belt. Wu Yuan smacked his lips, and said in surprise, "Why have I never heard you say this before? Although we are in the same high school, I often see that you don't smile much, and I thought it was because of academic problems." He sighed and continued, "We are two extremes. My parents only give me money, and don't care what I want. In their opinion, money is omnipotent. But in the apocalypse, money is not as useful as toilet paper. At least paper can be used to make a fire and wipe your butt. You should have told me before. I can help you. I can even rent you a house outside without any pressure." Hearing this, Zhang Sisi felt very heavy. She shook her head. "It's all in the past. There's no point in saying this." Hearing this, Wu Yuan wanted to raise his hand to put on her shoulder, but he was a little afraid of Zhao Ming, so he moved his hand away in the air. "We just need to survive now. What if the apocalypse is over? Don't worry, my family has plenty of money. I will take care of you in the future. I appreciate your kindness." Then Zhang Sisi pulled the coat on her shoulders and continued, "This is what I want to say. In fact, I don't care whether I rely on men to live. I could do it before the end of the world, and it's the same now. For me, I relied on men to get money before the zombies appeared, and now that they appear, I can still rely on men to get food. Instead of accompanying Zhao Ming, it's better to accompany someone else." Wu Yuan wanted to say that her values were wrong and should be corrected, but he couldn't open his mouth in the current doomsday environment. "Can you help me persuade Ningli to stop moving and find a camp to join? There will be no danger." Zhang Sisi suddenly looked at Wu Yuan sideways, and said seriously. After hearing this, Wu Yuan understood everything. He hesitated for a moment and said softly, "In fact, I think that if Zhao Ming and Wang Haoshuan are always around, even if we join another camp, we will have conflicts sooner or later. They are lazy, and like to steal other survivors' supplies. Although they are safe every time, they often walk by the river, and will fall into the river sooner or later. So you don't want to say good things for me?" Zhang Sisi looked at the floor of the car, with no expression on her face. Hearing this, Wu Yuan shook his head. "I think it's useless for you to continue to be with Zhao Ming. Even if you join others, why don't you break up?" "No." Zhang Sisi raised her head. She looked at the two figures in front of the car, suddenly turned her head close to Wu Yuan's ear, and whispered, "Since you like me so much, then help me again." As soon as she finished speaking, in Wu Yuan's puzzled eyes, Zhang Sisi reached out and ruffled her hair, then grabbed his head, bursting out with a completely different strength from usual, grabbing his face, and pressing it against her chest. Then Zhang Sisi grabbed her shoulder with her right hand, and tore it hard, revealing a large piece of snow white. Then she grabbed Wu Yuan's upper body, and threw him to the floor of the carriage. Wu Yuan was a little thin, and because he had always admired Zhang Sisi, he was not on guard at all. He pressed on Zhang Sisi in a daze, thinking that she was trying to use a honey trap. Just as he was holding her waist, a scream rang out in the car. The next second, Zhang Sisi struggled to break free, and then ran to the door. Then, in Wu Yuan's astonished eyes, she threw herself into Zhao Ming's arms with a livid face. In an instant, Wu Yuan understood what she was going to do. At this moment, Zhang Sisi sobbed and said, He took advantage of Ningli going out to find food and tried to take me by force. Wang Haoshuan, who had long been unhappy with Wu Yuan, rushed forward with a roar when he heard this. You dare to touch my sister-in-law? Wu Yuan tried his best to protect his head as he was punched and kicked, but his explanation seemed so pale and powerless. Get out of the way. With a cold voice, Zhao Ming raised the fire extinguisher in the car and smashed it on Wu Yuan's head again and again until the ground was covered with blood. After staying in the apocalypse for a long time, everyone became irritable, especially Zhao Ming, who thought of Ning Li's face that looked down on him, and the strength in his hands became stronger and stronger. Zhang Sisi had already stopped crying. She stood at the car door, looking at Wu Yuan in a pool of blood with an expressionless face. The other party also widened his eyes and stared straight ahead. The reason why she wanted to kill Wu Yuan through Zhao Ming was because Zhang Sisi knew that Ning Li really liked him. Even though Wu Yuan was weak and looked frail, Ning Li did have a good impression of him because he was down to earth and could handle some simple injuries. But Wu Yuan was too indecisive. When he asked for water before, he didn't even dare to fight with Wang Haoshuan. Zhang Sisi thought that if there was such a person in the team, he would kill him sooner or later. But Zhang Sisi overlooked a fact, that is, if she really encountered danger, the one standing in front of her would not be Zhao Ming or Ning Li, but the boy who often peeked at him on weekdays. Brother Ming. Wang Haoshuan's scalp was numb when he saw that even Wu Yuan was hit by the fire extinguisher and looked like a human being. He finally pulled the furious Zhao Ming. Chapter 711. Looking at the corpse in front of him, Zhao Ming dropped the fire extinguisher in his hand and stepped back. Wang Haoshuan squatted carefully and stretched out his finger. But he quickly retracted it and said with a pale face, It's dead. The next second, Zhang Sisi walked towards Zhao Ming holding the chair, and then hugged his back and sobbed, Brother Ming, this is not your fault. Even I was shocked. Wu Yuan, who looked so serious, actually bullied me when you were not around. Wu. Zhao Ming, who was still in shock, held Zhang Sisi's hand and said hesitantly, I just wanted to teach him a lesson, but I don't know why I got more and more excited. There was even a voice in my head telling me to do it again, one last time. Then he said in a deep voice, I saw him bullying Sisi with my own eyes, and he even took off all his clothes. What about you? Hearing this, Wang Haoshuan stepped on the sticky bloodstains, gritted his teeth and nodded quickly. That's right, Wu Yuan tied Sisi's hands and dared to rape her. Who can stand this? As soon as the words fell, the three people in the carriage began to get busy. Haoshuan, turn around. Zhao Ming, who had just killed someone, was not nervous at all and still commanded calmly and orderly. You have to take off your clothes, otherwise Ning Li will definitely not believe it so easily. Although Zhang Sisi was very reluctant at this moment, she had to take off her clothes, then picked up the bed sheet to cover herself, and then sat on the chair. Then Zhao Ming sat down and hugged her. Take off Wu Yuan's pants. Hearing this, Wang Haoshuan's heart was beating wildly, and he began to do as he was told. More than 10 minutes later, Ning Li wrapped some wild fruits in her clothes and walked out of the woods, all dirty. In order to get these fruits, she almost fell off the tree. Fortunately, zombies don't eat these. Ning Li muttered to herself and walked into the abandoned bus. But as soon as she stepped in, she smelled a strong smell of blood. Because the light was a little dim, Ning Li didn't notice anything wrong at first, until she took 2 steps into the car. Pa! The wild fruit fell to the ground and rolled into the blood. The next second, Zhang Sisi raised her red and swollen eyes, and looked at her, and shouted aggrievedly. Ning Li. Wu Yuan he. Before she finished, Zhang Sisi burst into tears again. Ning Li clenched her fists, quickly took the blade off her arm, frowned and asked, What's going on? Wang Haoshuan, who had already made a confession, looked at her and began to talk. 2 minutes later, Ning Li closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling very depressed. She knew very well that Wu Yuan had always been secretly in love with Sisi. Before they had lived together for so long, Wu Yuan had often shown his affection to her. But what Ning Li had not expected was that Wu Yuan would actually take advantage of someone's misfortune. And no matter how much she didn't want to believe it, Ning Li knew very well that nowadays, there was really no need to bear the consequences of doing anything. In the apocalypse, even killing people was ignored, let alone these things. Are you okay? Ning Li walked up to Zhang Sisi and asked with a heavy heart. Hearing this, Zhang Sisi broke free from Zhao Ming's hand, grabbed the bed sheet on her chest and hugged Ning Li again. In the dim carriage, Ningli looked at Zhang Cici's smooth and slightly bruised shoulders with a little light, and patted her gently. Fortunately, Brother Ming and Wang Haoxuan came back in time. Wu Yuan almost succeeded. Ningli, I can't help it, he did this to my girlfriend. Zhao Ming stood up and said with a depressed expression. I don't blame you. Ningli waved her hand. She looked down at the corpse behind her. No one thought that a former classmate would do such a thing. It seems that the impact of the doomsday on everyone is far greater than we imagined. Hearing this, the other three people with ulterior motives were slightly startled, but pretended not to hear. You stay with Cici for a while. We will carry the body out. After saying that, Zhao Ming picked up the clothes he had taken off Wu Yuan's body before, and then covered him with them, and then exchanged glances with Wang Haoxuan. Then the two of them lifted the body, and walked out of the car carefully. While they were leaving, Ningli got up and walked to the front where the luggage was placed, took out a slightly wrinkled t-shirt from it, and prepared to let Zhang Cici put on the clothes first. After she was dressed, Ningli continued to squat on the ground and began to touch the wild fruit that had just fallen on the ground. I help you. Seeing this, Zhang Cici also put the bed sheet away and hurried over to help. How is your injury? Ningli looked at the blood-stained fruit, put it aside for the time being, and then asked softly, there is no way to fade the scar now. You have to be mentally prepared. Hearing this, Zhang Cici reached out and put down the hair in front of her forehead and whispered, It's okay, I can cover it with my bangs. That's good. After picking up the wild fruits, Ningli picked 2 clean ones and handed them to her, and then she sat in the front part of the car again. A few seconds later, she was ready to open the windows for ventilation, but she gave up thinking that the zombies might smell the blood. A few minutes later, Zhao Ming and Wang Haoxuan also came back. The 4 of them sat in different positions and ate the fruits quietly. The taste was not very bad. Although bitter, it was also a little sweet. This was because Ningli picked them before they were fully ripe. Fortunately, she watched a lot of documentaries before the end of the world, and she could barely recognize some wild plants. After everyone finished eating, Wang Haoxuan stood up and pulled the door of the bus, and then blocked it with some wood, and then everyone leaned against the window to rest. Time passed by minute, and Zhang Cici sat alone at the back of the bus, looking at the front calmly, without saying a word. At this moment, Ningli suddenly stood up and walked to the back, and she quickly closed her eyes when she saw this. Are you asleep? Hearing this, Zhang Cici pretended to be a little sleepy, and wiped the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand, and whispered, just fell asleep. Hearing this, Ningli walked to her side and sat down, then took out a long cloth-wrapped object from her bosom, and then spoke in a low voice. Your birthday seems to be coming soon. This is a small knife that Wu Yuan picked up alone before. The blade is about 15 centimeters long. Since we left the city too early before, we couldn't find a suitable dagger in the countryside, so he planned to give it to you after you recover, so that you can use it for self-defense. By the way, please ask me to sharpen the knife well. Even if he wants to do something disgusting to you now, the knife is innocent, you keep it. After saying this, Ningli put the dagger in her hand, then got up and walked to the right seat to sit down, then closed her eyes and rested. Chapter 7:12. After hearing this, Zhang Cici was slightly stunned, and then a tear fell from the corner of her eye. They survived together, and when they encountered suitable knives, Zhao Ming and Wang Haoxuan would pick them first, because they were responsible for killing zombies. And most of the time, they would choose to take a detour, and try not to come into contact with those zombies. As a result, Zhang Cici basically didn't need to use a dagger on weekdays, and even used it to kill animals more often than zombies. The last time she was chased by zombies, it was because she didn't have a suitable knife in her hand, and secondly, she was too scared. She fell down in panic, and hit a stone on the side of the road. Fortunately, the stone was clean, so Zhang Cici saved her life. But for some reason, she suddenly felt a little sad when she smelled the blood in the car. In the woods. It was not until about 8 o'clock in the evening that Qin Yu and Xiao Jiu found another group of people, and they were indeed about 10 kilometers away. If it weren't for the fact that a zombie would subconsciously walk over there, and Qin Yu suddenly caught this detail, they would have to search all night. At this moment, the two of them were lying on a big rock, looking at a house beside the road ahead, thinking about the next solution. It seems to be a small warehouse. Looking at a wooden sign inserted diagonally on the side of the road, Xiao Jiu said softly, all the zombies are walking back and forth outside, it's not easy for us to go over. Hearing this, Qin Yu put down the telescope and said in a deep voice, these people should be the ones to support the 5. If they are in danger, we will probably retreat directly. As he spoke, Chin Yu looked at the car covered with leaves. There are 2 cars in total. It seems there are a lot of people. Just then, there was a slight movement behind him. Xiao Jiao looked back, pulled out his dagger, and slid down from the stone. It's a zombie, I kill it. After staying in the camp for so long, Xiao Jiao had been itching to do something. And now, he couldn't help himself when he encountered a zombie. After a few seconds, he gently put the corpse down, and then continued to return to Chin Yu's side. Let's go. It's getting late. Go back and call some people out. The team here must have guns, so we need to deal with them at the same time. After saying that, Chin Yu took Xiao Jiao away without making any rash moves. These people must have made plans in secret to track them down, and Chin Yu would not secretly attack them when he knew they were discovered. In the warehouse, a young man wearing a baseball cap put down the sniper rifle in his hand, turned his head and said, "These 2 people are quite alert, and they didn't even think of pretending to be zombies to come over. Brother Monkey, how about we notify our families first?" At this time, a young man holding a microphone asked. After hearing this, Jiang Ho pondered for a while, tapped his fingers on the table and replied, "No need, we are too far away, hundreds of kilometers away, you have to go halfway to contact them. By then the opportunity will be gone. And there are less than 50 people in that camp, and most a sea-level force. Why bother to alert the top leaders? Xiao Su, take Ayu and Lu Hu to dismantle the grenade trap to prevent the zombies from accidentally triggering it. Don't waste it." Hearing this, Suwen nodded, called 2 people, and climbed out from the back of the warehouse, of course, still wearing the zombie skin and headgear. Jiang Ho estimated the time and guessed that the 2 people would not come back, and then put away the sniper rifle. Originally, he deliberately let Luo San and others take the zombies to take a look, and then let the other party sneak out to check, so as to catch the handle, and then tear the face directly. But he didn't expect that they would not be fooled. Jiang Ho always felt that there was no need to pretend. Anyway, the Savior sect now has sufficient manpower and weapons, and even the electricity has been restored, so it can completely kill anyone who stands in its way. However, the people above do not agree with this method. They think that if they arouse public anger, they will face a counterattack from other survivors. Ants can kill elephants, so every time they fight with other forces, the people in each team cannot directly use force. Jiang Ho and Luo San, who are out to perform the task at this moment, belong to different departments. And Luo San and his 8 people are just a team under the corpse herder. On the other hand, Jiang Ho is the same, but they are butchers, and they usually do some killing activities, and they are all very skilled, and they carry enough weapons and ammunition. Captain Jiang Ho was also a mercenary before the end of the world, and he was experienced and ruthless. Later, because of his kung fu, he and his former teammates were recruited by the people of the Savior Gate and joined the Butcher. Because of his skills far beyond ordinary people, the 3rd team where Jiang Ho was located gradually became more and more popular, and even food was just a number to them. As long as he wanted, there was endless meat to eat, and even rice was the same as before. All he had to do was to hand over 10 survivors every month, so that he could develop vaccines for the people in the doctor department. Although Jiang Ho also thought that it was unnecessary to go to great lengths to do these things, he could not shake the determination of the top leaders, and had to obey orders. When his men removed the grenades from the fishing line, Jiang Ho arranged for the night watchman, and then laid down on the ground to sleep. In the villa area, Chin Yu still called Zhang Yin, De Zhuang and others, and told them the plan for tomorrow, and then let them go back. At the table in the conference room, Xiao Jiao and Alei looked at Chin Yu's frowning face and said nothing. He didn't speak until Zhang Yin came back with a box of bullets. "Do you think things are going a little too smoothly?" Hearing this, Zhang Yin put the bullets on the table and asked in confusion, "It should be nothing, right? Those people ate caterpillars in front of you, so they must not be very capable." "That's not the case." Chin Yu shook his head. "They obviously have enough food, but they can still eat insects in the wild, which is very abnormal." Just then, Xiao Jiao pushed the door open and said slowly, "They may have received training. A kind of wilderness survival training." After the words fell, Chin Yu tapped the table with his right hand, looked at the candle on the table, and said softly, "From the time Alei and I chased after them, and the time Brother Xiao and I found the location of the other group at night, it was all too smooth. Think about it, there are no maps or directions in the apocalypse. We are just in the woods. From the first zombie, it seems as if there is an invisible hand guiding us. When I was behind the stone, I suddenly thought in my mind, go home first." Speaking of this, he turned his head to the right and said in a deep voice, "Could the other party have been waiting for us to find our way over at that time?" Chapter 7:13. Hearing you say that, it is indeed possible. Xiao Jiu nodded, sat on the chair and replied, at that time, I saw the zombies surrounding the outside, and I thought they were attracted by the living people. Now think about it, there are no zombies outside. Isn't it a good opportunity for us to sneak in? After he finished speaking, Qin thought for a moment, and then added a few more sentences. So, tomorrow morning, Brother Xiao, you take Song Cheng and Hong Wu to the southwest of our camp. There is a cave about 1 kilometer away. There are some things I put there. After Qin finished his instructions, he stood up and left. Everyone, go to bed early. We may be busy again recently. In the second half of the night, several more waves of zombies approached, but most of them were blocked by wires, and could not even squeeze into the bridge. Because of Chen Shi and Jiang Yuqian, Luo San did not send anyone to help. Anyway, those methods were also to leave a good impression on some camps. After all, although they carried weapons, they could not use them actively. This is also the difference between the Salvation sect and some evil forces. At least on the surface, they don't look bad. And once they enter the gate, they will provide some supplies to those camps, which are things that other survivors will never have. At about 8 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Jiu took Song Cheng and Hong Wu out, and their target was the cave that Qin mentioned. When the three of them dug up the dry firewood at the entrance of the cave, they were stunned. I saw about 6 cans of worms neatly stacked in the cave. Although most of them were not full, it still made people's scalps numb. Is this a corpse worm? Hong Wu blinked. Hearing this, Xiao Jiu used a stick to lift the black cloth on the glass jar, looked at it for a few times and said, it hasn't mutated yet, it's probably prepared to be soaked in zombie blood. Okay, each of you take 2 jars, be careful not to break them. After saying that, Xiao Jiu bent down and walked in, handing out the glass jars one by one. When the 3 of them came back, Qin was already waiting under the pavilion with a bucket of zombie blood. After these worms come into contact with corpse blood, they must be put in this plastic bottle before they are infected, remember. Qin took out a few bottles from the paper box and said, these are all coated with zombie bone powder, which will greatly interfere with the judgment of the corpse worms. Understood. Xiao Jiu nodded, took the bottles, and put them away, then took out rubber gloves from the carton and handed them to the other 2. After putting them on, they began to get busy. Dealing with corpse worms is different. Although this thing is small, it has great lethality, and once there are no zombies around the opponent, the corpse worms will keep chasing. Considering that the enemy may also think of using bone powder, Qin also thought of other ways. Another day passed, and the zombies appeared more and more frequently, and everyone was basically exhausted. Moreover, starting from the afternoon, those zombies did not necessarily come only to the camp gate, and the direction they appeared was irregular. Fortunately, Qin had led people to tie up the surroundings with wire in advance, and this was also thanks to the sufficient supplies in the camp, and the number of wires was just enough to enclose the villa area. As night fell, Luo San led a few people to mix in the zombie group, then looked to the right and nodded slightly. Seeing this, one person gently pulled the fishing line with his right hand, leading the zombies behind him to walk to the right. The reason why they can accurately control the zombies to change direction is because they tied the zombies' fingers with the line. As long as the front suddenly changes direction, the back will follow. From the beginning of the zombies' attack until the 3rd day, Qin did not let anyone use guns, and even only used a part of the arrows. At 10 o'clock in the morning, everyone finished eating one by one, picked up the wooden spears, and continued to change people. Feng Yi and other girls are now helping to deal with the zombies. Just as Yang Zi poked the stick into the zombie's head, several of them suddenly pressed forward. Seeing this, she suddenly turned her head and shouted, "No, the wire is going to break." As soon as the voice fell, the zombies more than 10 meters away on the left fell forward instantly, breaking free from the wire tied to the tree. "Go!" Qin rushed to Yang Zi with a machete in his hand, lifted her up from the ground, and said in a deep voice, "You go back first." After saying that, he swung his right hand backwards, cutting off the 2 zombies' outstretched arms on the spot, and then turned the tip of the knife and stabbed at the jaw of the zombie in front again. Wave after wave of zombies made everyone exhausted. Qin knew at this moment that today's battle seemed unavoidable. Quickly retreating back to the gate, while the zombies were running slowly, Dazhuang and Lao Cheng quickly closed the door. Looking at the blood on the bodies of the people in front of him, Qin stuck the machete into the grass next to him and said coldly, "You are bullying too much. Those who can still move now, follow me to get a gun, and we will split into 2 groups." A few minutes later, all the men in the camp had their pistols and even rifles. The girls were carrying boxes of bullets. "Brother Dazhuang, take Xiao Kong and Huang Lulin with you and follow Zhang Yin to deal with those zombies. Brother Xiao and Lei, take Lao Cheng and Hong Wu, and go from the left side of the warehouse. Fu Qian, Wang Tianhai, and the others stay in the camp and follow Uncle Hua to deal with the zombies. Don't let them gather near the wall for too long. After giving the order quickly, Qin Yu turned around and shouted, Qi Hao, follow me. Just as everyone was carrying their weapons and ammunition and preparing to leave through the back door, Qin Shi stepped forward a few steps to block Qin Yu, lowered his head and said, Why don't you hand us over? It's okay, just help us take good care of Bao Bao and Ling Ling. After the voice fell, Qi Hao smiled while carrying a shotgun. Big sister, this is not your business now. Didn't you hear what Qin Yu said before? The people outside want us to hand over 10 survivors. Qin Yu loaded his pistol and put it on his right waist, saying word by word, If they just want supplies, now that our camp is still developing, I might agree to this condition. After all, we haven't had a long time of peace and quiet, and even the electricity has just been restored, so it's okay to avoid the sharp edge for a while. But they want people. I'm sorry, I can't accept that. At this moment, both sides have to fight. After saying that, Qin Yu turned around and looked at everyone who was ready to go, and said seriously, in order to prevent them from tipping off, this time, we have to take real action. My gun is almost moldy. Qi Hao laughed and didn't take it to heart at all. Don't underestimate the enemy, they are not ordinary people. Xiao Jiao said seriously. Let's go. Qin Yu turned around, looked at the sun above his head, and walked towards the back door. Chapter 714. In the woods. A group of people carrying bows and rifles moved quickly through the grass. A few minutes later, a young man in a hat squatted down in front of him, raised his right hand, and then pointed to the right front twice. Seeing this, 3 men took their guns and moved to the other side. Xiao Su, go to the left and follow my orders. Jiang Ho pressed the microphone on his collar and whispered. Understood. The answer came from the headset. After the voice fell, the remaining 4 people hurried forward again. A few hundred meters away, Xiao Jiao held a telescope, a smile on his face, and whispered, Are you also a soldier? This is interesting. Then he took out the walkie-talkie and turned on the switch. Brother Lei, do you or I have to take care of these people? A few seconds later, a response came from the walkie-talkie. Let's go together. Haha, okay. Xiao Jiao put the telescope away, turned his head and made a gesture, but Lao Cheng looked at him with a puzzled look. The next second, Xiao Jiao reacted and remembered that the person next to him was not Qi Hao. Then he whispered, Retreat 50 meters and lead these people over. Okay. Lao Cheng nodded, picked up the box of bullets and retreated. Xiao Jiao carried a gun on his right shoulder, picked up a bottle of corpse worms from the ground next to him, and then unscrewed the lid and scattered them. A dozen seconds later, Xiao Su and his men passed by here. Just as they were about to step on it, he quickly pulled his teammates and said seriously, The smell is wrong, it stinks around here. Retreat. After the words fell, Su Wen, who had a keen sense of smell, turned around and went around the woods on the other side. A few minutes later, the 2 sides fired the first shot in the jungle. Bang! The bullet hit the tree trunk, and sawdust flew everywhere. Lao Cheng was suppressed by the enemy, and couldn't show his head. Even his right hand was shaking. He hid behind the tree and said tremblingly, Brother Xiao, these 2 people are very accurate in shooting. I can't handle it. The next second, Xiao Jiao shot back with a rifle, and hit one of them in the arm. At the same time, he rushed to Lao Cheng and said quickly, You go find Lei and the others first, and leave this to me. Hearing this, Lao Cheng almost cried and nodded quickly, Okay, I keep the bullets for you. After saying that, he took advantage of Xiao Jiao's help to cover him and ran away quickly. At this moment, Lao Cheng encountered such a difficult enemy for the first time. Although he used a gun before, most of the time he used it to deal with zombies that he couldn't solve. When he occasionally needed to fight with the enemy, those people basically didn't have guns. Nowadays, Lao Cheng is a little afraid to fight with people with guns, and his right hand is completely out of control. After firing a magazine, Xiao Jiao quickly changed the bullets, and then he hid behind a tree and shouted loudly, Brothers on the opposite side, you 2 are not soldiers, right? The movements are quite standard, but the skills and marksmanship are too poor. After saying this, Su Wen's face darkened. He glanced at his teammate who was covering his arm and said coldly, If there were no zombies distracting you, you would have died just now. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao, who was far away, held a rifle in his hand and laughed. That was just a flaw I gave you. Look, your teammate was shot, and that's the best proof. Stop talking nonsense. After the voice fell, Suwon took out the grenade from his waist, pulled it open, and threw it directly to the location of the sound. The next second, he raised the gun in his hand and aimed at the tree in front of him. Just as the grenade fell to the ground, a figure suddenly appeared on the right side of the tree, and Suwon pulled the trigger without thinking. But at this moment, his pupils contracted violently, and the whole person could not control himself and fell to the side. But just as he laid down, a bullet with a prediction flew over from a distance and shot into Suwon's eyebrows on the spot. Plop! Xiao Jiao threw the corpse with his right hand, curled his lips, and said, "I guess he is also a military fan like Housie, so easy to be fooled." Then he estimated the time, and quickly hid behind a hillside. 2 seconds later, the sound of a grenade explosion sounded, attracting the attention of a large number of zombies again. You can't even count the seconds. Xiao Jiao shook his head slightly, and walked out from behind the hillside with a dusty face. Before, he saw the movements and postures of the man in the hat, and originally thought that these two people were also very powerful, but in the end, Xiao Jiao couldn't even take them seriously. Hiding behind the tree for a while, the other party thought he was at a disadvantage. Then Xiao Jiao walked to the front of the man who was injured earlier, who was bleeding and had no strength at this moment. The man tried to shoot with his left hand, but the bullet was so crooked that Xiao Jiao didn't even bother to dodge. Bang! Without much nonsense, Xiao Jiao shot him to death. It seems that he is not very powerful. Xiao Jiao collected 2 M16 rifles and put them on his back, looking at the jungle in the distance and whispered. Then he picked up the ammunition and prepared to support a lay on the other side of the woods. Because zombies would occasionally appear, Chen Yu and Chi Hao's speed was delayed for a long time, and it took an hour and a half to reach the previous warehouse. At this moment, there was no trace of anyone near the warehouse, and even only one of the 2 cars was left. Will they run away? Chi Hao kicked the wooden door open and looked at the empty room inside. Such communication equipment must be used at a certain distance. They can't report false news back. The night before yesterday, I asked Zhang Yin to lead people to a farther intersection. There were many zombie corpses piled there, and they couldn't drive away directly. Chen Yu glanced around and looked at the messy footprints on the ground. This way. For the whole afternoon, Jiang Ho had been circling around with a lay in the woods. At this moment, he realized that the other party was also quite powerful. Now he regretted not having someone leave in advance, but without a phone, the headset would be ineffective if it was more than 1 kilometer away. As for walkie-talkies, they could only carry 2 when they went out, one for Luo San and one for Jiang Ho. And for some reason, the masked man deliberately forced him to shoot, and it was only a symbolic return fire. Just when he finished another magazine, Jiang Ho finally understood from his subordinates' reports that the man was using their bullets to lure the zombies away. As long as this was done, the attack launched by Luo San would be weakened, and even the zombies would gradually leave. Bang bang. 2 shots rang out, and Lu Hu was shot and fell to the ground. Jiang Ho's face changed, and he quickly raised his sniper rifle and pulled the trigger, but he could only hit the tree trunk. Just as he wanted to retreat, gunshots were heard from behind him. Damn, I've been tricked. As soon as Jiang Ho turned around, Xiao Jiao's bullet flew over. In a hurry, he quickly pulled the body of the person next to him to block the bullet, and then ran to the left. Chapter 715. Beside the highway, a group of zombies were slowly approaching the villa area. In the woods, Zhang Yin and De Zhuang and the other 4 were hiding in the grass, staring at the zombies in the distance. What should we do? They are all mixed together now. You can't see any difference from a distance, Xiao Kong said with a somewhat uncertain tone, holding a bow and arrow. Hearing this, Zhang Yin put his hand on his shoulder and whispered, "It's okay, Xiao Yu has given a solution." Then he turned his head and whispered, "Brother De Zhuang, you are the best archer. You will be the one to aim at those who have flaws." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Lulin held a bag of wild boar blood in his right hand, waited for the zombies to get closer, then suddenly stood up and threw it at their heads. At this moment, Zhang Yin stood up with his bow and arrow, staring at the bag of wild boar blood, and quickly released his right hand. The arrow flew at a very fast speed, piercing the plastic bag on the spot, and then blood sprayed out directly. Soon, a lot of zombies were drenched, and at the same time, they began to stir, and most of them stretched their hands around. At this moment, the zombies could no longer tell who was their teammate, and all they could see was the smell of blood. The next second, a zombie suddenly stopped and tried to evacuate to the side. At the critical moment, De Zhuang snorted coldly, picked up the compound bow, and aimed at the man. Seeing that things were not going well, The man quickly grabbed the zombie next to him and ran back desperately, but just after taking 2 steps, his shoulder was shot directly by an arrow. Ah! A scream sounded, and the surrounding zombies rushed towards her. And it's a woman? Huang Lulin was slightly surprised. He looked at the man being torn alive, turned his head to the side, and felt a little bit sorry. Hearing this, Zhang Yin held a gun in his left hand, patted Huang Lulin's shoulder with his right hand, and said slowly, "On the battlefield, there is no gender, no men, women, old or young, they are just enemies. At this time, all you have to do is stab the weapon into the enemy's heart." After the voice fell, Zhang Yin turned and ran in another direction. De Zhuang looked at the man's eyes before he died, and shook his head slightly. It's his own fault. After saying that, he also left. The situation began to be one-sided. Luo San and Jiang Ho suddenly realized why this camp could survive with so few people. They had thought wrongly from the beginning, that is, having few people does not necessarily mean being weak. At around 6 o'clock in the evening, there were only 4 teammates left around Luo San. Several people ran wildly in the jungle, and Luo San roared while running, "Hurry up and tell Jiang Ho, this group of people is not simple." Hearing this, the subordinate holding the communication equipment replied in panic, "The machine can't be aligned with the frequency while running, I have to stop." As soon as he finished speaking, a gunshot was heard from behind, and the bullet flew over quickly. The man stopped, looked at the severe pain in his chest, and fell down with a dim look in his eyes. Pa! The communication equipment was smashed everywhere. Luo San's eyes condensed, and he picked up the pistol and prepared to destroy them. We must not leave it to those people. At this moment, there was only this one thought in his mind. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a figure suddenly rushed out from behind him, and the speed was extremely fast. Luo San didn't even see the person clearly, but he felt a chill on his wrist. Then the man kicked him sideways, and Luo San felt like he was hit by a truck, and his body flew out uncontrollably. Relying on the powerful forces behind you, you can trade people as objects at will. Are you worthy? Zhang Yin stepped out slowly, holding the machete dripping with blood in his right hand, and said expressionlessly. Then De Shuang, Xiao Kong, Huang Lulin walked out from 3 directions, holding guns in their hands, aiming at the 4 people in the center of the circle. You guys? Luo San no longer had the calmness he had before. His face was full of fear. How come you are not afraid of zombies at all? What's the use of fear? Zhang Yin flipped his right hand and shook off the blood on the machete. Then he whispered, "We have never thought of provoking any force, but where do you get the confidence to think we are weak?" After the voice fell, the remaining 3 people wanted to shoot back, but they were ruthlessly shot by the 3 people from Dazhuang. "Let's go!" Zhang Yin shouted coldly, and rushed towards Luo San, who was covering his broken hand. Almost instantly, Luo San raised his left hand in fear to block, but the blade had already passed his throat. The next second, Zhang Yin cut off the last person's head. Powerful, powerful. Xiao Kong was stunned, and Huang Lulin was also shocked. "Brother Zhang, why did you rarely take action before?" Xiao Kong couldn't help asking. Hearing this, Zhang Yin stabbed the tip of the knife into the head of the corpse on the ground to prevent it from mutating into a zombie. Then he turned around and smiled slightly. "I can only kill people." Then he looked to the other side and whispered, "These people are not strong, the hard ones should be over there." De Zhuang stepped forward, took off the walkie-talkie on Luo San, checked it and said, "I thought it was a disaster, but it was just equipment." After that, several people began to check the communication equipment and then took them away. Zhang Yin and others easily solved it, but it was a bit difficult for Xiao Jiao to finish it. Jiang Ho's speed was even faster than his, and Xiao Jiao began to take it seriously at this moment. Xiao Jiao couldn't catch up with the man, because he was holding a box of bullets and a gun. Then he threw the things in his hands and ran as fast as possible. With his left foot on a stone, Jiang Ho jumped forward and turned in midair. He held a gun in his right hand and pulled the trigger behind him. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Jiao supported the tree next to him with his right hand, twisted his body to the left, grabbed the bullets as much as possible, and then fired back with his left hand. Unfortunately, the man had fallen into the bushes and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Rolling on the ground, Xiao Jiao put his pistol in his pocket and frowned slightly. "It seems that you are the most powerful one." As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked the stone behind him with his feet and chased after him again. "Xiao Su." Jiang Ho ran while pressing the microphone to ask questions, but there was only a noisy sound coming from the headset. Just as he passed a big tree, a gunshot suddenly came from the front. Jiang Ho's eyelids jumped, and his head quickly turned to the right. In an instant, the bullet rubbed his left ear and penetrated it directly on the spot. Jiang Ho fell heavily to the ground because of dodging. But at the moment he landed, he actually took out the grenade on his waist, then flicked the ring with one hand, and then threw it behind him. Chapter 7:16. Looking at the round object that appeared in the air, Xiao Jiao kicked the tree trunk next to him with his calf, and then he quickly kicked the grenade out with his left foot. 3 seconds later. Boom! The explosion sounded in the woods ahead, and even a tree as thick as an arm was blown down. Alay stood up from the bushes with a gun on his shoulder. He was covered with a green cloth, and he looked like he had merged with the jungle. This guy is quite powerful. Xiao Jiao walked towards Alay with a serious face. Then we have to kill him. Alay wrapped the gun with a green cloth and put it behind the tree, and whispered, "The gun is not a big threat to this kind of people." After the words fell, the two looked at each other, and then chased in the direction where Jiang Ho ran again. Jiang Ho, with blood all over his face, didn't care about bandaging at all. He wanted to drive away quickly. Fortunately, he had hidden a car in the woods before, not far away. "It's been almost a year, and you finally met a master?" Jiang Ho ran fast, his cheeks brushed by the leaves around him, and his eyes began to darken. His strength lies in his extremely fast speed and his special skills in jungle warfare. Coincidentally, Zhang Yin, who is also good at jungle warfare, was sent to deal with Luo San and others. Although Xiao Jiao is powerful, his speed is not his advantage due to his height of nearly 1.9 meters and weight. On the other hand, Jiang Ho, who is about 1.7 meters tall, is unusually agile. But fortunately, Alay was also chasing at this time. A few minutes later, Jiang Ho could already see the car parked on the side of the road, and his eyes were even happy. At this moment, a figure suddenly stood up in front of the left. Jiang Ho looked at the man, his breathing was a little rapid, he was forced to stop, and then said in a deep voice, "How can you be faster than me?" Due to the high-speed running, Alay had put away his mask at this moment. He held a dagger in his hand, and said lightly, "You are not the only one who still exercises in the doomsday." As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Jiao walked out of the bushes with a steady step, and said slowly, "Why don't you run? Aren't you a good runner? You are soldiers." Jiang Ho looked at the people behind him, and walked to the right, to avoid being surrounded by the two men. "We, the Savior sect, never attack any forces. If you kill me, we will fight to the death." Hearing this, Xiao Jiao touched his sweaty bald head, took a look at the dark surroundings, and whispered, "When I first heard others talk about it, I thought you were so powerful, but now I see that you are just SOSO. After saying this, Jiang Ho said with a gloomy face, "I thought you were the weakest, so the first team was sent to deal with the people in the manor. I didn't expect that you are still difficult to deal with." At this time, Qin Yu and Chi Hao also walked out of the road. "So the car is here." As he said this, Qin Yu threw out the two heads in his hand. "Your teammates have died first." Chi Hao held a pile of instruments and said with a smile, "I thought your people were so awesome, but in the end, I can only say how powerful the Savior sect is. You are so arrogant even though we are nearly 1,000 kilometers apart. Aren't you afraid of dying outside?" After saying this, Qin Yu drew out his machete and walked forward slowly, saying word by word, "If you don't have reinforcements today, you can wait for death now." At this moment, Jiang Ho began to regret deeply. Originally, the first team would be the one to deal with this, and it would not be his turn at all. But in order to get promoted, he directly promised to take it. As Qin Yu said, their base camp was too far away from here, and there was no way to provide long-distance support. If the two of them hadn't had trackers on them, the Savior sect wouldn't have risked coming over at such a long distance. The next second, Qin Yu looked at Alay and Xiao Jiao and shook his head slightly, then he took out his pistol. This scene made Jiang Ho, who was holding a dagger, freeze in place. "Who would fight you with a knife if you don't use the gun?" After saying that, Qin Yu pulled the trigger. The bullet flew away instantly, and a blood mist appeared on Jiang Ho's body on the spot, and then he fell down unwillingly. Seeing this, Alay whispered, "I originally wanted to keep him so that you can train your skills." Then Xiao Jiao walked over happily. "To be honest, I think so too. This guy seems to have been trained in the army before. Maybe he is a mercenary like Uncle Hua. It's just right for you to fight a few moves." Hearing this, Qin Yu put the gun away and said softly, "I don't enjoy killing people. I just want to protect the people around me from harm. If possible, I would rather not kill anyone." After hearing this, Alay and Xiao Jiao stood there thoughtfully. Watching his back as he left, Chi Hao walked towards the two of them with the instrument in his arms, whispering, "Let's go, these things are fun, and they are not damaged." Yu checked the car and found it was still drivable, so he told everyone to prepare to evacuate. Hearing the shout, Xiao Jiu walked over to Jiang Ho's body and reached out to take his walkie-talkie and headset. In the woods, Lao Cheng and Hong Wu began to pick up the guns of those people, and even felt like they were dreaming. It was not until this moment that they realized that their teammates seemed to be quite powerful. It was not until after 7 o'clock in the evening that everyone came back one after another. Except for a few people who were injured, the rest were fine. At the gate, Yu looked at the burning bodies, motionless. "Are you still thinking about what happened in the afternoon?" Hao yawned and walked towards him and asked. "You didn't tell them?" Yu felt the stench of the corpses and whispered, "Some things don't need to be known by too many people." Hearing this, Hao stood beside him and whispered, "No, in fact, the death of that child is not your fault. After all, if you put down your weapons, we would both die." Yu put his hands in his pockets, looked at the corpses quietly, and said nothing more. In the afternoon, he and Hao did catch up with another car quickly, but what was more surprising was that Yu saw a familiar figure. That was Luo Qinshan, who was also in the car, but his personality had changed a lot, and he basically didn't talk. At that moment, Yu hesitated and didn't pull the trigger directly. And the two people noticed something wrong in Yu's eyes, and actually held Luo Qinshan hostage on the spot. When he saw the child swinging his hands and opening his mouth, Yu felt even more pain in his heart, because Luo Qinshan's tongue had been cut off. He couldn't imagine what this child had experienced since the community was attacked, and he was separated from everyone to become the vicissitudes of life he is now. Chapter 717. Yu didn't even have time to ask clearly. Luo Qinshan bowed to him first, then took the knife from the person next to him, and committed suicide. She died in front of him. In an instant, Hao pulled the trigger, and the two almost fell on the spot. All this was so unreal. Yu had just met the child for a few minutes. He didn't expect that those familiar faces would die one by one in front of him. It seemed that God was playing a joke on Yu. He even thought that he would never meet Luo Qinshan in this life. But the amazing thing is that Luo Qinshan is in the hands of the people of the Savior sect. Perhaps he did not want to be threatened. Or perhaps the child who had disappeared with Luo Qinshan also died in front of him. In short, Yu had too many questions, but there was no way to ask them clearly. That's why he chopped off the heads of those two people and brought them to the last person. This behavior was completely inconsistent with Yu's character. But at that time, he suddenly hated those people who bullied the survivors at will. A breeze blew by, Hao rubbed his arms and whispered, "The smell of burning corpses is not good. I'm going back first. You should be more open-minded. Death is inevitable in the apocalypse. My family also died in front of me." After the voice fell, Hao turned and entered the gate. Yu looked at the zombie bodies placed on the bridge and walked towards them. Then he picked up the wood on the ground, wrapped a little clothing around it, and then lit it with fire. After lighting another pile of corpses with a torch, Yu turned and returned to the camp. The next morning, someone knocked on Yu's door. "Who is it?" Lin Yi, who was half asleep, opened the door and asked Zhang Yin curiously. "Hi, good morning, Dr. Shaolin." Zhang Yin waved his hand, then he looked inside and said, "Is Xiao Yu here? There are 5 people outside who want to see him." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound of people coming down the stairs. "I'll be right there." Yu put on his coat and put his gun on his waist. It was still a little cold in the morning, not to mention that it was windy last night. Seeing Yu's dark circles, Lin Yi felt distressed and walked over to help him straighten his collar. Then she stood on tiptoe and kissed Yu on the right cheek, saying softly, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself, you have saved many people." Hearing this, Yu patted her hands gently, then turned around and followed Zhang Yin away. Alas! Looking at his back, Lin Yi felt a little helpless. Last night, Yu had already told her about Luo Qinshan's death, and with the death of Yu Dajiang and the other two a few days ago, Lin Yi even became more and more sad. 4 of the teammates, who were once familiar with each other, died within a few days, which was really heartbreaking. The most painful thing was that most people in the camp didn't even see them for the last time. In other words, they didn't even know that life had become better now. And Lin Yi also found that Yu didn't seem to like to laugh much recently, and he only smiled occasionally in front of her. The more she thought about this, the more distressed Lin Yi felt. There were few things she could do, but Yu never made her feel pressured. In a word, if you can save them, then save them. If you can't save them, then there's nothing you can do. But Yu, on the other hand, has been leading everyone to run around. After returning upstairs and changing clothes, Lin Yi went to the infirmary again. There were several people injured yesterday, and they had to change the medicine today. The gate of the camp. Chinyu looked at the people in front of him and said lightly, "What's the matter?" The people who appeared at the door at this time were none other than the people who came to ask for water a few days ago, but it seemed that there was a boy with glasses missing. Hearing this, Zhao Ming and Wang Haoxuan appeared with a bloody man. Then he held his hands together and said, "Brother, did someone attack you a few days ago? This guy was sneaky, and we captured him in the spirit of helping the injustice." After the voice fell, Zhang Sisi stepped forward and took off the man's hood. Then, a man with a bruised face and nose appeared in front of him, but strangely, his lips were sewn together, and he looked extremely weak. Then Zhao Ming began to explain, "This guy is too loud. We were afraid that he would attract zombies by shouting and yelling, so we sewed his mouth with needle and thread for mending clothes. Besides, it was dark last night, so it was inconvenient to bring him here. So we came to visit him early this morning, hoping to exchange some food." After these words came out, Ning Li, who was standing behind the three people, felt a little confused. Obviously, he was caught this morning. Why did he say that it was inconvenient to come last night? But Ning Li was not very clear. She also heard gunshots everywhere in the woods yesterday, but fortunately they were far away and were not affected. But early this morning, Zhao Ming and Wang Haoxuan suddenly brought back a person, saying that they were caught on the road. Since Zhang Sisi also stood up and said that she saw this person trying to shoot at the people in the camp yesterday, she did not doubt it too much. "Have you seen this person?" Chinyu turned his head and looked to the side. Hearing this, Zhang Yin and Dezhuang looked at them for a few times and shook their heads. Most of those people yesterday were wearing zombie masks. I didn't see them clearly, and don't know what they looked like. At this moment, Zhao Ming's eyes turned and he said quickly, "When we caught this man, he was indeed wounded by an arrow on his leg. I don't know if it was done by your people." After he finished speaking, he pretended to roll up the man's trouser legs, but Chinyu waved his hand considering that Zhang Rui was there at the time. No need. Hearing this, Zhang Sisi was relieved. It seems that stabbing this man with an arrow in advance was indeed the right thing to do. Chinyu pondered for a while, called Xiao Kong and Huang Lulin to ask a few questions, and then shook his head. "My people did not let anyone escape yesterday. You must have caught the wrong person." "But what if you haven't met this person yet?" Zhao Ming took a step forward, and then he whispered, "Brother, in the end of the world, it is better to kill someone by mistake than to let him go." Just then, the man suddenly struggled, and his sewn lips were about to break free, and then he said with blood in his mouth, "I." Before he finished speaking, Zhang Sisi held a dagger in her hand and stabbed him in the heart. The sudden move made everyone present slightly stunned. Chenyu frowned and said, "Who asked you to kill him?" Hearing this, Zhang Sisi pretended to be afraid and let go of her hand and took a step back, shaking her hands and said, "Because I saw him shooting at your people before." Speaking of this, she quickly pointed her finger at Xiao Kong. It was him. He was almost ambushed at that time. Chapter 7:18. Being pointed at suddenly by someone, and the person was a pretty girl, Xiao Kong was stunned. "I don't remember." After a few seconds, Xiao Kong murmured. Plop! The man's body fell to the ground, with a dagger stuck in his heart, and he died with his eyes wide open. Chinyu looked at the people in front of him, pondered for a moment, and then said expressionlessly, "Get out of my sight within 1 minute." After that, he turned and left. These people obviously wanted to join the camp, but they couldn't find a good reason, and Chinyu was not sure if there were any people left out yesterday. But Chinyu believed in his own people. As long as everyone said that no one escaped, he would not doubt it. Listening to his cold and ruthless words, Zhao Ming's smile stopped on his face. "Let's go, Sisi." Ningli didn't want to join other forces, but yesterday's vote, the minority obeyed the majority, so she had to come along. After all, Wu Yuan is dead now, and she can't force others to change their minds. At this moment, Zhang Sisi turned her head and looked behind her, hesitated and said, "Ningli, I really don't want to leave anymore." As soon as these words came out, the figure who was about to step into the door paused slightly. The name that suddenly appeared instantly brought back Chinyu's memories. A long time ago, when he was in the 4S store, Chinyu had heard Zhu Yuanyuan mention this name. But at that time, he had a very low impression of Zhang Sisi and almost forgot about it. Instead, he was more familiar with the name Ningli. Because Li Yao had mentioned casually afterwards that it was thanks to the fruit knife that Ningli hid in the dormitory that she was able to delay for a while. At this moment, Chinyu wanted to ignore the lives of these 4 people, because he felt that the 2 boys were a bit hypocritical. But considering the name that everyone often mentioned recently, Chinyu began to worry. What if they are really Li Yao's classmates? Qin turned his back to those people and muttered to himself. Everyone in the camp saw Qin suddenly stop and didn't understand what happened. A few seconds later, Qin turned around again and spoke. Wait a minute. As soon as these words came out, the three people who were about to walk onto the bridge were suddenly delighted and hurried back. Only Ningli sighed helplessly. She didn't understand why her classmates were unwilling to survive by their own efforts. As the apocalypse progresses, the status of women in the future is likely to become lower and lower. Let her come over. Following Qinyu's gaze, Zhao Ming and Wang Haoxuan stood aside, and then Zhang Sisi smiled, and then she trotted over. Brother, as long as I can come in, you can ask me to do anything. Before he finished speaking, Qinyu shook his head. It's not you, it's her. Although the girl in front of him might also be in the same dormitory with Li Yao, Qinyu didn't have a good impression of her because her purpose was too clear. The more he wanted to enter this door, the more Qinyu would not agree. Because there are two things in the doomsday that cannot be looked at directly, one is the sun, and the other is the human heart. For anyone like this who he thinks is not good, Qinyu's attitude is extremely cold. Even if he died in front of him, Qinyu would not even look at him. Hearing this, Zhang Sisi felt a little jealous, but she didn't show it on her face. She ran back and pulled Ningli over. What's the matter? Although Ningli didn't have any ideas, she didn't dare to offend this group of forces, so she just spoke in a humble manner. Come in with me. Qinyu turned around and continued to step into the door. Hearing this, she was about to speak when she was pushed by the person next to her. Seeing this, Ningli shook her head in her heart, but she had to go in with these people. But when she was about to enter, Zhang Yin stretched out his hand and placed it in front of Ningli. You need to hand over your knife first. Ningli pretended to be dumbfounded. Our knives are kept by them. After saying that, she pointed behind her for fear that the man in front of her would not believe it. But Zhang Yin just smiled slightly and said, Yangzi, go search her body. As soon as these words came out, Ningli immediately took 2 steps back, then she gritted her teeth, reluctantly rolled up her sleeves, and then took out the knife in her left hand and handed it over. Watching Qinyu lead the girl to the camp, if everyone didn't know Qinyu's character, they would have thought he was going to do something bad. Brother Zhang, how did you know she had a knife? Yang Zi blinked and stood beside Zhang Yin, shaking his arm. Hearing this, Zhang Yin was not prepared to hide it, because he had a good impression of the Dazhuang siblings. After all, when they first entered the community, Yang Zi had tried his best to protect them. Then Zhang Yin laughed and spoke softly. When the girl went back to call her, she was facing the other person's left side, but she took a step forward to make her right side more open. This action shows that the man knew that the girl would often hold her left arm, but deliberately changed the direction. Hearing this, Yang Zi suddenly realized, so based on this, you concluded that she hid a knife? Isn't this enough? Zhang Yin patted her shoulder and smiled. In fact, there is another reason, that is, her left hand is always placed vertically. As the two were whispering, Qinyu also stopped in the distance. He turned around and looked at the girl in front of him with a dirty face, and even dirt in her hair. Did you make yourself so dirty on purpose? Ningli looked at the deep eyes of the man in front of her, as if she was stared at by a magnifying glass, which made her very uncomfortable. Then she turned her head to look at the lawn on the right and whispered, Men are not reliable. They only think about that. If I do this, I can avoid a lot of trouble. After listening to this, Qinyu pondered for a while, and felt slightly satisfied. Then he said a name that shocked Ningli. Do you know Li Yao? At this moment, although Ningli's face was not a ripple, she was very surprised in her heart. Before she answered, she heard the second name. There is also a person named Zhu Yuanyuan. Do you know her too? Who are you? Ningli's eyes condensed, and she gritted her teeth and said, What did you do to them? Hearing this, Qinyu had guessed almost exactly, and then he put his hands behind his back, faced the door, and slowly spoke. I once lived with Li Yao for a period of time. It was not living, nor was it cohabitation. Qinyu just said the word survival. In his opinion, a difference of one word can make a world of difference in meaning. Once, Ningli was dumbfounded, she murmured. I also wanted to go back to find them before, but there were too many zombies. Chapter 719. But due to various reasons, I ended up moving further and further away from the city. Speaking of this, Ningli seemed no longer afraid of Qinyu. She took a step forward and pulled his arm, and said excitedly, Where are they? Qinyu looked down at her without saying a word. Seeing this, Ningli quickly let go of her hand, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I was too anxious. I thought all my former classmates were dead, but I was really happy to hear it suddenly. One died, One is missing. Chinyu hesitated for a moment, then said softly, I'm sorry, my ability was indeed a little weak at that time. To this day, Chinyu still can't let it go. If Zhu Yuanyuan hadn't sacrificed herself and used her body to hold back the zombies, then even if Chinyu could kill them with a knife, he would be injured with a high probability. In the narrow emergency passage, the light was poor and the air was not good. Given the environment at that time, Chinyu actually couldn't calm down at all. He even assumed later that even if he could go back to the past, Chinyu couldn't figure out how to get out given his state of mind at that time. After all, there were pursuers behind him, zombies in front of him, and the streets outside were still very unfamiliar. However, there is always a way out. Zhu Yuanyuan went to die calmly, winning a glimmer of hope for the two of them. The arrow shot by Dazhuang also pulled Chinyu and Li Yao back from the gates of hell. When leaving the 4S store before, Chinyu sat in the back seat and asked himself whether it was worth it to take them all the way to escape just because of the girl's reminder. At that time, Chinyu could hardly protect himself, and he brought 2 female students with him, which undoubtedly increased his own danger. But every time he survived, Chinyu gradually figured it out. It was because he risked his life to help Dazhuang save the truck of supplies that he met the noble man who changed him. It was also because Dazhuang's brother and sister saved their lives first, and Chinyu was grateful for the kindness. It can be said that it was those decisions made before that led to the current situation. Listening to what the other party said, Ningli was struck by lightning. After a few seconds, she said in a lost voice, Yes, Li Yao is so beautiful, she is more likely to be in danger than me. Li Yao just disappeared. Chinyu sighed and added, But no matter whose death it is a pity, but the end of the world is cruel after all, and birth, aging, sickness and death are inevitable. Yuan? Ning Li's nose was sour, and she said to herself, On the morning of the day when the zombies appeared, she called me and made an appointment for the 4 of us to travel together during the summer vacation. But who could have thought that the world would change so much in just a few hours, and even when I heard her name again, it was already news of her death. Ning Li's legs softened and she sat on the ground. If I had known, I would have been more determined and not come to your side. After saying this, Chinyu was a little confused. The next second, Ning Li raised her head and smiled with red eyes. In this case, she is still alive in my mind. Hearing this, Chinyu opened his mouth, he looked at the people in the distance, and suddenly whispered, You can stay in the camp. What about them? Ning Li got up from the ground and patted her dirty skirt. Hearing this, Chinyu hesitated for a while, then looked at her and said word by word, Can you guarantee them? What do you mean? Ning Li pinched the clothes on her chest with both hands and asked, The 3 of them are also my classmates. Li Yao knows them. Although they quarrel occasionally, they are not bad people. After the voice fell, Chinyu thought of the previously taciturn Li Yao, and simply said, In this case, you all stay. But let me be frank. Chinyu suddenly changed the subject and said seriously, If you cause any trouble in the future, I will definitely clean up the mess. Don't worry. Ning Li changed her attitude when she heard that the man in front of her knew Li Yao. She raised her right hand and said, I can swear that if the 3 of them do something wrong, I will not show any mercy, and I will even tie them up and come to you to apologize. At this moment, Chinyu looked at his watch and remembered that the abandoned town had not been restored yet, so it was not a good time to use it as a test. But Chinyu was still a little hesitant to let a few strangers into the camp. After all, the past was the past, and the present is the present. It has been a long time since the doomsday broke out, and people will change. Before the doomsday, Chinyu did not dare to imagine that his hands would be stained with blood in the future, even if it was the blood of evil people. Anyone who joins may threaten the people around him, so Chinyu needs to accurately screen whether they are wolves in sheep's clothing. Thinking of this, he waved in the direction of the gate and shouted loudly, Zhang Yin, bring the 3 of them over. Hearing this, Zhang Yin turned and walked out the door. More than a minute later, 4 people appeared in front of him. Chinyu looked at the 3 former classmates of Li Yao and said expressionlessly, Bring your luggage in and follow him to put it away. Gather here in 10 minutes. Ah? The 3 of them looked puzzled, a little confused. Then Chinyu said calmly, You can join us, but we need to test whether you will be a drag if something happens. It just so happens that there are still many things to do. And you too later. After these words came out, several people followed Zhang Yin and left. Chinyu asked someone to close the door, and then he walked to the parking spot. The medium-sized truck was still parked in the corner, with some fuel left. The RV was parked next door, and since it would not be used in the short term, Fengyi asked someone to pump out the diesel and store it together. Driving the truck, Chinyu parked it in the open space at the gate. After a while, Zhang Yin appeared with 4 people. Ningli and Zhang Sisi walked in front, feeling the surrounding plants and trees. As for Zhao Ming and Wang Haoshuan, they were looking at the surrounding environment excitedly in the back, and the uncontrollable joy appeared on their faces. Soon Han Liyuan held the food and water taken from the warehouse, which were for the outgoing team, and did not need to be exchanged. When her figure appeared, Wang Haoshuan poked Zhao Ming next to him with his elbow and whispered, "Look at that woman. Is she the legendary young woman? She does have some charm." Zhao Ming licked his lips, and a trace of heat appeared in his eyes. Because the 2 of them were in the back, no one noticed anything unusual at this time. But I don't know if Ningli noticed anything. She suddenly turned around and looked behind, and then Zhao Ming and the others looked away. Chapter 720. What are you looking at? Zhang Sisi pulled Ning Li's arm and asked in a low voice. It's okay. Ning Li shook her head and continued to follow Zhang Yinin, about 2 or 3 meters away. Seeing the truck in the distance, Zhang Sisi continued to ask in a low voice, "What did you 2 say before going in?" Why did the man suddenly change his attitude? Hearing this, Ning Li thought about it and hesitated whether to tell her. But thinking that Zhang Sisi was also in the same dormitory, and a few of them were also close friends, Ning Li whispered, "That person had been in contact with Yuan Yuan and Yao Yao for a while before, and they just happened to know each other, so he let us move in for this reason." Hearing this, Zhang Sisi's eyes lit up, and her heart even became active. She saw it clearly before, that man could easily order everyone around, so he must be the boss of this camp. Since the other party could let him off for Li Yao's sake, could she also win more favor? Yes, at this moment, Zhang Sisi subconsciously thought that Li Yao was with the young man because of her beauty. And her appearance and figure were no worse than Li Yao's, and even a little sexier. If I hadn't fallen a few days ago, it would have been fine. But the scar on her forehead made Zhang Sisi a little sad at the moment. The scar was almost 5 centimeters long, and even if it could be covered by hair, it still made her feel depressed. By the way, Yuan Yuan is dead. Ning Li suddenly stopped and waited for Zhao Ming and Wang Haoshuan to get closer, then spoke. Who? Zhao Ming stretched out his hand to pinch his nose, blew a snot to the side, and then wiped his hand with his heel, with a puzzled look on his face. Zhu Yuan Yuan, a former classmate, Ning Li said softly, with a little sadness on her face. Hearing this, the 3 looked at each other. Then Wang Haoshuan scratched his head. Wu Yuan even died in front of us. I think it's nothing. After all, if she turns bad, it will be difficult to deal with her when we meet in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Ming slapped him, and then laughed. Haoshuan didn't mean that. What is that? Ning Li listened to those words and felt extremely disgusted. I haven't said anything yet, you think she has turned bad, right? At this moment, Zhang Sisi took Ning Li's arm and helped explain. I think he probably meant that the environment can change a person. There were so many zombies in the city before, and she didn't leave alive. Maybe she had tried her best. What do you think? Ning Li turned her head and looked at her, and suddenly asked. Seeing that the spearhead was pointed at herself, Zhang Sisi was stunned, and after hesitating for a moment, she whispered, I am also very sad, but... Are you coming over? Zhang Yin's shout came. Hearing this, Zhao Ming laughed. Well, let's go first. We are new here, so we have to leave a good impression on others. After he finished speaking, he ran forward and appeared next to Han Liyuan. He said enthusiastically, Hello, sister, do you need help? At this time, Han Liyuan was pouring water behind the seat of the truck. When she heard the voice, she turned her head and saw that there was suddenly a pretty boy next to her. She blinked and smiled, then handed me the bag of dried meat on the ground. Okay. Taking the opportunity to hand over something, Zhao Ming also scratched the back of her hand with his fingers. This scene made Chen Yu frown. The sudden physical contact made Han Liyuan feel sick, and then she turned around and rolled her eyes towards the car. As a newcomer, Han Liyuan naturally couldn't say anything directly. After all, to be precise, she had only been here for a short time. Just as she jumped off the truck and stepped back a few steps to stand next to Chen Yu, she suddenly heard a sentence in her ear. Don't let yourself feel wronged in the future. It's okay even if you slap him. After saying that, Chen Yu walked towards Zhang Yin and the others. Han Liyuan was stunned and felt warm at the sight of his back. Because of her previous experiences, Han Liyuan did not reject men touching her, but in this camp, no one would touch her. So at that moment, although she didn't say anything on the surface, she was still a little unhappy. But what she didn't expect was that Chen Yu would say something to comfort her. This guy, it would be better if he wasn't so loyal. Han Liyuan knew that he only liked Dr. Kobayashi, so she could only shake her head helplessly. It's obviously the end of the world, so it doesn't matter if he has two beauties, right? But Han Liyuan didn't dare to say this. Just then, she suddenly remembered something. It seems that the men in this camp only have one partner? Qin Yu looked at the few people, finished what needed to be done this time, and then gave Zhang Yin a map. Originally, I wanted to let the four of you go, but considering that you are all students and your abilities may be a little weak, I sent one person to lead the team. You just need to follow his command, and the chance of survival is at least 80%. The words without a trace of emotion appeared in the ears of the four people. After speaking, Chen Yu nodded to Zhang Yin. Seeing this, Zhang Yin put the map in his pocket, took the pistol and dagger handed by his daughter, and waved his hand. Everyone get in the car, squeeze 3 in the back seat. Ningli also took back her knife, and climbed onto the truck. Then the car started, Zhang Yin waved his hand outside the window, and then drove towards the gate. Actually, I can go with you. Song Chung touched his nose and whispered. The bodies outside the wall have not been cleaned up yet, let's go. After the voice fell, Qin Yu called a few people to start working, and Sun Hua also came to help. Are you not accompanying your sister? Qin Yu glanced at him, and said while carrying a shovel. Hearing this, Sun Hua helped pull the cart and said, she is sleeping, and she can come out by herself when the sun comes out. As he spoke, he followed Qin Yu and Song Chung. At the gate, the head of the corpse had been destroyed, and Dazhuang was preparing to drag it away and burn it. There were too many zombie bodies before, and it was quite laborious to move them around, so they were burned directly near the bridge. Although the smell was unpleasant, it was better than the stench of corpses. Wait. Qin Yu called to Zhuang and Hong Wu and walked towards them. After checking the hands of the corpse, Qin Yu understood something. The truck was speeding on the deserted road, and several people were looking around and touching this and that. Zhang Cixi leaned forward and suddenly asked, Brother, can I ask what you did before? After saying this, Zhang Yin, who was driving the car, looked forward, and then he chuckled and said, I used to deliver water,